Chen Mo's summer began with a faint elusive itch deep in his throat. On Tuesday morning, he stood in the cramped kitchen of his apartment waiting for the coffee machine to finish its work. Outside, the city was waking up, morning light cutting striped patterns across the floor through the blinds. Chen Mo cleared his throat. The prickling itch was still there, not severe, but unrelenting, as if he had inhaled a wisp of fine lint. Morning. A greeting drifted over from the neighboring balcony. It was Old Lee, the neighbor, watering his dozen or so pots of flowers and plants. Retired for 5 years, Old Lee had poured all his passion into these green lives. Chen Mo nodded and raised his coffee cup in greeting. A kindly smile spread across Old Lee's face, as if he were looking at a promising junior. "Xiao Chen, how's work lately? Got yourself a girlfriend yet?" Chen Mo choked on a mouthful of coffee and was just about to wave it off with an answer when he saw Old Lee suddenly bend over, erupting into a fit of rapid coughing, his shoulders shaking. "You okay, Teacher Lee?" Chen Mo asked with concern. Old Lee waved him off, his face slightly flushed. I'm fine, just a bit of an allergy. It's summer, you know how it is." He pointed at his plants. "These little fellows have started releasing pollen." Chen Mo smiled and was just about to go back inside when several military aircraft suddenly roared overhead, sending a tremendous rumble through the air. Right after that, 3, then 5 more. An entire formation swept by, as if on some mission. Chen Mo and Old Lee exchanged a glance, each seeing the same confusion in the other's eyes. As someone working within the system, Chen Mo knew that many special incidents were usually communicated internally. Especially when the military carried out operations over urban areas, it was customary to notify government departments for coordination. Such low-altitude flyovers without prior notice violated regulations and could easily cause negative repercussions. Still, he did not dwell on it. He was just a minor clerk after all. After saying goodbye to Old Lee, he turned back into his apartment. The instant he stepped inside, he noticed his hand trembling slightly and chalked this small anomaly up to a lack of caffeine. The subway was more crowded than usual. Gripping the handrail, Chen Mo struggled to keep his balance amid the crush of bodies. Opposite him stood a young mother cradling a little girl of about 3 or 4. The child's cheeks were flushed and unnatural red, her gaze slightly unfocused. "Mom, I feel dizzy," the little girl murmured, her voice tiny. The young mother touched the girl's forehead, her brows knitting tightly. "We're almost there, sweetheart. We'll go home after the doctor sees you." Instinctively, Chen Mo shuffled half a step backward. Make way! Make way!" A subway staff member squeezed past Chen Mo, shouting loudly, his expression grim as he hurried toward the rear of the carriage. Chen Mo rose on tiptoe, peering curiously. Through the swaying crowd, he saw a man of about 40 lying on the floor, convulsing repeatedly, as if electrocuted. The man's face was bluish-purple, his lips pale, a strange black fluid seeping from the corner of his mouth. Chen Mo quickly looked away. He saw that the subway staff had already begun first aid and did not need his help. "Rinji Central Hospital Station. Please disembark in an orderly manner." When the announcement for the hospital station came on in Chen Mo's carriage, nearly 1/3 of the passengers got off, an unusually high proportion. In the office, the atmosphere felt somewhat listless. Chen Mo's workstation was tucked into a corner of the open-plan emergency management office, giving him a view of the entire department. At least 4 desks were empty today. "Xiao Zhang and Old Wang are both on leave," explained his colleague Sister Zhao as she walked by with a teacup. "Their kids have fevers, and the schools told them to take them home." Chen Mo nodded and turned on his computer. A local news alert popped up in the lower right corner of the screen. "City enters peak flu season. Health authorities urge citizens to step up precautions." "Flu season again." Sister Zhao leaned in for a glance and sipped her tea. 5 kids in my daughter's kindergarten class are already out sick. The teacher said if more kids are absent tomorrow, they might consider suspending classes for a few days." Chen Mo thought of the mother and daughter on the subway, and the itch in his throat seemed to intensify. At noon, when he went downstairs for lunch, Chen Mo found a handwritten notice on the door of his usual noodle shop, closing early today due to staff illness. "Thank you for your understanding." They had no choice but to go to the fast food place next door. While they waited in line, 2 young men in uniforms from nearby office buildings chatted in front of him. "Jason didn't come in today either. I heard his fever is up to nearly 40 degrees. That bad. He was coughing nonstop in our meeting yesterday, and he looked terrible. They said it's the flu, but he's recovering way too fast." This morning, he was already sending messages in the group chat, though his words were barely coherent. Chen Mo instinctively touched his own forehead. His temperature felt normal. At 3 in the afternoon, the department held its weekly meeting. Director Wang kept clearing his throat as he spoke, a large mug of steaming herbal tea set before him. "There's a lot of flu around lately, so everyone take precautions," Director Wang added at the end in a tone as casual as commenting on the weather. "If you have symptoms, go see a doctor promptly. Don't try to tough it out." That's all. Meeting adjourned. While Chen Mo stayed behind to organize the minutes, he overheard 2 colleagues who had not yet left chatting in the hallway. "Did you hear how weak Director Wang sounded just now? Think he's caught it too." "Maybe. But he went to that regional emergency coordination meeting yesterday, said several agencies already have people out sick. I heard the people from the disease control center kept their masks on the entire time and skipped handshakes altogether. Chen Mo's fingers paused over the keyboard. Personnel at the disease control center did not usually act so cautiously over an ordinary flu. On his way home from work, Chen Mo decided to stop by the pharmacy at the entrance of his residential complex to buy some vitamin C. The store was jammed with people, the line stretching all the way to the door. Do you still have masks? An elderly gentleman in front asked. We still have regular medical masks, but the N95s are sold out, the clerk replied, without looking up, his voice hoarse. Cold medicines are limited to 2 boxes per person, and vitamin C is rationed as well. When it was his turn, Chen Mo asked for vitamin C and a bottle of disinfectant hand gel. Is the flu that serious? He asked casually. The clerk finally looked up at him, bloodshot, eyes meeting his. There are a lot more people buying medicine, several times the usual. As soon as he finished, he turned away, suddenly stifling a bout of coughing. That evening, Chen Mo made himself a simple dinner. As he ate, he turned on the television. A local news program was interviewing the head of a hospital's respiratory department. It's just an ordinary seasonal flu. There's no need for the public to panic, the expert assured with a smile. Maintain personal protection and carry on with normal life. Chen Mo changed the channel. Another station was reporting on cold medicines selling out at pharmacies, the footage showing long lines of customers. In street interviews, several pedestrians coughed uncontrollably into the microphones. Before bed, Chen Mo took his temperature 38.2 degrees Celsius. A low-grade fever, not unusual. He swallowed a cold tablet, hoping he would feel better in the morning. On Wednesday morning, the pain in his throat had clearly worsened. He decided to take a sick day and work from home. During the video meeting, he noticed that several colleagues sounded congested or hoarse. Is it just me, or are a lot of people sick lately? Chen Mo asked during a lull in the meeting. In the small windows on the screen, people nodded one after another. Half the kids in my son's class are out, said Lynn from finance, her voice rasping. Even the PE teacher is sick. Several households in our building have come down with something, another colleague added. What's strange is that their symptoms aren't all the same. Some have high fever, some just cough, and some say their sense of taste has changed. Everything tastes metallic. Chen Mo remembered how his coffee had tasted odd that morning. He had assumed it was the beans. At noon, the doorbell rang. It was Xiao Li from property management delivering a package. You're home, mister. Xiao Li said through his mask, his voice muffled. Could I trouble you to sign for this? It's Mr. Wang's package. He doesn't seem to be home. Chen Mo signed and asked casually. Old Wang went out. No, I think he's sick. Xiao Li lowered his voice. I saw an ambulance take him away yesterday. He was coughing badly and said he was having trouble breathing. A thread of unease tightened in Chen Mo's chest. Old Wang was his neighbor on the same floor, in his 60s, but usually robust. They often bumped into each other during morning exercises. In the afternoon, when Chen Mo went to the balcony to hang his laundry, he noticed that the garden below was almost empty. Usually at this hour, a few elderly people would be chatting on the benches while children played in the open area. Today, only one elderly woman hurried by, her mouth and nose wrapped tightly in a scarf. At dusk, Chen Mo decided to take out the trash and buy something to eat. In the elevator, he ran into Dr. Zhang from the 7th floor, a radiologist at the nearby hospital. Dark circles hung heavily beneath Dr. Zhang's eyes. Just off work, Dr. Zhang. The other man seemed startled, then nodded. Yeah, it was especially busy today. Is the flu that serious? Dr. Zhang hesitated. There are a lot of patients, all sorts of respiratory symptoms. He paused, then added, you'd better stock up on some food and water and go out as little as possible for the time being. Coming from a doctor, that remark took Chen Mo by surprise. The atmosphere in the neighborhood supermarket felt odd. Many shoppers wore masks, their carts piled high with instant food and bottled water. Chen Mo noticed that shelves of canned goods, instant noodles, and frozen foods were conspicuously thinned out. At the checkout, the elderly woman ahead of him had filled 2 entire carts with supplies. My family is big, she explained apologetically to the cashier. They're all sick and can't go out. Back at his apartment, Chen Mo turned on his phone and saw hundreds of unread messages in the community group chat. He scrolled slowly, seeing more and more people reporting illnesses in their families. Some said their husbands' fevers would not break. Others said their children coughed through the night, unable to sleep. What caught Chen Mo's attention most was a young mother's message. My baby refuses to drink milk and has been crying nonstop. Her throat seems to hurt a lot. What should I do? It takes 4 or 5 hours to be seen at the emergency room. Someone replied below, my son is the same. The doctor said many children have this symptom. Their throats are badly inflamed, but it's not a streptococcal infection. Chen Mo instinctively touched his own throat. The pain, when he swallowed, seemed to have sharpened. It was yet another late night of overtime. A summer flu was sweeping through the city, leaving nearly half of the emergency office staff on sick leave and manpower critically short. As one of the few still healthy, Chen Mo had no choice but to shoulder the workload of several people alone. He still had to remain on duty in the dead of night. At 11 o'clock, the duty room of the municipal emergency office was so quiet that he could hear the soft hiss of the central air conditioning and the steady rhythm of his own heartbeat. That silence was soon torn apart by the shrill ring of the hotline. Municipal Emergency Office, Chen Mo speaking. His voice was hoarse after 10 hours on duty, yet still maintained a procedural calm. On the other end was a woman on the verge of hysteria. In the background, a child coughed without pause, the dry, racking sound, as if their lungs were about to be torn out. You have to do something. The family upstairs has been renovating since this morning. The electric drill hasn't stopped once. My child is only 5, has had a fever for 3 days, and the coughing is getting worse now. Her voice trembled with rage and exhaustion. I went to knock on their door, but no one answered. The damn drilling just keeps going over and over. Drilling. Chen Mo pressed his fingers to his temples. Neighborhood disputes, one of the most common nighttime complaints. He deftly pulled up the complaint registration form. Please repeat the address, I'll record it. Jinhua Garden Building 3 Unit 2, Apartment 501. Send someone over right away. This is killing us. As Chen Mo entered the address, his brows knit slightly. Jinhua Garden, a high-end residential compound with strict property management where renovation work was officially forbidden after 6 in the evening. Ma'am, I've taken down your complaint and will immediately contact the property management to handle it. Please try to stay calm and take care of your child. I've been calling the property office all night. No one answers. The woman almost screamed. A bout of even harsher coughing followed. Whether from the child or from her, it was hard to tell. After hanging up, Chen Mo followed procedure and called the Jinhua Garden property office. As expected, no one picked up. He then used the system to contact the local police station and requested officers to go on site. When everything was done, he wrote in the duty log, Jinhua Garden 32501, renovation, noise disturbance, referred to public security for handling. He had barely set down his pen when the second call came in. Is this the emergency office? I want to report something. A loud elderly male voice brimming with obvious anger burst through the line. The vendors at the West Suburb Farmers Market are simply lawless. I pass by there every morning when I exercise. These past few days, there's always a strange stench in the back alley. Today I checked and saw several barrels of rotting fish and spoiled shrimp just piled there with a dense black cloud of flies over them. In this heat, who knows how many bacteria will breed? As Chen Mo took notes, he asked, have you reported this to the market management? Reported? More than reported. They don't care at all. I even saw a vendor putting obviously spoiled meat out for sale. What if someone eats it and dies? The old man panted with agitation. You must send someone to investigate immediately. This is no small matter. Food safety. Chen Mo dared not treat it lightly. After recording detailed information, he immediately contacted the night duty officer at the Market Supervision Bureau. The person on the other end sounded utterly exhausted, saying they had already received 5 similar complaints today and were shorthanded but would deal with it as soon as possible. How soon is as soon as possible? Chen Mo could not help pressing. The complainant insists the situation is very serious. The other side sighed. Section Chief, Chen, to be frank, things are strange today. We've had similar reports from markets all over the city. There's far more spoiled food than usual. All our people are already out in the field. We really can't keep up. After hanging up, Chen Mo added another line to the log. Food safety hazard at West Suburb Farmers Market, referred to market supervision. He stood up to pour himself a glass of water and glanced out the window. The city's night sky was stained a dark red by neon lights. Beneath this seemingly peaceful night, something indistinct appeared to be stirring. Both hotline phones rang at once, shattering his thoughts. He picked up one first. Municipal Emergency Office, how can I help you? A truck has overturned near the highway exit. The cargo is scattered everywhere, and the driver is trapped inside the cab and can't get out. The caller spoke at breakneck speed, wind howling in the background. The main issue is the cargo. It's a lot of live poultry. Chickens and ducks are flying and running everywhere. Some of them look wrong, like they're sick. The other hotline phone continued to ring insistently. Exact location. Any injuries? What's abnormal about the poultry? Chen Mo questioned while gesturing to the intern Xiao Li, who had just come in with documents to answer the other phone. 3 kilometers from the G42 exit toward the city. The driver is still inside. We don't know how he is. Those chickens, many have almost no feathers left. They can barely stand, but keep flailing around. Just looking at them gives me the creeps, the caller's voice quavered. The road is covered in blood and feathers. Later, no one dared drive fast anymore. Chen Mo swiftly notified the traffic police, fire brigade, and emergency medical center, briefing them on the accident. When he mentioned escaped live poultry suspected to be diseased, he could clearly sense the dispatcher's momentary hesitation. Diseased? What kind of symptoms are we talking about? The other side pressed. The caller described feather loss and unstable standing. Chen Mo repeated, even as he heard Xiao Li on the other line draw in a sharp breath. After ending the call, Chen Mo turned to Xiao Li. What is it? Xiao Li's face had gone white, his knuckles standing out as he gripped the receiver. Brother Chun, it's the city zoo. They say. A chimpanzee suddenly went berserk last night, shattered the glass of its enclosure, injured 3 keepers, and escaped into the back mountain forest. Chen Mo's heart sank. When did this happen? Why are they only reporting it now? They say they tried to handle it themselves, until an hour ago when the search team found the bodies of 2 injured keepers. They didn't die from the attack. It looks like they were infected by some rapidly onset disease. The zoo has now been sealed off. They're requesting that we coordinate armed police support for the search and capture. Xiao Li's voice grew smaller and smaller, as if he himself could hardly believe what he was saying. A wave of dizziness washed over Chen Mo. Renovation noise, spoiled food, a traffic accident with diseased poultry, a crazed animal. None of these incidents were particularly unusual on their own, but occurring together on the same night, they wove into a deeply unsettling web. Forcing himself to stay calm, he followed procedure to contact the armed police command. After the call ended, the office sank into a viscous silence broken only by the ticking of the clock. Then the hotline rang once more. This time it was a young man, his voice thick with suppressed fear. Hello? Tu don't know who else to call. Something is wrong in our building. Something feels very wrong. Chen Mo tightened his grip on the receiver. Please describe what's wrong. I study medicine and I'm interning at Renmin Hospital. Today several strange patients came in. High fever, confusion, extreme aggression. One of them bit a nurse in the emergency room. The young man paused to catch his breath. I just got home and found bloodstains in the stairwell trailing intermittently all the way to the door of apartment 1602 next door. I smelled something, a scent just like those patients in the hospital, like a sweet rotten odor. A chill crawled up Chen Mo's back. The address. Sunshine Apartments, Building 1, apartment 1602. I don't dare knock and no one answers their phone. Can you send someone to check? I'm a little scared. After ending the call, Chen Mo immediately contacted the local police station only to learn that all patrol cars were already out handling incidents, including the earlier renovation noise complaint at Jinhua Garden. Old Chen, something's off at Jinhua Garden. The voice of an officer crackled through the radio, puzzled. Our guys reached 501. There really is drilling, but no one answers the door when we knock. We contacted the owner who said the place has been vacant for half a year and there's been no renovation at all. We've called a locksmith to open the door. An electric drill in an empty apartment. Chen Mo's stomach clenched. Once you're inside, report anything unusual to me immediately. Over the next half hour, Chen Mo became like the central nervous system of the city, receiving abnormal signals from all corners. The wastewater treatment plant in the Eastern District reported massive damage to equipment from strange clogs. Several residential compounds in the Southern District simultaneously reported cloudy, foul-smelling tap water. The Medical University Laboratory reported the collective sudden death of experimental animals. Each piece of information could be explained on its own, yet taken together, they formed a pattern that was nothing short of terrifying. Chen Mo's fingers flew across the keyboard as he logged, transferred, and coordinated while his mind raced desperately, trying to grasp the links between these events. Then he received a call from the officers at Jinhua Garden. Old Chen, we're inside. The officer's voice was low and tense, the background unnaturally quiet. There's no one in 501 and no sign of any renovation. But what? In the very center of the living room, there's an electric drill plugged and spinning in the air with nothing to work on. On the floor, there are marks like something was dragged across it, the trail leading all the way to the bedroom. The bedroom door is closed, and there's sound coming from inside. What kind of sound? It's like chewing, loud chewing. And also this gurgling sound like someone whose throat is blocked trying to breathe. The officer paused, his voice dropping even lower. There's blood seeping out from under the door. We've already called for SWAT backup. Something's seriously wrong here, old Chen. This is very, very wrong. Cold seeped up Chen Mo's spine. Suddenly recalling something, he quickly flipped through the duty records and found the earliest call, the one from the medical intern at Sunshine Apartments. He dialed back. The phone rang for a long time before someone picked up. Hello. The voice was barely more than a breath, accompanied by an unnatural wet rattling sound. This is Chen Mo from the emergency office. Regarding the situation you reported, we've already dispatched officers to Sunshine Apartments. I need you to provide some more. His words stuck in his throat because he could clearly hear a sound on the other end, a low broken gurgle like someone whose vocal cords had rotted away struggling to speak. Then came a violent fit of coughing and the splatter of some kind of liquid. Finally, the line went utterly quiet save for a heavy rhythmic breathing, no more like sniffing, as though something were right beside the phone scenting the air. Chen Mo gently set down the receiver, his fingers trembling. He looked up at the city map on the duty room wall where countless marks denoted the sites of that night's incidents. They were no longer isolated dots, but a pattern spreading outward, an invisible invasion. Outside, the city was still bright, with lights, traffic flowing ceaselessly. Yet Chen Mo was overwhelmed by a profound sense of loneliness and insignificance. All the plans, procedures, and systems he depended on were quietly being eroded by some force that defied classification and comprehension. He picked up the internal phone, hesitated for a moment, then dialed a number he rarely used, the private mobile of the director of the Municipal Center for Disease Control. Director Zhao, this is Chen Mo from the emergency office. I'm sorry to disturb you so late, but I believe we may be facing a highly unusual public health incident. Chen Mo forced his voice to remain steady. I need you to immediately review all abnormal case reports from medical institutions citywide today, especially those involving behavioral abnormalities, aggression, and cases with a smell reminiscent of decay. There was a brief silence, then a weary sigh. Director Chen, I'm already in my office. It's not just medical institutions, veterinary clinics, the zoo farms. Today there have been over 40 reports of abnormal animal behavior or mass deaths across the city. We're forming an emergency team. Your call is timely. We need the emergency office to coordinate isolation and evacuation plans. Isolation. Evacuation. Those words struck Chen Mo's heart like heavy hammers. How serious is it? He asked quietly. More serious than you can imagine. Director Zhao replied, his voice laced with a fear Chen Mo had never heard before. See you in the conference room in 1 hour. Bring all emergency plans, especially those for large-scale casualty scenarios. The call ended. Chen Mo sat in his chair, suddenly aware that the office's silence had grown so dense it was almost suffocating. He got up and walked to the window, looking down at the still tranquil city streets. An ambulance wailed past in the distance, red lights flashing like blood coursing through the veins of the night. Then came another, and a third, their sirens intertwined, weaving an increasingly dense, dissonant symphony that drew nearer and nearer. Chen Mo suddenly realized the silence had never truly existed. It had only been the brief illusion before a storm, and now the storm had finally arrived. He returned to his desk and began printing all relevant emergency plans. The drone of the printer filled the room as page after page fed out the dense text and detailed procedures, suddenly looking feeble and powerless. When the printer finally fell silent, Chen Mo noticed that the wail of ambulances outside had also abruptly ceased. In their place, a new sound drifted faintly from afar. It was the sound of human screams, endless and drawing ever closer. Chen Mo picked up the stack of emergency plans, his fingers brushing the paper's edge and leaving a small cut. Blood slowly beaded from the wound, but he did not notice. His gaze was fixed on some distant point beyond the window. Beneath the once quiet city night sky, a plume of black smoke seemed to be slowly rising like a banner heralding the arrival of death. And he knew this was only the beginning. The scorching July sun baked the city, the air thick and syrupy, each breath bringing a burning sensation. In past years, this season brought sultry heat, yet also the vibrant clamor of summer. But this year was different. A virus lightly dismissed by the media as highly pathogenic, summer influenza, seeped quietly into every corner of the city like an invisible ghost. After finishing his duty, Chen Mo stared silently at the report of the duty incidents in his hand. Was the sound of the electric drill from upstairs and the blood seeping through the door a prank by the homeowner? Was the stench on the street caused by fish vendors conveniently dumping waste? And the sick poultry, was it really the heat causing them to shed fur? One absurd conclusion after another suggested someone was covering up something. Chen Mo stood by the window on the 3rd floor of the Municipal Emergency Management Bureau, his fingertips unconsciously tracing the cold window frame, a faint unease lingering in his heart. Outside the window, the afternoon city was shrouded in a sleep-inducing white light. The streets were sparsely populated with few pedestrians, most hurrying by wearing various masks, their eyes scanning their surroundings warily, as if visible toxins hung in the air. A peculiar silence enveloped the city center, which should have been bustling. Only the tireless hum of air conditioning units formed a heavy background noise, like the labored breathing of a city running a fever. He turned back to his workstation. On his computer screen was the latest issue of the citywide Public Health and Emergency Incident Risk Monitoring Weekly Report. His gaze swept over the shocking data, highlighted in bold: the patient volume in fever clinics of the city's major hospitals, weekly increase of 185, with a single-day peak breaking the historical record of 300. Emergency department visit volume, weekly increase of 92, with non-traumatic severe cases, difficulty breathing, high fever, seizures, severe vomiting of unknown cause, accounting for a 45 share. The number of calls to the 120 emergency center, weekly increase of 210, with an average response delay of over 45 minutes. The inventory depletion rate of cold and fever medications, including prescription drugs like oseltamivir, in city pharmacies, 98. 7. Community clinics reported patient capacity severely overloaded. Some have suspended non-emergency services. The infection absenteeism rate among medical staff reached 35. The data was cold and brutal. They were no longer mere statistics on paper, but cold footnotes to the lifeless streets outside and the overcrowded hospital corridors. Chen Mo scrolled the mouse and clicked on an internal link, a supplementary explanation of atypical case characteristics confidential sent by the city CDC in the early morning for the eyes of leaders at the bureau level and above. The symptoms described in the document had long exceeded the bounds of influenza. Some patients exhibited inexplicable intermittent hypothermia below 35°C accompanied by limb stiffness and sluggish responses. In severe patients, an unusually high tendency for violent aggression was observed with strength far exceeding normal levels. Even more unsettling were sporadic reports mentioning that patients' pupils exhibited brief non-pathological gray-white turbidity, as well as abnormal delays in wound healing and signs of necrosis. At the end of the document, a note in bold red letters stated to be investigated the virus may possess unknown neuroinvasive and tissue-destructive mutations. Recommendations to raise the monitoring level. Recommendations. A bitter curve tugged at the corners of Chen Mo's mouth. This recommendation, along with his emergency suggestion from last week regarding the risk of overwhelming medical resources and graded response plans, now lay quietly among dozens of documents labeled for review and for discussion on Director Wang's desk, waiting for higher-level comprehensive consideration. Xiao Chun, is the data organized yet? Sister Zhao from the adjacent workstation leaned over, her voice muffled through the thick N95 mask. Dark circles under her eyes were heavy, her gaze betraying undeniable fatigue and anxiety. Her husband was a respiratory doctor at the city's first hospital and had not returned home for a week. Yes, just finished compiling it, Chen Mo indicated towards the screen. Sister Zhao leaned closer to take a look, gasping in shock. Despite the mask, her voice remained clear. Good heavens, this is not influenza at all, it's simply a plague. She lowered her voice, fear evident. Oldly called yesterday, saying their hospital's morgue is almost full. The body transport vehicles can't keep up, some can only be temporarily piled in the abandoned infusion room. Even with the air conditioning at maximum, the smell can't be suppressed. She trailed off, rubbing her arms vigorously as if to dispel a non-existent chill and odor. Chen Mo silently nodded. He too had sensed that odor in the air, not from Sister Zhao's description, but while commuting passing the community clinics crowded with coughing, groaning people, or in the sealed elevator where a faint scent of disinfectant sweat vomit and a deeper, indescribable sweet and rotten odor wafted. It was like a cold snake slithering into his nostrils, coiling around his heart. The atmosphere in the office was oppressive, like the low-pressure zone before a storm. The phone rang incessantly, mostly calls for help from lower-level street offices or communities filled with helplessness and panic. Is Director Wang there? Our community center really can't hold on any longer. There are only 2 social workers left standing, and they're running fevers themselves. Residents are blocking the doors, demanding fever-reducing medicine. Emergency office. Old Lu from Nanhu Street. Our grid worker, Old Zhang. Old Zhang didn't come in this morning, and his phone is unreachable. He was responsible for that building. I heard there was a lot of noise from a household last night, like a fight along with screams. Now the door won't open. We don't have enough manpower, and the police can't send anyone over. Hello. Hello. Can you hear me? We're at the City West nursing home. Several elderly patients have suddenly worsened, struggling to breathe, their faces turning purple. Call an ambulance. Call an ambulance. The line for 120 is busy. It's busy. The colleague answering the call sounded increasingly hoarse, his tone shifting from formal reassurance to numb despair. An invisible restlessness permeated the air, crackling like static electricity. The printer tirelessly spat out more red-headed documents regarding strengthening influenza prevention publicity, stabilizing market drug supply, meaningless, and ensuring the medical system operates. The crisp white sheets piling up like mountains, yet exuding a sense of absurd helplessness. They resembled layers of luxurious shrouds attempting to cover up the rot that had already begun within the system. Chen Mo stood up, intending to go to the pantry for a cup of coffee to invigorate himself and to temporarily escape the suffocating air. Just as he reached the door, he heard a deliberately muted argument inside between Xiao Wang from the comprehensive department and Lao Sun from logistics. Lao Sun, can't you think of a way? My wife is 7 months pregnant. She started running a high fever last night, and we've run out of medicine at home. I've scoured all the pharmacies, and I can't even find a thermometer. Xiao Wang, it's not that I don't want to help you. Lao Sun's voice was filled with helplessness. The emergency reserves of fever-reducing medicine and masks in the bureau have long been prioritized for distribution to the leadership office, confidential departments, and frontline windows. The rest, Director Wang locked them up himself, saying they need to prepare for more critical moments. What can I do? My daughter is also burning up at home. Regulations. Critical moments. Isn't it critical enough now? Look at how things are outside. Xiao Wang's voice suddenly rose, filled with anger and despair. Those medicines locked in the cabinet won't save lives. What the hell are these regulations? Shoo, keep your voice down. Are you trying to get us killed? Lao Sun's voice grew tense if Director Wang hears this. Do you want to keep your job? In this world now. Sigh. A heavy sigh escaped him. Chen Mo quietly retreated, a chill spreading through his heart. The scarcity of resources and the inequity of distribution pierced through the thin veneer of order, revealing the cold, brutal reality beneath. He returned to his seat and opened an encrypted internal forum. Unofficial, but some well-informed grassroots personnel would exchange messages here. The pinned posts had titles that sent chills down his spine. Internal, a chilling night in the eerie morgue. Night shift worker Lao Wang said he heard scratching and banging sounds from inside at midnight, thinking it was a mouse, but in the end, urgent workers at the East Suburban Waste Treatment Plant are on strike. A large amount of medical waste, including needles and bloody dressings, has piled up, unable to be incinerated in time, emitting a terrible odor, causing panic among nearby residents. Verification needed. I heard that workers at the West District Water Plant have collectively fallen ill. Is the water supply going to be a problem? What will happen to the elderly and children at home? Classified. A friend helped recover a segment of deleted hospital surveillance footage. Start watching from the 37th second. That person in the patient gown. His movements are absolutely abnormal. Like a zombie. Attachment. Encrypted video link requires special permission. Chen Mo's gaze fixated on the last post. Zombie. Absurd. He instinctively wanted to deny it, but his heart uncontrollably raced. He recalled the description in the confidential document from the CDC: gray-white, turbid pupils, stiff limbs, abnormal strength, aggressive tendencies. These fragmented pieces of information were violently strung together by the word zombie, filled with irrational fear, forming a chilling implication. He hesitated repeatedly, his finger hovering over the mouse, ultimately not clicking on the encrypted link that required special permission. Was it the fear of facing an unacceptable truth? Or was it a subconscious adherence to Director Wang's warning of not spreading panic? He couldn't clarify himself. The end of the workday arrived, yet no one left. Outside, the sky had not cooled with the setting sun, though instead it felt even more stifling. Lead gray clouds had gathered at some point, heavily pressing down overhead, not a breeze in sight. The city was lit up with lights, yet the illumination seemed dim and powerless against the weighty, oppressive clouds and the pervasive haze, like the eyes of a dying person. In the distance, the piercing wail of an ambulance echoed one after another, unceasing, like the city's painful and prolonged lament. They no longer represented hope and rescue, but rather a desperate prelude to an unavoidable catastrophe. Chen Mo tiredly leaned back in his chair, closing his eyes. Flashes of cold statistical data, Sister Zhao's husband's bloodshot eyes, Xiao Wang's desperate pleas, the horrifying titles on the forum, and that faintly sweet and rotten odor in the air intertwined in his mind. A tremendous, sticky sense of powerlessness enveloped him. He seemed to stand in the cockpit of a colossal ship, slowly sailing towards an iceberg, clearly seeing the deadly outline in the dark ahead, hearing the groans of the ice mountain cracking, smelling the chilling sea air, yet finding himself unable to turn the wheel or issue an effective alarm. All pathways seemed blocked by processes, regulations, stability, maintenance, and deeper systemic inertia. He opened his eyes, his gaze landing on a small electronic calendar in the corner of his desk. The red numbers clearly displayed the date. Beneath the calm surface, within the massive body of this city, countless tiny fissures were silently spreading and intersecting. Basic services were teetering on the edge of collapse. The medical system was on the verge of breaking down amidst desperate wails, and fear and suspicion replicated among the masses like a virus, while the machine maintaining all this, the vast system he was part of, moved slowly yet steadily towards the abyss like a dull-witted giant beast on its programmed track. The sound of ambulances outside drew closer. Chen Mo felt a bone-deep chill creeping up his spine on this summer night, stifling like a steamer. Still waters run deep. The undercurrent had arrived. How long could the seemingly solid dam hold? He did not know. All he knew was that he was at the eye of the storm, experiencing the suffocating false tranquility before the apocalypse descended. This tranquility itself was the greatest horror. He picked up a pen and unconsciously wrote the two words abnormal repeatedly in the open blank notebook, his strokes growing heavier, almost tearing through the pages. Abnormal, abnormal, abnormal. Each word rang like a muffled funeral bell, striking against his increasingly heavy heart. The municipal hall corridor at noon stretched empty and hollow, where even the echo of one's own heartbeat reverberated distinctly. The low hum of the central air conditioning system was no longer mere background noise. It had become the muffled, labored breath of a slumbering leviathan, persistently drilling into the eardrums and hammering against taut nerves. Chen Mo pinched the bridge of his nose. The skin beneath his fingertips burned feverishly, while his temples throbbed with an insistent rhythmic pulse. Having pulled 2 consecutive all-nighters, his sclerae were webbed with crimson veins. Before him lay the freshly printed document, Preliminary Consolidated Report on Recent Abnormal Public Safety Incidents, Third Supplemental Draft. Its inked edges seeming to faintly shimmer with residual heat. He drew a deep breath, attempting to suppress the metallic tang rising in his throat, a bitter amalgam brewed by sleepless nights and crushing pressure. The report felt unnervingly heavy, not like paper, but like a slab of glacial ice pressing upon his chest. With meticulous care, he slid it into the rigid blue urgent priority folder. The folder's hard plastic cover was icy to the touch. He paused for a second before the heavy darkwood door marked Emergency Management Office, Director Wong. His knuckles rapped against the solid wood, not with a crisp dong-dong, but with a muffled, suffocated dock-tick-dock, as though striking a drumhead smothered by damp cloth. The sound was swiftly swallowed by the dense, stagnant air, leaving only a profound sense of isolation. Enter. Director Wong's voice emerged from within, grittier than usual, thick with exhaustion, like sandpaper rasping across raw flesh. As the door swung open, a pungent melange assaulted his senses, burnt bitterness of cheap instant coffee, acrid residue of aged tobacco ash, and an indescribable, faintly sour tang, like expired disinfectant left to curdle. It hung so thick, and cloying it nearly choked him. Director Wong sank deep into his broad leather office chair, his posture utterly collapsed, as if his spine had been extracted. Only his bloodshot eyes remained fixed, unblinking, on the computer screen before him. On the screen flickered the city's district grid map, studded with over a dozen vivid crimson dots, like suppurating wounds, scattered across urban zones: West District Hospital, South Suburb Logistics Park, Phase 3 Old Town, Central Market, East Port Dock, warehouses, even Times Square, Commercial Street near downtown. Beside each dot, terse clinical labels glowed: coldly violent assault on police, mass, unexplained agitation, unidentified aggressive incident, large-scale riot suspected. Director, the supplemental report is finalized. The situation. Chen Mo's voice came out parched. He cleared his throat gently, placing the blue folder atop the teetering pile of documents on the desk, his gaze unable to tear itself away from those searing red points. It has expanded by 7 additional locations since our last consolidation. At West District Hospital, last night's confrontation escalated. Several medical staff sustained injuries. Witnesses at the South Suburb Logistics Park described events more concretely and far more inexplicable. He hesitated, searching for a term unlikely to provoke reprimand. The report states behavioral patterns exhibit extreme uniformity and heightened aggression, with markedly diminished responsiveness to standard de-escalation protocols. Director Wong did not reach for the urgent priority file. Instead, he pressed his fingers hard into his brow, knuckles whitening as if trying to crush the oppressive weight lodged there. Chen Mo, words like inexplicable, bizarre, inhuman. Never let them appear in any written report. Not a single character. His voice suddenly sharpened, edged with near hysterical severity. What headquarters demands are data, charts, cold, logical, analyzable phenomena, not urban folklore. Where are the forensic reports? The Center for Disease Control. Where are their scientific conclusions? He slammed his palm onto the desk, so violently that the nearby coffee cup trembled, spilling several drops of dark brown liquid that bled into a small, grim stain upon the surface. Forensic feedback, Chen Mo replied, voice lower pace, quickening, has detected an unknown, structurally complex, highly active substance in some critically injured individuals and in the deceased. Preliminary morphological analysis suggests resemblance to prion, but its activity level and destructive capacity vastly exceed all documented records. Its transmission route and pathogenic mechanism remain entirely unknown. The CDC has redeployed all senior personnel on rotating 3 shifts, but progress remains painfully slow. He leaned forward slightly, voice dropping to a near whisper. Director, I reviewed raw body camera footage from the West District Hospital incident site and the South Suburb Logistics Park entrance. Those people, their eyes were vacant, a dull ashen gray as if veiled by a shroud of death. Their movements were grotesquely rigid, yet the explosive force they unleashed defied human physiology. And he inhaled sharply. Critical public surveillance cameras near these incident sites recorded regular 3 to 7 second bursts of signal static, averaging 1.5 to 3 hours prior to each event. Each interference felt unnervingly precise, as though something had deliberately clamped down on the camera's throat. Outside, leaden gray clouds had silently devoured the afternoon sun, pressing down upon the city's horizon like a vast soiled shroud. A sudden gale erupted without warning, whipping up dust and scattered debris, battering the skyscraper's glass facade, with frantic, grasping hands producing a rapid, heart-pounding staccato of crack-crack-crack sounds. From deep within the corridor, muffled, ragged coughs echoed, tearing, desperate, amplified infinitely by the building's dead silence, then cutting off abruptly, leaving behind a deeper, more suffocating void. Director Wong remained silent for a long time, his gaze vacant, fixed on that desolate expanse of leaden sky beyond the window. His shoulders slumped inward, the brittle veneer of authority dissolving completely, revealing only bottomless weariness and a dazed, bewildered emptiness Chen Mo had never seen in his eyes before. Understood. His voice was dry, abrasive as grinding grit. Leave the report here. Chen Mo. He turned his gaze, refocusing with a gravity bordering on supplication. Remember who you are. Remember our duty. We are stabilizers, not amplifiers. Until explicit directives arrive from above, and until scientific consensus is established, proceed strictly according to protocol. Notify all sub-district offices, community centers, and grid managers to increase routine patrol frequency, especially during nighttime and in densely populated areas. Any anomalies must be reported promptly and in strict accordance with procedure. He deliberately emphasized the word procedure, his gaze piercing Chen Mo with sharp, unyielding intensity. Wording. Your wording must be exact. Any subjective speculation or exaggerated language risks triggering unwarranted panic. That would constitute a fundamental dereliction of duty. Is that clear? Clear. Chen Mo murmured, his chest constricting as though weighed down by a stone soaked in glacial water. He turned and stepped out. The heavy wooden door closed soundlessly behind him, sealing off the suffocating cocktail of odors and oppressive tension within, yet offering no relief to the frigid sinking weight now anchoring his own chest. The corridor lights seemed dimmer than when he'd entered, the air thick with an invisible viscous anxiety. He strode briskly toward his workstation, each footfall echoing with unnatural clarity across the hollow floor. Passing the half-open door of the staff lounge, hushed conspiratorial voices slithered into his ears like cold serpents. Did you hear? That madman from West District Hospital's ER last night nearly bit through security guard Lao Li's arm. Several people couldn't restrain him. He was unnaturally strong, like he'd been injected with pure adrenaline. They had to administer double the standard sedative dose just to quiet him briefly. Keep your voice down. Haven't they said it might be a new hallucinogenic drug, or perhaps a mass hysteria outbreak? Mass hysteria? My cousin works at the South Suburb Police Station. They handled the logistics park incident yesterday at dawn. They recovered several on-site samples. Know what they were? Pieces of bone, streaked with minced flesh. That smell. Ugh. Officer Zhang vomited on the spot. He said it smelled exactly like rotting pork sealed inside a high-pressure steamer for 3 days straight. Absolutely not drugs. Chen Mo's stride faltered almost imperceptibly, neither pausing nor turning his head. Those hushed, fearful words, bit through unnatural rotting pork for 3 days, hooked themselves like barbed wire into the fragile procedural shell he barely maintained inside the director's office. He returned to his cubicle and sat down. The cold plastic seat seeped through his thin trousers, delivering a jolt of chill. His computer screen remained lit, frozen on the final core supplies inventory accessible under his clearance level. N95 respirator masks, 1500 units remaining in municipal stockpile, theoretically sufficient for 7 days for key personnel. Medical protective suits level 3, 8500 sets remaining theoretically sufficient for 5 days for critical healthcare workers. Sodium hypochlorite disinfectant 5L1200 drums remaining theoretically sufficient for 10 days of targeted disinfection. Emergency compressed biscuits, 45 metric tons remaining theoretically sufficient for 3 days for the entire city population. Bottled drinking water, 800 bottles remaining theoretically sufficient for 15 days for the entire city population. Each figure measured against the city's colossal population appeared pitifully small, starkly pallid, even absurd. Especially water and food, those decimal fractions mocked the entire emergency response framework with chilling silence. Chen Mo's fingers hovered over the keyboard, its icy surface lending him a fleeting moment of clarity. He opened a secure internal messaging application, its interface austere, almost mercilessly minimal. The cursor blinked insistently in the blank input field. He hesitated, fingertips trembling faintly. Images flashed through his mind: his elderly parents in their old town apartment, his friend Li Jia, virologist at the municipal CDC, living alone in a southern city apartment. Finally, he typed swiftly, furtively, sending the message solely to Li Jia. Situation escalating anomalously. Stockpile water, antibiotics, trauma supplies, and non-perishable food. Maximize quantity. Immediately. Do not inquire. Do not reply. His finger struck the send key with a force that seemed to drain every ounce of strength from his body. An overwhelming wave of guilt seized him. He had violated the stabilizer mandate. He was disseminating panic. Yet a more primal instinct screamed louder: this might be the last chance. Less than a second after the green confirmation checkmark illuminated. Bang! The office door exploded inward, the impact detonating like thunder in the tomb-like silence of the corridor. A young woman in a blue subdistrict office uniform staggered inside, her face as white as bleached parchment, lips, quivering hair, disheveled, her identification badge askew across her chest. She practically hurled herself against Chen Mo's cubicle partition, gripping its edge with both hands until her knuckles blanched and her nails split, drawing blood she didn't even register. Her mouth gaped open, emitting only ragged guttural haha gasps. Raw terror contorted her voice into a shrill sobbing shriek. "See, Chechen teacher. Help! Help! It's terrible. The community center is gone." Tears streamed down her face, mingling with cold sweat. That old man, Mr. Wang, who came to apply for his senior citizen ID. He suddenly went berserk. Like a wild beast. He lunged at people. He grabbed Auntie Lu and sank his teeth into her neck. Blood sprayed everywhere. Sister Zhang tried to pull him off, and he clawed her arm open. Skin and muscle ripped wide open. So much blood. It wouldn't stop. That old man. Her voice spiked, laced with incomprehensible dread. His eyes. They're gray-white. No pupils at all. Like dead fish. Like glass marbles. And he's still moving. With terrifying, inhuman strength. No one could hold him down. Her description struck like a frozen chisel, instantly shattering the office's fragile, crumbling facade of calm. The air froze solid. Every colleague buried in cubicles, pretending absorption in spreadsheets, phone calls, paperwork, froze mid-motion. The clatter of keyboards, the rustle of paper, the murmur of conversation, all ceased. Only her desperate wailing cries reverberated through the cavernous office, ricocheting off the cold walls and striking every fraying nerve. The wind outside howled with renewed ferocity, a mournful spectral wail, as if legions of tormented souls surged between the buildings, shaking the windows violently until the glass groaned in protest. The leaden sky pressed lower, threatening imminent collapse. Chen Mo shot upright from his chair, so fast he overturned it. The cheap chair legs shrieked across the floor, a shrill, grating screech, the final dying cry of civilized order. That freshly sent, encrypted message. That sterile inventory list. Those searing red points on the screen. Director Wang's grave warnings. The hushed whispers from the lounge. The forensic report's mention of a highly active, unknown substance. In this instant, every fragmented, procedurally wrapped anomaly was brutally, irrevocably assembled by the cold, bloody reality reflected in the girl's terrified pupils. The doors symbolizing order, procedure, and the emergency response system they so proudly upheld had not been breached from without. Instead, an indescribable flood, reeking of putrid decay, was erupting violently from the most foundational fissure in society's fabric, the very community center designed to serve. It surged forth with gory abandon and despairing screams, crashing with irreversible force against everything they had sworn to protect. A glacial despair heavier than the leaden sky outside flooded Chen Mo and drowned the entire silent office. The news brought by the girl was like a bomb dropped into still water, and after a brief silence the office erupted. Is it really beginning? Biting, grayish-white eyes. Just like in the report. Hurry, call the police. Notify the security office. Call the police. The phone lines are already down. All busy. It's all busy. Is Sister Zhang injured? Will her wound be contagious? The kind of virus mentioned in the report. Panic spread like ink dropped into clear water, instantly diffusing and blurring. Some people scrambled to grab the desk phone, frantically pressing the redial button, but all they heard was the rapid, busy tone. Others rushed to the window, futilely trying to see the direction of the community center below, only to be blocked by thick, bulletproof glass and the lead gray curtain of rain, while some shrank in their seats like frightened rabbits, their faces pale, trembling all over. A faint smell of urine pervaded the air as someone had lost control. The door to Director Wang's office opened again. He stood at the doorway, his face grayer than the wall behind him. The authority he had just managed to maintain completely evaporated, leaving only a sense of emptiness and terror. Silence. Everyone be quiet. His voice was hoarse, trying to regain control of the situation, but the tremor in his tone was unmistakably drowned out by the greater din. Chen Mo had no time to deal with the chaos. He grabbed the arm of the street office girl, who was nearly slumped to the ground with such force that she cried out in pain. What is the situation at the community center now? Is the door closed? How many people are still inside? Where is Sister Zhang, the injured one? His questions came like a rapid-fire barrage, his voice deep and urgent, carrying a calm born from professional instinct, even though his heart was racing, nearly bursting out of his chest. The door is blocked. With tables. Chairs. Old Wang. No, that monster is still inside, banging on the door. Bang, bang, bang. The girl spoke incoherently, her eyes vacant. Sister Zhang. She's hiding in the second-floor archive room. There's so much blood. Her face is terrifyingly pale. She's burning up. Very hot. She keeps shivering and saying she's cold. The girl's description sent Chen Mo's heart sinking. Fever chills. This matched the preliminary symptom report circulating internally about some initial infected individuals. Security office. Have you contacted the security office? Chen Mo. The security office said. They have pulled all personnel to the underground garage entrance and the first floor lobby. Something happened over there too. A young colleague shouted with a crying voice in the lobby reception. They just brought in someone injured from a fight. Suddenly went mad. Bit a security guard. Now the lobby is in chaos. They can't spare anyone to go to the community center. Bad news came one after another, and a systemic collapse had begun. Chen Mo felt a wave of dizziness. He forced himself to calm down, scanning the office. Chaotic crowd stacks of documents, the director's office, symbolizing power, and the lead gray sky outside that looked like a doomsday judgment. This place, once a nerve center for the city's emergency response, now resembled a sinking island struggling to survive. Xiaolu. Chen Mo pointed at the relatively composed young colleague. Immediately go to the logistics department. Use my access card to requisition all available first aid kits. Tourniquets, bandages, disinfectants. The more the better. Tell them there are seriously injured people at the community center. Hurry. Xiaoli, you go to the tech team. Have them find a way to restore the surveillance footage around the community center. I need to know the real-time situation inside. Everyone. Chen Mo raised his voice to drown out the noise. Guard the office door. Stack all movable desks and cabinets against it. Leave only one observation hole. Keep trying to contact external support with all desk phones. For mobile phones, check if there's any signal. His commands carried an undeniable force, temporarily suppressing the panic. The crowd began to clumsily act, moving desks and chairs to create obstacles. The heavy desks screeched against the floor, creating a strange sense of order amid the chaos. Director Wang stood dazed at the doorway, watching Chen Mo issue orders. Opened his mouth, but ultimately said nothing, dejectedly retreating back to his office and closing the door. That door symbolized the retreat of the last bit of authority. Chen Mo walked quickly to the window, ignoring the raging storm beating against the glass. He forcefully pulled back a corner of the heavy curtains, looking down through the blurry rain curtain. In the square in front of the municipal building, the usually leisurely pedestrians were nowhere to be seen. Several police cars were parked, askew, their sirens silently spinning, red and blue lights blending into an ominous glow in the rain. Further away, the outline of the three-story community center flickered in and out of sight through the rain. The glass of the street-facing windows on the first floor had shattered in several places, the dark holes resembling the eyes of a monster. He seemed to imagine the desperate sounds of banging on the door and the screams inside. Chen Mo. The surveillance. Some of it has come back. Xiaoli from the tech team shouted, his voice trembling. Chen Mo immediately rushed to his workstation. The screen displayed several blurry images, evidently transmitted through community center cameras that had not yet been completely damaged. Image 1, first floor service hall, a scene of devastation. Tipped chairs, scattered documents, and suspicious dark stains splattered across the walls and floor. A figure in a blue street office uniform, appearing to be Sister Zhang, was curled up in a corner, held firmly in place by two colleagues with a table. Her body was convulsing violently, emitting inhuman hissing sounds, her grayish-white eyes reflecting a dead light in the dim illumination, desperately clawing at the table that was pinning her down. Her right sleeve was torn, exposing a wound that was a mass of flesh and blood deep enough to see the bone, with the edges of the flesh displaying an ominous, rapidly spreading grayish color. Image 2, stairwell, a rigid figure, old Wang, was continuously slamming his head and shoulders against the fire door leading to the second floor in a mechanical and violent manner. The door panel emitted a dull and terrifying thud with each impact, causing dust to fall from around the door frame. The metal surface of the fire door had already caved in and deformed. Image 3, archive room, doorway on the second floor. Several survivors, including Aunt Lu, whom the injured girl mentioned, with a blood-soaked cloth wrapped around her neck, were desperately holding the archive room door with their bodies and whatever makeshift objects they could find, their faces etched with extreme fear. The door was also being violently slammed from the inside. Was Sister Zhang the only one in the archive room? No. Chen Mo's heart suddenly constricted. There were others inside who had been infected. Or had Sister Zhang turned so quickly? Bang. Crack. In the surveillance footage, the fire door in the stairwell made a deafening sound of being overwhelmed. The lock twisted and broke. A gap was forced open in the door. A hand covered in blood and dirt with broken nails suddenly reached out from the opening, clawing wildly. Ah! Those in the office who saw this scene couldn't help but scream in terror. Chen Mo stared at the screen, his palms sweating coldly. The community center had already fallen. The chaos in the lobby of the municipal building. He dared not think further. He glanced at the encrypted messaging app on his computer screen next to the message sent to Leisha, still showing that solitary green checkmark with no replies. The sounds of wind and rain outside, the faint chaotic shouts from below, the stifled sobs and heavy breathing in the office intertwined into a desperate overture. The invisible rotting tide had already spilled over the threshold, surging violently into their last bastion. Chen Mo felt a chilling coldness more intense than the cold air from a freezer freezing from the soles of his feet to the top of his head. However, the anticipated complete outbreak did not arrive instantly. Instead of the direct impact brought by the girl from the community center, a more suffocating and widespread sense of asphyxiation replaced it. The municipal building, this massive bureaucratic machine, seemed to still be operating slowly and heavily, trying to redirect the increasingly obvious signs of collapse back onto a normal track. The door to Director Wang's office remained tightly shut. But soon a refined internal notice was issued through the OA system to everyone's terminals, explanation and work requirements regarding recent sudden public safety incidents. In certain areas, the notice characterized the attack on the community center as a serious violent incident triggered by extreme personal emotions and suspected sudden illness, while the events at the West District Hospital and South Suburb Logistics Park were described as localized disorder caused by misinformation and group panic. The wording was rigorous and calm, striving to downplay any abnormalities and correlations, emphasizing do not spread rumors, do not believe rumors, and requiring all personnel to stay at their posts, perform their duties, diligently follow commands in all actions, and ensure the normal operation of government functions. This notice felt like a cold stone attempting to suppress the tumultuous waves churning in everyone's hearts. In the office, no one spoke, but a heavier, eerier atmosphere began to pervade. Colleagues exchanged glances, their eyes filled with disbelief and a fear of being forcibly silenced. Those trying to make external calls found the lines had become incredibly unstable, cutting in and out. Even when connected, the other's voice was indistinct and filled with noise, as if the signal was being interfered with and devoured by some invisible force. In front of technician Xiaoli, the surveillance screens were losing signal one after another. It wasn't a black screen, but a dense flickering static emitting a harsh crackling sound, as if countless eyes were simultaneously closing on the other side of the screen. The last few remaining images also became extremely unstable, the visuals distorted and dragging, as if observing the world through boiling water. The footage from the community center had long since vanished. Director, the signal. The signal has been completely interrupted. It's not a device problem. It feels like a strong electromagnetic interference. Xiao Li's voice trembled as he reported to the closed door, but there was no response from within. The sky outside was thickening with lead gray clouds pressing low over the tops of the skyscrapers. It was still afternoon, yet the light was dim, as if it were dusk. The wind grew more intense, wailing through the gaps between the buildings, swirling up papers and dust from the ground, forming small, despairing whirlpools. A low, continuous humming sound began to faintly emerge, not from a specific direction, but permeating the entire air like the painful, low-frequency groan of the city itself. Then the lights went out. It wasn't a power trip, but a complete, all-encompassing blackout. The office was instantly plunged into darkness, with only the fading afterimage left by the computer screens and the sickly gray light filtering in from outside. The emergency lights struggled to flicker on for a few seconds, casting a pale light, then quickly dimmed. There seemed to be issues with the backup power system as well. Darkness and silence descended abruptly, leaving only the sound of the wind outside and that omnipresent, disturbing hum. What do we do? My phone has no signal either. Director Wang. Panic silently spread and fermented in the darkness. People felt lost, like trapped beasts groping in the dim light, softly calling out, yet receiving no guidance. Chen Mo felt his way to the window. He saw that all the traffic lights on the street below had gone dark. Vehicles were chaotically jammed together, and the piercing sound of horns rose and fell, but was soon swallowed by the sound of the wind and that eerie hum. Some vehicles tried to move, but triggered more collisions and blockages. In the distance, several blocks away, a thick column of black smoke began to rise, slowly merging into the low-hanging clouds, yet there were no sounds of fire truck sirens. He saw the crowd at the street corner begin to stir. Some seemed to be running while others stood confused or swayed in a strange, stiff manner. The distance was too far, the details hazy, but the sense of disorder and chaos was visibly spreading at a rapid pace. Hiss! A non-human, extremely close roar suddenly came from deep within the corridor, followed by a heavy banging sound, as if something was violently crashing against the fire door in the stairwell. They're coming. Someone screamed in utter fear. Although the office door was blocked in the darkness, that makeshift barrier seemed so fragile. The sounds of impact came one after another, like a hammering on everyone's hearts. Accompanying the banging were more distinct hissing sounds, and some kind of chewing, tearing, wet sounds. Were they coming from downstairs? Or from the ventilation ducts? In the dark, human hearing became extraordinarily sharp, yet also incredibly fragile. Every minute sound was magnified, infinitely twisted into the most terrifying imagination. "We can't stay here." Chen Mo's voice rang out in the darkness, resolute. "The elevator must be unusable. We have to go through the fire escape now." While they haven't completely broken down the door, there was no time to hesitate. The instinct for survival overwhelmed the fear of darkness and the unknown. People fumbled and tugged at each other, moving towards the fire escape based on memory. Each sound of impact and roar from below made their hearts tighten. Every step was taken on the foundation of unknown fears. The fire escape door was tightly closed. Old Sun trembled as he tried to open it with a key he found somewhere. "Hurry up, brother Sun," someone urged with a crying voice. With a click, the lock finally opened. Old Sun yanked the door open. A strong, indescribable stench rushed at them. It was not just the smell of blood, but a mixture of ruptured organs, fecal incontinence, and a nauseatingly sweet odor of deeper decay. The fire escape was in disarray. Under the weak light of the emergency lights, deep-colored stains splattered on the walls could be seen, with shattered glasses, a high heel, and pools of thick, dark red liquid scattered on the steps. Echoing from deep within the stairs, there were chilling sounds, heavy footsteps, dragging noises, and that omnipresent hissing sound. They were trapped. Up was the unknown, down perhaps the entrance to hell. The invisible tide was no longer just spilling over the threshold. It had filled the stairwell slowly and inexorably, surrounding them from both above and below. They could hear it, smell it, feel the breath of death it brought. A storm was coming. No, the storm had already entered the house. They stood at the eye of the storm, listening to the thunderclaps ringing in their ears, yet seeing no light. Every decision could lead them deeper into the abyss. The oppressive sensation was like tangible darkness tightly wrapping around everyone, nearly choking their breath. Collapse was just a second away. The darkness, the stench, and the inhuman sounds approaching from above and below felt like a tightening noose, suffocating everyone to the brink of breathlessness. The fire escape had become a vertical tomb, trapping them in between with no way to advance or retreat. "Upwards. We must go up. There may be hope on the rooftop." Chen Mo hoarsely roared. This seemed to be the only viable choice amidst despair. The way down led to the hall, which had long since turned into hell, while going up at least offered the possibility of reaching the rooftop. Perhaps there would be a signal, perhaps rescue, even if it only meant living for a few more minutes. The instinct for survival drove this group of frightened individuals. They huddled together, stumbling and scrambling their way upwards. The ground was sticky and slippery, whether from rain or something else. Each step sent shivers down their spines. In the dark, they could only rely on the meager light from their phone screens and the sickly gray light seeping in from the window to see. From the corner of the staircase below, a twisted figure suddenly lunged out. It was the security guard who had been bitten in the lobby on the first floor. His uniform was torn, half of his cheek was missing, exposing white bone and writhing dark red flesh. His grayish-white eyes stared greedily at the crowd above, letting out a ravenous roar, moving stiffly yet swiftly towards them. "Get away." In a moment of panic, Old Sun from logistics threw down the half-full bottle of water he had been carrying. The bottle smashed into the zombie security guard, splattering water everywhere. This momentarily halted it and bought time for the others. "Quick, run." Panic erupted completely. People screamed and shoved, frantically racing upwards without a care. The narrow staircase was suddenly thrown into chaos. Someone fell, letting out a piercing scream, instantly engulfed by the shadows of more figures rushing up from below, drawn by the noise. The sounds of tearing, chewing, and satisfied hissing quickly replaced the screams, sending shocks through everyone's nerves. Chen Mo glanced back, his heart nearly stopping. At the bottom of the dark staircase, more figures were surging upward, following the sound and the scent of the living. They were jostling together, forming a terrifying, deadly tide. "Don't look back. Run." He pulled the street off his girl, who was nearly paralyzed with fear, and desperately climbed higher. Finally, they saw the heavy fire door leading to the rooftop. Hope was right in front of them, but despair was ever present. "It's locked. It's locked." The person at the front desperately shook the doorknob, but the heavy iron door did not budge. The rooftop door was usually locked from the inside to prevent accidents. Their final escape route was cut off, and at this moment the tide of corpses was closing in. The closest one, dressed in a janitor's uniform with intestines dragging on the ground, reached out with claw-like hands, almost touching the ankle of the last technician, Shaoli. Shaoli was terrified and dodged to the side, only to crash into some debris piled in the corner of the staircase, several paint buckets, and a pile of old building materials. Clang! Crash! The clutter fell momentarily, forming a fragile barrier that slightly impeded the advance of the horde. But they felt no pain, no fatigue, and simply pushed madly, trying to get over the obstacle. "Hold it. Use something to block the staircase." Chen Mo and a few other male colleagues with energy hurriedly stuffed everything they could find, broken table legs, heavy fire extinguishers, even the bodies of their fallen comrades. The colleague who had fallen and been bitten was already twitching, trying to get up, frantically blocking the only passage. But this was undoubtedly like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. The fragile obstacle groaned under the insane push of the horde, ready to collapse at any moment. What do we do? Oi, Chen Mo, we're going to die. Sister Zhao sat slumped in the corner, her voice utterly broken, her protective suit stained with unknown blood and the splattered stench of viscous fluid. Chen Mo leaned against the cold, biting iron door of the rooftop, gasping heavily. Sweat, rain, and blood blurred his vision. Despair filled his chest like cold concrete. Below was the relentless tide of death, above was the locked path to life. They were completely trapped in this cold concrete tomb, listening to the footsteps and roars of death approaching step by step. That invisible decaying flood was no longer a metaphor. It had transformed into concrete sounds, smells, and sensations surging just a few meters away, crashing against their last crumbling psychological defenses. Each impact loosened the stacked obstacles. Each roar broke one of their nerves. Darkness, stench, coldness, despair. Time seemed to stretch. Every second felt like torment in hell. They could hear each other's heavy, fearful breaths, the frantic beating of their hearts, and most clearly, crack. The sound of the thick wooden stick used to brace the door breaking completely in the narrow, echoing staircase was like a thunderclap striking at the already taut nerves of everyone. The fragile obstacles piled at the staircase entrance suddenly bulged inward, debris rolling down with a clatter. One after another, grayish-white, filthy hands clawed like rotting branches, wildly reaching through the gaps, grasping at the air, driven by a suffocating desire. More hissing sounds converged into a spine-chilling chorus of death battering against their eardrums. Hold it. Use your bodies to hold it. Chen Mo roared, pressing his shoulder firmly against the shifting obstacles. Other male colleagues, still with strength, also desperately pushed against it. But this was undoubtedly futile. The force coming from the other side of the obstacle was beyond imagination, far beyond what human strength could contend with. Each impact sent their blood surging as if their bones might shatter. Despair washed over this small platform like a cold tide. Just then, another closer, more terrifying sound erupted from within them. It was an extremely faint sound, as if the throat was clogged with thick phlegm. Huh. The sound came from the corner. It was the street office girl curled up who had been bitten on the arm. She slowly, stiffly lifted her head. Her mask had unknowingly been torn halfway off, revealing the lower half of her face. Her originally pale lips now had a strange, ominous purplish-gray hue, uncontrollably drooling a mixture of saliva and blood. Her eyes, those eyes that had once been filled with terror and tears, were now losing focus at a visibly rapid pace, covered by a waxy, lifeless grayish-white film. Her body began to twitch slightly rhythmically like a puppet that had been electrified. The hissing from her throat grew clearer and more urgent. She has changed. Sister Zhao, the one closest to her, was the first to notice, letting out a scream of utter terror, rolling and scrambling backward, her back smashing against the cold iron door of the rooftop, making a dull sound. Internal mutation. In front, the tide of corpses was breaking through the door, and behind, their companion was transforming. At this moment, everyone's spirit suffered a devastating blow. The last refuge had turned into a cage with no escape and a place of execution. Xiaozhong, look at me. Hold on. Chen Mo wanted to make one last effort, but before he could finish his sentence, that girl, or rather the thing that had once been a girl, suddenly turned her head, her grayish-white eyes locking on to the trembling technician Xiao Li. A sharp shriek erupted from her, its throat no longer human, and in a twisted, swift motion it lunged forward. Don't come over. Xiao Li, terrified, instinctively smashed the precious broken laptop he held against it. The laptop struck its head, shards of the screen flying, but it merely staggered slightly. It seemed to feel no pain, continuing to lunge forward, opening its mouth to bite at Xiao Li's calf. Damn it. Old Sun beside him was quick to act, grabbing a metal thermos that someone had dropped on the ground and smashing it with all his might against its temple. Bang! A muffled sound. It was finally knocked down, but immediately struggled to get back up, its limbs twisting in an unearthly manner, trying to launch another attack. Its strength was astonishing. The internal threat had to be eliminated immediately. Otherwise, they would soon be caught in a pincer attack. There was no time to hesitate, no time to grieve, and certainly no time to consider whether this was moral. The instinct for survival overwhelmed everything. Hold her. Chen Mo's voice was cold, so cold that it felt unfamiliar to him. Xiao Li and another relatively calm colleague lunged at it, using all their strength to pin the still, thrashing, shrieking thing firmly against the cold, damp ground. Its body was chillingly cold and exuded a stronger, sweeter, rotting odor. What do we do? Oi! Xiao Li shouted, panting heavily, his arms scratched and bleeding from its wild clawing. Chen Mo's gaze swept around, finally landing on the tightly closed, locked iron door to the rooftop. Below the door there was a narrow gap for drainage. A cold, cruel thought, but perhaps the only option formed in his mind. Push her. Push it. Through the gap in the door. He squeezed out this sentence through clenched teeth. Everyone froze. Push it out. Below was the surging tide of corpses. But this meant. It meant. Quick. There was no time left. Chen Mo roared. The obstacles at the staircase entrance were crumbling and more limbs were reaching in. A brutal choice lay before them. Either let her fully mutate here and attack everyone, or push her into the abyss, perhaps momentarily diverting the attention of those things below, buying them a few meager seconds. There was no better way. The few of them endured immense psychological discomfort and physical nausea, working together to drag the wildly struggling thing towards the iron door. It shrieked, twisted, its grayish-white eyes glaring fiercely at the crowd above, filled with pure primal malice. Finally, they forced one of its legs through the gap in the door. In that instant, the roar of the tide of corpses below suddenly intensified. The scent of fresh kind and the sounds of the living struggling like cold water thrown into boiling oil instantly ignited the frenzy of those things below. The force pushing against the obstacles suddenly eased. Almost all the hands that had reached and retracted. The frenzied scratching and crashing sounds turned into chaotic tearing and scrambling sounds flowing downward. One could vaguely hear the sickening sound of flesh tearing and the even more excited hissing. They were drawn to it, competing for this new arrival. Opportunity. Now, Chen Mo's eyes were bloodshot as he used his last strength to completely shove the still shrieking thing through the door gap. A heavy thud echoed along with the sound of madness and tearing from below, amplified countless times, ringing clearly in their ears. The sound was nauseating enough to become a nightmare that none would escape for the rest of their lives. The pressure at the staircase entrance lightened instantly. The obstacles were temporarily stabilized. On the platform, there was a deathly silence. Only the heavy, trembling breaths of the survivors remained. Every face was devoid of color, their eyes hollow, as if their souls had been drained. They had just sent their once comrade into hell with their own hands and used her death to gain a moment of respite. The shackles of morality and the harshness of survival created a tremendous sense of tearing at this moment, nearly driving everyone mad. However, the crisis was not yet over. The door seems to have loosened a bit. Old Sun, who had been bracing the rooftop iron door with his body, suddenly shouted. Chen Mo turned back sharply. Indeed, perhaps due to the violent impacts and vibrations, just now the once-locked heavy iron door seemed to show a slight, almost imperceptible looseness at the edge of the doorframe. Hope flickered like a weak spark in the darkness. Break it down. Push together, Chen Mo shouted hoarsely. The desire to survive overwhelmed all once more. The remaining 6 people, including the injured, braced their shoulders against the cold iron door. 1, 2, 3, charge. Their bodies slammed against the iron door, producing a dull thud. The door did not budge. Again. 1, 2, 3, charge. Again and again. Pain shot through their shoulders, their bones felt as if they might shatter. But no one gave up. Below, the sounds of fighting and biting gradually subsided. The brief feast was over, and those things seemed to refocus their attention on the fresh living sense above. The obstacles began to tremble slightly again. One last time. Use all your strength. Chen Mo felt a metallic taste in his throat. Everyone took a deep breath, using the last of their life force, and slammed against the iron door. Bang! Crack! A heart-stopping sound of metal twisting rang out. The lock's position suddenly deformed. The door finally opened a gap of more than 10 centimeters. The cold, violent wind and rain rushed in, nearly blinding them. But it also brought the vast air of the outside world. It's open. It's open. Elation mixed with endless fatigue and trauma surged in their hearts. They scrambled through the narrow gap, finally stepping onto the empty rooftop of the municipal building. The ones behind hurriedly found something to jam the exit to prevent the pursuing horde from following. The torrential rain and wind swallowed them like a long-awaited beast. The rain slapped painfully against their faces. Beneath their feet was the slick asphalt surface and a jumble of ventilation ducts and equipment rooms. They greedily breathed in the cold, rain-scented air, though this air was also faintly mixed with the smell of smoke from afar, and that familiar sweet, rancid odor. They were temporarily safe, but they had paid a heavy price. From more than 10 people who had come down, only 5 remained, all injured, their spirits on the brink of collapse. Where's Xiaozhong? Sister Zhao screamed. He was right behind me. Wang Lei stuttered in fear. Chen Mo's expression darkened as he looked at the tightly closed door, faintly hearing the excited hissing of zombies and the scratching of nails against the metal. Xiaozhong is probably. Chen Mo did not finish his sentence, staggering to the edge of the rooftop and looking down. The city resembled a massive dying organ. Countless streets were clogged with abandoned vehicles like paralyzed veins. Smoke billowed from multiple locations, with flames flickering in the rain. Most of the once brilliant neon lights were extinguished, leaving only a few scattered lights flickering futilely in the boundless darkness, adding to the desolation. In the distance, occasional gunshots, explosions, and the eternal background noise. The desperate low hum of countless hisses merged together. There were no signs of rescue, no trace of order. The waves of civilization seemed to have been completely severed. They were trapped in this high-altitude island with a tide of corpses beneath and a city in ruin around them. Hunger, cold, pain, fear, and the indelible psychological trauma they had just forged with their own hands gnawed at each person like parasites. The rooftop door that had been smashed open loomed behind them like a black wound, reminding them of the hellish path they had taken, also foreshadowing that danger could descend again at any moment. The wind and rain intensified. The sky grew darker. Night was approaching. The first night in this land of the living dead. Chen Mo felt an unprecedented fatigue and coldness, not just physically. He surveyed the numb, despairing faces of the survivors around him. Surviving. This simplest thought had become incredibly heavy and difficult at this moment. They had fallen from the guardians of order to the outcasts of the rules, plummeting from the fortress of civilization into the wild jungle. What should be the next step? Bashing against the iron gate of the rooftop, he pushed the howling and struggling thing into the abyss, using the brief chaos it created to seal the stairway once more. This series of brutally extreme actions nearly drained everyone of their last ounce of strength and energy. As the nauseating sounds of struggle and tearing below the stairs gradually subsided, replaced by distant yet persistent sounds of banging and scratching, the 5 survivors on the platform were like marionettes with their strings cut, collapsing onto the cold, slippery ground. The torrential rain continued to rage, the ferocious wind lashed at their bodies, yet it could not wash away the heavy stench of blood, decay, and that deeper, soul-chilling fear. No one spoke, only ragged breaths sharp enough to cause pain, and the muffled sobs of survivors unable to suppress their emotions filled the air. Technician Xiao Li huddled in a corner, clutching his injured arm, his body shaking uncontrollably, not knowing if it was from blood loss, cold, or the immense fear of what was to come. Chen Mo leaned against the still slightly trembling obstruction, feeling his heart racing to the point of nearly breaking through his chest. He forced himself to take deep breaths. The cold air mixed with the stench of rain and rot, filling his lungs, bringing sharp pain, yet it also slightly cleared his muddled mind. Action must be taken immediately. To stop is to wait for death. Check your injuries. Count all usable supplies. Hurry. His voice was hoarse, yet it carried an undeniable insistence, restoring a fragile order amidst this dire situation. People moved as if whipped by a lash, numbly starting to act. Old Sun, suppressing his weakness, carefully examined the obstacles at the stairway and reinforced a few loose points. Sister Zhao and Wang Lei assisted Chen Mo, using the last half bottle of disinfectant and torn strips of protective clothing they had brought from the office to clean and bandage Xiao Li's wounds. The wound was deep and swollen at the edges, making anyone who looked at it gasp in horror. Xiao Li gritted his teeth as cold sweat mingled with rainwater streamed down his pale cheeks. Hang in there, Xiao Li, you'll be fine. Sister Zhao's voice trembled, unsure if she was comforting Xiao Li or herself. Chen Mo silently continued to bandage, avoiding Xiao Li's pleading gaze. He could offer no guarantees. The results of the supply count were despairing. Food: 3 crushed cans of luncheon, meat 2 small bags of soaked compressed biscuits, water 4.5 500 milliliters bottles of mineral water. Tools: Old Sun's fire axe, several rusty iron pipes, a nearly dead emergency light, and Chen Mo's internal phone, which still had no signal. We must find a place to shelter from the rain, otherwise, even if we aren't eaten by those things, we will freeze to death. Old Sun gasped, pointing to the other end of the rooftop. There are a few ventilation equipment rooms over there. See if we can open the doors. Fortunately, one of the machine room doors was only slightly ajar. The space inside was small, filled with some discarded equipment and tools covered in dust and rust, but at least it was dry and could shield them from most of the wind and rain. The 5 of them squeezed inside, and the space immediately felt cramped, yet being close together provided a glimmer of warmth. The emergency light was placed on an overturned bucket, its dim yellow glow barely illuminating the terrified faces of each of them. Outside, the sounds of wind and rain, along with the distant echoes of crashing and howling, were mostly cut off, creating a strange, fleeting calm for a moment. Just then, the internal phone in Chen Mo's pocket, which had been silent, suddenly vibrated ever so slightly. He quickly pulled out the phone. The screen actually lit up. In the upper right corner was a faint signal bar, weak enough to disappear at any moment. A text message notification was glaringly visible. His heart tightened. Hope. Or. He trembled as he clicked on the message. Unknown number, evacuation point. West District. Stadium. Underground. Garage. B3. Emergency. Agreement. 47 hours. Valid. Repeat. West District. Stadium. Underground. B3. 47 Hours. The message was fragmented, the sender unknown, yet the content struck like a blinding lightning, instantly dispelling the numbness and despair within the cramped space. There's a signal. There's an evacuation point. Wang Lei was the first to shout, his voice cracking with excitement, his face bursting with joy. West District Stadium. We're saved. I knew the government wouldn't abandon us. The others quickly gathered around, staring at that small screen as if it held the only path to survival. Even the listless Xiao Li struggled to open his eyes, a faint spark igniting within them. Hope, like a powerful stimulant injected into their despair, began to circulate through their nearly frozen blood. Yet Chen Mo's heart sank even deeper. 47 hours. From when does that count? How long has the information been delayed? The West District Stadium would require traversing nearly the entire chaotic city center. This path was nothing less than a one-way street to hell. Moreover, this unknown number, this abrupt message, this signal so faint. Everything exuded a sense of unnameable eeriness and foreboding. Is this truly hope? Or another more meticulously laid trap? Or perhaps the price to pay behind this hope would be something they could not bear. However, seeing the rekindled desire for survival in his companion's eyes, Chen Mo could not voice his doubts. He could only grip the phone tightly, as if holding onto a bomb that could explode at any moment. Time seemed to thicken and slow down in that cramped, crowded equipment room. The heavy iron doors and walls temporarily isolated them from the direct auditory and visual shocks of the outside chaotic world. Though the sounds of wind and rain were still faintly audible, and the incessant banging and howling from below persisted like background noise in this relatively dry and enclosed space, a false calm born from extreme exhaustion inevitably descended. The dim yellow halo of the emergency light was the only source of illumination in this small world, stretching the 5 huddled figures into distorted, swaying shadows on the dust and rust-covered walls. Beyond the light lay a deep darkness, as if it could swallow everything. The air was filled with a complex blend of odors, the acrid smell of disinfectant, the cold metallic scent of rust, the mustiness of soaked clothing, the greasy aroma of luncheon meat, and the sweat, blood, and that persistent, faintly sweet odor of decay emanating from each person, swirling like a ghost, uncertain if it originated from the outside or from some silently occurring internal change. No one spoke. The initial frantic escape and harsh choices had drained all their strength and spirit. At this moment, only the numbness of their breaths and the bone-deep fatigue brought on by their survival remained. They were like a group of wounded beasts huddled together, instinctively drawing warmth from each other's bodies to combat the pervasive cold and fear. Chen Mo leaned against a cold iron cabinet, feeling every bone in his body groan. The wounds on his arms and knees throbbed painfully from the cold and damp. He cautiously adjusted his position, trying to avoid contact with Xiao Li beside him. Xiao Li was in a terrible state. He was curled up in the furthest corner from the light, his head buried deep between his knees, his body shaking uncontrollably. The bandage around his arm faintly revealed a murky pale yellow liquid seeping through, staining the cloth with a small, irregular, unsettling blot. His breathing was heavy, accompanied by an ominous labored sound, as if each breath required all his strength. Chen Mo's heart sank little by little. He knew it might not be a simple wound infection. Old Sun sat near the door, still tightly gripping the fire axe, its blade dark with thickening stains. He listened intently to the sounds outside, his wrinkled face etched with fatigue, yet his eyes remained sharp like an old shepherd dog guarding the last line of defense. Occasionally he would glance at Xiao Li, frowning, then exchange a heavy and helpless glance with Chen Mo. Sister Zhao and Wang Lei were squeezed together on the other side. Sister Zhao was carefully, almost as if performing a sacred ritual, dividing the contents of the crushed can of luncheon meat into 6 portions using a rusty screwdriver. Her movements were slow, her fingers trembling slightly from the cold and tension. Each insignificant portion of meat paste was a precious source of energy, sustaining their lives at this moment. Wang Lei stared vacantly at the ground, his hands unconsciously rubbing together, as if silently murmuring something. His mental state was clearly on the verge of collapse, and the brief glimmer of hope had not truly illuminated the abyss within him. "Eat up." Sister Zhao's voice was hoarse as she handed out the divided food. No one was polite, accepting the cold pieces of meat and silently stuffing them into their mouths, mechanically chewing. The taste was far from good, the cold grease stuck in their throats, but the sense of solidity it brought to their stomachs made them feel slightly better. Water was even more precious, with each person receiving only a small sip to moisten their painfully dry throats. After finishing this makeshift dinner, the atmosphere seemed to ease just a bit. At least they were still alive for the time being, with a relatively sheltered corner from the wind and rain and something to eat. That message. Wang Lei suddenly lifted his head, his eyes gleaming with a sickly fervent light. The stadium. Can we really get there? There must be troops there. Helicopters. We're saved. He clung to this thread of hope, repeating it as if that would make it a reality. Save your strength, Wang Lei. Old Sun interrupted him in a low voice, still staring at the crack in the door. The road is still long, and that signal was strange. He was experienced and instinctively held deep doubts about this sudden hope. Chen Mo remained silent as he took out the phone once more. The screen had dimmed again. He pressed to light it up. The incomplete message was still there like a cold temptation. The signal bar had completely vanished, as if that faint connection had been nothing but an illusion. He tried to call back, but unsurprisingly it failed. Unknown number. Valid for 47 hours. Everything felt as if it was either meticulously designed or a result of extreme chaos. Either way, it was unsettling. Even if there's only a glimmer of hope, we have to try. Chen Mo finally spoke, his voice calm, yet carrying an undeniable strength. We can't stay trapped here forever. Night was fast approaching, and the situation would likely worsen. We must find a way to leave the rooftop. His words pulled everyone back to reality. There was hope, but the road to it was fraught with thorns and unknown death. Discussions began with voices kept extremely low. I've checked the ventilation ducts. They're too narrow. The situation inside is unclear, and they may lead to more dangerous places. Old Sun shook his head. The external maintenance ladder. The rain is too heavy, and the ladder is wet and slippery over 10 meters high. Ooh, it's too dangerous. Sister Zhao's voice trembled. Are we really left with no choice but to go down the original route? Wang Lei's face turned pale. Each plan was mercilessly denied by reality. Despair began to creep back in quietly. Just then Xiao Li suddenly let out a pained groan. Everyone looked over. They saw him lift his head, his face taking on a bizarre, unnatural flush under the dim light, and his forehead glistened with fine beads of cold sweat. His eyes seemed somewhat vacant, breathing heavily. The breaths grew increasingly rapid. Cold. So cold. He trembled, his voice weak, and so hot. Uncomfortable. Chen Mo's heart tightened suddenly. He extended his hand to check Xiao Li's forehead, but his fingers stopped just a few centimeters from his skin. He was afraid of that abnormal heat and afraid of something else. Sister Zhao gathered her courage and quickly touched Xiao Li's forehead with the back of her hand, immediately recoiling, as if scalded, her face drained of color. So hot. He's running a high fever. High fever. This is one of the typical symptoms mentioned in the report after infection. The atmosphere in the control room, which had just softened, instantly vanished. An invisible fear tightened everyone's throats once again. They stared at Xiao Li in terror, as if looking at a bomb that could explode at any moment. Xiao Li seemed to sense everyone's gaze. He struggled to open his eyes, filled with pain and a deep-seated terror. I want change. Right, Brother Chen. Uncle Sun. Save me. I don't want to become like that. His voice was laced with sobs, filled with a desire for life and an ultimate fear of an unknown fate. This plea struck everyone like a dagger. Don't think nonsense. You just have a fever from the infected wound. Old Sun said gruffly, but the lack of conviction in his voice was evident to all. He shifted slightly, instinctively moving a bit further from Xiao Li. This subtle action did not escape the eyes of Chen Mo and Xiao Li. The light in Xiao Li's eyes dimmed rapidly, replaced by a deeper despair and a hint of imperceptible gloom. Chen Mo felt a wave of helplessness. They had no medicine, no medical means. They could only watch helplessly, waiting for the judgment of fate. Hope and despair intertwined at this moment in the cruelest way. They had a possible goal to escape, but the core of the team had already begun to rot from within. He forced himself to look away and studied the text message on his phone again. West District Stadium. The map unfolded in his mind. They needed to cross the commercial district and residential area. The journey was long and fraught with danger. They needed a plan, needed weapons, and needed to abandon burdens. This cold thought flashed by and was immediately suppressed, yet it lingered like an evil seed buried in the darkest corner of his heart. Time passed minute by minute. The storm outside seemed to lessen slightly, but the night grew thicker. In the control room, only Xiao Li's heavy, painful breathing and the faint buzzing of the emergency light remained. No one spoke anymore. Everyone floated in their own thoughts, repeatedly tormented by hope and fear. That brief, false tranquility had long been shattered by the decay, quietly growing within, and the ever-present threat outside. It had never truly existed. It was merely a mental numbness following extreme tension. In the cramped space, only uneven, heavy breaths, the endless wailing of the wind and rain outside, and the continuous, disturbing banging and howling from downstairs remained. This sound seemed never-ending, reminding them they were still in dire straits. Xiao Li's condition was the focus of everyone's attention and the source of their fear. He curled up in the farthest corner from the light, his head buried in his knees. His body no longer trembled violently, but he occasionally let out a suppressed, painful groan. The bandage on his arm, with its ring of pale yellow stains seeping through, seemed to have widened, appearing particularly glaring under the dim light. His breathing remained heavy, accompanied by noticeable noises. Someone must keep watch. Chen Mo's voice broke the suffocating silence, hoarse and dry. The others should rest as much as possible to regain their strength. We will take turns. No one disagreed. In this environment, sleep was a luxury and a danger. No one knew how long that fragile door could hold, or whether their companions might suddenly turn into bloodthirsty monsters in the next moment. Chen Mo took the initiative to take the first night watch. He positioned himself directly in front of the control room door, leaning against a cold iron cabinet, gripping the rusty iron pipe tightly. Old Sun, that colleague, had been at the front and needed rest. Sister Zhao and Wang Lei's mental states were extremely unstable, requiring time to calm down. The light grew dimmer. Chen Mo struggled to keep his eyes open, his ears capturing every sound outside the door, the sound of the wind and rain, the howls of zombies, and that faintly heavy sound as if coming from the staircase. Perhaps it was an illusion, perhaps a hallucination born from excessive tension. He couldn't be sure. Time flowed slowly, each minute feeling like torture. Sister Zhao and Wang lay huddled together, seemingly trapped in a state of semi-sleep, their bodies occasionally jerking. Old Sun leaned against the wall, eyes closed, but his brows were tightly furrowed, his breathing uneven, clearly unable to sleep due to the pain from his injury. As for Xiaoli, from Xiaoli's direction, a very faint rustling sound emerged. Chen Mo immediately became alert, gripping the iron pipe tighter, his gaze sharp as he turned towards the sound. He saw Xiaoli had raised his head at some point. He did not look at anyone, but stared blankly at his injured arm, where it was wrapped in bandages. His eyes were hollow and confused, carrying an almost curious expression. His other uninjured hand was unconsciously and very lightly scratching at the edge of the bandage, the movement slow and stubborn, as if something beneath it was drawing him in. Xiaoli. Chen Mo lowered his voice, tentatively calling out. Xiaoli's movements came to an abrupt halt. He slowly turned his head to look at Chen Mo. In the dim light, Xiaoli's face appeared even more ashen, and the emptiness in his eyes was quickly replaced by a familiar fear. Brother Chen, I am so itchy. His voice was weak, filled with sobs and deep confusion. It feels like ants are crawling inside the wound. So uncomfortable. Itchy. This symptom was not mentioned in the report. Chen Mo's heart sank suddenly. This is definitely not a good sign. Don't scratch. Chen Mo's voice turned severe. Hold it in. It will be worse if you break the skin. He couldn't let panic spread, especially not stimulate Xiaoli. Xiaoli seemed startled by his harshness, flinching slightly and obediently lowering his hand, but his body squirmed slightly due to the bizarre itch he was trying to suppress, looking even more pained. Chen Mo felt a wave of helplessness. They had no antihistamines, no means to alleviate this symptom. He could only watch helplessly as his teammate was tormented by unknown pain, slipping step by step towards the abyss. In the latter half of the night, Old Sun took over the watch. Although injured, he was resilient, insisting on replacing Chen Mo. Chen Mo was indeed exhausted, his body and spirit reaching their limits. He leaned against the wall, closed his eyes, but could not fall asleep at all. His ears were filled with various sounds: Old Sun's heavy and oppressive breathing, Sister Zhao's occasional murmurs, and sobs, Wang Lei's chattering teeth, the eternal wind and rain outside, the zombie chorus from downstairs, and the continuous faint grinding sound from Xiaoli's side. The sound was very soft, but in the silence it was clear, like some small animal gnawing on something, sending chills down one's spine. And a very faint, almost humming sound. It was out of tune, intermittent, with an odd and twisted tone, also coming from Xiaoli's direction. That was not a sound made by a sane person. Chen Mo suddenly opened his eyes, looking at Old Sun. Old Sun was also staring intently at Xiaoli's direction, his face extremely serious, his hand gripping the fire axe, with visible veins bulging. The two exchanged a horrified glance. The virus. Is it eroding his brain? Just then Xiaoli's humming suddenly stopped. He suddenly sat up straight, his movements somewhat stiff. He turned his head to look at the watching Old Sun and Chen Mo. He thought Chen Mo was asleep. In the flickering dim light, a slow expression began to appear on Xiaoli's face. It was neither a painful expression nor a fearful one. It was a smile, an extremely strange, stiff smile that was completely out of sync with the muscles of his face. The corners of his mouth were mechanically pulled up, revealing his teeth, but his eyes remained hollow and confused, even carrying a hint of lingering pain. This smile contained no joy, only a chilling eeriness and an inhuman quality, as if something was beneath his skin learning to mimic human emotions, but resulting in a terrifying outcome. Old Sun gasped in shock, nearly raising the fire axe. Chen Mo's heart also jumped to his throat. He held his breath, afraid to move. This eerie smile lasted only 2 or 3 seconds before vanishing as quickly as the tide. Xiaoli's face returned to that expression of pain and confusion, blinking in bewilderment, as if he didn't know what he had just done. He wearily lowered his head again, retreating into the corner, resuming his previous posture. But that brief inhuman smile was like a cold nail driven deep into the hearts of Chen Mo and Old Sun. The last shred of hope within the team was completely shattered. The mutation was not only occurring in the body, but also on a mental level. Among them lay a bomb that could explode at any moment, and they were powerless against it. The remaining time in the latter half of the night passed in extreme tension and oppression. Every time Xiao Li made even the slightest sound, it would make the person on watch and the pretending to sleep Chen Mo's heart stop. Finally, the blackness of the sky outside lightened a little, revealing a depressing, sickly gray-blue. The rain seemed to lessen slightly, but the wind still wailed. Dawn was approaching. However, the dawn did not bring hope, but deeper anxiety. What would they do after dawn? Continue to be trapped on this island which was running out of supplies, or risk rushing down to hell below? And the message about the evacuation point at the stadium received on the phone was their only ethereal guidance. It was like the only light in the darkness, but it could also be a candle that led moths to the flame. Chen Mo sat up feeling cold and stiff all over. He looked at the others, each face written with fatigue, fear, and a numbness after being tormented by the long night. Just then, bang! A dull sound completely different from any previous impact suddenly came from the already blocked rooftop iron door where they had entered. The sound was so loud and violent that even the walls of the control room shook slightly. Dust fell. Everyone, including the dazed Xiao Li, was startled by this sudden, terrifyingly powerful impact. The murmurs stopped. Breath held. What was that? Ordinary zombies could never possess such strength. Bang! The second impact followed. More violent. More ferocious. As if a giant was swinging a battering ram, trying to smash the iron door, symbolizing temporary safety along with the obstacles behind it, into scrap metal. Despair, like a cold tide, instantly engulfed this small refuge again. The recently ignited faint spark of hope swayed violently under the terrifying impact of absolute power, as if it would extinguish completely in the next second. True terror had never left. It had merely rested for a moment, then returned with an even stronger and more unstoppable presence. The second terrifying impact echoed like the blast of a heavy cannon, causing not only the walls to tremble, but also the very ground beneath their feet to shake. In the equipment room, the emergency lights flickered wildly, as if they would extinguish at any moment. What? What is that thing? Wang Lei's voice became shrill, his body curling up as if trying to burrow behind the rusty equipment. No one could answer. Ordinary zombies could never possess such overwhelming power. This exceeded all their understandings of such things. Old Sun suddenly stood up, his face pale as stone, gripping the fire axe tightly, his muscles tense like rock, standing guard at the entrance of the equipment room. His gaze was no longer one of vigilance, but one filled with a grave determination. Chen Mo picked up a steel pipe, his heart racing to the point of pain. He knew that door and the fragile obstacles would not withstand the next impact. Get ready. Before Chen Mo could finish his sentence, boom. The third impact was no longer a dull thud, but a tearing explosion, accompanied by the nerve-wracking sound of metal twisting. The heavy iron door of the rooftop, along with part of the door frame and the obstacles they had painstakingly piled up, exploded inward, as if blown apart by a bomb. Shattered wood, metal debris, and some indistinguishable charred fragments scattered in all directions. A tall and burly figure exuding a strong aura of death stepped through the dust and rain, appearing at the violently breached entrance. It was the bizarre entity in tattered firefighter gear, wielding a giant axe. Its dark red eyes pierced through the dust, instantly locking on to the survivors huddled together in the equipment room. The mutated, swollen muscles of its arms twisted grotesquely, as if something was wriggling beneath the dark green skin. The fire axe dragged along the ground, its blade glimmering coldly, smeared with thick, dark red substance. It let out a low and satisfied growl, resembling a beast that had found prey within reach, as it took heavy steps, slowly and deliberately approaching. Each step felt as if it were treading on everyone's hearts, bringing an overwhelming sense of suffocating pressure. Despair. Absolute cold despair. Fight it. Old Sun's eyes were bloodshot. Knowing there was no retreat, he let out a roar and charged forward with the fire axe. He was the most experienced and strongest fighter here, trying to buy a glimmer of hope for others. However, the disparity in strength was despairing. The firefighter entity didn't even bother to block with the axe. It simply raised its mutated, swollen arm casually and swung violently. Bang! A dull sound. Old Sun was struck as if hit by a speeding truck. His body flew back, crashing hard against the iron cabinet in the equipment room, letting out a painful grunt as the fire axe slipped from his hand and clattered to the ground. He struggled to get up, but coughed up a mouthful of blood, clearly having broken several ribs, losing his fighting capability. One strike. Just a casual strike. This terrifying power completely obliterated the last remnants of resistance in everyone. Run! Out the window! Hurry! Chen Mo yelled hoarsely, knowing that any hesitation would mean death. The instinct to survive overwhelmed everything. Sister Zhao and Wang Lei scrambled toward the dilapidated window of the equipment room. Chen Mo strained to lift the injured old son, helping him to rush outside. As for Shaoli, he tried to stand but weakened by fever and fear stumbled and fell to the back. Huff! The entity seemed displeased by its prey's attempt to escape, letting out an even sharper roar and charging forward. Its speed was astonishing. The fire axe in its hand sliced through the air with a chilling whistle, aiming fiercely at the lagging Shaoli. No. Chen Mo turned back and saw his eyes wide with desperation, yet powerless to intervene. At that critical moment, perhaps driven by the instinct to survive, or perhaps the virus twisted his nerves at the last moment, Shaoli, who had fallen behind and was delirious from fever, faced the descending deadly axe blade with a strangely eerie, distorted, completely inappropriate smile on his face. It was not a smile of relief nor of bravery, but a hollow grin, as if he had witnessed some absurd spectacle mixed with extreme fear and a kind of inhuman delight. His mouth stretched to the point of almost tearing, exposing his gums, his eyes wide open, yet his pupils dilated, the entire expression filled with an indescribable sense of evil and suffocation. This smile even seemed to cause the rampaging firefighter entity to pause for a brief moment. A flicker of confusion passed through its dark red gaze. The axe blade ultimately fell, but there was no expected spray of flesh and blood. In that final moment, Shaoli inexplicably summoned the last of his strength, managing to roll away from the fatal blow in an extremely awkward, almost crawling manner. The axe struck the ground with a forceful thud, sending sparks and concrete fragments flying. And he, tumbling and crawling, followed Chen Mo and the others out through the broken window, crashing heavily onto the slippery rooftop. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. Chen Mo had no time to ponder Shaoli's eerie smile and sudden burst of strength as he helped old son and shouted to the others, the maintenance ladder. Over there. Hurry. They had discussed this before. It was their only possible escape. Climbing down the rusty, slick, vertical maintenance ladder on the building's outer wall. The wind and rain intensified visibility was extremely low. From over 10 meters high, the gale attempted to pull them down. Sister Zhao and Wang Lei had already begun climbing down without hesitation. Chen Mo pushed old son to the edge of the ladder. Brother son, hold tight. Climb down. Old son gritted his teeth against the pain and started to move downward. Chen Mo looked back and saw the firefighter entity had crashed through the broken doorframe of the equipment room, its massive body squeezing through its dark red gaze, locking onto them once again. It let out an angry roar and charged after them. What was even more horrifying was that through the breached entrance, more ordinary zombies were drawn by the commotion, swarming up to the rooftop. Someone must hold the rear. Chen Mo's gaze swept across the ground, spotting the fire axe that old son had dropped. He quickly picked up the axe and shouted to old son, who had just descended a few steps. Keep going down. Don't look back. To the stadium. Then he turned around, facing the rushing entity and the horde of zombies approaching nearby, gripping the heavy fire axe tightly. He knew this might be akin to a mantis trying to stop a car, but he had to buy at least a few more seconds for the others. Just as the entity charged up to him, raising its terrifying mutated arm, wah! A shrill, inhuman scream erupted from the side. It was Shaoli. He had somehow stood up, his previously eerie, twisted smile, now exaggerated, nearly consuming his entire face. His eyes had turned completely murky gray, his body contorted in an extremely unnatural, joint-bending manner, emitting a sharp, hysterical shriek, and then he threw himself at the firefighter entity in a frenzy. Like a moth to a flame, he attacked the monster, which was countless times stronger than him, with his teeth, nails, and head in a wild frenzy. This sudden attack from someone who was once one of them evidently enraged the firefighter entity. The fire axe descended with a shriek that tore through the air. But the target was not Chen Mo, but rather Shaoli, who was wearing that eerie smile and lunging to bite, or what was left of Shaoli. The entity's brutal strike nearly cleaved Shaoli's shoulder and chest in half. Dark red and black blood, along with shattered innards, splattered out instantaneously, staining the wet rooftop. The eerie smile froze on his face, soon replaced by immense pain, if there was still any, and complete death. His body slumped, no longer moving. This cruel scene, however, bought Chen Mo precious less than 2 seconds of time. He hesitated not at all, even lacking the time to mourn for his former companion. Such a luxurious emotion had long been extinguished by the icy waters of survival. He turned sharply like a startled rabbit and pounced towards the cold, slippery maintenance ladder, frantically climbing down using hands and feet. The wind howled in his ears, the rain blurred his vision, and his palms were cut by the rough, rusty ladder, sending sharp pains coursing through him, but he felt nothing. Above him, the furious roar of the firefighter entity echoed. It seemed infuriated at losing a plaything. Following that were the heavy footsteps rushing to the rooftop's edge, along with the dense, chilling huffing sounds produced by more ordinary zombies climbing up. Chen Mo dared not look up, pressing his body against the ladder, sliding down at near freefall speed. Several times he nearly lost his grip and fell, relying solely on the instinct for survival to hold on tightly. At last he crashed down onto a pile of soft garbage bags in the alley. Though he landed awkwardly, it cushioned the impact of the fall. Sister Zhao and Wang Lei pulled him up in terror, while old Sun struggled to lean against the wall, his face as white as paper. "Go! Hurry!" Chen Mo shouted hoarsely, not even taking a moment to catch his breath. He picked up the fire axe that had fallen beside him. This weapon, stained with too much blood, was now their only reliance. The four of them stumbled out of the back alley back onto the street that resembled a hellish nightmare. The rain had lightened slightly, but the sky remained ominously dark. They stumbled out of the back alley onto the street beside the building. The sight before them was even more shocking than what they had seen on the rooftop. Abandoned vehicles clogged the road, many still emitting smoke. The ground was filthy, and the rain washed away dark red blood flowing everywhere. Most of the shop windows along the street were shattered, and the insides were a mess. In the distance, flames flickered, and the sounds of explosions and gunfire seemed to grow more intense. What was most terrifying was that there were now more figures wandering the street. They stumbled along, moving stiffly like twisted, ghostly shadows in the rain. Moreover, Chen Mo was horrified to discover that not all zombies exhibited complete confusion and slowness. Not far away, he saw a zombie in a white coat, likely a doctor from a nearby hospital, crouched by a fallen body, performing some sort of operation. Its fingers moved with alarming dexterity, as if dissecting. There was no expression on its face, only a focused, inhuman calmness, a calmness that was more chilling than any ferocious expression. In another direction, a short zombie, looking like a child, moved with astonishing speed. It crawled on all fours like a spider, moving in a completely biomechanically unnatural way, quickly climbing over the roof of a car, instantly pouncing on a survivor, trying to escape from around the corner, who let out a short, pitiful scream before being dragged into the shadows. Individual differences. Abnormal evolution. Xiao Li's eerie smile before his death, the terrifying power of the firefighter entity, the doctor's calmness, the child's speed. All pointed to an even more horrifying fact: this virus brought not just death and resurrection, but was also shaping different new species with various terrifying traits in unpredictable ways. That faint hope from the stadium felt so distant and unrealistic at this moment. They were about to cross a city hell filled with unknown mutated hunters. The crisis of death followed them like a shadow. Every step could lead them deeper into despair. Chen Mo felt an unprecedented chill, not just from the rain. He glanced at the blood-stained fire axe in his hand, then at his battered and terrified companions. The road to pursue hope was inevitably paved with blood and fear. Where do we go? Wang Lei's voice cracked, his legs weak, nearly unable to stand. The horrifying experience on the rooftop and the hellish scene before him had completely shattered his spirit. To the stadium. Chen Mo gritted his teeth, his gaze sweeping across the chaotic street, quickly assessing the direction. That text message is our only hope. Head west along this side road, avoiding the main street as much as possible. Hope. That word sounded so ironic at this moment. The faint glimmer of hope was nearly drowned out by the heavy shadow of death. But they had no choice. Remaining in place would only lead to being torn apart by the rushing zombies, or perhaps that terrifying entity. The cold rain mercilessly washed over Chen Mo's face, attempting to cleanse away the blood and weariness, but only deepening the chill. He supported the nearly unable to walk old Sun, stepping cautiously on the slick and sticky pavement. Sister Zhao and Wang Lei followed closely behind, their faces pale, and their eyes scanning the surroundings in terror like frightened rabbits. They had finally left the area surrounding the municipal building, but the cityscape before them was even more shocking and terrifying than it had appeared from the rooftop. The street resembled a war zone. Abandoned vehicles were haphazardly blocking the roads, many windows shattered, doors ajar, and some hoods still emitting black smoke, mixing with the cold rain to create a nauseating burnt smell. Rainwater collected on the ground, forming murky streams of an unsettling dark red color, washing over scattered shards of glass, tattered clothing, and some unidentifiable soft gnawed remnants. The air was thick with a stench so potent it was nauseating. Rotting flesh, excrement, burning plastic, and that pervasive, cloyingly sweet scent of decay mixed together, forming a toxic fog that could churn the stomach. Even with a thick mask on, that odor stubbornly penetrated the nostrils and surged straight to the brain. Huh. The deep, guttural growls from deep in the throats were no longer background noise, but emanated from all around. Countless swaying, stiff figures moved in the shops lining the streets, behind the windows of residential buildings, and within abandoned vehicles. They seemed agitated, stimulated by the rain and the presence of the living. Quick, this way. Stay close to the walls. Chen Mo lowered his voice, guiding the group into a relatively narrow alley. This was one of the possible paths leading towards the western district, at least temporarily avoiding the despairing congestion on the main road and more zombies. The situation in the alley was equally dire. trash bins were overturned and filth flowed everywhere. A few stray dogs were frantically tearing at a corpse that had long lost its features. Hearing the noise, they raised their heads, revealing blood-soaked fangs, their eyes glinting, with a hungry, frenzied red light emitting threatening low growls. However, they seemed disinterested in the living and soon returned to their feast. Don't look, Sister Zhao said with a choked voice, covering her mouth tightly, struggling to suppress the urge to vomit. Wang Lei was completely broken. He walked while silently crying, his body trembling like a leaf in the autumn wind, almost needing Sister Zhao to support him to move. Old Sun's condition was even worse. Each step sent searing pain through his broken bones, his complexion ashen, breathing rapid, relying solely on Chen Mo and sheer willpower to carry on. His vitality was rapidly dwindling. Meanwhile, Chen Mo himself felt sharp pain from wounds on his arms and knees exacerbated by the cold rain and intense movement, his stamina reaching its limit. But he could not afford to fall. He was the only one able to maintain basic thought and organizational ability. The information on that phone was the only beacon, regardless of whether it pointed to hope or destruction. They struggled through the labyrinthine alleyways, trying to avoid the wandering figures and the buildings emitting suspicious sounds. Each turn felt like a gamble with their hearts in their throats. Suddenly, hurried footsteps and suppressed gasps echoed from up ahead. Chen Mo abruptly raised his hand to signal a stop, and the four quickly pressed against the wall, holding their breath, gripping their meager weapons. Chen Mo's fire axe, Old Sun's iron pipe, while Sister Zhao and Wang Lei picked up 2 pieces of broken bricks. A few figures rushed past the alley in a panic. 2 men and a woman appearing to be local residents, soaked to the skin and with faces filled with terror. They didn't even notice the 4 hidden in the shadows. "Quick, run. Those things are chasing us," one of the men shouted back, his voice filled with despair. Just 10 seconds after they ran past the alley, a flurry of hurried footsteps distinct from the usual slow pace of zombies approached. Then 3 figures rushed by at an incredible speed. Their movements remained stiff, but the frequency was astonishingly fast, like clockwork puppets, their limbs moving rapidly in a disjointed manner. They were speed-type mutants, and 3 appeared at once. A shrill scream and desperate resistance sounds immediately erupted outside the alley, but were quickly replaced by a disturbing tearing sound and excited hissing. The sounds quickly subsided. The 4 remained pressed against the wall, not daring to move, cold sweat mingling with rainwater soaked through their undergarments. They watched as the 3 speed-type mutants reappeared at the alley entrance, their mouths and hands smeared with fresh blood and flesh, their heads tilting side to side in confusion, as if searching for the next target, before limping away at high speeds, disappearing into the rain. This brief interlude starkly displayed the cruel rule of this new world: speed equates to death. They dared not linger and continued to feel their way forward. Each distant scream, each near hiss, tortured their nerves like a cruel form of torment. Hope. The evacuation point at the stadium felt like an unattainable dream, and the price was already paid with Xiao Li's life and Old Sun's serious injury. Each subsequent step seemed to require more blood to pave the way. As they were about to cross another alley and approach a slightly more open intersection, Chen Mo, who was leading, suddenly stopped, his pupils constricting. In the center of the intersection stood a figure with its back to them. It wore a torn, mud-stained white dress, its wet long hair clinging to its emaciated back. Unlike other zombies that wandered aimlessly, it stood quietly, tilting its head slightly, as if listening to the sound of rain, or perhaps waiting. Then it slowly turned around. Its face was not rotten nor stained with blood. One could even say it retained much of its former appearance, except for those completely pitch-black eyes devoid of any whites, resembling 2 unfathomable black holes. And at the corners of its mouth there was a curve, a massive, exaggerated smile torn to the roots of its ears. This was not the mindless roar of a zombie, but a clear, malicious smile, as if it had seen some exceedingly delightful spectacle. Rainwater streamed down its pale cheeks, merging with that eerie smile, enhancing the sense of otherworldly suffocation. It looked in the direction of Chen Mo and the others, its black pupils seemingly piercing through the rain and shadows, locking onto them firmly. Then it raised a long, pale finger gently, as if to greet them, beckoning with a curl of its finger. A chill rising from the depths of the soul instantly engulfed Chen Mo's entire being. This thing was unlike any mutant they had encountered before. It exuded an even colder, more intelligent, and eerily sinister malice. It was not hunting. It was toying. The road to hope was darker and more despairing than imagined, and they seemed to have been targeted by an even more terrifying predator. The female mutant in the blood-stained white dress, wearing a huge, bizarre smile, with completely black eyes, stood quietly at the intersection in the rain, beckoning towards the direction where Chen Mo and the others were hiding. No attack, no roar, only a Catan mouse-like scalp-tingling mockery and cold malice. Chen Mo felt his blood nearly freeze. He had no doubt that as long as they dared to move, that thing would attack in an unpredictable manner. Its very existence was a form of psychological torture. Old Sun's heavy breathing from pain, Sister Zhao's stifled sobs, and Wang Lei's chattering teeth were amplified in that moment. Despair wrapped around each person's heart like a cold vine, tightening ever more. In that moment, Chen Mo suddenly felt like giving up. In just one day, they had faced multiple life-threatening crises. Each time they encountered something terrifying, as if the entire world was against them. Looking at those 20-centimeter-long glistening claws, Chen Mo had no doubt that if that female zombie attacked, it could easily rip open everyone's chests. Perhaps death was the true liberation, just like Shaoli. Bang! Bang! Two crisp, decisive gunshots jarring against the surrounding chaos like lightning tearing through the darkness suddenly erupted from the third floor of a nearby residential building. The intrusion of gunfire instantaneously shattered the deadlock. The black head of the smiling female zombie at the intersection turned towards the source of the sound with an almost mechanical precision. The enormous, grotesque smile on its face, which had been torn to the roots of its ears, displayed a noticeable change for the first time. Its smile became rigid and frozen, as if a meticulously crafted mask had suddenly lost its strings, presenting an extremely unnatural pause. One could faintly hear a subtle, high-pitched hiss sound reminiscent of high-frequency electrical interference emanating from its direction. It reacted to the sudden, intense noise with a strong, almost repulsive aversion, far more sensitive and complex than its hunting instincts towards the living. Immediately following, a rough and anxious male voice from behind the broken window of the residential building shouted in a low tone, piercing through the rain curtain with an undeniable urgency, "Hey, you four in the alley. If you don't want to be treated as snacks by that ghostly thing, hurry over. Left unit door. Damn it. Quick. Life is at stake." Although the unknown dangers lie ahead, staying put is undoubtedly waiting for death. Chen Mo showed no hesitation. His adrenaline surged instantly. "Go." He squeezed out a terse command through clenched teeth, half dragging the nearly incapacitated Old Sun, lowering his body as he charged left along the wall. The instinct to survive also awakened Zhao Jie and Wang Lei's potential. The two of them rolled and crawled, using their hands and feet to keep up, mud and water splattering all over their clothes. Their movement immediately provoked the smiling female zombie. It seemed enraged by the interference with its game, emitting a sharp, ear-piercing shriek that belonged entirely outside the realm of biology, reminiscent of metal scraping against glass, sending shivers down one's spine. Its emaciated body hunched slightly, its pale limbs taking on a posture of imminent attack, as if it were about to pounce with terrifying speed at any moment. But the guardians inside the residential building reacted even faster. Another precise gunshot. The bullet did not aim at the monster, but struck the asphalt a few meters in front of it, splashing a spray of murky water and gravel. This was a clear warning and intimidation. The movements of the smiling female zombie halted abruptly once more. It fixed its pure black eyes onto the direction of the residential building with a deadly, spiteful glare, then slowly shifted its gaze back to the fleeing Chen Mo and the others. The rigid smile on its face began to twist and shift, becoming increasingly exaggerated and horrific, as if countless insects were writhing beneath its skin, attempting to rearrange into an expression of extreme rage and dissatisfaction from having its game disrupted. In the end, it did not pursue, it merely straightened its body again, returning to that chillingly eerie stillness, its figure gradually blurring in the increasingly thick rain curtain. However, the feeling of being coldly scrutinized by a top-tier predator clung to the backs of Chen Mo and the others like a tangible spider web, impossible to shake off. The four of them staggered and rushed to the designated unit door. The door was already damaged ajar at an angle, its hinges groaning under the burden. Inside was a deeper gloom, and a strong, complex odor rushed towards them. Dust, mold, the sour stench of rotting food, a faint hint of blood, and an oppressive sense of long-term lack of ventilation. "Upstairs. Right side on the third floor. Hurry." The male voice from above continued to direct, his tone urgent. The stairwell was cluttered with various debris, broken furniture, scattered trash, and even a few pieces of mud-stained clothing, clearly indicating that the residents of this building had fled in panic or that later-comers had searched in a frenzy. They desperately climbed upwards, the sound of their footsteps echoing in the narrow space, each step fearing to attract something from the darkness. The icy gaze from behind, akin to a thorn in their backs, further compelled them not to dare pause for even a moment. Bursting onto the third floor, a seemingly sturdy security door was ajar, and a powerful arm covered with bulging veins and tattoos suddenly stretched out, pulling each of the four inside with astonishing strength before slamming the door shut with a loud bang, followed by the heavy metallic sounds of several internal locks being engaged. Finally, they were temporarily safe. The extreme exhaustion of both body and mind hit them in an instant. The four of them nearly collapsed onto the cold, rough concrete, floors simultaneously gasping for breath, like dying fish, their hearts racing, as if they might tear through their chests. The feeling of having survived a disaster clashed violently with the heightened vigilance of being in an unfamiliar environment. Chen Mo struggled to lift his head, sweat mingling with rainwater trickling down from his temples. He quickly and cautiously surveyed the environment and their savior. This was clearly not an ordinary shelter, but rather a fortified stronghold that had been meticulously modified. The windows in the living room were nearly completely sealed using heavy wooden boards, metal cabinets, and even disassembled bedboards nailed together in a crisscross pattern, leaving only a few narrow gaps for observation and shooting. The main source of light inside came from several candles fixed in plates, their flames flickering restlessly, casting a dim, swaying glow in every corner, reflecting the traces of life and struggle in this place. Several bulging but filthy backpacks were piled in a corner, a few empty canned goods scattered on the floor, and the sleeping bags laid out on the ground were in disarray, while a rough map of the nearby streets was crudely drawn on the wall, with a red marker complete with some unclear markings and crossed-out excess. The air was thick with the mingling scents of burnt tobacco tar, the sour odor of unwashed human sweat, the acrid residue of gunpowder, the greasy smell of burning candles, and an omnipresent taut tension that was nearly suffocating. There were 3 people inside. The leader was the man who had just fired the gun and pulled them in. He was around 40, tall and robust, resembling a weary but still dangerous brown bear dressed in a blue work uniform, stained with oil and unknown filth, and a fresh jagged scar ran across his face from the left brow to his chin, like a failed suture, adding a touch of menace to his already fierce appearance. His gaze was sharp as a hawk's, filled with a weary caution born from experience and a deep-seated suspicion of everything. The old double-barreled shotgun in his hand still faintly emitted the scent of gunpowder. Behind him was a young man who appeared to be in his early 20s, lanky, resembling a sprout that had not yet matured, wearing glasses with spiderweb cracks in the lenses. His delicate demeanor clashed with the stained metal baseball bat tightly gripped in his hand. He was nervously peering out through a shooting hole, his body slightly trembling. The third was a woman in her 30s, curled up on a tattered sofa in the corner, trying to shrink into a ball as much as possible, tightly clutching a bulging backpack that appeared heavy, as if it were her only connection to the world. Her complexion was pale to the point of transparency, her eyes hollow as they stared at a spot on the floor, utterly unresponsive to the recent commotion and the newcomers completely immersed in her own world. "Thank you all," Chen Mo gasped, struggling to express his gratitude, his gaze quickly sweeping over the 3 of them as his mind raced to assess their conditions, intentions, and potential threats. The burly man did not respond to his thanks, merely gesturing with the shotgun barrel for them to stay close to the entrance and not venture deeper into the room. He himself leaned back towards a shooting hole, cautiously observing the situation downstairs, not turning his head as he asked in a low, hoarse voice, heavy with local accent and undeniable authority, "Who are you? Where did you come from? How did you attract that smiling nightmare outside?" He deliberately emphasized the last 3 words as if they were a well-known term representing a specific nightmare. Smiling nightmare. Chen Mo keenly caught this vivid and localized term, his heart sinking, confirming that the creature was not a mere coincidence, but a terror with a certain notoriety. Yes, that damn thing in a white dress, grinning with its wide-open mouth and pitch-black eyes. It's the most sinister, fucked up thing around here. Unlike the mindless zombies. It seems scarily intelligent. It hides. It waits. And even, it sets traps. We saw it lure another group into that dead end. Chang'e said that thing is absolutely not right. It's deeply sinister. Chang'e clearly referred to the burly man in charge. Chen Mo was shocked. Their observations and experiences perfectly matched his own recent feelings, perhaps even more so. This was certainly not an opponent that could be easily overpowered or escaped from. He briefly explained their identities, vaguely indicating they were related to municipal affairs without disclosing specific duties, and how they had narrowly escaped from the already fallen chaotic municipal building, focusing particularly on the process of being eerily targeted by the smiling nightmare at the intersection, while deliberately omitting crucial details regarding Xiao Li's mutation, internal conflicts, and the critical text message received on that deadly phone. In an apocalyptic environment, information was both a bargaining chip and potentially a death sentence. Upon hearing they were from the municipal building, Chang'e's eyes flickered ever so slightly, but the wariness on his face did not diminish in the slightest. Instead, he snorted, his tone laced with barely detectable sarcasm and a sense of understanding regarding the collapse of the old order municipal building. It's been in utter chaos for a long time, hasn't it? You must have been quite lucky to come out of there intact." His words carried a tone of distrust towards official institutions and a degree of schadenfreude. "We were also fortunate at a great cost." Chen Mo maintained a low-key and candid demeanor, noting that the young man seemed to briefly brighten at the mention of municipal building, a complex glimmer flashing behind the lenses, a mix of disappointment with a hint of lingering hope. Meanwhile, the woman in the corner remained oblivious to everything, as if she existed in another world. The atmosphere became somewhat tense and awkward. Old Sun, feeling pain from his wound, could not help but let out a suppressed groan, which sounded particularly clear in the silence. The young man named Xiao Zhou seemed to still possess some innate sympathy and compassion. He glanced at the weak Old Sun and the soaked shaken Zhao Jie, and Wang lay quietly saying to Changgu, some of them are seriously injured and that ghostly thing outside probably won't go far, and the rain hasn't stopped. Changgu frowned, his gaze passing over the gasping Old Sun, the pale-faced Zhao Jie, and the vacanted Wang lay before glancing at Chen Mo, who despite his fatigue still maintained a vigilant and calm gaze. Finally, as if weighing the pros and cons, he slightly softened his tone, though still maintaining a distance. There's a bucket in the corner with about half a bucket of water left. Use it sparingly and handle your wounds yourselves. Don't mess with anything in the house. He pointed to a dusty blue water bucket in the corner of the living room. This was a tentative, conditional signal of acceptance. In this apocalypse, a bit of clean water could be more precious than gold. Chen Mo immediately signaled Zhao Jie for assistance. The two of them cautiously used a relatively clean rag to dab the precious water, gently cleaning Old Sun's reopened wound. The state of the wound was concerning, becoming more swollen, with ominous blackish-purple edges clearly indicating that the situation was deteriorating. Wang lay slumped to the side, his gaze blankly fixed on the ceiling, as if his soul had already detached from his terrified body. Chen Mo also leaned against the wall, checking and lightly treating the scrapes on his arms and knees, yet his gaze continued to sweep over Changgu and the others, as well as every detail of this temporary refuge like a radar. He was observing, assessing, searching for any possible information, resources, or potential threats. This small survivor team evidently possessed a certain survival capability, vigilance, and experience in transforming their stronghold, but the oppressive atmosphere in the air and the woman's hollow gaze indicated that they too must have endured heavy losses and unspeakable psychological trauma. Time in this cage, sealed by wooden planks, and fear seemed to stretch into a thick syrup flowing slowly and suffocatingly. The candle flames were the only weak warriors fighting against the darkness, flickering uneasily and casting distorted, trembling shadows on every weary and terrified face, as if rehearsing the nightmare that was about to come. Although the sound of wind and rain outside had shifted from a violent uproar to a continuous whimper, it did nothing to alleviate the tension within the room. What tormented them more was the endless background noise from the street below. Those hoarse, inhuman hissing sounds accompanied by dragging footsteps, sometimes drawing near, sometimes receding. Each change in sound pierced through the already taut nerves of everyone present like an invisible needle. Chen Mo was in charge of the first watch. He leaned against the cold, hard, seemingly world-separating security door, holding onto a rusty iron pipe, the only weapon that offered a modicum of negligible safety. His ears were like the most precise radar, capturing any subtle sounds from the corridor outside the door. Was it the wind whispering through the broken window? Or was it the friction of something more dangerous lurking in the darkness? His gaze swept slowly across the room like a predator moving through the night. Changgu held onto the shotgun, a symbol of formidable firepower, but also limited ammunition, leaning against the opposite wall, eyes closed, but his brow furrowed, deeply breathing heavily and unevenly, muscles primed and ready. He clearly had not truly fallen asleep. Instead, he was conserving his energy while maintaining the highest level of vigilance against this unwelcome group. Xiao Zhou curled up in another corner unconsciously and repeatedly wiping the metal baseball bat, stained with dark marks, his eyes unfocused behind the cracked lenses, gazing at the flickering candlelight's reflection on the ceiling, evidently lost in thoughts of an unknown, perhaps safer past or a darker future. Aling remained tightly curled up on the old sofa like a frightened hermit crab, clutching her bulging backpack, which was her entire world. Her bony fingers almost dug into the canvas fabric, her hollow gaze fixated on a spot on the floor, her lips silently moving in rapid succession, engaging in a desperate prayer or argument that only she could comprehend. Old Sun succumbed to pain and extreme mental fatigue, finally falling asleep, but even in his dreams he would occasionally emit pained groans, his body twitching slightly. Sister Zhao and Wang lay nestled together, seemingly trapped in an uneasy light sleep, but their bodies would occasionally jerk, as if shocked, clearly indicating that nightmares had not spared them. Between the two teams, the barriers and suspicions were like an invisible third force within the room, thick enough to be almost tangible. Changgu's team, like a wounded, trapped beast, was filled with deep-rooted fear and distrust of the outside world. This reinforced house was their last mental and physical fortress, resisting any factors that might bring change, especially those officials from the already collapsed old system with unclear intentions. But the moral strings of the old era had compelled them to save Chen Mo, who was trapped in a desperate situation. Meanwhile, Chen Mo's team bore the distant and fragile information of a retreat point, like carrying a bomb that could either explode or guide them to safety. They could not stop, they had to move forward. Any stagnation meant death. The fragile foundation of their cooperation based on momentary humanitarianism was becoming increasingly precarious under the fermentation of silence and fear. That, after an unknown period, Xiao Zhou seemed unable to endure the nearly maddening silence, perhaps still holding on to a fading and unrealistic fantasy of the government deep within. He gently, almost tentatively spoke, his voice dry and hoarse, breaking the suffocating quiet. He glanced furtively at Chen Mo. You guys came all the way from the municipal building. Is the situation really that dire? So there are absolutely no signs of rescue, like a military gathering point or a temporary landing area for helicopters. His voice carried a careful, almost humble hope, like a person in the dark yearning to grasp the last flicker of a match. Chen Mo paused for a moment. He could sense the faint spark of hope in Xiao Zhou's tone and noticed that although Chang'e still appeared to be pretending to sleep, his ears twitched slightly. He slowly shook his head, opting for the cruel, yet most honest answer, his voice low and hoarse. No. When we left, all external communications had basically been completely cut off, and the internal command system had collapsed, each fighting on their own. We also did not receive any orders from above regarding large-scale, organized rescue operations. He saw the faint flicker of hope in Xiao Zhou's eyes extinguish as if doused by ice water, replaced by deeper disappointment and a sense of as expected despair. Chang'e emitted a very faint mocking and knowing grunt from his nostrils, as if saying, I told you so long ago. Damn, this fucking world. Is there really no hope at all? Xiao Zhou cursed softly, rubbing his reddened eyes with force, his voice tinged with suppressed sobs and unvented anger. So do we, like Chang'e said, just have to wait here to die? This question seemed to be directed at Chen Mo, yet it was also a question for himself, for this despairing room, even questioning the silent and cruel fate. Hope is not something that comes from sitting still and waiting. Chen Mo's gaze seemed to casually yet naturally sweep across the old damaged radio in the corner, his tone steady yet subtly pointed as he slowly spoke. Sometimes it must be sought out, even if it's just in a direction that sounds incredibly dangerous and hopeless. Just like that radio message you mentioned earlier. Although I'm not clear on the specifics, at least, it represents an active signal from the outside, a possible path to survival, doesn't it? He cleverly steered the conversation toward the most critical point while probing the other party's response. When the radio message was mentioned, Xiao Zhou seemed to be subtly stirred. He pushed up the cracked lenses on his nose, following Chen Mo's gaze toward the scrap of iron side, his tone becoming complex, a mix of a technician's regret, unwillingness, and a hint of lingering excitement. That old antique. I salvaged it from the junkyard, spent a lot of effort just to make it barely emit sound, thinking that in this changed world these old gadgets might still be useful. Then just a few days ago suddenly received a fragmented signal. The static was terrifyingly loud, but it kept repeating one message. He paused, instinctively glancing surreptitiously at Chang'e. Seeing no reaction from him, he lowered his voice and continued. It said, there's an emergency evacuation point set up by the military in the underground parking lot of the West District Stadium, asking survivors to head there. Radio, military evacuation point. The information matches what Chen Mo had. His heart tightened slightly. Have you all tried to go there? Chen Mo pressed on, keeping his tone calm. Tried to. This time it was Chang'e who responded. He had opened his eyes at some point, his cold gaze sweeping over Chen Mo, laced with mockery and a hint of fear. We've tried. We almost lost our lives there. The streets surrounding the stadium are filled with those things, crowded like maggots. We simply couldn't charge through. Moreover, he lowered his voice further, laced with a barely perceptible fear, things over there aren't right. It seems there are not just ordinary creatures, but also other big guys roaring like thunder, shaking the ground. We lost 2 of our best brothers just to barely escape. His words were like a bucket of cold water, extinguishing the faint flame that had just sparked in Chen Mo's team at the mention of the evacuation point. The stadium was a death trap. This was in line with Chen Mo's worst fears. Then, is that radio message itself reliable? How did the signal sound? Did it come from the direction of the stadium? Chen Mo asked the most critical question, focusing intently on Xiao Zhou. Xiao Zhou pushed his glasses up, a hint of technical focus appeared on his face, temporarily masking his fear. The signal is extremely weak, with severe interference, intermittent, but the modulation is very special, like an old military frequency-hopping signal, strong against interference, unlike regular civilian radios. Chang'e thinks it might be a pre-recorded automated broadcast on a loop. He paused, hesitated a moment, then continued, but I feel the positioning seems a bit off. Based on the last bit of signal strength and a rough directional judgment, it seems the transmission source isn't even in the direction of the stadium. He stood up, walking to the crudely drawn map on the wall marked in red, pointing toward a more northern direction. It seems to be in the old town to the north of the city, probably in this direction. The terrain over there is elevated with an abandoned northern broadcasting tower. Yes, it's very likely that the signal came from there. The power is strong enough and the range is wide. The northern broadcasting tower. Chen Mo's heart sank, then a strange, cold exhilaration surged within him. The clues were connecting. The mobile message might just be a vague, even outdated guide, or a bait, and the real orders possibly containing critical information such as safe times, identification codes, and specific routes needed to be obtained through the radio from the true signal source, the distant communication tower. But this meant that their target was no longer the relatively close but known hell of the stadium, but rather they needed to traverse more unknown, dangerous areas to reach the farther, potentially more unfavorable northern communication tower. Hope seemed to become a bit more concrete, but the road to that hope suddenly appeared to be much longer, more twisted, and filled with deadly unknowns. The communication tower. What's the situation over there? Do you know? Chen Mo's voice was somewhat dry due to tension. Worse, Changgu interrupted without hesitation, his tone firm and resolute, filled with strong opposition. The old town. The population is even denser than here. Buildings are crammed together, and the streets are as narrow as intestines. That broken tower is on a small hill. There's only one road leading up. If we get blocked, it's like being a fish in a barrel, and no God can save us. To go to such a place for a vague message, isn't that looking for death? He clearly had extreme pessimism and opposition toward any adventurous plans that involved leaving their current stronghold. The topic immediately fell into a deadlock. Chen Mo's team desperately needed clues and direction, while Chang Guest's team was filled with fear and strong distrust based on their painful experiences. At that moment, Wang Lei, who had been silent and curled up, suddenly murmured, his eyes hollowly gazing at the flickering candlelight as if in a trance. Staying here, isn't that just waiting to die? Food will eventually run out, water will dry up, or that monster will break in. Going out could mean death immediately, but maybe we can survive a few more days. His words were like a rusty saw slowly cutting through the tenuous peace within the room. Shut up. What do you know? Aling suddenly raised her head like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, screeching sharply, her voice unnaturally high due to fear. At least here there are walls. There's a door. If we go out, we'll die immediately. Right away. If you want to die, don't drag us down. You're the disaster. You came here and attracted that smiling nightmare. And you want to trick us into going to our deaths. She wildly waved her arms, clutching her backpack tighter, as if it were a talisman that could ward off all danger. Xiaozhou attempted to ease the situation, his voice weak. Sister, Aling, don't be like this. They have no choice. Everyone is having a hard time. Having a hard time? Does having a hard time mean coming to take our place? Taking our food? Taking our water? Aling's emotions completely unraveled. She suddenly stood up, pointing at Chen Mo and the others, her fingers trembling. Look at them. That old man is about to die. That woman is scared like a quail. This man, pointing at Wang Lei, can hardly speak. What can they do? They will only drag us down. When the food runs out, will they eat us? Her words became increasingly extreme, filled with the darkest imaginations and suspicions of an apocalyptic environment. Enough. Aling, go back to your place. Changgu growled irritably, trying to maintain order, but his gaze had also turned darker and more vigilant. Aling's words undoubtedly struck a nerve deep within him. Chen Mo remained silent. He did not argue. In this environment, words were powerless. He could understand the fear of the other party, which was forged from countless blood and death. He was afraid too. But he knew better that stagnation only led to one outcome. He noticed the broken radio in the corner, as well as the fleeting glimmer of technical interest in Xiaozhou's eyes when he mentioned the communication tower. A plan slowly formed in his mind. They needed a functioning radio, and Xiaozhou was the only person who could possibly make that happen. But first they had to gain his trust, or at least the possibility of cooperation. Wait, Chen Mo seemed to remember something. Can you fix radios? Chen Mo seized on Xiaozhou's earlier comment. Having a radio station would be immensely helpful for either signaling for help or determining the situation, unlike now, where they were like headless flies running around without knowing anything. If this continued, they would truly be very close to death. However, this budding scheme and the tense atmosphere in the room were soon completely interrupted by the return of the invisible terror from outside the window. A loud, abnormal crashing sound suddenly echoed from downstairs. It was as if some heavy furniture or metal cabinet had been violently knocked over, producing a thunderous noise upon hitting the ground. Everyone in the room was startled. Chang Guest's sharp gaze instinctively raised his shotgun, the muzzle cautiously sweeping towards the doorway. Old Sun groaned painfully as he woke up, cold sweat instantly covering his face. Zhao Jie and Wang Lei, terrified, clung to each other tightly, looking fearfully in the direction of the source of the sound. What happened? Chang'e lowered his voice and asked sternly, his eyes sharp as blades. Xiao Zhou rushed to the nearest shooting hole, nervously peering outside. The rain had nearly stopped, only a few drips remained. In the dim light, they could see downstairs in the street that 7 or 8 zombies seemed to be attracted by something excitedly surrounding an overturned large green trash bin, crazily colliding, scratching, and even pushing and tearing at each other as if fighting over something. It's those things. Xiao Zhou's voice trembled, filled with confusion. They seemed to be fighting over something. Over at the trash bin. Was it just a false alarm? Was it simply infighting among the zombies? But Chen Mo's heart did not relax in the slightest. Instead, it tightened even further. He always felt something was off. The level of agitation among these zombies, their collective behavior with a clear target of competition, seemed to be more purposeful than their usual mindless wandering and attacking. He also leaned towards another shooting hole, cautiously observing outside. Near the trash bin, there were indeed nearly 10 zombies, roaring and shoving each other, frantically tearing and fighting over something. It looked like a medium-sized animal corpse. Perhaps it was an unfortunate stray dog, or... However, just as his gaze unconsciously swept over the roof of a slightly taller building in the distance, trying to gain a broader view, his blood seemed to freeze instantly. His heart stopped. On the edge of that building's empty, unobstructed roof, a white, slender figure was quietly standing there. The rain soaked her long hair and tattered dress, the fabric clinging to her unnaturally thin body, outlining a bizarre silhouette. From a distance, the dim light made it impossible to see specific facial details, but that still waiting posture, that presence which seemed to blend into the rain, yet felt so out of place. Was that smiling nightmare? It hadn't left. It had always been nearby. Like the most patient apex predator lurking in the shadows, coldly observing the panic of its prey, waiting for the perfect moment to strike, or enjoying this mental torment. Could the commotion downstairs be something it deliberately created? Using the animal corpse it found as bait to attract ordinary zombies, creating chaos, thereby exerting psychological pressure on them, hidden away, testing their reactions. Chen Mo felt an unprecedented chill surge from his tailbone to the top of his head. He abruptly jerked back, his face turning extremely pale, his back instantly drenched in cold sweat. What's wrong? What did you see? Chang'e keenly noticed his unusual reaction and urgently whispered, instinctively raising his shotgun again. Chen Mo took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down, suppressing the dryness in his throat, and spoke in an extremely low voice, almost just a breath. It hasn't left. On the opposite rooftop. It's watching us. Those words fell like a boulder thrown into an icy lake, instantly plunging the room's atmosphere, which had just slightly eased from the false alarm, back to freezing point. What a... Xiao Zhou was so frightened, he almost screamed, hurriedly covering his mouth tightly, his eyes wide with extreme terror, his face as pale as death. Chang'e's forehead instantly broke out in fine cold sweat. He leaned into the shooting hole, searching cautiously, and a few seconds later his body visibly stiffened, clearly having spotted that chilling presence. He slammed a fist into the nearby wall, making a dull sound, and cursed quietly, "Damn it. That ghostly thing that won't go away. What does it want?" Ailing seemed to be stimulated by this statement, breaking down again, and sobbing quietly, her voice filled with endless despair and fear. "It has found us. It knows we're here. It won't leave. It will wait. Until we go out. Or until we die here. We will all die, just like them." Her words were fragmented, clearly recalling some terrifying memories. "Shut up. What good is crying?" Chang'e growled irritably to silence her, but his own voice carried a hint of barely perceptible tremor. Being targeted by such an incomprehensible, malicious, and extremely patient creature, the invisible tightening psychological pressure was enough to gradually break down even the strongest person. Why? Why is it just watching? Why doesn't it come over? Zhao Jie asked, her voice trembling as her body instinctively shrank back. "It is enjoying." Chen Mo's voice was as cold as the rain outside. "Enjoying our fear, enjoying this hunt. Or, it is waiting for us to make mistakes, waiting for us to become chaotic internally." His gaze swept over Ailing, who was on the verge of collapse, and Wang Lei, who had nearly lost his ability to think. Time once again became incredibly torturous. Knowing that an intelligent, malicious entity was quietly watching from not far away like the Grim Reaper, each minute and second felt like being simmered slowly, facing a lingering death. In the silence, they could only hear each other's increasingly loud and frantic heartbeats and heavy breaths. Time in this sealed cage of wood and fear seemed to stretch into a viscous syrup, flowing slowly and suffocatingly. Xiao Zhou's technical analysis pointing to the communication tower in the north of the city brought a brief uplift, but was quickly drowned out by Chang'e's firm opposition and Ailing's hysterical fear. Suspicion and the pressure of survival surged like rising tides, nearly drowning the last shred of rationality in this small space. Bang! A sound far heavier and more terrifying than any before, as if it could shake the foundations of the entire building, suddenly resonated from deep within the floor beneath them. That sensation was definitely not a normal door crash. It felt more like something extremely heavy containing terrifying power had suddenly jumped down from a higher place, possibly the rooftop, and crashed heavily onto the rooftop terrace or protruding awning of their building. The entire room trembled violently. Dust fell from the walls, and the empty cans on the table clinked. All quarrels and chaos came to an abrupt halt. Time seemed to freeze once again. Everyone froze their movements, stilled. Even Ailing, who had been frantically waving her arms, stopped screaming, her face devoid of color, filled only with extreme fear, staring in horror at the ceiling from which dust continued to shake off. In the dead silence, only the crackling of the burning candle and each person's heavy, terrified breaths remained. Then Zila, creak. A sound that was painfully grating, as if giant metallic claws were repeatedly scraping and prying at the floorboards, unmistakably came from above the ceiling, accompanied by the sound of some heavy object being dragged. It was coming down. That smiling nightmare. It was no longer satisfied with waiting and peering, choosing the most direct and violent method. It was breaking through from the rooftop. The rooftop. It's prying at the ceiling. It's coming in. Xiao Zhou let out a desperate, pitchy scream, completely losing his composure. Chang Ge's face turned as pale as paper, but having experienced storms before, he quickly made a decision. He raised his shotgun, not to shoot uselessly at the ceiling, but roared at Chen Mo and the others. Back door. Kitchen fire escape. If you don't want to be meat chunks, move fast. He then turned sharply to the stunned Xiao Zhou and Ailing. Grab your things. Keep up with them. Hurry. The instinct for survival overwhelmed everything. The internal disputes seemed laughable in the face of the external absolute threat of death. Go. Chen Mo shouted hoarsely, without any hesitation, straining to lift Old Sun, who could barely move. Zhao Jie, spurred by this extreme fear, activated her potential. No longer completely passive, she yanked up the limp. Wang Lei, her voice carrying a sob, yet resolute. Get up. Wang Lei. Let's go. Xiao Zhou reacted, grabbing an emergency backpack prepared in the corner, which seemed to contain some tools and a small amount of food, with one hand, while straining to pull Ailing, who was nearly limp on the sofa, clutching the backpack, and trembling. Sister Ailing. Go. If we don't leave now, we'll die. Ailing let out an incomprehensible scream, but the instinct for survival ultimately triumphed over her collapsing emotions, and she was half dragged and half pulled up by Xiao Zhou. Chang Gu was the last to retreat. His eyes fiercely glanced at the ceiling that was shaking and making terrifying sounds. He forcefully shoved a burning cabinet in the living room towards the staircase, attempting to create obstacles and chaos, then decisively turned and rushed into the kitchen. The window leading to the external fire escape in the kitchen had long been cleared. Chen Mo was the first to climb out, quickly assessing the situation downstairs. The rain had nearly stopped, and there were temporarily no zombies in the alley. He shouted inside, safe. Hurry. He took the backpack Xiao Zhou handed over, and then helped Xiao Zhou carefully assist Old Sun, who could hardly exert any strength. Zhao Jie gritted her teeth, nearly pushing Wang Lei out with her body. Then she crawled out herself, almost slipping in the process, but was pulled back by Chen Mo. Ailing was pushed out by Xiao Zhou and Chang Gu, working together, letting out a scream as she landed on the fire escape, clutching her backpack tightly. Chang Gu was the last to climb out, his large frame causing the rusty fire escape to emit a painfully creaking sound. As he emerged, he immediately tried to close the window, but the deformed window frame got stuck. Forget it. Get down. Chen Mo shouted. At that moment, boom! Accompanied by an earth-shattering roar and a massive cloud of dust and debris bursting from the kitchen window, it was clear the ceiling had been completely breached. A sharp, inhuman shriek clearly came through, filled with rage and fury. Go! Chang Ge's expression changed, no longer trying to close the window, but urging everyone. The group desperately climbed down the slippery, rusty, shaky metal fire escape. Old Sun was almost carried down by Chen Mo and Xiao Zhou, each movement causing him excruciating pain, but he gritted his teeth and didn't let out too much noise. Zhao Jie struggled to steady herself, while occasionally looking back to help the dazed Wang Lei. Ailing was completely relying on Xiao Zhou being dragged and pulled. Her screams were silenced by Chang Ge's fierce glare, leaving only suppressed, desperate whimpers. Finally, they stepped onto the damp, muddy ground. They dared not linger, quickly hiding into the darkness of the alley beneath the shadows of the fire escape, breathing heavily, their hearts racing to the point of bursting. They looked up, and the kitchen window on the third floor glowed with fire and rolling thick smoke. A vague white figure flashed by the window, and that inhuman shriek sounded again, seemingly enraged by the escape of its prey. The cost. They lost a potential refuge, expending all their stored supplies except for a bag snatched by Xiao Zhou and the bag Ailing held onto, and each one was exhausted and battered. But this time no one died. In the brief respite, the two teams looked at each other in their disheveled, frightened states. A strange, fragile bond based on their shared experience of life and death began to quietly form. Suspicion still existed, but the common goal of survival temporarily overshadowed everything. What should we do now? Xiao Zhou gasped, looking at Chang'e, then at Chen Mo, his voice trembling. Clearly Chang'e remained their backbone, but Chen Mo's calmness and decisiveness also earned some recognition. Chang'e's expression was grim as he glanced at the burning third floor, then cautiously scanned the dark alley. We can't stay here, the noise is too loud, and will soon attract everything around us. He paused, his gaze falling on Chen Mo, his tone stiff, but no longer filled with hostility. What you mentioned earlier. Old Zhong's shop. Are you sure there are usable things? Chen Mo's heart skipped a beat, knowing the critical moment had arrived. He glanced at Xiao Zhou, who nodded eagerly. For sure. Grandpa Zhong collects all sorts of junk. There must be parts, batteries, tools. Damn it. Chang'e muttered under his breath, clearly engaged in an intense mental struggle. Go with an uncertain future and countless dangers. Stay wandering aimlessly is also a dead end. Ultimately, he spat fiercely. Damn it. Then let's go there. But let me be clear, if we can't find anything, or if that place is more dangerous, don't blame me for leaving on my own. This was a fragile alliance built under absolute survival pressure, likely to shatter at any moment. Okay, Chen Mo replied succinctly without any extra words. He looked at his teammates. Old Sun needed treatment, Zhao Jie needed to muster courage, and Wang Lei needed to regain clarity. He said solemnly, Zhao Jie help support Sun Ge. Wang Lei keep up. If you don't want to die, show some spirit. Zhao Jie nodded vigorously, more steadily supporting Old Sun's arm. Wang Lei trembled all over, and in his hollow gaze a hint of fear seemed to inject a weak vitality, and he struggled to steady himself. Xiao Zhou was trying hard to soothe Ailing, who was still sobbing. Sister Ailing, stick with us, don't fall behind, don't make a sound. The team began to show signs of growth in adversity. Chen Mo's leadership and decisiveness, Zhao Jie's sense of responsibility born from fear, and even Wang Lei began to face reality reluctantly. Xiao Zhou lead the way. Chang'e raised his shotgun, his eyes regained the sharpness of a hunter, and he was the first to move toward the alley. Xiao Zhou pointed deep into the dark alley, up ahead. The second intersection on the right, about a kilometer, with a blue old sign. The road of desperation had begun once more. This time their numbers had increased, but the goal remained elusive, and danger still lurked everywhere. The burning apartment building blazed like a giant torch, surely attracting all the surrounding darkness. And would that white nightmare be blocked by the flames? Or would it quickly track them down again? No one knew the answer. They could only step into deeper darkness, carrying immense fear and a glimmer of pitiful hope toward the old Zhong's appliance repair shop that might hide the hope of parts trudging forward. Every step could be the last step. The escape from the municipal building felt like a blurred and bloody nightmare etched deep into the souls of every survivor. The cold rain, the eerie smiles of transformed companions, the firefighters' overwhelming strength, and the last agonizing cries from the burning apartment building. These images haunted everyone, gripping their throats in the brief moments of respite. At this moment, they were hiding in a storage room on the lower floor of an abandoned office building. The air was foul, thick with dust and the scent of mildew. Outside, the city's background noise, the endless low hissing and the occasional piercing scream, constantly reminded them of the hell they were trapped in. Old Sun's condition was the most concerning. Leaning against the wall, his face was ashen, breathing rapid and shallow, the pain from his broken bones and high fever causing him to alternate between consciousness and delirium. Chen Mo and Xiao Zhou used the last bit of clean water to wipe his forehead, but the scalding temperature and the ominous blackish purple around the wound indicated that his situation was rapidly deteriorating. They had no medicine, no medical knowledge, and could only watch helplessly as life slowly drained from the old comrade's body. Sister Zhao curled up in another corner, no longer completely engulfed by fear as she had been before. She occasionally lifted her head, alertly listening to the sounds outside, or handed Chen Mo a water bottle. In her gaze, fear still lingered, but there was also a hint of resilience, an instinct to care for others born from being pushed to the brink. Wang Lei squatted closest to the door, hands clutching his head, body slightly trembling, but would occasionally raise his head, scanning the room, with a hollow gaze, seemingly confirming that the others were still there. The extreme fear seemed to have lessened a bit, replaced by a numb vigilance. Chang'e sat at the door like a silent statue. The wound on his back was simply bandaged, and the blood seeping through stained the cloth. He repeatedly wiped the hunting rifle, which had only one bullet left, his gaze fierce, occasionally peeking through the door crack to watch for movement outside. Ailing was pressed tightly against a dilapidated filing cabinet, still clutching her backpack, as if it were her only connection to the world. Her lips moved silently, murmuring something indifferent to the discussions about old Sun's injuries and the others. Silence lay heavy like a boulder on everyone's hearts. Finally, Chen Mo broke the silence. His voice was hoarse from dehydration and exhaustion, yet carried an undeniable calmness. We can't stay here. Sun Ge needs antibiotics, real treatment. We all need food and water. Sitting here means certain death. Chen Ge didn't bother to look up, snorting coldly, nonsense. Where do we go? Outside is filled with those creatures, and there's a smiling nightmare hiding somewhere. There is a direction. Chen Mo's gaze turned to Xiaozhou. Xiaozhou jolted, adjusted his broken glasses, and hesitantly spoke. Chen Ge, didn't we receive that radio message before? Although we can't get to the stadium, the signal source might be at the communication tower in the north of the city. Maybe there are troops there, or at least we could figure out what happened. The communication tower. Chen Ge suddenly looked up, his eyes sharp as knives. That damned place is further than the stadium. The whole way is through the old city, a dead end. To die for a shadowy message. But aren't we already heading to our deaths like this? Chen Mo interrupted him, his tone calm, yet firm. Old Sun won't last much longer. We're out of options. Any possible direction is worth a gamble. And he paused. We don't need to go directly to the communication tower. Xiaozhou said there's a nearby electronics repair shop that might have what we need, batteries, parts, maybe even a working radio. If we can fix the radio, we can at least verify the message's authenticity or even receive more specific guidance. This is far more prudent than blindly rushing in. Repair shop. Chen Ge frowned, evidently more skeptical about this suggestion. Yes, Lao Zhong's electronics. Xiaozhou hurriedly explained, his tone tinged with the excitement of a technician. Old Zhong's place is a treasure trove of used electronics. He collects all kinds of parts. There must be old batteries and radio components. If we get a working radio, we can. Then what? Call for help. Chen Ge interrupted mockingly. Who's listening to the radio now? At least we can listen for other signals. We could know what really happened. Maybe there are official evacuation channels still broadcasting. Xiaozhou argued, his face flushed with excitement. Aling suddenly interjected sharply, her voice trembling with fear. Don't go. Outside are monsters. If you want to die, don't drag me with you. He'll stay here. I'm not going anywhere. She clutched her backpack tighter, as if it were her fortress. Staying here means waiting for death. Sister Zhao suddenly spoke up, her voice small, but carrying an unprecedented determination. She looked at the near-unconscious old Sun, then glanced at the terrified Aling and the numb Wang Lei. We must do something. For Sun Ge and for ourselves. Her transformation surprised everyone. The continuous disasters and the responsibility of caring for others were quietly changing this once fragile woman. Wang Lei also lifted his head, his lips trembling as if he wanted to say something, but in the end, he just nodded vigorously, expressing his support for Sister Zhao. Disagreements arose within the team, but there were also positive changes. The thirst for survival was slowly overpowering pure fear. Chen Ge's gaze darkly swept over each person, finally resting on Chen Mo's face. He could see that this former government official was serious and seemed to possess a strange calmness and decisiveness. He glanced at the barely breathing old Sun, knowing that this small team would likely not last long without medical assistance. Perhaps this risk was worth taking. How far is that repair shop? What's the situation? Chen Ge finally relented, his tone rough. Not far. Just 2 blocks away. Go through the back alley. I know the way. Xiaozhou immediately replied, as if fearing Chen Ge would change his mind. Damn. Chen Ge muttered a curse, as if having made a huge decision. All right. Let's go check it out. But once the situation seems off, I'll say to retreat. If anyone falls behind, don't blame me. His fierce gaze particularly swept over Aling and Wang Lei. This was a desperate gamble. A venture into peril to seek a glimmer of hope that was faint and perhaps even uncertain. The plan was simple, led by Xiaozhou, who was familiar with the route. Chen Ge would clear the way, while Chen Mo and Xiaozhou would protect, and if necessary support old Sun. Sister Zhao would take care of Wang Lei and Aling. Had to keep up. There was no time for further preparation. The group made one last check of their meager equipment. Chen Ge's hunting rifle, 1 bullet, Chen Mo's fire axe, Xiaozhou's baseball bat, and a steel pipe, each picked up by Sister Zhao and Wang Lei. The water was gone, and only half a block of compressed biscuit remained. They gently pushed open the storage room door, as if droplets were re-entering a sea filled with sharks. The corridor was dim and silent, with only distant, indistinct howls echoing. The air was thick with more dust and a faint stench of decay. Xiaozhou took a deep breath and pointed to the left. Chen Ge raised the rifle, his gaze sharp, stepping forward first. Chen Mo and Xiaozhou supported old Sun on either side as he weakly groaned, struggling to keep pace. Sister Zhao pulled Wang Lei along, closely following. Aling lagged behind, her face written with reluctance and fear, clutching her backpack tightly, every step hesitant and dragging. The escape began once more. This time the goal was no longer just to flee, but to actively seek out the faint glimmer of hope that might exist within the rusted signals. And on this road to hope, thorns and blood would undoubtedly pave the way. The first test awaited them at the dim, crisis-laden end of the corridor. The corridor of the abandoned office building resembled the cold intestines of a giant beast, deep, dim, and shrouded in an ominous silence. The air was stagnant, heavy enough to feel the particles of dust infused with an indescribable complex odor. Aged dust, a barely perceptible hint of mildew, and a faint cloying scent of decay that seeped into the building's structure, refusing to dissipate. It pervaded every corner, stirring the already heightened nerves of everyone present. Xiaozhou walked at the front, his breathing rapid and shallow, relying on his memory and familiarity with this area before the disaster to guide his way. His eyes behind the cracked lenses widened in fear as they scanned every junction ahead, every door that was ajar or tightly closed. Even the slightest flicker of shadow could cause his heart to stop. The metal baseball bat he clutched felt more like a crutch supporting him against collapse. Chang'e followed closely behind, like a vigilant alpha wolf. The old hunting rifle with only one bullet left was held steadily in front of him, the barrel swaying slightly with the movement of his sharp gaze, always ready to face any threat that might spring from the shadows. He treaded lightly, muscles tense, every step cautious to avoid making any unnecessary noise. The wound on his back throbbed faintly, causing him to occasionally shift his shoulder uncomfortably, yet the fierceness and vigilance in his gaze remained undiminished. "Xiaozhou, come help." Chen Mo called out to the Xiaozhou who was leading the way. Understanding, Xiaozhou stepped forward to support Old Sun's arm. The two of them supported Old Sun, forming the fragile core of their group. Old Sun leaned heavily on them, teetering between semi-consciousness and excruciating pain. Each breath he took was accompanied by a noticeable distressing wheeze, as if a bellows were being tugged, his face appearing waxy and ashen in the dim light. Chen Mo gritted his teeth, his arms aching under the weight and old injuries, but he struggled to maintain stability while keeping an eye on their surroundings. Xiaozhou appeared even more strained, his frail body swaying, sweat soaking his forehead, yet he did not complain, instead supporting Old Sun with determination, occasionally whispering encouragement. "Uncle Sun, hold on, we're almost there." Sister Zhao pulled Wang Lei along behind. Her other hand tightly grasped a rusted steel pipe taken from a dismantled desk, her knuckles turning white from the pressure. She was no longer completely lost in her own fear, forcing herself to take on part of the watchful responsibility, nervously glancing back to ensure the rear was safe, while also keeping an eye on Wang Lei's condition. Wang Lei remained numb, his gaze hollow, but at least he could mechanically move along. When Sister Zhao tugged him, he took a step like a puppet. A subtle change was that his body no longer trembled violently. Instead, it was a stillness, a resignation, perhaps a deeper psychological closure following extreme fear. Ling lagged behind, at least 5 or 6 steps away from the others. She clung tightly to her bulging backpack as if it was the very meaning of her existence. Her steps were slow and hesitant, turning back in terror every few steps, as if countless hands might reach out from the darkness to drag her away. She was filled with resistance and distrust towards the team's actions, her face expressing resentment and extreme fear, as if to say, "I told you so." Xiaozhou had to stop from time to time, anxiously urging her in a low voice, "Ling, hurry up. Don't fall behind." The corridor seemed endless. Most of the office doors on either side stood open, revealing a scene of devastation. Overturned desks and chairs, scattered documents, and dark, suspicious stains splattered on the walls and carpet. Some rooms still bore the frozen moments of the disaster, shattered computer screens, toppled coffee cups, and even a dust-covered suit jacket draped over an office chair, suggesting its owner had merely stepped away. Suddenly, Chang'e at the front raised his fist abruptly, making a stop gesture. Everyone froze instantly, even their breathing nearly halted. Chang'e listened intently, his sharp gaze fixed on a right turn ahead. A faint, persistent scraping sound could be heard, as if something was repeatedly rubbing against the floor. Chen Mo gently lowered Old Sun against the wall, signaling to Sister Zhao to watch over Wang Lei and Old Sun, while he silently moved to Chang'e's side, gripping the fire axe tightly. Chang'e slowly, ever so cautiously, poked his head out to glance around the corner. There in the corridor beyond the corner, a figure stood with its back to them, engaging in a slow, relentless motion, repeatedly banging its forehead against a closed fire door. Its movements were stiff and continuous, producing a dull thud, with each impact showing no reaction to its surroundings. It was a zombie trapped here, caught in some kind of mindless loop. Just one, and it was facing away from them. Chang'e pulled back his head and gestured to Chen Mo, indicating that there was only one and it had not noticed them. He pointed to himself, then to the zombie, and made a slashing motion across his throat, indicating that he would quietly sneak up to deal with it. Chen Mo nodded. Chang'e took a deep breath, gently slinging the rifle behind him and drawing a gleaming military knife from his boot. He moved like a poised cheetah, tiptoeing silently towards the unsuspecting back. Every step was as light as a feather falling. The distance closed bit by bit. 5 meters, 3 meters, 2 meters. Just as Chang'e was about to spring into action. Clang. At the back of the group, a sudden but exceptionally clear metallic clatter echoed. It was a Ling. Overcome with tension, she had accidentally kicked over an empty metal trash can resting against the wall as she stepped back. The sound erupted in the silent corridor like thunder. The zombie that had been banging on the door suddenly halted its actions. It stiffly turned around with a creaking sound. Its murky eyes instantly locked on to the nearest Chang'e. Roar. It let out a hoarse howl, exposing its decayed mouth as it lunged at Chang'e. Damn it. Chang'e cursed, reacting swiftly. No longer hiding, he lunged forward in a leap, the knife plunging precisely and viciously into the zombie's eye socket, piercing straight through to its brain. The zombie's movements ceased abruptly, collapsing limply to the ground. But trouble was just beginning. That howl and the sound of impact shattered the eerie stillness of the entire floor. From the once silent offices on either side of the corridor, responses erupted. Huh, huh. Low guttural growls from deep throats sounded from multiple directions. Then came the sounds of furniture being overturned and dragging footsteps. Not good. They've noticed us. Run. Chang'e shouted, pulling out the knife without bothering to wipe it, then raising the rifle again. This way. There's an emergency exit that might lead down. Xiao Zhou, pale-faced, pointed towards another direction, his voice trembling, but still clear. There was no time to hesitate. Chen Mo and Xiao Zhou struggled to lift old Sun. Sister Zhao yanked Wang Lei fiercely. Chang'e held the rear, keeping a wary eye on the doors from which the sounds were emanating. Ling was completely panicking, screaming, "It's all your fault. You insisted on coming out. We're all going to die here." Instead of running forward, her fear made her want to retreat. Ling, run forward. Keep up with Xiao Zhou. Chen Mo commanded sternly, his tone more severe than ever. Yet Ling had already been consumed by fear, only focusing on screaming and retreating. At that moment, the nearest office door was suddenly flung open. 2 female zombies dressed in professional attire, but grotesquely disfigured, shrieked as they charged out, lunging directly at the last Ling. Ling let out a piercing scream, instinctively pushing her backpack forward to block the zombies. This action saved her for a moment, but it also caused her to lose her balance, stumbling backward onto the ground. One zombie's claw tore through the outer layer of the backpack, scattering some cosmetics and snacks onto the floor. Damn it. Chang'e cursed, wanting to shoot, but the angle was poor, risking friendly fire. Just at that critical moment, Wang Lei, who had been vacanted, seemed to be stirred by Ling's scream, or perhaps activated by the imminent threat of death. He suddenly let out a beast-like growl, breaking free from Sister Zhao's grip, raising the steel pipe in a chaotic yet forceful manner, and smashed it hard against the nearest zombie's head. Bang! The muffled sound echoed. The zombie staggered from the blow. Although it was not a fatal hit, this sudden strike bought Ling a precious second. Sister Zhao reacted as well, screaming as she thrust the steel pipe wildly at another zombie. Go! Ling, get up! Xiao Zhou turned back, seeing this scene, shouted anxiously. Chen Mo made a decisive move, temporarily leaning old Sun against the wall, then rushing back, the fire axe slicing through the air as it descended, striking precisely into a zombie's neck. Black blood splattered. Chang'e seized the chance, using the rifle, but to forcefully knock over another zombie that had been pushed back by Wang Lei, then delivering a finishing stab with the knife. In that brief contact and instant explosion, 2 zombies were dealt with, but more growls were closing in from all directions. They could not linger any longer. Go! Hurry! Chang'e roared. Ling was dragged up by Xiao Zhou and Sister Zhao, still in shock, even forgetting to pick up the torn backpack with its scattered contents, merely following along as they ran. Wang Lei gasped for breath. His eyes seemed to contain a flicker of something no longer completely numb, but rather a fleeting ferocity, an aftershock sparked by adrenaline. Chen Mo and Xiao Zhou once again lifted old Sun. The group rushed desperately towards the emergency exit indicated by Xiao Zhou. Behind them, more and more zombies surged out from various rooms, converging into a tide of death, howling as they pursued. As Chang'e retreated, he pushed down all the debris and trash cans in the corridor, trying to slow the zombie tide. Finally, they spotted the green iron door marked emergency exit. Xiao Zhou yanked the door open, and everyone poured in. Chen Mo and Xiao Zhou were the last to usher old Sun inside. Close the door, Chang'e shouted. Chen Mo, Xiao Zhou, Sister Zhao, and even Wang Lei all exerted every ounce of strength against the increasing force of impacts from outside, desperately trying to shut the heavy fire door. Bang! The bolt finally fell into place. Immediately, frantic and relentless banging and howling reverberated from outside. The iron door shook violently, but temporarily held back the tide of zombies. Everyone collapsed in the cold, dark stairwell, gasping for breath like fish out of water, their hearts pounding as if they might explode. A wave of relief from having survived and overwhelming exhaustion swept over each person. Aling sat in a corner weeping silently. Her body, trembling in her backpack, was gone, and that meager psychological support was entirely lost. Wang Lei slid down against the wall, the ferocity in his eyes fading, replaced by confusion and fear, yet his earlier outburst undeniably proved that he was not completely useless. Sister Zhao panted, looking at the successfully closed door, then glancing at Wang Lei and the steel pipe in her hand, her face displaying a mixture of disbelief, fear, and a faint sense of achievement. She had done it. She had not only protected herself, but had also participated in the counterattack. Xiao Zhou anxiously checked on old Sun's condition, who seemed even weaker after the previous jostling. Chang'e leaned against the door, feeling the impacts from outside, his face dark with foreboding. He glanced at the dazed Aling, then at the panicked group, finally resting his gaze on Chen Mo. "Damn it, we almost all died here." He gasped, his tone filled with relief and anger, but mostly a sense of helplessness about the situation. Chen Mo remained silent, quietly wiping the blood from the fire axe. The crisis was temporarily averted, but the price was that they had thoroughly exposed their location, attracting numerous zombies, and the trust within the team had fractured further. However, after this brief and bloody encounter, this makeshift team seemed to be undergoing some subtle change under the pressure of despair. Sister Zhao began to pick up weapons. Wang Lei displayed courage at a crucial moment, and even the most cowardly Aling might change after losing everything or completely collapse. They were temporarily safe, but trapped in a stairwell. Upwards, downwards. The maintenance room was in another direction. Hope seemed to fade further away, and the road to hope had become blocked by even more death and danger. What should be the next choice? The heavy fire door of the emergency passage stood like a fragile, yet crucial barrier, temporarily isolating the chaotic world outside. The incessant dull thuds and howls against the door served as a background noise that would never cease, reminding those inside that danger was merely an arm's length away and breathing was only a temporary reprieve. The stairwell was dimly lit, with only a broken vent above letting in a faint glimmer of daylight, and the air was thick with dust and a subtle hint of rust. The group sat slumped on the cold concrete steps, their intense gasps from surviving the ordeal gradually subsiding, replaced by a heavy fatigue and an inescapable fear that hung in the air. In the prolonged silence, only the relentless banging of the zombies outside and Lao Sun's intermittent pain and weak groans filled the space. Chen Mo was the first to break the silence. He checked Lao Sun's condition, his brows furrowed. Lao Sun's forehead was frighteningly hot, the purplish-black area around the wound seemed to have expanded a bit, and pus seeped through the makeshift bandage, exuding an ominous odor. His breathing grew weaker, his consciousness blurred, and he occasionally mumbled a few inaudible words. Lao Sun's condition is dire. Chen Mo's voice was low and hoarse, cutting through the suffocating quiet. He has a persistent high fever, and the wound infection is worsening. We need to find antibiotics and clean bandaging supplies as soon as possible, or... He did not finish, but the implication was clear. His words fell like a stone into still water, creating ripples. Find. Where to find? Aling suddenly raised her head, her voice sharp, tinged with cries and deep resentment. I lost my bag while escaping just now. I've lost everything. Outside it's full of those things. Going out is just asking for death. Do you still want to look for death? She had lost all her supplies, her sense of security had completely collapsed, and her emotions were on the brink of breaking down. Wang lay curled up in the corner, hugging his knees, staring blankly at the ground. The brief outburst seemed to have drained all his energy and spirit. He reverted to his numb and silent demeanor, showing no reaction to Aling's words. Sister Zhao looked at Lao Sun's suffering, then glanced at the agitated Aling and the silent Wang Lei. Her lips moved as if she wanted to say something, but in the end, she merely sighed, her eyes filled with conflict and helplessness. She had just summoned the courage to participate in the fight, but that did not mean she was no longer afraid. Xiao Zhou pushed his broken glasses up the bridge of his nose and weakly suggested maybe Lao Zhong's shop has some common medicine. People who fix electrical appliances sometimes keep some antiseptic gauze and the like. But his tone was uncertain, clearly feeling that hope was slim. How could that kind of place have antibiotics? Chang'e snorted, coldly shattering Xiao Zhou's unrealistic fantasy. He checked the cut on his back from when he fled. Thankfully, it was not deep, just a surface injury, but his expression remained dark. Right now the most important thing is to get out of this damned building. The repair shop is out of the question, the noise would definitely attract a swarm. We need to find another way out. He stood up and walked to the stair railing, carefully looking up and down. The stairs extended upward into darkness, while downward seemed to lead to some lower level. We can't go up, but it's a dead end. We can only go down and see if we can find another exit. The goal had diverged. Chen Mo advocated searching for medicine to save a life, while Chang'e insisted on prioritizing finding a safe exit. Chen Mo did not immediately refute Chang'e. He knew Chang'e was speaking reality. Yet looking at the gasping Lao Sun, he couldn't accept simply giving up on his companion. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke. Chang'e is right, we must first find a safe way out. But Lao Sun can't hold on much longer. If we can find a relatively safe route, perhaps we can look for a medical point along the way. For example, are there any small clinics or community hospitals nearby? He directed this question at Xiao Zhou, who was the local and most familiar with the surroundings. Xiao Zhou paused for a moment trying to recall, and uncertainly said nearby. It seems there are no large hospitals. But a few streets to the south, there seems to be a Kongmin Community Health Service station. It's not very big, it's just a place for old people to get checked for minor ailments. I don't know if there's anything left inside or if it's safe. Community health station. Although the supplies may be limited, at least it is a glimmer of hope. But this suggestion was immediately met with strong opposition from Chang'e. A health station? Are you out of your mind? Chang'e turned sharply, glaring fiercely at Chen Mo and Xiao Zhou. That kind of place is a breeding ground for viruses. It's definitely packed with the sick waiting to die and then mutate. To risk our lives for someone who's about to die? Absolutely not. His attitude was exceptionally resolute, and based on the painful experiences during the previous exploration of the stadium, he held a deep fear and aversion toward any medical institution. Lao Sun is not a dying person. He is our comrade. Sister Zhao suddenly interjected, her voice not loud, yet carrying an unprecedented firmness. She looked at Lao Sun's pale and pained face, then at Chang'e. If we give up on him now, how are we any different from those things outside? The continuous experiences and the responsibility of caring for others were quietly changing her, transforming her from a pure victim into someone with her own stance and courage. Comrade. Chang'e scoffed, his tone laced with sarcasm. How long have we known each other? Didn't my previous comrades die horribly enough? Staying alive is the most important thing. What can't be sacrificed for survival? His words were cold and realistic, representing a cruel survival philosophy in an apocalyptic environment. Aling immediately echoed Chang'e, sharply saying yes. Sister Zhao, stop pretending to be good. If it weren't for you insisting on coming out just now, I wouldn't have lost my things. Now you want to risk your life for an old man. I disagree. Chang'e, let's go. Don't worry about them. She had completely sided with Chang'e, venting her grievances about losing supplies on Chen Mo and the others. Wang Lei remained silent, but his body trembled slightly, as if he too were in a fierce inner struggle. The internal rift in the team had become entirely public and quickly formed the embryonic shape of two factions, one led by Chen Mo and Sister Zhao attempting to uphold basic morals and rescue their companions, the other led by Chang'e and Aling advocating absolute self-interest and prioritizing their own survival. Xiao Zhou was caught in the middle, technically leaning towards Chen Mo, but emotionally fearing Chang'e appearing indecisive. Chen Mo felt a wave of helplessness. He knew Chang'e's words held truth. It was extremely risky to venture to the health station. Yet he could not bear to watch Lao Sun die. This was not only a matter of morality, but also of team cohesion. If they could abandon Lao Sun today, they could abandon anyone tomorrow, and this makeshift team would instantly crumble. He took a deep breath, opting not to confront them forcefully, but rather to seek a compromise. Chang'e, I understand your concerns. The health station is indeed dangerous. But we can't just do nothing. How about this? We first figure out a safe way to leave this building and find a new, relatively safe place to settle. Then Xiao Zhou and I, at most one more person, will form a small team to quickly scout the health station. If the situation is too dangerous, we will retreat immediately, not getting entangled. If luck is on our side, we might find what we need. The rest of you can wait and keep watch at the safe point. This plan was relatively sound, keeping risks to a minimum while still not entirely abandoning hope. Chang'e frowned, seeming to weigh the options. He glanced at the weakened Chen Mo and frail Xiao Zhou, then at the determined Sister Zhao and the silent, but potentially swayed Wang Lei. If only 2 or 3 people were to take the risk, it seemed not entirely unacceptable. If they succeeded, having medicine would indeed improve survival rates. If they failed, the loss wouldn't be too great. Damn it, Chang'e finally cursed, a form of reluctant agreement. Then let's find a way out first. We'll talk once we find a place. But let me say this up front, if things go south, I will say to retreat. If anyone wants to go die, stay behind. The tense atmosphere eased slightly. Although the divisions remained, they had at least found a temporary basis for joint action. Thank you, Chen Mo said softly. He knew this was just a stalling tactic. The road ahead would still be difficult. Xiao Zhou also breathed a sigh of relief, nodding hastily. Sister Zhao looked at Chen Mo with a hint of gratitude and reliance in her eyes. Aling mumbled a few discontented words, but seeing that Chang'e had already made a decision, she did not dare to say anything more. Wang Lei remained silent, but seemed to have relaxed slightly. Chang'e stopped wasting words and began carefully studying the stairs leading down. Everyone stay alert. We don't know what the situation is below. I'll lead. Chen Mo will bring up the rear, and the women and injured will walk in the middle. Keep your eyes wide open. A simple rest and debate had instead clarified the team's responsibilities. Chen Mo naturally took on the role of the commander and vanguard, while Chen Mo was responsible for bringing up the rear, and support sister Zhao assisted the injured Xiao Zhou, served as the technical advisor and local guide, and Wang Lei and A Ling. For now were still individuals needing protection, but at least Wang Lei had proven himself not entirely useless. They moved again, carefully exploring down the stairs. Every step was taken with extreme caution, as the dark stairwell seemed to hide endless dangers. However, just as they reached about the third floor, Chen Mo, who was leading, suddenly raised his fist, sharply signaling a stop. He listened intently, his face becoming extremely grave. Below, a sound distinct from the zombies' howls and banging could be faintly heard. It was a sound, slow, heavy, and accompanied by a metallic scraping against the ground. Footsteps. And not just one. Something was down there. The group once again moved cautiously downward. Each step was taken upon a foundation of unknown fear. The cold staircase and the spiraling darkness seemed endless. However, just as they reached the landing between the third and second floors, Chen Mo abruptly raised his fist and froze. His muscles tensed instantly. Everyone became motionless at once. This time, everyone distinctly heard the strange sounds coming from below. It was a slow, heavy sound, each step seeming to carry immense weight, heavily treading upon their very souls. Amidst those footsteps, there was a clear, grating sound of metal scraping against the concrete floor, hissing, as if some heavy, rough iron object was being dragged mercilessly. But this was far from all. Even more alarming, sending chills down their spines, was the sound of a heavy, damp breath, as if a gigantic, heavily damaged bellows was laboriously gasping for air. This breath was sticky and painful, each inhale seeming to expend all its strength, accompanied by ominous liquid sounds. Simultaneously, a faint yet piercing hissing sound like numerous rusted metal sheets vibrating and rubbing together at a high frequency played as a sinister background sound that lingered incessantly. Moreover, this chilling symphony of sounds did not originate from a single source. There were at least two or even more sources of sound colliding, overlapping, and echoing within the strongly reverberating enclosed stairwell, forming a bizarre and suffocating three-dimensional soundscape, as if it were coming from all directions with nowhere to escape. There is something down there. More than one. Chen Mo whispered to Chen Mo in a voice so faint it was almost inaudible, his eyes filled with unprecedented gravity and an imperceptible hint of fear. Damn it. This noise sounds downright sinister. Definitely not ordinary. He slowly leaned forward to look down, and after a few seconds he jerked back, his face instantly paling in horror and disgust, even gagging slightly before he said to the closed Chen Mo in a trembling voice, "There are two ghostly things down there, blocking the entrance on the second floor. One of them, its neck, is completely split open, like a broken trumpet, still there, fiddling with itself. The other one is completely covered in metal shards." Chen Mo's heart sank. Two more unknown, terrifying, mutated entities, blocking their way. He cautiously leaned forward to look. The fire door on the second floor was half open. A grotesquely bloated figure dressed in a tattered security uniform stood with its back to them, blocking the doorway. Its head was tilted back at an extremely unnatural angle, and at its neck was a huge, gruesome gash. The terrifying breath emanated from here. The tissue around the gash was writhing in a bizarre manner. A sharp metallic hissing sound came from deep within the gash. Its arms, grotesquely swollen and clawed, were futilely digging and stirring within the gash, dark viscous liquid dripping continuously. This throat ripper seemed immersed in this unconscious self-mutilation, unaware of their presence. The other entity, extraordinarily hulking, appeared to be covered with a rough, dull, irregular reflective surface. Upon closer inspection, it was various twisted and sharp-edged metal shards seemingly forcibly fused with its flesh, like broken pipes violently torn off, bent at bizarre angles, and even half a battered cabinet door with curled edges. These metal remnants resembled a grotesque suit of armor from hell covering its torso and some limbs, and the nauseating sound of metal scraping was produced by these parts rubbing against the ground and walls in movement. They had blocked the only escape route. There was no retreat. Just as Chen Mo and Chen Mo frantically exchanged plans with their eyes. Cough, cough, cough. Old Sun suddenly let out a series of uncontrollable violent coughs. Though the sound was not loud, it was extraordinarily clear against the backdrop of silence and the monster's noise. The commotion and breathing sounds from below abruptly ceased. The movements of the throat ripper and the hulking abnormal suddenly froze. In the next moment, that tilted head turned a full 180 degrees. A twisted, blood-soaked face of a security guard looked up at the floor above. Those murky eyes seemed unable to see, but the gaping, constantly opening and closing neck crack seemed to have become a true sensory organ locking onto them. Roar, hissing, A terrifying shriek mingled with a roaring wind, and metal vibrations erupted from the gash. It was filled with the ecstasy of discovering prey. Their bloated bodies suddenly turned, disregarding the state of their necks, and swung their mutated massive arms with a speed inconsistent with their size, charging up the stairs. Each step shook the staircase. Run! Back up! Up! Changgu screamed in despair. The desperate escape upward began anew. Everyone scrambled up the stairs. Chen Mo and Xiao Zhou dragged Old Sun, moving very slowly. Sister Zhao pulled Wang Lei. Ling let out another terrified scream, tapping into her survival instinct, and was the first to rush upward. The throat ripper was surprisingly fast. It seemed to sense the presence of living creatures through the gash and chased closely behind. The heavy breathing and sharp hissing sounds approached rapidly like a deathly melody. An overwhelming sense of suffocating fear gripped everyone. Hurry up! Sister Zhao turned back only to see those two twisted, terrifying figures rapidly enlarging at the staircase corner, their metallic gleam and the crimson of the gash seeming to be right before her eyes, terrifying her to the point of losing her composure, her voice cracking with sobs. Suddenly, Ling, who was at the front, turned back in extreme fear, stumbled, and screamed as she fell down. She rolled right next to Chen Mo and Xiao Zhou, blocking their way of dragging Old Sun. This delay erased the fatal distance in an instant. The throat ripper had closed in to just a few steps away. The viscous liquid flowing from its claws brought a malicious wind as it lunged at the fallen Ling and the close Chen Mo and Old Sun. Death approached. No! Xiao Zhou shut his eyes in terror. Just at this critical moment. Old Sun seemed to be stimulated by the ultimate danger, letting out a vague groan, and his previously limp hand suddenly moved slightly, almost imperceptibly, as if triggering some invisible switch. It was not some earth-shattering ability, but rather an instinctive, subtle interference. Yet it was this trivial motion. The throat ripper's claw aimed at Chen Mo and Old Sun seemed to have deviated slightly from its trajectory, as if something invisible had nudged it slightly, or it had experienced an indescribable disturbance in its balance for a fleeting moment. It was this minute difference. The massive claw barely grazed Chen Mo's back and Old Sun's body, a foul wind sweeping past them. Yet it ultimately did not touch them. Instead, it firmly grabbed Ling, who had fallen and was right in the center of its attack path. Ling let out her last, most piercing scream, filled with unimaginable pain and terror. That horrific force instantly crushed her bones, and sharp claws pierced through her body. Blood gushed forth like a ruptured water bag from her mouth, nose, and wounds. Her eyes widened with boundless fear and disbelief, then rapidly dimmed. Her body was easily lifted by that massive claw, yanked back like a rag doll, and in an instant she was shoved towards the continuously opening and closing neck gash by the throat ripper. Competing with another metallic abnormal entity. The sounds of tearing, chewing, and the monster's satisfied roars echoed sickeningly. Old Sun had unconsciously made a crucial, yet minuscule interference, but at the cost of Ling becoming the scapegoat. Ling! Xiao Zhou emitted a painful wail. Run! Chen Mo's eyes turned red as he suppressed the shock brought on by this bloody, brutal scene, pulling up the almost limp Xiao Zhou, and together with Changgu, desperately dragged Old Sun onward, fleeing upward. Sister Zhao also tugged at Wang Lei, struggling to keep up. The two abnormal entities seemed temporarily satisfied with their offering or distracted by their feeding, momentarily slowing their pursuit. Seizing the chance, everyone desperately ran back to the 7th floor, rushing back to the corridor where they had briefly rested. The horrific sounds of chewing and hissing behind them remained clear. The tool room. Over there. Xiao Zhou cried out, pointing to the iron door at the end of the corridor. Everyone rushed in without a care. Chen Mo and Changgu entered last, using all their strength to barricade the iron door. Bang! The tremendous impact slammed into the door. The entire frame trembled violently. The iron door caved in instantly. Hold it! Changgu's forehead veins bulged as he shouted. Outside, the dreadful breathing, hissing, and frenzied banging and scratching sounds were almost pressed against the door. The monsters seemed unwilling to relent until they smashed the door to pieces. Inside the tool room, everyone braced their bodies against the door, feeling the terrifying force from outside, filled with despair, fear, and a strange sense of relief. Ling was dead gruesomely, but her unexpected death had unwittingly bought precious escape time for the others. Xiao Zhou slid down against the wall, weeping silently for Ling's tragic death. Sister Zhao and Wang Lei's faces were pale, trembling all over. Chen Mo and Changgu panted heavily, holding the door tightly, their expressions complex. Old Sun remained unconscious, with no one aware of his trivial, yet crucial interference earlier. The price of hope was once again paid in blood and life. The cracks within the team deepened due to death, yet this shared brutal survival strangely bound them tighter. The iron door of the tool room groaned and trembled under the violent impacts from outside. The clear dent on the door panel seemed poised to be completely breached at any moment. Inside, Chen Mo, Chang Gu, Zhao Jie, Xiao Zhou, and Wang Lei pressed their bodies firmly against the door panel. Each heavy impact reverberated through the cold metal, making their insides feel numb and their arms weak. The air was thick with the smell of sweat, blood, and a palpable sense of despair. Lao Sun lay in a corner, still unconscious, his breath faint, but not life-threatening for the moment. Outside the door, the chilling cacophony of the throat ripper and its metallic companion, a horrifying mix of metal scraping, ragged breathing, sharp hissing, and frenzied pounding, was relentless, tormenting everyone's nerves like an unending symphony of death. Damn it, this broken door won't hold for much longer. Chang Gu gritted his teeth, forcing the words through clenched jaws as sweat streamed down his cheeks, dripping onto the cold floor. Behind him, the wound that had previously been cut began to ooze blood again. Chen Mo said nothing, only pressed harder against the door. His gaze quickly swept over the cramped tool room. It seemed to be a storage area for the building's maintenance staff, with several tall metal shelves against the wall piled with cleaning supplies, spare lamps, and broken office chair parts, all covered in thick dust. In the corner were a few tightly capped plastic barrels, the contents unknown. Hope was slim, but they couldn't give up. Xiao Zhou, Zhao Jie, see if there's anything usable in there. Anything that can be used as a weapon or to block the door. Chen Mo ordered hoarsely, his voice trembling from exertion. Xiao Zhou and Zhao Jie, upon hearing this, immediately suppressed their fear, releasing their grip on the door. With two fewer people, the vibrations of the door panel intensified, and Chang Gu and Chen Mo muffled groans, the pressure suddenly increasing, and began to frantically search the dusty shelves. Wang Lei still leaned against the door in a daze, his body trembling slightly with each impact, but his eyes seemed to have gained a bit more focus than before. At least he was subconsciously pushing against the door. There are a few long metal rods. They look like disassembled window frames or clotheslines. Xiao Zhou quickly discovered, dragging out a few rusty but seemingly sturdy metal rods about 1.5 meters long from the bottom of the shelf. Good. Bring them here. Use them as spears if necessary. Chen Mo shouted. Zhao Jie then found a toolbox. A toolbox. It has wrenches, hammers, and screwdrivers. She struggled to pull it out, opening it to reveal various tools of different specifications. While they weren't exactly weapons of mass destruction, they were better than being empty-handed. Split the large wrench and hammer. Chang Gu yelled. Just then Zhao Jie made an even more important discovery. She moved aside a few empty boxes and spotted several containers marked with words: compressed rations, emergency drinking water, food, water. Zhao Jie's voice quivered with excitement. She could hardly believe her eyes. Everyone perked up suddenly. Even Chang Gu and Chen Mo couldn't help but glance back. There were several boxes of unopened emergency supplies. Perhaps prepared by the building for unexpected situations, they had remained untouched by the earlier chaos. Xiao Zhou and Zhao Jie hurriedly opened the boxes, and indeed there were vacuum-packed compressed rations and bottled water inside. Though the quantity wasn't enormous, it was enough to sustain them for several days. Heaven does not completely cut off one's path, Xiao Zhou murmured, nearly moved to tears. They quickly stuffed a few bottles of water and some rations into pockets that could still hold items. More importantly, the appearance of these supplies acted like a shot of adrenaline, temporarily dispelling some of the despair and giving them the strength to continue struggling. And these? Xiao Zhou found an unexpected surprise on the top shelf: several cans of industrial-strength spray paint and a small bucket of unopened mechanical lubricant. Maybe these can create some trouble, he said uncertainly. Give it a try. It's better than nothing. Chen Mo immediately agreed. Chang Gu nodded as well. With simple weapons and food, everyone felt a bit more stabilized. They repositioned themselves, propping the found metal rods against the door, adding another line of defense. Although still precarious, they at least had another layer of security. The pounding from outside continued for nearly half an hour. The frequency seemed to decrease slightly, but the force remained terrifying. The two mutants appeared tireless. Chen Mo and the others were ultimately forced to use some weapons to wedge in the door handle and at various critical points of the door panel. We can't stay trapped here forever, Chen Mo panted. We don't know how long it will take for them to exhaust their strength or be attracted by something else. We must find a way to escape. How do we escape? Opening the door is tantamount to death, Chang Gu retorted, but his tone was no longer as absolute as before. Just as they were desperately pondering a countermeasure, a new sound faintly drifted in from outside the window. It was no longer the howls of zombies or the noises of mutants, but the roar of engines. And it was getting closer. Everyone was stunned and perked up their ears. Yes, it was the sound of car engines. And it sounded like more than one. The sound was rough, as if modified. Is someone there? Xiao Zhou suddenly looked up, a look of incredulous joy on his face. Be careful. They may not be friends. Changgu immediately doused the excitement with cold water, his eyes becoming more vigilant. The experience of the apocalypse taught him that living people could sometimes be more dangerous than zombies. The engine sound stopped on the street below. Then several crisp gunshots rang out. Followed by brief, intense gunfire, it seemed the newcomers were clearing out the zombies downstairs. The five in the tool room looked at each other, their feelings complex. Hope and doubt intertwined. A few minutes later, the gunfire ceased. The street fell into a momentary silence, only the low rumble of the idling engine remained. Then a male voice amplified through a loudspeaker, sounding somewhat distorted, came from downstairs, penetrating through the glass window. Friends in the building, please respond. We mean no harm. Hearing the commotion, just now we came to see if there are any survivors. The voice was rough, carrying a decisive clarity. The tool room fell silent. The others exchanged quick glances. What should we do? Xiaozhou asked in a low voice, looking at Chen Mo and Changgu. It could be a trap, Changgu said darkly. But it might also be an opportunity, Chen Mo pondered. We are trapped here, and they have the ability to clear the streets. Perhaps we can talk. He looked out the window, cautiously peering through the filthy glass down below. On the street below, two brutally modified SUVs and pickups were parked with makeshift barriers welded on the roofs, their bodies covered in dirt and dark stains. Next to the vehicles stood three people, all dressed in mixed clothing, holding various weapons from shotguns to makeshift spears, scanning their surroundings warily. Leading them was a burly man wearing a baseball cap, holding a loudspeaker. They looked like a seasoned survivor squad. Friends upstairs. If you don't speak up, we'll be leaving. This place isn't safe. The man with the loudspeaker shouted again, his tone seemingly impatient. Chen Mo took a deep breath and made a decision. He signaled to the others to stay alert, and then knocked forcefully on the tool room window, making a sound to attract attention. The people downstairs immediately looked up, their weapons pointing in that direction. We are here. 7th floor tool room. Chen Mo replied loudly, but without fully exposing themselves. The people downstairs seemed to converse for a moment. The man in the baseball cap raised the loudspeaker again. How many of you are there? What's the situation? 5 people. 1 seriously injured. Blocked in by 2 special mutants at the door. Chen Mo succinctly replied. Special mutants. The people downstairs seemed intrigued. What do they look like? One is embedded with metal, and the other has a large gash in its neck. Its voice is strange. Xiaozhou couldn't help but add. The people downstairs fell silent for a few seconds, seemingly processing the information. Damn the Iron Maiden and the Throat Ripper. You sure are lucky. The voice of the man in the baseball cap came through the loudspeaker, laced with a hint of seriousness and familiarity. We can try to lure them away, but we can't guarantee success. In exchange, when you come down, you'll have to share some information with us, especially about the situation around here. How about it? A trade. This was the apocalypse. Chen Mo and Changgu quickly exchanged glances. For now, this seemed to be the only chance. Deal. Chen Mo shouted. Good. Wait for us. The people downstairs moved swiftly. 2 of them took out several red canisters resembling fire extinguishers from the vehicles, while another produced a few Molotov cocktails. They quickly discussed their tactics. A few minutes later, the 2 Molotov cocktails were ignited and accurately thrown from downstairs near the tool room's corridor. The flames erupted instantly, igniting the scattered debris. The pounding outside abruptly ceased, followed by the furious and sharp screams of the Throat Ripper and the metallic scraping sounds turning frantic and chaotic. The flames clearly attracted their attention, possibly injuring or enraging them. Now's our chance. They've been drawn to the fire. Hurry, came the shout from downstairs. Go, Chen Mo decisively commanded. Changgu and Xiaozhou quickly removed the metal rods propping the door, and Chen Mo, with Wang Lei, who had regained some strength, pushed the heavy iron door with all their might. Outside the door, the corridor near the staircase was ablaze with 2 distorted, terrifying figures restlessly moving near the flames momentarily occupied. Quick, go around to the other side. There might be a fire escape that way. Chen Mo shouted, pointing towards the other end of the corridor. The 5 hesitated not at all, with Changgu leading the way, Chen Mo and Xiaozhou supporting Lao San, while Zhao Jie and Wang Lei followed closely behind, sprinting at full speed towards the other end of the corridor. Fortunately, there was indeed an evacuation sign there. They ran down the stairs crazily, almost rolling to the 1st floor, bursting out of a side door of the building. The survivor convoy downstairs had already started their engines with the doors open. Get in the car, the man in the baseball cap shouted. The 5 stumbled towards the vehicles. Meanwhile, the 2 mutants, enraged by the flames, seemed to have noticed the prey escaping, letting out even more frenzied shrieks, appearing ready to charge down. Drive. Hurry and drive. Changgu was the last to jump into the back of the pickup truck, shouting towards the driver's seat. The engine roared to life, and the vehicle surged forward. Almost simultaneously, several scattered zombies and the 2 terrifying mutants rushed to the entrance on the 1st floor, but could only howl in frustration at the retreating taillights. The five shaken but safe collapsed in the vehicle, gasping for breath as they watched the office building fade into the distance, as if they had just crawled back from the gates of hell. After driving for a while, they stopped at a relatively safe street corner. The man in the baseball cap got out and approached, surveying the ragtag group of survivors. His gaze lingered especially on the unconscious Lao Sun and the makeshift weapons the others carried. All right, the deal is done. Now tell me, where did you come from? Do you know if there are any pharmacies or hospitals nearby? Our antibiotics are running low. He got straight to the point, directly stating their needs: medication. The hospital leads were once again brought to the fore in this manner. And this suddenly appeared well-equipped and purpose-driven survivor squad. Were they friend or foe? Where would their appearance lead Chen Mo's team? The brief supply in the tool room gave them a moment to catch their breath, but the road to Lao Zhong's shop seemed to add new variables. The ear-piercing sound of tires skidding on the wet ground finally ceased. The engine continued to rumble low, leaving only the violent heaving of chests and the heavy, uncontrollable gasps within the cabin. The five of them slumped in their respective positions, their bodies limp as if all their bones had been extracted. Still shaken, the five collapsed in the car, gasping for breath as they stared at the gradually receding office building, as if they had just crawled back from the gates of hell. After traveling a distance, the vehicle came to a stop at a relatively safe street corner. The man in the cap got out and approached, surveying the group of disheveled survivors. His gaze lingered particularly on the unconscious Lao Sun and the few makeshift weapons the others held. All right, the deal is done. Now tell me, where did you come from? Do you know where there's a pharmacy or a hospital nearby? Our antibiotics are about to run out. He got straight to the point, directly stating their need: medication. His words were like icy water splashed on the faces of the five who had just survived a disaster, instantly extinguishing the meager relaxation they had. Chen Mo took a deep breath, suppressing the fiery sensation in his chest, and spoke first in a hoarse voice: municipal building. That way. He deliberately omitted the gruesome details of the rooftop and the passage, adding, the nearby community hospital has long been abandoned. When we passed by, there was nothing left inside except for gnawing bones. The captain's brows immediately knitted together, dissatisfaction almost written on his face. The big one. The first municipal hospital. The central hospital. Further away. Chong Guess' icy voice interjected, adjusting his posture to make the shotgun he held more conspicuous. The main road is nothing but a graveyard for cars and a marketplace for neighbors. Do you want to drive your noisy car to feed them? His sharp gaze swept over the standard gear and the lingering fear on the faces of the others. Moreover, you were just picking them up and running away. Those two things are probably not something that can be reasoned with bullets, right? The burly man behind the captain, who was holding a welding baton and a baseball bat, twitched his face in anger, ready to lash out, but was stopped by a swift hand gesture from the captain. The captain's expression darkened. He did not deny Chong Guess' words, but coldly replied, that's why we need medication even more. Injuries, infections, dying slowly. It's more tormenting. We need antibiotics, and we need them now. Small clinics, private hospitals, anywhere possible. Provide leads. His gaze swept over the shabby weapons inside the car and the few unopened emergency supplies, finally landing on Lao Sun. Or prove you have other values we need. We want take burdens. The word value felt like a cold shackle locking down the breathless crowd. Xiao Zhou licked his cracked lips, his voice tired, yet striving to be clear. In the old district. There's a Kongmin clinic in a deep alley, very small, very old. When the disaster just started, it probably wasn't raided that quickly. But we've never been inside, so we can't guarantee anything. As he spoke, his arm trembled slightly from supporting Lao Sun, but his posture didn't waver. Location, route, time. The captain's questions were succinct, to the point of being harsh. Driving. Not taking a detour. About 20 minutes. The roads are narrow with many alleys, both sides are old buildings. Xiao Zhou tried to describe. Wait a minute. Chongo interrupted again, his voice firm. Our destination is Old Bell Electronics, a repair shop, and it's not in the same direction as the clinic. Xiao Zhou knew the way, and he was the only one who might repair a crucial piece of equipment we found. He fixed his gaze on the captain, deliberately obscuring the specifics of the radio and information, but emphasizing the uniqueness and importance. This is related to our survival and the next step, and must be prioritized. The captain scoffed, slapping the top of the car hard, splattering rainwater. Fixing things. Let's talk about surviving first. He pointed at Lao Sun. He can't wait. Without medicine, he's a dead man. Split up. With just your last bullet, and these wrenches and screwdrivers. His tone held an undeniable urgency. We go together. To the clinic. No discussion. What if we refuse? Chong Guess' voice dropped to a freezing point, his hand slightly adjusting its position on the shotgun. The air inside the cabin froze instantly. Zhao Jie gasped sharply. Xiao Zhou's body tensed, and even the trembling Wang Lei seemed to pause for a moment. The team members behind the captain almost simultaneously raised their crossbows and clubs, their eyes fierce. The captain himself remained expressionless, though his gaze turned even colder. Refuse. You can try. Let's see whether your last bullet is faster or our crossbow and knives. Or you can stay here and wait for those two things to catch up, or hope for the next fool like us to pass by. The stark threat of violence and the cruel reality of choice were ruthlessly slammed into their faces. Chen Mo spoke, suddenly interrupting this dangerous standoff. Lao Sun can't hold on much longer. Even if we go to the clinic, can you guarantee we find medicine? What if it's empty inside, or worse? We could waste time, miss the chance to fix the equipment, and end up with nothing. He tried to struggle with reason, throwing the harshness of the question back. The captain stared at Chen Mo, his eyes sharp. That is a risk. But if we don't go, he will definitely die. If we go, there's at least a glimmer of hope. As for your equipment. He paused, his tone laced with sarcasm. You have to survive first to talk about the next step. If you die, no information will matter. Zhao Jie suddenly asked, her voice tinged with a sob. Are you also injured? She seemed to be searching for a weakness or common ground in the other party. The captain glanced at her, his expression unyielding reserves. In this hellish place, injuries and infections are inevitable. Medications are more precious than bullets. This answer was flawless, yet it further emphasized their coldness and professionalism, as if they were executing a long-term survival plan rather than acting on a whim. Such excessive preparation in itself seemed somewhat abnormal. Wang Lei, who had been curled up, suddenly emitted a very low sound, his eyes wide with fear, as he fixated on a certain accessory around the captain's waist. Blood bag. He has one too. His words were unclear, but the term blood bag sent a chill down Chen Mo's spine. The level of professionalism and purpose among these people far exceeded that of ordinary survivors. Chang Gu clearly heard, as well, his gaze flickered, suddenly changing strategy. His tone remained hard, but took on a hint of negotiation. Fine, let's go together. But how do we get there? The clinic has narrow roads, and many buildings, once trapped inside, were like meat in a can. What's your plan? Just charge in. If your so-called cooperation means letting us be the cannon fodder, then you can act now and see how many lives you're willing to exchange for ours. He took offense and kicked the ball back, questioning the other party's plan, while also probing their bottom line and true intentions. The captain fell silent for a moment, seemingly evaluating Chang Gu's words. He glanced at the condition inside the car, especially at the unconscious Lao Sun, and finally replied coldly, we will take the main alert and break through. You all stay close, lead the way, and provide support if necessary. Find the medication and distribute it as needed. But if you hold us back or play tricks. He didn't finish, but the threat was palpable. Distributing as needed. Chang Gu seized on this phrase, coldly laughing. Whose needs? Yours or ours? Let's find it first. The captain avoided the question, his tone leaving no room for doubt. Now decide. Follow or stay behind. This was a choice without a choice. Opposition meant instant death. Compliance meant possible later death, but perhaps with a sliver of hope. Chen Mo, Chang Gu, Zhao Jie, and Xiao Zhou exchanged a look of despair. Wang Lei buried his face back into the shadows, trembling even harder. We'll follow. Chen Mo almost squeezed out those three words through clenched teeth, a heavy sense of powerlessness sweeping over him. Smart, the captain commented without any emotion, turning to leave. Keep up. Don't fall behind. Just as he turned and Chen Mo and the others were forced to accept this humiliating agreement, the engine was about to start again. A chilling howl erupted from the distant high-rise, piercing the layers of rain, crashing down upon everyone's hearts. The direction of the sound seemed to be even closer than before. Everyone's movements froze. The captain turned back abruptly, his face turning extremely grim, a deep sense of dread flashing across his features. He nearly shouted into the walkie-talkie, the situation has changed. Leave here immediately. The original route is cancelled. Find a place to hide. He no longer mentioned the clinic. The front vehicle's engine roared and shot forward. Keep up, the captain shouted to Chen Mo and the others as he quickly ran back to his own car. Conflict, negotiation, compromise. Under the absolute power of that terrifying howl, all seemed incredibly ridiculous and insignificant. The destination they had just debated was easily cast aside in the face of a greater threat. The roar of the engine echoed wildly through the narrow streets, tearing apart the sickly silence beneath the rain. The vehicle ahead, as if lashed by an invisible fear, accelerated recklessly, its tires grinding over the broken glass and debris on the road, producing a piercing sound of shattering. Chen Mo and his gang's dilapidated car followed closely, the body groaning under the violent bumps, each jolt tightening the hearts of those inside. No one spoke inside the car, only heavy breathing and the pounding of hearts collided against their eardrums. That terrifying shriek, which seemed capable of freezing blood, wrapped around everyone's hearts like a cold spider's web, choking any desire for conversation. Wang Lei almost shrank beneath his seat, his hands clutching his hair tightly, his body trembling uncontrollably, and intermittent whimpers escaped his throat. Sister Zhao's face was frightfully pale, One hand unconsciously gripped the handrail above the car door, her knuckles white from the strain. Xiao Zhou exerted all his strength to stabilize the sliding old sun, yet his teeth clattered uncontrollably, producing faint sounds. Chang Guest's gaze was sinister, almost dripping with water, like a trapped beast fixated on the two wildly swaying red taillights of the car ahead, the veins on the back of his hand bulging, as if he might crush the gunstock. Chen Mo felt a wave of icy numbness spreading from his spine to his limbs. The heated conflict from a few moments ago regarding their destination and autonomy became pale and powerless in the face of absolute power and primal fear, like the babbling of a child. They were now merely fleeing, passively following the vehicle ahead that represented force and uncertainty, escaping from the source of that sound with no one daring to ask where they were headed. The intercom was silent, only the unstable crackling of electricity remained. The vehicle ahead issued no commands instinctively or through a pre-planned detour, making unhesitant turns at every intersection, careening through the dilapidated streets. The vehicle suddenly burst through an intersection piled with overturned shopping carts and garbage, the view momentarily opening up. Ahead lay a cluster of relatively low buildings, mostly hardware stores, small supermarkets, and warehouses with dented and scratched roll-up doors. Not a single piece of glass in the windows was intact, yet the overall structure had not completely collapsed, revealing the chaotic traces of the early apocalypse rather than years of decay. The vehicle ahead slowed slightly, abruptly turning into a narrower alley stacked with discarded cardboard boxes and plastic barrels, finally screeching to a halt in front of a seemingly sturdy rust-colored roll-up door. On the wall beside the door, a vague inscription reading "Fire Equipment" was barely discernible. "Get out. Hurry. Inside." The captain's voice crackled through the intercom, sharp and taut, leaving no room for hesitation. Chen Mo and the others stumbled out of the car, nearly pushed by their survival instincts. Cold raindrops immediately drenched them. The captain and his few team members quickly occupied both ends of the alley for guard duty, their gazes sweeping like searchlights over the path and the dark windows of the buildings on either side, which seemed as if they might spit something out at any moment. Dingzi knelt half on the ground, the crossbow aimed steadily at the path, his eyes cold and sharp. Xiangzi remained alert, focusing on the other end of the alley, wielding a welding rod baseball bat in front of him. Where is this?" Sister Zhao asked, her voice trembling, rain flowing down her hair into her eyes, and she couldn't care less to wipe it away. No one responded. The captain quickly approached the heavy roll-up door beside which was a robust metal side door that required a key to open. He pushed the side door hard, but it wouldn't budge. "Xiangzi," the captain called out in a low voice. Xiangzi stepped forward immediately, pulling a sharp-tipped, heavy pry bar from his tactical vest. Without a word, he forcefully wedged the tip into the door crack, muscles tensed, and exerted all his strength. Creak, clang. After a sound that made one's teeth ache, the lock structure was violently destroyed. The side door swung open, revealing a dark gap and a mix of dust, a faint scent of machine oil, and an indescribable odor, as if something was slightly rotting, rushed out. "Go in. Quickly," the captain bellowed, sidestepping and squeezing in first the muzzle of his gun, tracing a dangerous arc through the darkness. Dingzi quickly retreated, maintaining his vigilant stance outward, signaling for Chen Mo and the others to enter first. There was no time to hesitate. Chen Mo gritted his teeth and was the first to squeeze through the narrow doorway, a chill wrapping around him instantly. Chang Ge followed closely, his gaze scanning the darkness warily. Then came Xiao Zhou and Sister Zhao, straining to support the nearly unconscious old man. Wang Lei was roughly shoved by Xiangzi, stumbling in last. Dingzi was the last to retreat, trying to awkwardly close the damaged door behind him, but the door frame had warped, leaving a gap that could not be completely concealed, allowing faint light and cold air to seep in. The flashlight instantly lit up, held by the captain, and Xiangzi, the beam piercing the darkness, outlining the contours of the interior. It appeared to be a warehouse and garage for fire equipment supplies, the space high and quite spacious, yet exceedingly empty. The floor was rough concrete covered with a thin layer of dust, scattered with bits of crumpled packaging paper and dried mud clumps. A few rows of empty metal shelves leaned against the wall, and in the corner lay some indistinguishable clutter covered in dust. The air was cold and stagnant, carrying a distinct smell of rust and dust, and the previously faint odor of decay seemed to have dissipated somewhat. Aside from the sound of the rain pattering outside and the suppressed breathing of the people inside, there was dead silence. A few overhead emergency lights were dim, clearly long out of power. "Check the surroundings. Confirm safety. Move quickly." The captain's voice echoed slightly in the empty garage as he moved quickly, the flashlight beam sweeping past the shelves and several stacked boxes. Xiangzi violently rummaged through the pile of junk in the corner, producing a clattering sound that shattered the heart-stopping silence. Chen Mo and the others were forced to gather near the door with nowhere to go. Xiao Zhou carefully laid Old Sun flat on a relatively clean patch of ground, while Sister Zhao futilely wiped the cold sweat and grime streaming down his forehead with her sleeve, her suppressed sobs unusually clear in the silence. Xiaozhou slumped beside him, leaning against the cold wall, gasping heavily, his exhausted arms trembling. Wang lay curled up in the shadow by the door, his face buried deep in his knees, with only his shoulders trembling slightly. Chang'e stood against the wall, his gaze as cold as a knife, sweeping over every corner of the warehouse, and each member of the new team, his shotgun still gripped tightly in hand, maintaining the utmost vigilance. A brief, suffocating silence enveloped them. The captain finished his quick inspection and returned, his gaze landing again on Old Sun, his brow furrowing tightly. His condition has worsened. The captain's voice bore no emotion, merely stating an observed fact: the wound infection is worsening and his temperature is very high. Without antibiotics, he won't survive the night. This statement fell like a heavy stone upon each person's heart. Sister Zhao's sobs transformed into desperate whimpers. Xiaozhou closed his eyes, his face etched with helplessness. So what? Chang'e's cold voice shattered the heavy atmosphere, filled with sarcasm and suppressed rage. You all ran faster than anyone. What about the clinic? What about the medications you urgently need? Just because of that scream? His questioning cut to the core, challenging the others' decisions. The captain looked at Chang'e, his gaze sharp as an eagle's. What that scream represented, you and I both know. Staying in the open or diving into that alley where escape is impossible equals suicide. Living is the only chance to find the medicine. His reasoning seemed flawless, yet it exuded absolute coldness and pragmatism. Chance? Where's the chance? Chang'e scoffed, his voice piercing the stillness of the garage, rushing around like headless flies with you only to hide in this hellhole and wait for him to rot. He pointed at the increasingly weak old man, his words harsh and desperate. You're asking for death. Xiangzi abruptly halted his rummaging, turning around to glare fiercely at Chang'e, raising the pry bar threateningly. Dingzi, guarding the door, suddenly turned his head, the crossbow still aimed outward, but his cold gaze now locked onto Chang'e, while the others shot icy stares at Chen Mo and the rest. The atmosphere instantly grew tense, the fragile cooperation agreement teetering on the edge of despair and suspicion. We have our own goals. Chen Mo suddenly spoke up, stepping forward to block Chang'e from the others, his gaze fixed on the captain, trying to bring the discussion back to a rational track. The Laozhong electrical repair shop. We must go there. There might be the tools we urgently need, parts, and perhaps even a first aid kit that was overlooked. He tried to find a more compelling and practical point of interest for the other party. As long as the equipment can be repaired, we might learn more information, such as which areas pose less threat, or where potential undiscovered stockpiles of medicine might be. He carefully chose his words, emphasizing outcomes that could benefit both sides, while completely avoiding mention of the stadium and communication tower. The captain silently observed Chen Mo, seemingly weighing the pros and cons. The garage was left with only the continuous sound of rain outside and Sister Zhao's suppressed sobs. The Laozhong shop. The captain repeated the name, a faint flicker of something cautious and elusive crossing his eyes, as if assessing the situation. That area is quite complicated. It's not safe lately. His tone hinted at knowledge beyond that of an ordinary survivor. Where is safe? Chang'e immediately retorted, is it less safe than being chased by those two ghastly things? Or do you know something? He keenly seized the anomaly in the other's words. The captain did not directly answer Chang'e's inquiry, but continued to look at Chen Mo, the questions becoming sharper. Why do you have to take such a great risk to go there? What exactly is that equipment? What information can it provide that is worth risking everyone's lives? His suspicion was evident, clearly disbelieving Chen Mo's previous vague statements. This line of questioning itself suggested that they might be particularly sensitive to information. Chen Mo felt immense pressure. He could not divulge details about the message and the stadium, yet he needed to provide a sufficiently persuasive reason. Just then Wang Lei, who had been huddled like an ostrich, suddenly emitted that low abyssal sound again, this time carrying a chilling clarity. There are many. Crying. Not from above, but below. Always crying. He raised his head, his face devoid of color, his eyes wide, with sheer terror, staring into the shadowy depths of the garage, where there seemed to be a tightly shut iron door leading to a more internal area. Not the wind. Not the living. All eyes were instantly drawn to him, collectively pointing toward that corner swallowed by darkness. The captain's expression shifted slightly as he raised his hand, sharply signaling everyone to be silent. Dingzi immediately adjusted the aim of his crossbow, slightly targeting that tightly shut iron door. Xiangzi also gripped his pry bar and flashlight, tightly holding his breath, the flesh on his face taut. The garage fell into a deathly silence. Tick, tick, was the sound of raindrops dripping through the door crack. Breath, breath, was the sound of everyone trying to suppress their heavy breathing. Aside from that, it seemed, there was nothing else. Minutes dragged by slowly in extreme tension. Damn it. What are you babbling about? Xiangzi muttered under his breath, attempting to dispel the fear, slightly relaxing his posture. But the expressions of the captain and Dingzi showed no signs of relaxation. Their professionalism kept them highly alert to any abnormal signals. Suddenly, thud, a muffled, indistinct sound of impact reverberated as if coming from deep beneath the earth or some space behind that iron door. Very faint, yet in the absolute silence and heightened tension, it resonated clearly in everyone's hearts. Thud, another sound, seemingly a bit closer. Or was it just an illusion? What the hell? Qiang's curse was laced with undeniable tension and trembling. The captain abruptly lifted the flashlight, the beam slicing towards that tightly shut iron door. The door appeared quite heavy, the hinges rusted, adorned with a similarly rusted large lock. Xiangzi, Dingzi, guard the entrance and flanks. The captain ordered swiftly, his voice lowered nearly to a whisper. He pointed at Chen Mo, and you pointing at Changgu, come with me to take a look. The others stayed put, maintaining absolute silence. Make any noise and don't blame me for being impolite. The crisis temporarily overshadowed internal strife and suspicion, with the instinct for survival once again taking precedence. Chen Mo and Changgu exchanged glances, both offering no objections. Changgu tightened his grip on the shotgun, while Chen Mo picked up the heavy pry bar that Xiangzi had just used, the cold touch calming his slightly trembling arm. The three formed a very simple search formation, the captain leading the flashlight beam focused on the iron door, Changgu in the middle providing support, and Chen Mo bringing up the rear, cautiously stepping over the dust-laden ground as they approached the ominous iron door. The closer they got, the heavier and colder the air seemed. The previously detected indescribable decay scent appeared to resurface, mingling with a stronger smell of rust and dust. The flashlight beam moved over the cold iron door, illuminating the mottled paint and deep rust stains. Thud. The sound came again, this time clearer. Following the muffled thud, a very faint scratching sound like some rough object rubbing. Coming from behind the door. The captain abruptly halted, raising his fist in signal. The beam locked tightly onto that rusted large lock. Silence. Only the buzzing sound of his own blood flowing. He gestured to Changgu, pointing at the door lock, signaling to prepare to break it open violently. Changgu took a deep breath, raising the shotgun, aiming at the lock position, his finger resting on the trigger, the last bullet ready to fire. The captain handed the flashlight to Chen Mo, signaling him to illuminate while he gripped the pry bar, tightly forcefully wedging it into the gap between the lock and the door frame. Just as he was about to exert his strength. Creak. Ah. A sound slight, yet piercing enough to make one's scalp tingle, did not come from the lock, but from above their heads, high up in the dark near the ventilation duct. The three froze abruptly, looking up. The flashlight beam frantically swept upwards, only to reveal a rusty ventilation duct grating. It seemed that due to years of neglect or the violent running moments ago, one of the fixed screws was slowly, ominously loosening, emitting a chilling creak sound, causing that small section of the grating to tilt slightly downward, as if it could fall completely at any moment. And beyond that grating, in the unfathomable darkness of the ventilation shaft, seemed to be countless tiny reflective red dots flickering away the moment the flashlight beam passed over them. Simultaneously, a more distinct, undeniable wave of sweet, rancid decay odor like a tangible tide rushed forth from the depths of that Suntupan ventilation shaft. Time seemed to stretch infinitely, pulled by the slanted ventilation grill and the crashing sounds from behind the door. The beam of the flashlight trembled uncontrollably, casting the distorted shadows above onto the terrified faces of everyone. The last remaining screw emitted a final grating squeak sound, each slight turn seeming to twist directly at the nerves of those present. The black gap between the grill and the pipe opened like a malicious smile, gaping wide. In the darkness beyond the gap, the dense red reflective dots had vanished, but a clearer rustling sound became increasingly piercing. Countless small sharp claws scraped against the metallic inner walls, mingled with a slick, slimy sensation. A rich stench, sweet, yet tainted with the smell of decaying rust, poured down from the fissure like an invisible tide, nearly suffocating. Damn! Xiangzi cursed under his breath, his voice dry and trembling, instinctively taking half a step back, the crowbar in his hand no longer seeming so formidable. Dingzi remained vigilant at the warehouse entrance, but his neck was stiff, his peripheral vision locked onto the upper side, torn between the direction of the crossbow bolt and the ventilation. The captain's face appeared ashen under the cold light, his arms holding the flashlight and crowbar taut like iron, but his breathing had noticeably become heavier. His gaze darted like a trapped beast, rapidly scanning between the imminent danger from the pipe and the iron door that concealed unknown answers. Caught in a dilemma, every step could lead to hell. Chen Mo felt his palms soak with cold sweat, the icy crowbar nearly slipping from his grasp. He could almost envision the moment the grill fell completely, unleashing a scene of utter despair from within. Changgu lifted the muzzle of his shotgun, slightly aiming at the deadly crack, his index finger tightly gripping the trigger, trembling slightly. The weight of the last bullet felt heavier than ever, as if it could crush his arm. Bang! A dull thud resonated from behind the tightly shut iron door again. This time the sound was clearer, carrying a disquieting persistence, as if something was relentlessly slamming against the solid barrier. Two threats from different directions closed in like cold iron pincers, slowly converging, ready to crush everyone in this desperate narrow space. Damn this place! How can it change so much in just a few days? Fear almost overflowed from Qiang's voice, rendering him incoherent. Shut up. Focus. The captain barked, his voice suppressing immense pressure. His gaze suddenly pierced through to Chen Mo and Changgu, speaking rapidly like bullets. You. Go over and brace that broken grill with the crowbar. Delay as much as possible. You. He fixed his eyes on Changgu. Keep your gun aimed there. If anything shows its head, wait for my command to fire. Don't waste ammunition. This was an extremely dangerous and untrustworthy arrangement, but he seemed to have no better choice. He then looked at Xiangzi and Dingzi, decisively stating, Xiangzi, help me open this door. Dingzi, keep your eyes on the entrance and above. If anything comes through the door, or if things above get out of hand, no warning needed. The command was cold and ruthless. Chen Mo and Changgu exchanged glances, seeing the resistance and heavy pressure in each other's eyes, but there was no other choice. Chen Mo clenched his jaw and gripped the cold crowbar, tightly tiptoeing quietly beneath the ventilation pipe. He struggled to wedge the longer end of the crowbar against the most stressed point of the grill, his arm muscles bulging as he exerted all his strength to resist the impending collapse. Through the crowbar, he could clearly feel the dense vibrations and the nerve-wracking scraping sounds coming from behind the grill, as if countless hungry creatures were thrashing wildly on the other side, ready to break free. Changgu crouched down, keeping the muzzle of the shotgun firmly aimed at the crack, cold sweat rolling down his forehead, dripping onto the icy concrete floor. The last bullet, warning shot. In this environment, the threat of stray and ricochet bullets might surpass that of the rat swarm itself. On the other side, the captain and Xiangzi had approached the iron door again. The captain bit down on the flashlight, gripping the crowbar again, driving its tip fiercely into the most vulnerable part of the rusted padlock. Xiangzi took a deep breath, raising his welding bat like a baseball bat, his teeth clenched. 1, 2, 3. The captain counted through clenched teeth, veins bulging on his forehead, his entire body exploding with force. Creak, bang. The rusty lock could no longer withstand the violent force and snapped apart. The iron door lost its restraint, swinging heavily inward, slamming against the inner wall with a tremendous, deafening roar. The resounding crash echoed wildly in the enclosed garage like a boulder thrown into a still deep pond. Almost simultaneously, crack, clatter. Above, despite Chen Mo exerting all his effort, the screw that had completely slipped the weight of the grill, combined with the vibrations from the massive noise, finally caused that section of the ventilation grill to emit its final groan and shatter. Along with Chen Mo's crowbar and his entire body, he plummeted downwards. Chen Mo let out a cry, losing his balance and staggering backward. And just as the grill fell, revealing the dark, seemingly hellish mouth of the pipe, a sharp, high-pitched scream filled with primal hunger and madness erupted from deep within the pipe, like a volcano. Then a mass of dark, boiling asphalt-like shadows, accompanied by a nauseating stench, surged out from the opening. It was a swarm of rats. An overwhelming number of mutated rats. They were larger than ordinary rats, their eyes flickering with a sickly bloodlust, patches of fur missing, revealing purplish red, writhing muscles and grotesque veins underneath their teeth, long and sharp, like small sickles, dripping with murky, viscous saliva. A tide of rats. Fire. Shoot at that opening. The captain spat out the flashlight, his voice twisted and hoarse from extreme tension. Bang. Changgu almost instinctively pulled the trigger under the dual drive of instinct and command. The roar of the shotgun exploded in the confined space, shaking everyone's eardrums. Most of the massive steel ball ammunition blasted into the pipe's interior, instantly shredding the first wave of rats to pieces, blood and flesh flying everywhere. The piercing, horrific screams combined with the stench of blood spread out. But this devastating blow was merely a drop in the bucket for the relentless tide of rats pouring forth like a black flood. More mutated rats trampled over the shattered bodies of their kin, surging down walls, pipes, and shelves, attacking all those below from all directions. Their targets were not just the living, they were also tearing at each other in a frenzied display of complete mad hunger. Fuck him. Xiangzi let out a beast-like roar, wildly swinging the welding bat towards the tide of rats lunging at him. Each swing crushed several, splattering sticky blood and shattered innards all over him, turning him into a horrifying crimson figure. Dingzi also abandoned the entrance, turning his crossbow towards the densest part of the rat swarm, firing repeatedly. Whoosh, whoosh. The bolts accurately pierced through several rats, but were instantly overwhelmed by the surging horde, yielding little effect. The captain quickly fired at the rats that tried to scamper up his pant leg. The gunfire echoed repeatedly in the garage, while shouting at Chen Mo and the others who were panicking and retreating fall back. Back inside. Quickly. Into that room. He was referring to the iron door that had just been forcibly broken open. Sister Zhao let out a heart-wrenching scream, almost dragging the unconscious old son towards the iron door, stumbling back several rats already climbing up her pant leg and backbiting madly. Xiaozhou's face was as pale as paper, desperately swatting at the rats on him with one empty hand, while straining to help drag old son along with Sister Zhao. Wang Lei completely broke down, clutching his head and emitting a meaningless shrill scream, instantly submerged by dozens of rats writhing in agony on the ground, his voice quickly fading. Chen Mo scrambled to his feet, picked up another metal pipe that had fallen on the ground, perhaps part of the previous shelf, and swung it wildly, driving back the rats lunging at him, and the main group buying space for Sister Zhao and Xiaozhou to retreat. The rats' teeth gnawed on the metal pipe, producing an unbearable crack sound. Go! Hurry up! Changgu emptied his shotgun, now using it as a heavy club, fiercely smashing at the relentless swarm, shouting at Chen Mo. His arms and legs already bore several deep wounds, blood streaming. Chaos, bloodshed, despair. The group fought while retreating, each step sinking into the slippery corpses of rats and congealed blood, laboriously moving towards the open iron door. The captain and Xiangzi guarded the door like two bloodied figures, frantically clearing the invading rat swarm with their weapons and bodies, buying time for the others. As the last person, Wang Lei, who was almost dragged in by Chen Mo and Changgu, bloodied and barely conscious, tumbled into the space behind the iron door. The captain and Xiangzi used their last bit of strength to slam the heavy iron door shut. Bang! The iron door cut off most of the frantic screams and nauseating stench from outside, yet the continuous thump-thump of countless small bodies colliding with the door panel persisted like an unending hailstorm. Inside, they were temporarily safe. The beam of the flashlight scanned the cramped space in a panic. It resembled an old duty room or equipment storage. The area was small, similarly covered in dust, and the air was murky. In the corner lay several overturned tables and chairs along with scattered yellowing documents. On the walls hung some defunct instruments and rusted electrical boxes. But what caught the most attention was in the center of the room. A corpse. A male corpse dressed in a deep blue work uniform, highly decomposed, with skin exhibiting a bizarre dark green and blackish purple hue, grotesquely swollen. He had not died a natural death. His chest and abdomen had been completely torn open by a massive inhuman force, his innards hollowed out, leaving only an empty cavity and broken, twisted ribs protruding like dead branches. And next to this terrifying corpse on the wall was a huge twisted complex symbol drawn in a dark red, dried and congealed viscous liquid, evoking a profound sense of unease. The symbol seemed to merge incomprehensible geometric shapes, with biological features resembling both a cold, abstract eye full of watchfulness and a dark whirlpool that threatened to suck in one's soul, exuding an aura of madness and evil utterly foreign to human civilization. Under the trembling beam of the flashlight, that dark red symbol appeared alive, coldly and resentfully gazing at the unwelcome intruders. On the ground beneath the symbol lay several violently torn, label-stripped, empty antibiotic boxes, along with several similarly empty, trampled packets of compressed rations marked with indistinct military insignia. The moment the captain saw that symbol and the empty boxes, his pupils abruptly constricted to the extreme, his face revealing a near horror and a deep, almost cognitive dissonance-induced fear. His lips trembled slightly, and he instinctively took half a step back, as if wanting to distance himself from that symbol. "It's them. They have been here," he murmured, his voice hoarse as if rubbed by sandpaper, the fear contained within surpassing even that of facing the rat tied moments ago. This fear did not merely stem from the threat of death, it was more like a shudder in the face of an unknown, sinister existence. Just then, bang, 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 the heavy rolling door of the garage suddenly reverberated with heavy, rough, destructive impacts. Each impact shook the small room, dust falling like rain. That was no noise a rat could make. The power was terrifying, as if a battering ram was wildly attacking outside. Meanwhile, amidst the chaotic screams of the rat swarm, the heavy crashing sounds, and the heavy breathing of the crowd, a faint yet clear, almost imperceptible, strange sound floated in. It resembled the light laughter of a little girl. Ethereal, joyful, yet cold as ice, as if coming from another dimension, penetrating through all noise and barriers, resonating deep within everyone's minds. The iron door barely blocked out the maddening cries and frantic collisions of the rat swarm, yet the incessant, dense puffing sound still pierced everyone's nerves like cold needles. Inside the equipment room, the air was thick with filth, a mix of heavy dust, intense bloodiness, acrid gunpowder, the unique stench of rats, and the invisible cold aura emanating from the strange symbols on the walls, creating a nauseating sense of suffocation. The beam of the flashlight flickered anxiously in the cramped space, sweeping over the unconscious Lao San. He lay on the cold concrete floor, his face a foreboding shade of ashen gray, breathing so faintly it was nearly imperceptible, each gasp accompanied by a deep, ominous wheeze from his chest, as if the candle of life was flickering wildly in a fierce wind ready to be extinguished at any moment. Xiao Zhou knelt beside him, futilely wiping the cold sweat that continuously seeped from his forehead with a relatively clean cloth. His own arm bore several fresh, bite wounds slowly oozing blood, but he seemed utterly oblivious, his entire focus on Lao San, lips moving silently, as if in prayer. Ugh! Wang lay collapsed in another corner of the wall, letting out a pained groan. His body was covered in blood with deep wounds from rat bites exposing bone. Although consciousness still lingered, he had clearly lost the ability to move, and the intense pain caused his body to twitch uncontrollably. Sister Zhao knelt beside him, pressing down hard on the most horrific wound on his abdomen, trying to stem the torrent of blood that gushed forth. Her face was a mix of tears, sweat, and blood, her eyes filled with despair and maternal tenacity, biting her lip to suppress her cries. Chen Mo and Chang Ge leaned against the cold wall, gasping heavily. Chen Mo had a gash on his forehead, blood obscuring half of his vision, and he wiped it away haphazardly with his sleeve. Chang Ge's thigh had been savagely bitten, a chunk of flesh missing. He was tightly binding the wound with a torn strip of cloth, his jaw clenched, cold sweat streaming down, yet the ferocity in his gaze remained unyielding, his empty shotgun gripped like an iron rod. The Captain Chang Zi and Ding Zi surrounded the wall, marked with terrifying symbols, the atmosphere heavy with tension. The captain's face was pale, the flashlight beam fixated on the symbol drawn in dark red, his eyes betraying an undeniable horror that surpassed the threat of death, as if he had touched upon a deeper, more sinister evil. Chang Zi gasped, staring at the torn and flattened empty pill boxes and military rations on the ground, and slammed his fist against the wall. Damn it. What a waste of effort. They got to it first. His anger was laced with a subtle, barely perceptible fear, similar to the captain's. Ding Zi silently replaced the last arrow in his crossbow, his movements steady, but the taut line of his jaw and the wary glances at the symbols betrayed the turmoil within. What on earth is that? Chen Mo gasped, unable to ignore the danger represented by the captain's unusual reaction to the symbol. The captain suddenly turned the flashlight beam, stabbing towards Chen Mo, his gaze icy and irritable. Shut your mouth. The more you know, the worse it will be. If you want to live, just do as you're told. He abruptly ended the topic. At that moment, the delirious Wang Lei emitted fragmented words like a fevered dream, his unfocused gaze directed towards the symbols. Mark. Is. Mark. They are. Telling. Something else. It's. Cleaned. Next. His words were broken, yet they struck like an ice pick, shattering the last vestiges of hope in everyone's hearts. Mark. Telling something else. Cleaned. Next. A chill stemming from the unknown gripped everyone's throats. Boom. Boom. The massive crashing sounds from the garage's rolling door suddenly escalated. The force was overwhelming, each impact making the entire equipment room shake violently, dust and debris cascading from the ceiling. The creaking of twisted metal was grating to the ears, as if the door would be torn apart like paper at any moment. It's coming in. Xiao Zhou's voice trembled with despair. It's that monster that broke through the rooftop. Chen Mo's face turned pale, the terrifying strength of that firefighter's abnormal body imprinted in his memory. It wants to take us all out. Chang Ge hissed, his gaze sweeping over the incapacitated Wang Lei and dying Lao San, a hint of ferocity underlying his despair. What was even more chilling was that amidst the wild crashing, that ethereal, eerie giggle seemingly from a little girl appeared to grow closer. It was elusive yet distinctly penetrative, drilling into everyone's eardrums with a cold pleasure that toyed with its prey, making it particularly grating in the burning atmosphere of tension. With sinister symbols and the rat swarm inside and terrifying mutated creatures outside alongside that unknown source capable of freezing souls, with its laughter they were entirely trapped. And Lao San was teetering on the brink of death. We can't wait to die. The captain suddenly roared, forcibly suppressing the fear in his eyes, regaining his cold decisiveness. We must charge out. That's the only way to survive. How do we charge out? Outside is a sea of rats. And that monster. Chang Zi shouted, his gaze sweeping over the injured. The captain ceased his chatter, lunging towards the overturned tables and chairs in the corner, violently dismantling the wooden parts and gathering scattered dry papers. Chang Zi, Ding Zi, industrial alcohol, everything that can ignite. Hurry, he ordered urgently, his voice filled with undeniable resolve. Chang Zi and Ding Zi sprang into action immediately. Chang Zi pulled out a translucent plastic bottle from his backpack, the liquid sloshing within. Ding Zi tore out spare gauze and a piece of oilcloth. You plan to burn it. Chen Mo understood instantly, his heart tightening. Otherwise, to serve as snacks for them. The captain did not look back, swiftly mixing wood shavings, paper, and fabric, dousing them with the pungent industrial alcohol. If you want to live, follow me. Those who slow us down can fend for themselves. His gaze swept coldly over Lao Sun and Wang Lei. The harsh and naked rules of survival. Hope lay in creating chaos to seize a slim chance of survival. The cost, however, was the depletion of precious resources, the risk of the fire getting out of control, necessitating difficult decisions to abandon some of the injured. Prepare. The captain growled, signaling everyone to step back. He held the flashlight aimed at the pile of flammable materials, a lighter poised in his hand. Lao Sun must be taken. Chen Mo suddenly interjected, firmly locking eyes with the captain. Xiao Zhou, help me. He could not abandon any team member. For those he could save, he would do everything in his power to assist. Even if this team was merely cobbled together under the fragile pressure of survival. Xiao Zhou hesitated for a moment, then immediately gritted her teeth, nodding and struggling to stand on the other side of Lao Sun. The captain shot a cold glance at Chen Mo, then at the gasping Lao Sun. Time was of the essence, and he spat angrily. Whatever you say, but if you get everyone killed, it'll be the first to end you. This was a tacit concession under extreme pressure. Chang'e, lend a hand. Chen Mo shouted at Chang'e. Chang'e cursed under his breath, but he still endured the intense pain, lifting the unconscious Lao Sun alongside Chen Mo, their steps unsteady under Lao Sun's heavy body. Sister Zhao watched their movements, then looked at the bleeding Wang Lei, whose consciousness was fading, her eyes filled with endless pain and struggle. She knew it was almost impossible to carry Wang Lei. Tears surged forth as she let out a cry suppressed to the extreme, finally tearing off her relatively intact coat, forcefully ripping it into strips desperately, and tightly wrapping them around Wang Lei's most critical wound, trying to make a final effort. Hold on. Wang Lei, hold on. She choked out. Wang Lei, having lost a significant amount of blood, was extremely pale, a hint of ashen gray, his hands and feet cold from the massive blood loss. With such wounds and blood loss, Wang Lei was beyond saving. Sister Zhao swayed as she stood, her gaze turning resolute, yet hollow, as if she had already given everything she could. Prepare. The captain no longer hesitated. The lighter clicked, a ghostly blue flame sprang up. He suddenly directed the flame towards the pile of alcohol-soaked mixture. Boom! The flames instantly erupted. A scorching wave of heat mixed with black smoke rushed towards them. Open the door. Chang Zi and Ding Zi shouted in unison, yanking open the iron door with all their might. Outside, the frenzied cries of the rat swarm surged in, but the flames at the entrance suddenly billowed, forming a brief wall of fire. The foremost rats caught fire, emitting piercing shrieks, transforming into rolling fireballs that temporarily impeded the oncoming tide of rats. Go! The captain roared, the first to dive into the sea of flames, firing his gun in rapid succession, accurately targeting the rats that maneuvered past the fire. Chang Zi and Ding Zi followed closely, crossbow bolts whistling, clubs swinging fiercely, desperately forging a path. Go! Chen Mo and Chang'e shouted in unison, both struggling to carry the heavy Lao Sun, stumbling, nearly dragging him into the blazing garage. Every step was exceptionally arduous. Xiao Zhou picked up a metal pipe, guarding them fiercely, striking at the attacking rats. Sister Zhao screamed, rushing out closely behind Xiao Zhou, continuously swatting at the rats climbing on her. The garage had turned into a hell on earth. Flames spread, igniting debris, thick smoke billowing. The rat swarm moved frantically under the fire and attacked, the scene utterly chaotic. Side door? Hurry! The captain shouted while shooting, directing everyone to frantically move toward the memory of the pried open side door. Meanwhile, the massive crashing sound against the rolling door, having momentarily halted due to the sudden flames and chaos, grew even more violent and furious. Boom! A deafening bang shattered eardrums, accompanied by the piercing noise of metal completely fracturing. The garage's rolling door was violently smashed open, creating a huge gap. A gigantic arm covered in dark red scales and twisted suddenly reached in through the gap, wildly tearing it wider. The mutated firefighter's grotesque head and shoulders became vaguely visible. It was about to burst in. At the same time, that ethereal, eerie giggle of a little girl rang out again, this time seemingly right beside them, carrying an increasingly rich, blood-curdling pleasure and anticipation. Hurry! 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 The captain yelled hoarsely as the bullets seemed to be running low. Ding Zi was the first to squeeze through the side door, quickly scanning the surroundings. Chang Zi was the second to dash out. The captain was third, turning back to shout, "Get out!" Chen Mo and Chang'e struggled, with Lao Sun finally managing to inch toward the side door. Lao Sun's weight and their injuries made passage extremely difficult. A few rats took the opportunity to pounce on Chang Gu's injured leg, causing him to cry out in pain, his body swaying dangerously, nearly bringing Lao Sun down with him. Xiao Zhou and Sister Zhao desperately tried to drive away the rats, just as Chen Mo and Chang Gu exerted every last ounce of strength to pull Lao Sun out of the side door at the critical moment. Eek! A giant rat engulfed in flames and smoke leapt out from behind a burning wrecked car, like a vengeful demon aiming directly for Sister Zhao, who was helping Xiao Zhou drive away the rats. Sister Zhao sensed the danger, letting out an extreme scream of terror, instinctively dodging to the side, but tripped and fell heavily to the ground. The flaming rat pounced onto her back in an instant, biting furiously. Sister Zhao let out a heart-wrenching scream, rolling in agony, trying to extinguish the flames on her body and shake off the rat. Chen Mo's eyes widened with fury as he instinctively loosened his grip on Lao Sun to rush back to save her. Don't move. Chang Gu let out a beast-like roar, using his injured leg to firmly brace the door frame, bearing most of Lao Sun's weight alone, veins bulging on his forehead. Pull her over. Hurry. Xiao Zhou reacted swiftly, immediately rushing over, disregarding the searing flames, desperately striking at the frenzied flaming rat with her metal pipe, while trying to lift Sister Zhao. Outside, the captain's gaze was cold and anxious. He aimed his gun to shoot at the rat on Sister Zhao, but feared hitting her. The angle was extremely difficult. Meanwhile, behind them, the gap in the rolling door was being torn wider by that terrifying arm. The deep, destructive roar of the mutated creature could already be heard. Sister Zhao's screams, the crackling of flames, the shrieks of the rat swarmed, the roars of the mutated creature, and that ever-present eerie laughter, intertwined to create a symphony of apocalypse. Life and death were separated by a mere thread. Time seemed to stretch and compress, every moment filled with screams, flames, and the howls of death. Sister Zhao emitted inhuman wails from the flames and bites on her back, rolling in agony as sparks and the smell of charred flesh scattered around. Xiao Zhou's eyes were bloodshot as he recklessly struck the stubborn fire rat with an iron pipe. The rat's flesh was crushed, but the flames had also caught onto his sleeve. Pull her over. Brother Chang's roar exploded like thunder as he braced himself against the door frame, with one leg, veins bulging on his forehead, bearing almost all of Lao Sun's weight. His body trembled violently from the exertion, as if it would collapse under the pressure any moment. Chen Mo was jolted awake by Brother Chang's shout. He released one hand supporting Lao Sun. Brother Chang suddenly sank down, but managed to hold firm and leaned forward, grabbing Sister Zhao's wildly flailing arm, pulling with all his strength. Outside, the captain's face was pale, his eyes rapidly weighing the situation. The handgun was raised and lowered. The angle was too poor and the risk of stray bullets was immense. He ultimately did not fire, but shouted sternly into the room, "Hurry, there's no time." His gaze swept over the struggling individuals, fixating on the rapidly expanding gap deep in the garage, where a firefighter's oddly proportioned shoulder was already squeezed in, emitting a deep, chilling roar. Dingzi continuously shot at the scattered rats approaching from other directions with a crossbow, while Chang stood at the door using a stick to fend off the rats trying to squeeze through the gap. Both were anxiously on edge. Together, Chen Mo and Xiao Zhou finally dragged Sister Zhao, who was still smoldering with errant flames and screaming, out through the side door. Seeing this, Brother Chang unleashed his final strength, forcefully pushing Lao Sun out the door as he stumbled out, himself nearly falling. "Close the door. Quickly close the door," the captain ordered hoarsely as the last person exited, raising his gun to aim at the surging swarm of rats and the terrifying figure about to fully invade. Chang and Dingzi immediately joined forces, trying to close the severely pried and deformed side door again. But just as the door was about to close, wait a second. A weak yet sharp cry, filled with sheer terror, came from inside. It was Wang Lei. He was crawling out from the equipment room with a broken body. One of his legs was twisted at a bizarre angle, the makeshift bandage around his abdomen soaked with blood, leaving a long trail of blood behind him. His face was filled with extreme fear of death and a desperate longing for life, one hand reaching out towards the closing door gap, his eyes brimming with pleading and despairing tears. "Take me with you. Please, don't leave me behind," he cried hoarsely, using his last bit of strength to crawl toward the door. Several rats immediately pounced on his back to bite, but he was oblivious. This sudden scene stunned everyone. The action of closing the door faltered instinctively. The captain's eyes instantly turned icy and sharp, and without hesitation, he shouted, "Close the door. He can't make it. Do you want to doom us all?" "No." Despite her excruciating pain, Sister Zhao still let out a heart-wrenching scream upon witnessing this. Chen Mo's heart skipped a beat. That was his colleague who had escaped the municipal building with him. At that moment of hesitation, a deafening roar exploded from within the garage. The mutated firefighter finally crashed through the rolling door, its massive body covered in dark red skin bursting into the garage. Its crimson eyes instantly locked onto the crowd at the door and the crawling Wang Lei. In the next moment, it took heavy steps forward like an out-of-control heavy truck thundering toward them. The ground trembled beneath it. Simultaneously, that ethereal and eerie laugh echoed again, this time seemingly filled with the satisfaction of a successful scheme, ringing clearly in everyone's minds. Close the door. The captain let out a nearly desperate roar, no longer caring about anyone else rushing forward to brace against the door, straining to close it. Chang and Dingzi also reacted, using all their strength to close the door. Wang Lei watched the rapidly narrowing gap of the door and the complex, despairing faces of his teammates outside, especially Chen Mo's eyes, filled with pain and struggle. His extreme fear suddenly froze. Perhaps at that moment he saw the massive shadow of the mutated firefighter looming over him, or perhaps that laugh made him realize something. Just before the door was about to completely close, the pleading in Wang Lei's eyes vanished, replaced by an intensely complex expression mingling despair, relief, and a hint of crazy determination. He looked at Chen Mo, using his last bit of strength to shout his final words, "Run. Don't look back. Tell my mom." Before he could finish, bang, the side door was slammed shut with great force. Almost at the same moment, the bolt fell. Boom. A terrifying sound, dull yet extreme, of flesh and bone being instantly crushed by immense force, erupted from behind the door. Even the heavy iron door shook violently from it. Following that was the satisfied and brutal roar of the mutated firefighter, along with the sickening sounds of tearing and chewing seeping through the door gap. Outside there was a deathly silence. Everyone was frozen like ice sculptures. Sister Zhao's screams abruptly ceased. She stared wide-eyed at the tightly shut iron door, seemingly unable to comprehend what had just happened, and then her eyes rolled back as she fainted. Xiao Zhou sat slumped on the ground, staring at the door, trembling all over. Brother Chang leaned against the wall, sliding down, panting heavily, his gaze hollow as he stared at the ground, the cloth wrapped around his legs completely soaked in blood. Chen Mo stood still, motionless. Wang Lei's last gaze, that complex look, and the incomplete farewell words burned deeply into his soul like a red-hot iron. Cold anger, endless sorrow, and heavy guilt threatened to tear him apart. The captain slowly turned around, his face devoid of any expression, only a weariness of survival and a bone-deep chill. He glanced at the unconscious Sister Zhao and the dazed crowd, his voice hoarse and tired. "Check for injuries, do basic treatment. We cannot stay here long. That thing might still charge at the door, or something else might be drawn here." As he spoke, his gaze swept over both ends of the alley, vigilance heightened to the extreme. The eerie laughter, although seeming to vanish with the door's closure, lingered like an invisible shadow looming over everyone's hearts. They had temporarily escaped from the dire situation. But the cost was extremely heavy. Wang Lei was brutally killed. Sister Zhao was severely injured and unconscious. Everyone was wounded, expending a lot of strength, and their only heavy weapon, ammunition shotgun, while also bearing a heavy psychological shadow and guilt. They exchanged a life for a momentary breath. The cold rain fell upon them, mingling with blood and ash flowing down in a winding stream. In the depths of the alley, it felt like countless eyes were watching from the darkness. They had survived, but the price was blood-soaked. The cold rain had unknowingly transformed into a gentle drizzle, while the sky remained a suffocating lead gray. Under the leadership of Captain Li Ming, this tattered group of survivors silently navigated through the maze-like back alleys and abandoned buildings. Each person was battered and bruised, stumbling as rain mixed with blood and mud dripped continuously from their bodies. Chen Mo and Chang Gu took turns carrying the unconscious and increasingly weak Lao Sun, each step mired in mud and exhaustion. Xiao Zhou and the barely recovered Ding Zi supported the occasionally moaning and softly sobbing Sister Zhao, who was overwhelmed by sharp pain and fear. Chang Zi brought up the rear, his gaze sharp as a hawk, scanning every corner that might conceal danger, his welding bat fully smeared with dark red filth. Li Ming walked at the forefront, his pistol always poised to fire, each gesture and pause precise and calm, showcasing his extreme familiarity with the area. They finally stopped in front of a seemingly unremarkable and somewhat dilapidated hardware store. The roll-up door was tightly shut, while the side door appeared unusually sturdy, reinforced with heavy metal bars and extra locks. Li Ming knocked on the door in a specific rhythm, alternating between soft and hard knocks. After a moment of silence, the metallic sound of multiple locks being released echoed from within. A crack opened in the door, revealing multiple vigilant eyes scanning the outside from the shadows beyond the door. Only after confirming the condition of Li Ming and the team did they fully pull the door open. A mixed odor of machine oil, sweat, faint disinfectant, and the heavy air created by the gathering of many people rushed out to greet them. The internal space was deeper than it appeared from outside, with shelves having been moved around to create a complex maze of partitions and defenses, leaving a relatively open area in the center. Dim emergency lights and a few battery-powered camping lamps provided limited illumination, casting shadows of about 10 figures. Most of these people bore expressions of fatigue and malnutrition, their eyes reflecting the marks of a life lived in constant tension and deep vigilance. Among them were both men and women of various ages, yet nearly everyone bore wounds, some bandaged with dirty cloth, while others exhibited visible discomfort in their movements. Seeing Li Ming and the others return so battered with more critically injured members, especially the dreadful conditions of Lao Sun and sister, Zhao cast a deeper shadow over the faces of those in the base. Boss, a young man with scars and sharp eyes known as Xiao Dao, was the first to speak, quickly stepping forward to assist the nearly exhausted Changge. Clear a space. Lao He, a Qing. First aid kit. Li Ming commanded quickly, his voice carrying an undeniable authority. The people in the base immediately sprang into action, displaying a hard-earned efficiency. A few people quickly helped to lay the unconscious Lao Sun and the groaning sister Zhao in the corner on a relatively dry spot covered with old blankets. A man in his 50s, calm in demeanor and referred to as Lao He, approached with a nearly empty first aid kit, quickly checking the horrifying burns and bites on sister Zhao's back, his brow immediately furrowing tightly. A quiet, pale-faced woman with wrapped arms, a Qing, brought over a basin filled with a small amount of precious clean water. Xiaozhou, disregarding the injuries on his arm and calf, rushed to Lao Sun's side, his fingers trembling as he felt for his carotid artery, his face turning as pale as paper. Mo Gu. Uncle Sun's pulse. I can barely feel it. Chen Mo's heart sank heavily as immense fatigue and seemingly endless despair washed over him once more. They had escaped that hell, but hope still seemed out of reach. Li Ming removed his soaked cap, revealing a scarred bald head, his sharp gaze sweeping across the anxious faces in the base, finally landing on Xiao Dao. Antibiotics. Painkillers. How many do we have left? Xiao Dao lowered his head, his voice dry and bitter. None left, Captain Li. The last two were used up yesterday on De Zhuang and Monkey. De Zhuang didn't make it until dawn. Monkey is still running a fever and his wounds have become infected. He pointed to a partition further inside, where muffled sounds of suffering could be faintly heard. The atmosphere instantly dropped to freezing point. The eyes of the people in the base met, revealing a nearly numbed sorrow and despair. The loss of personnel and the shortage of supplies weighed like two mountains on every survivor's heart. Chen Mo fully understood Li Ming's almost obsessive craving for medicine. They were not plundering, they were fighting for the last sliver of life for themselves and their companions. Damn it! Changzi cursed under his breath, punching the nearby metal shelf with a dull thud, drawing several dissatisfied and helpless looks. Conserve your strength. Li Ming snapped, his gaze cold as it swept over Chang Zi, then turned to Chen Mo, his tone heavy. Now you see. It's not that we are cold-blooded, it's the world that forces people to become beasts. Without medicine, wounds become infected fevers. We don't know who will fall next. His gaze finally fell on Lao Sun and sister Zhao, the two of them, especially that old comrade, unless we have strong antibiotics and surgical treatment immediately otherwise. He shook his head, the meaning unspoken. Chen Mo fell silent. They had found a base with more people and some organization temporarily escaping direct threats to their lives. The cost, however, was losing a colleague they had journeyed with, Wang Lei. The clinic. Xiaozhou lifted his head, his eyes bloodshot, but his voice sounded obsessively desperate. We must go to Kongmin Clinic. Are we going to our deaths? Lao He, while cautiously cleaning sister Zhao's wounds, poured cold water from a familiar place, his voice carrying a weariness born of witnessing death. That place is cursed. Previously, Lao Go took a team of 5 there, no worse equipment than ours, and not one of them returned. Later, people from Black Fox also tried to explore and lost 2 brothers outside, not even reaching the door. Now there are those 2 deadly creatures still lurking outside. Going there is just feeding them. So what do we just stay here and wait to die? Chang Gu retorted hoarsely, his leg wound bleeding again from his agitation. Waiting here is death. Going there is a fight for our lives. Fight for our lives. With what? A middle-aged man leaning against the partition, his face dark, interjected. He was missing a few fingers. Are we going to fill their bellies with our worthless lives? And then what? The medicine. Can you guarantee there's medicine inside? Maybe it's already been cleaned out, just like here. His words drew low murmurs of agreement from several other base members as panic and distrust spread. We need medicine. Chen Mo suddenly stood up, his voice not loud, but carrying an undeniable force cutting through the noisy discussion. His gaze swept over Li Ming and his core team, also over the anxious faces in the base, finally resting on the few remaining members of his team. Lao Sun needs medicine, sister Zhao needs medicine, your feverish brothers need medicine, every injured person here needs medicine. We all need it. Do you want to just watch as those around you waste away, die one by one, until it's our turn? His words struck like a hammer at each person's heart. The base fell into a dead silence, only the painful groans of the injured and the sound of the drizzle from outside were heard. Li Ming stared at Chen Mo, his expression shifting complexly. He seemed to be evaluating Chen Mo as a person, more so weighing the pros and cons of action. After a long moment, he slowly spoke, his voice deep. Kongmin Clinic has a more complex layout than what's on the map. Old residential buildings are haphazardly built, and the internal structure is unclear. Previously, our people attempted to approach and suffered heavy losses. A direct assault would indeed be suicide. He shifted his tone, his gaze becoming sharp. But what if someone can provide more precise internal information, or has a way to create opportunities diverting or weakening some threats? His gaze subtly indicated Chen Mo and Xiao Zhou, particularly Xiao Zhou, knowing that he was relatively familiar with that area. Changgu immediately became alert, stepping forward despite the pain in his leg. Are you trying to make us cannon fodder? It's a collaboration, Li Ming coldly corrected, his tone firm. You need medicine to save people, and we need medicine to survive. You understand that area better than we do, he said, looking at Xiao Zhou. And it seems that along your way you've had some special situations, perhaps. You also have some special luck or methods. He recalled the unknown anomalies of the bizarre laughter and the strange figures, as well as Wang Lei's inexplicable warnings and the tragic ending, his tone holding a hint of subtle inquiry and intent to use. That wasn't luck, Xiao Zhou retorted excitedly, his voice trembling with anger and sadness. That was Wang Lei. Chen Mo abruptly pressed down on Xiao Zhou's shoulder, squeezing hard to stop him from speaking further. Wang Lei's death was an unhealable wound in their hearts, a trauma intertwined with the strange and guilt that could not be easily shared with outsiders. We need a plan. Chen Mo looked at Li Ming, his voice steadying as he attempted to steer the conversation back to reality. A thorough plan, not one that sacrifices lives for a chance. We need to share all information about the clinic, the surrounding terrain, and everything you know about those anomalies. He emphasized the last two words, his gaze unwavering as he looked directly at Li Ming, indicating that they were not without knowledge, and also demanded reciprocal information and trust. Li Ming's eyes flickered violently for a moment, and several of his core team members exchanged wary glances. Sharing information about them and the symbols meant exposing the terrible truths they might hold regarding this disaster. Ultimately, the extreme need for medicine and the elusive quality displayed by Chen Mo, perhaps resilience or something else, led Li Ming to make a decision. All right. He took a deep breath as if resolved. We can share what we know, but you must also show sincerity. What is the reason you're so desperate to go to that old clock repair shop? What exactly can that device you are risking your lives to fix bring us? He threw the question back again, the negotiation and probing continuing. In this apocalyptic world, establishing trust felt like walking a tightrope, fragile and dangerous. Inside the dimly lit and crowded base, the lights flickered. Two battered teams, united by the singular hope of medicine and the imminent threat of death, were forced to sit together and begin planning a life-or-death operation. Outside, the drizzle continued to fall gently, as if silently observing this fragile and cruel alliance. Lao Sun's weak breathing, Sister Zhao's painful groans, and the occasional ramblings of the feverish from behind the partition struck every tense nerve like the relentless ticking of a clock. In the dimly lit and crowded stronghold, the flickering lights stretched and twisted the shadows of figures, casting them against walls cluttered with debris like a dance of demons. Li Ming's final question about sincerity fell like a cold stone into still waters, stirring silent ripples that were quickly swallowed by the heavier pressure of reality. Old Sun emitted a faint, almost imperceptible hiss from his throat, as if the strings of his life were about to snap. Little Zhou suddenly lunged forward, his fingers urgently probing his carotid artery, the youth's face devoid of color, leaving only an expression of desperate pallor. Sister Zhao's unconscious moans turned intermittent, the high fever plunging her into deeper delirium. After the interruption, Monkey's ramblings transformed into painful whimpers. Medicine, medicine, medicine. This word gnawed at everyone's sanity like a venomous snake. Chen Mo met Li Ming's sharp and cold gaze, his mind racing. How much to reveal? Disclosing everything could cost them leverage or even bring greater danger. If military information involved certain secrets, concealing it could immediately sever the basis for cooperation, trapping them here. He took a deep breath, his voice hoarse from fatigue, yet he struggled to maintain composure. That equipment is a military radio. We found it from an abandoned communication vehicle at the onset of the chaos. It might be able to receive signals from a greater distance, even connect to operational emergency channels. He selectively divulged information emphasizing military and emergency channels, hinting at its potential value, while obscuring the specifics of the stadium and communication tower, framing it as a possibility for gathering more information and seeking a safer route. Military radio. Li Ming's eyes flickered slightly. An old gun who had been silently cleaning his weapon also raised his head, a glint of barely noticeable light flashing in his eyes. This hinted at the possibility of restoring order, or at least more comprehensive information, which held an irresistible allure for any group struggling to survive. Repairing it requires professional tools and parts from old Zhong's shop. Little Zhou added, his voice tinged with the unique stubbornness of a technician. Only I can fix it. Those parts are quite obscure, difficult to find elsewhere. He stressed his irreplaceability again. Li Ming remained silent, his fingers unconsciously tapping on his knee, clearly weighing his options rapidly. Which weighed heavier, the long-term benefits the radio could bring, or the urgent need for life-saving medicine? Even if it can be repaired by the time you find the parts and figure it out, the moment will have passed. The middle-aged man, missing a few fingers, spoke ominously, breaking the silence. By the time your broken radio can make a sound, everyone here will be fucking dead. Though his words were harsh, they pierced through the illusion like a knife, laying bare the bloody reality before them. So we must go to the clinic. Brother Chong grunted through the pain in his leg, his face pale from blood loss and infection, yet his eyes were fiercely resolute. Get the medicine, save the person, then we can worry about your damn radio. Otherwise we're all done for. Just as both sides fell back into a standoff, the tense atmosphere on the verge of an explosion. Cough. Cough, cough. Suddenly Monkey erupted into a fit of violent and painful coughing, followed by gut-wrenching retching and a terrifying choking sound. Old He rushed over immediately, letting out a low exclamation. Not good. The phlegm is stuck. Quick help. Chaos erupted. Several people scrambled to help him turn over and pat his back. Li Ming's face turned ashen, and he stood up abruptly. Almost simultaneously, A Qing, who had been taking care of Sister Zhao, also looked up in panic. Captain Li. Sister Zhao? Sister Zhao has no sound. Her breathing seems even weaker. And on little Zhou's side, he lifted his head to look at Chen Mo, tears streaming silently down his face, shaking his head in despair. Old Sun's pulse was almost imperceptible. The shadow of death tightened the noose as if it were tangible. Li Ming slammed his fist against the nearby shelf, producing a deafening sound that startled everyone. His chest heaved violently, his eyes swirling with rage, urgency, and a profound, bottomless pain. He took a few deep breaths, forcibly suppressing the emotion that was about to spiral out of control, his gaze sweeping over everyone like a wounded beast, finally fixing on Chen Mo's face. All right, the radio can wait for later. His voice was hoarse now. Save lives. We must go to Kongmin Clinic immediately. But he quickly shifted his tone, not immediately ordering a reckless charge, but rather spoke rapidly and coldly, but not to rush into death. Little Zhou, draw out the internal structure of the clinic and possible locations of the pharmacy as detailed as you can. The more detailed the better. Chen Mo, Brother Chong, you guys will work with our people to plan the shortest path and a backup evacuation plan based on the map. His arrangements still carried an absolute command, but it no longer felt purely exploitative. He began to integrate everyone's strengths. He looked at Old He and A Qing. Do your best to keep them steady. Use every method you can. Lastly, his gaze swept over the core members of his team. Little Knife, Old Gun Xiangzi, and the newcomer, Chen Mo, his voice low, yet filled with an undeniable resolve. I know some of you think I'm crazy diving headfirst for a bit of medicine. His gaze deepened, seemingly lost in painful memories. Dazhuang. When he died yesterday, he held my hand and said, Boss, I'm not afraid of dying. I'm just afraid of dying in a bad way. It hurts too much. And the brothers who fell outside before. They trusted me, followed me, and I couldn't keep them alive. He paused, his jaw tightening, his eyes turning red and fierce. I crawled out from a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. The soldiers I led, the brothers I recognized. As long as there's still a breath left, I can't just stand by and watch them rot and die in pain. Medicine, I must get it. Whether it's the clinic or the damned central hospital, hell. Whoever stands in my way, you'll chop them down. But you all. His gaze swept over Chen Mo, Brother Chong, and Little Zhou. Now you are all in the same boat. If you want to live, let's all exert ourselves together. Don't hide anything, don't play tricks. Surviving is the only thing we can talk about for the future. At that moment, Li Ming was no longer just a cold-hearted survivor leader. He revealed the image of a leader burdened with heavy responsibilities and past pains. His obsession and recklessness stemmed from an extreme sense of responsibility for the lives of his team members and an unbearable pain of loss. Chen Mo looked at the near-mad obsession and hidden pain in Li Ming's eyes. A string deep in his heart was touched. He nodded heavily, understood. Survive. He didn't say much more, but the recognition and determination in his gaze had already conveyed his message. Brother Chong spat out a mouthful of bloodied saliva, angrily stating, damn it, I also snatched back this life. Let's do it. Whatever it takes, just say it. His attitude clearly shifted, moving from passive resistance to active acceptance. Little Zhou wiped his tears, immediately found a relatively clean piece of cardboard, picked up a piece of charcoal, and began to urgently recall and draw the details of the clinic, his fingers trembling slightly from the effort, yet his gaze was exceptionally focused. A strange sense of cohesion began to grow in this team that had just been filled with mistrust. No longer merely coercion and self-preservation, but under the oppressive weight of shared despair, a primitive trust and collaboration was forcefully born for the most fundamental and steadfast goal of surviving. Chen Mo took over the rough sketch drawn by Little Zhou, immediately gathering with Li Ming, Little Knife, Old Gun, and others to discuss rapidly under the dim light. Brother Chong, dragging his injured leg, also leaned over, using his rich street experience and a calm, sometimes cold, realistic perspective to point out several possible infiltration routes and danger points. The side door might be blocked, but the ventilation duct. I seem to remember there's a maintenance hatch. The pharmacy is at the innermost part of the first floor, but there's an iron door. The back alley is too narrow, or once blocked we can't get out. The activity range of those two monsters. Information exchanged, collided, and integrated rapidly in the tense atmosphere. A rough yet relatively thorough assault plan gradually took shape. However, just as the plan was about to be finalized, Xiangzi, who had been on guard at the door, suddenly lowered his voice to issue a warning. Boss, there's movement outside. It seems like a lot of things are coming this way. The footsteps are chaotic. Everyone fell silent, instantly straining to listen. In the sound of rain, faint dragging and dense footsteps could be heard, along with that chilling, unconscious low roar echoing from all directions, seemingly surrounding this area. It's a horde of corpses, and there are definitely a lot of them. Damn it, why is it happening right now? Little Knife cursed softly. Li Ming's expression instantly turned extremely grim. Plans can't keep up with changes. Should they hold out for rescue, but with no rescue in sight? Or should they seize the moment before the encirclement closes completely and risk breaking out to execute the life and death clinic plan? The choice once again presented itself to everyone in a more brutal manner. Inside the stronghold, the air instantly solidified, once again colder than ever before. The muffled footsteps and low growls coming from outside the window grew clearer, tightening like a noose around everyone's throats, making it almost impossible to breathe. The fragile alliance and adventurous plan, barely born, faced the dire fate of being strangled in the cradle. The numbers are many. Xiangzi pressed against the door crack, his voice barely above a whisper, his face pale. They are coming from 3 directions. Damn it, it feels like something has led them here. Led here. The thought sent chills down everyone's spines. That eerie chuckle seemed to echo in their ears. Should we hold our ground or break out? Xiao Dao asked urgently, looking at Li Ming. Holding the ground meant potentially getting trapped. Breaking out meant crashing headlong into an unknown number of corpses heading towards an even more dangerous clinic. Li Ming's eyes flickered sharply as he glanced over at the ailing Lao Sun's sister Zhao and the monkey, then turned to Chen Mo, Chong Gu, and the others, ultimately transforming into a ruthless resolve. We can't wait to die. Prepare to break out. Follow the planned route to the clinic. Take as many supplies as you can. Move fast. Just as everyone's hearts rose to their throats, ready to fight to the death. Bang. A sudden fierce knocking sound, not from the corpses, came from above the hardware store. Immediately after, a hoarse, urgent voice shouted, "People below. Don't go through the front. That's a trap. The corpses have been led here. Go through the back wall. There's an old delivery entrance blocked behind the shelves. It leads to the back alley. Hurry." Everyone froze. Someone on the roof. A trap. Li Ming reacted quickly, suddenly looking up and signaling to Xiangzi. Xiangzi silently moved to the back half of the warehouse, quickly checking behind the shelves, and indeed found what appeared to be an inconspicuous rusty iron door buried under a pile of debris. Who is up there? Li Ming shouted towards the roof, his gun slightly raised, filled with vigilance. No time to explain. Believe it or not. The Crow Osley 2-1. Hurry up. They're about to surround us. The voice from the roof was extremely urgent, followed by the sound of hurried footsteps, as if the person was dropping their words and fleeing. Crow. Li Ming frowned, as if recalling something, his eyes filled with complexity. But now was not the time to delve deeper. Boss. Xiao Dao looked at Li Ming. The growls of the corpses outside grew closer, and they could even hear the terrifying sound of claws scraping against the roll-up door. Let's take a gamble. Li Ming made a decision. In an instant, Xiangzi, Xiao Dao, pry open that door. The rest prepare to move the injured. Hurry. Xiangzi and Xiao Dao immediately frantically pried at the rusted iron door with crowbars. Chen Mo and Chong Gu assisted the others in quickly securing Lao Sun's sister Zhao and the monkey with whatever fabric they could find, hastily assembling a stretcher made from shelves and rope. Creak, bang. The iron door was pried open forcefully, revealing a narrow passage covered in cobwebs, just wide enough for one person to pass through, with a waft of stale air rushing out. Go. Li Ming growled. Xiao Dao was the first to squeeze through to investigate, and after a moment turned back to signal that it was safe. The group began to move quickly and silently in order. Chen Mo and Chong Gu carried Lao Sun's stretcher, struggling to make their way through the passage. Li Ming and Xiangzi brought up the rear, vigilantly watching the movements of the corpses ahead and the direction of the roof. As the last of them left the narrow passage and entered the smaller, dirtier alley behind, a tremendous sound of the roll-up door being violently struck and torn apart came from the front of the hardware store, along with the terrifying growls of countless undead flooding in. They had narrowly escaped, but at the cost of losing this relatively sturdy temporary stronghold. The alley was not a safe place. The group dared not linger, moving quickly along the complex network of alleys under Li Ming's lead, trying to distance themselves from the noise coming from the hardware store. In a relatively concealed corner, Li Ming signaled for the team to pause and regroup. Everyone was panting heavily, still shaken. The condition of the injured seemed to worsen during the move. "Who was that just now?" Chen Mo asked Li Ming in a low voice. "The Crow. A solitary information broker, or rather a voyeur." Li Ming's tone was complex, carrying a hint of barely perceptible wariness. Before the disaster, he engaged in shady dealings, and after the apocalypse, he thrived like a fish in water. He liked to hide in the shadows and observe everything, knowing many secrets, occasionally selling information or intervening like today, depending on his mood. He had been above us all along. This revelation sent a chill through the group. Had they been under surveillance all along? What did he mean by trap? Changgu asked, suppressing his leg pain. Li Ming's expression darkened. "I don't know. But the corpses wouldn't surround us so purposefully without reason. There must be something guiding them." He thought again of that eerie chuckle. Just then, faint cries for help and sounds of struggle came from the alley ahead. Li Ming immediately signaled for caution. Xiao Dao stealthily moved forward to investigate. Moments later, he returned with two blood-soaked and battered survivors, a man and a woman who looked like a couple, their faces filled with extreme terror and fatigue. "Please, save us." The man stammered. "The hospital over there is no place for humans." Had they escaped from the hospital again? Chen Mo's heart sank. What happened at the hospital? Be clear. Li Ming asked urgently, as the hospital was a place they might ultimately have to go. The woman trembled as she spoke, tears mixed with blood streaming down her face. "Monsters. Everywhere are monsters. Not just those that bite, but other things. Crawling on the ceiling like spiders. And things that make strange sounds, causing dizziness, making you walk over. The pharmacy. The pharmacy is the scariest. The entrance is full of corpses. There's light inside. And those red markings on the walls." She nearly broke down at the end, unable to continue. "Red symbols. It was them again." The man suppressed his fear and added, We saw a group of people dressed like you, trying to force their way into the pharmacy. Then something seemed to come out. It was too fast. We only heard screams, then saw their bodies being dragged inside, as if they were being collected." His words sent chills down everyone's spines. The hospital was not just a nest of monsters. There seemed to exist some organized, even intelligent, terrifying presence that was collecting corpses. And those symbols were once again associated with extreme danger. "How did you get hurt?" Lao He asked as he checked them. He noticed a severe tear on the man's arm, as if it had been bitten by some animal. "Rats. Huge rats." The man trembled, pouring out from the sewers. "But we were still lucky." "Lucky?" Xiaozhou instinctively asked. Lao He examined the wounds and said solemnly, their injuries were also caused by animals, but there were no signs of rapid mutation. This further confirmed the previous speculation. The virus causing the undead was highly species-specific. It seemed to only be effectively activated and complete its terrifying rapid replication and physiological reshaping within humans or closely related primates. For other mammals, it might only provoke intense neurological stimulation, mania, aggression, and ordinary bacterial infection, but wouldn't lead to the same mutation process. This was a stroke of luck amidst misfortune, but bacterial infections were equally deadly. This explanation slightly alleviated the group's greatest fear regarding animal bites, but did not lessen the real threat. Chen Mo listened quietly, firmly committing this information to memory. He looked at the couple who had escaped from the edge of hell, then glanced at his teammates who were on the verge of collapse, a heavy sense of responsibility weighing on his shoulders. He couldn't afford to fall. He had to make a decision. Li Tu Chen Mo spoke, his voice calm enough to surprise even himself. "We have to go to the clinic. It is the only way forward. But the hospital? We need to reassess and plan carefully." He displayed the ability to analyze calmly and weigh the pros and cons. Li Ming glanced at Chen Mo, a hint of recognition flashing in his eyes. "Right. Let's deal with the immediate situation first. The clinic will not be easy either." He turned to the couple. "How much do you know about the situation at the clinic?" The couple exchanged glances, and the man said laboriously, "The clinic hasn't sent out signals for days. I heard that all the patients inside. But when we escaped, it seemed like I saw a flashlight flickering from a window on the second floor. I don't know if I saw it wrong. Was there a glimmer of hope? Or was it another trap? There was no choice. The team had to rest, and then head straight for the clinic." However, just as they were preparing to set off again, Xiangzi, who was responsible for bringing up the rear, suddenly let out a warning growl, pointing at the end of the alley. Two bizarre, previously unseen abnormal entities slowly emerged from the shadows, blocking their way. One of them was on all fours, its limbs twisted and jointed backward, its head nearly rotated 180 degrees, with a pale face devoid of eyes, only a massive mouth filled with sharp teeth stretching to its ears, making chilling sounds like dislocated joints. The other was grotesquely bloated, its skin seemingly melting and dripping thick yellow pus, leaving corrosive traces in its wake. Devoid of notable facial features, only a huge gash in the center of its body that opened and closed continuously, filled with writhing flesh. They were clearly not mutated firefighters nor smiling phantoms. This was a new threat. Had they come from the direction of the hospital? Or had they been tracking them all along? Prepare for battle. Li Ming shouted hoarsely, his voice filled with madness born from despair. The path to breakout had yet to start, but it was already stained with new blood. At the end of the alley, two abnormal entities crawled out from the shadows, completely blocking the team's path. Their twisted and grotesque forms exuded a nauseating malice, instantly plunging the recently escaped survivors back into the abyss of despair. Cackling, the abnormal entity with reversed joints crawled on the ground, its head spinning 180 degrees. Its eyeless face fixated on the group, and the dislocated joints made a horrifying sound that echoed in the narrow alley, piercing through the eardrums. It twisted and exerted force with limbs structured in a way completely unlike any living creature, able to unleash terrifying speed in an instant. The other grotesque entity, dripping thick pus, resembled a moving mound of corrosive flesh. A giant fissure in its torso opened and closed, revealing countless writhing flesh buds that seemed to possess a consciousness of their own, exuding a pungent, sweet-smelling, rotting odor. It moved slowly, but each step left a hissing, corrosive mark on the cement, as the yellow pus possessed a strong acidity. What the hell is this thing? Xiangzi growled, gripping his welding baton tightly. Yet in the face of such unimaginable monsters, human weapons appeared utterly powerless. Don't fight, Heaton. Look for an opportunity to bypass them. Li Ming commanded sternly, but the alley was narrow, flanked by high walls, and with the need to protect the injured, the chances of circumventing were virtually non-existent. Cackling, the reverse-jointed entity, temporarily called the Hunchback, was the first to launch an attack. It shot forward like a twisted spider, moving so fast that it left only a gray shadow, aiming directly for the front of the team. Xiao Dao reacted swiftly, rolling to the side, while swinging his machete fiercely. Clang! With a crisp sound, the machete seemed to hit a hard rubber, bouncing off and leaving only a shallow white mark on the opponent's dark gray skin. The Hunchback did not pause. Its claw-like limbs swept towards Xiaodao's face. Xiao Dao barely dodged again the gust of wind, leaving a bloody mark on his cheek. Its defensive power was astonishingly high. Meanwhile, the bloated, corrosive entity, temporarily referred to as the Corruptor, slowly approached. The fissure in its torso opened wide, and a stream of yellow, foul-smelling pus shot out like a water arrow, aiming directly at Chen Mo and Chang Gu, who were carrying the stretcher with the unconscious Lao Sun. Watch out! Chen Mo's pupils contracted as he and Chang Gu pulled the stretcher to the side with all their might. Sizzle! The pus narrowly missed the edge of the stretcher, splattering onto the wall beside it, and instantly causing white smoke to rise, corroding a small pit into the cement wall. If that had hit a person, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Damn it! I can't move. Chang Gu yelled angrily, his leg injury severely affecting his agility. Attack its joints. Or its eyes. If it has any. Chen Mo shouted loudly, trying to find a weakness. He noticed that when the Hunchback attacked, the connection points of its reverse joints seemed somewhat fragile. Li Ming wasted no time, quickly aiming his pistol at the Hunchback's knee joint and firing. Bang! Bang! The bullets hit their mark. The monster's knee exploded in a spray of crimson droplets, its movements clearly faltering, letting out a sharp shriek, evidently feeling pain. Effective. But it only caused it pain and delay. The dark red blood oozing from the wound quickly thickened and began to writhe as if it was slowly healing at a visible rate. Even the shattered bones made faint cracking sounds, attempting to reconnect. Damn it! This thing can regenerate! Xiao Dao exclaimed in shock. Though not particularly fast, this regenerative ability shattered all common sense. On the other side, the Corruptor spewed forth pus again, this time targeting the densely packed crowd. Everyone hurriedly dodged, and the formation was instantly thrown into chaos. A Qing trying to protect the unconscious Sister Zhao got splattered with the pus immediately, letting out a painful groan as her skin turned red and began to bubble. The man from the couple that had just been saved moved slightly slower due to fear and was directly hit in the calf by a spray of pus. Sizzle! The horrifying, corrosive sound accompanied his piercing scream. His calf dissolved and smoked at a visible rate, revealing bone almost instantly. He screamed as he fell to the ground, quickly losing consciousness, the front end of his calf having completely disappeared. His wife let out a desperate wail, nearly breaking down. Death so swift and brutal. No, we can't drag this out. Li Ming's eyes turned red. He knew that if they delayed any longer, everyone would die here. He suddenly pulled out something from his waist, a bottle of industrial alcohol brought by the earlier oil rat. He stuffed a cloth into the bottleneck, fashioning a makeshift Molotov cocktail. "Cover me," he shouted to Xiao Dao and Xiangzi. Xiao Dao and Xiangzi immediately charged forward with everything they had, attacking the hunchback wildly to draw its attention and buy time for Li Ming. Li Ming ignited the cloth with a lighter, waiting for the right moment, and hurled the Molotov cocktail towards the relatively slow-moving corruptor. The cocktail arced through the air, striking the corruptor's bloated body. Boom! The alcohol ignited flames, instantly engulfing most of the corruptor's body. Alo! The corruptor let out a deafening, inhuman wail, its massive body thrashing wildly, the dripping pus crackling and the flames releasing an even more foul odor. The flames seemed to inflict significant damage upon it. Effective. Fire could restrain it. However, the hunchback appeared to be enraged by the flames, or perhaps stimulated by its companions' suffering. Completely disregarding Xiao Dao and Qiangzi's attacks, it suddenly changed direction, lunging towards Li Ming, who had just thrown the Molotov cocktail at an even faster speed. Li Ming had just breathed a sigh of relief when he was caught off guard, seeing it was about to pounce on him. At that moment, bang! A gunshot rang out. It wasn't Li Ming's pistol. The sound was much deeper. A bullet accurately struck one of the front limb joints supporting the hunchback's body. The tremendous force nearly broke that limb. The hunchback shrieked as it lost its balance and fell. Everyone turned in shock, seeing Xiangzi had somehow picked up the dead man's backpack from the ground and pulled out an old sawed-off double-barreled shotgun. The barrel was still smoking. It was this critical shot that saved Li Ming. Qiangzi's face was pale, panting heavily, cursing, "Damn! Picked up a worthless life." Li Ming looked at Xiangzi deeply. With no time to thank him, he immediately shouted, "Go! Now, take the right fork." The team sprang into action, straining to lift the injured and rushing towards a narrower side path on the right. The hunchback struggled on the ground, its broken limbs writhing wildly in an attempt to reconnect. The corruptor rolled and wailed in the flames, temporarily unable to pose a threat. They had narrowly escaped again, but each person was left shaken. The terrifying regenerative ability, the strange forms, the near-impossible Tokal traits etched like a nightmare into everyone's hearts. These monsters seemed to be growing increasingly terrifying, and deep within this new alley the shadows appeared to grow even denser. The faint, cold laughter of a little girl echoed, seemingly drifting by once more, all too briefly. The neon lights of the city flickered under the night sky, with streams of vehicles flowing like a woven tapestry, creating a cacophony of sound. On the surface, everything appeared normal. However, the frequency of reports regarding the novel influenza quietly increased. Queues formed outside pharmacies and masks became a common sight on the streets. A strange low-grade anxiety pervaded every corner of the city like damp air, yet most people still believed that this was merely a seasonal flu that had hit a bit too hard and would soon pass. In the northwestern outskirts of the city, far from the bustling lights, an abandoned old military base was quietly reactivated. The high walls and electric fences were powered again, heavily guarded. A nondescript sign hung here, Front Command Center of the City Joint Disease Control Center. Inside, however, was a starkly different, highly militarized atmosphere of tension. On the third underground level in the observation corridor outside the BSL-4 laboratory, the air felt so cold it seemed as if it could freeze. The silver-gray metallic walls reflected the harsh white light from the ceiling, with only the low hum of instruments and the monotonous flow of the circulation system echoing. Major Chen Mo, 32 years old, PhD in virology, head of a special military project, donned a heavy positive pressure protective suit, gazing through multiple layers of bulletproof glass at the experimental subject in the isolation chamber. It was an early-stage infected person restrained on the bed, currently in a bizarre state of calm, yet the vital signs monitor displayed alarmingly abnormal endocrine and neurological activity. Her assistant technician, Xiao Lin, 23 years old, stood beside her, watching the data flow on the screen, his face pale. His voice trembled slightly as it came through the internal communication system. Dr. Chen, the gene sequencing results of sample AS2 have been updated. Compared to the data from 6 hours ago, 17 new mutation points have appeared in the non-coding regions. The evolutionary tree model is completely unable to predict. It seems to be consciously experimenting. Chen Weiss' gaze remained fixed on the isolation chamber, her voice cold and almost ruthless as it came through the mask. It is not consciousness, it is efficiency. Its RNA polymerase has almost no proofreading function, and the error rate of replication is absurdly high, yet it can quickly sift through the vast array of errors to select the mutations most conducive to transmission and survival. Natural selection has been accelerated here by thousands of times. She paused and added notify logistics to prepare for a replacement of the internal circulation filter for isolation chamber 3. The corrosion rate has exceeded expectations. Yes. Xiaolin's voice fell even lower as he operated the console, pulling up a report. Also, the animal testing group. The results are quite strange. Mammalian test subjects, white mice macaques, displayed extremely high aggression and tissue necrosis after infection, yet none exhibited the remodeling phenomenon similar to that of human-infected individuals. After several generations of replication within them, the virus, surprisingly, seems to trend towards lethargy, as if it cannot find the correct keyhole. Chen Wei finally turned her head slightly, glancing at the data on Xiaolin's screen, her brows furrowed tightly behind the protective mask. The species specificity is so strong. It is almost tailor-made for humans. This discovery sent a deep chill through her bones. This is by no means a product of natural evolution. The airtight door of the observation corridor slid open, and a middle-aged man in military uniform, with a stern expression, Zhao, head of base security, walked in. He was not wearing protective gear, only a mask, his gaze sharp as an eagle. He walked directly to the observation window, his eyes scanning the situation inside the isolation chamber. Dr. Chen, time is running out. Zhang Zhao's voice was deep, carrying an undeniable pressure. The Outer Sentry reports that multiple fever clinics in the city have collapsed, and the number of patients exhibiting flu symptoms has increased exponentially. The higher-ups are demanding that we provide a clearer prediction and a timeline for the final solution. Prediction. Chen Wei's voice carried a hint of sarcasm, but more so fatigue. Director Zhang, are you asking me to predict an evolutionary storm that is overturning the understanding of each passing second? As for a solution, she pointed at the isolation chamber. We can't even predict what it will become next. How can we resolve it? The speed of conventional vaccine development cannot keep up with its mutation rate. Then we must prioritize containment. Zhang Zhao's tone turned assertive. We absolutely cannot allow any samples or infected individuals to leave the control area. If necessary, he paused, his gaze cold, execute the highest level purification protocol. The highest level purification protocol, that meant complete annihilation. Chen Wei's heart sank suddenly. She knew what this meant. This base, and even the entire city, designated as a quarantine zone. We still have time. She tried to argue, though she herself knew the hope was slim. We have no time left. Zhang Zhao interrupted her, pointing to another monitoring screen nearby that displayed real-time footage of the quarantine area outside the base. In the footage, some lightly symptomatic infected individuals who had just been sent to the quarantine area suddenly began exhibiting violent agitation, violently banging against the reinforced glass doors of the isolation room. Their eyes began to bloodshot, their throats emitting sounds that were not human. The speed of mutation was visibly accelerating. Do you see? Zhang Zhao's voice was icy. The flu period has shortened by 70% compared to the model predictions. The isolation walls we set up will likely soon be unable to contain what is inside them. You must immediately analyze its weaknesses, any weaknesses, rather than lamenting its perfection here. Just then the alarm in the laboratory suddenly blared loudly. Red lights spun and flashed. Isolation chamber 3. Internal pressure is abnormally rising. Vital signs are deteriorating rapidly, Xiaolin exclaimed. Inside the isolation chamber, the experimental subject, who had previously been sedated, suddenly opened its eyes. Its eyeballs had completely turned a murky yellow, filled with black blood vessels. The restraints were creaking under the strain of its frantically struggling body. It was gnashing its teeth violently at the air, its jaw making a painful dislocation sound, as if it were expanding in a manner contrary to human anatomy. Even more terrifying was that beneath its skin it seemed as if countless living things were writhing madly, causing its body to undergo a visibly twisted and rapid change. Inject 3 times the dosage of the sedative. Ineffective. Xiaolin's voice carried a note of despair. Initiate emergency freezing procedures. Chen Wei decisively ordered, yet her palms were slick with cold sweat. She knew that it might already be too late. Bang, bang, bang. The experimental subject was crazily smashing its head against the metal railing of the bed, producing a terrifying thud, its skull fracturing and blood gushing out, yet it seemed utterly oblivious, its strength growing ever greater. It is adapting. It is resisting the drugs. It is learning. Xiaolin's voice was filled with desperate horror. Zhang Zhao's face turned ashen as he slammed down a red communication button on the wall. All units, attention. The laboratory area is entering a level 1 alert status. Repeat, level 1 status. Non-combat personnel evacuate immediately. Security forces on standby. Heavy footsteps and the clattering of weapons immediately echoed from the corridor outside. Inside the observation window, the experimental subject's body had twisted into a form that bore no resemblance to a human, its strength surging, and one of the arm restraints was actually torn apart. Doctor, we need to withdraw. Shaolin pulled at Chen Wei, trying to leave. However, Chen Wei remained fixated on the terrifying and rapid remodeling process unfolding before her. A vague and deeply unsettling thought flashed through her mind. This mutation seemed not entirely random. It subtly hinted at some incomprehensible twisted design, especially when the distorted limbs of the experimental subject unintentionally brushed against the bloodstained sheets, leaving behind chaotic yet vaguely patterned bloodstains that resonated with a chilling and obscure similarity to the forbidden symbols she had seen in certain highly classified documents derived from ancient ruins or unexplained phenomena. Just then, boom, the reinforced observation window of Isolation Chamber 3 was struck by the mutated entity, with a violent blow shattering it into a spiderweb of cracks. The group seemed to be whipped by an invisible lash, stumbling and silently fleeing down this narrower side path. The only sound breaking the silence was the sobbing of the new survivor's wife, filled with despair and the bewilderment of having lost everything. A dilapidated building appearing to be 5 or 6 stories tall stood before them, its iron gate crooked and long past its protective purpose. "This is the building. Hurry inside," Xiao Zhou shouted, panting. He seemed to have a vague memory of this area. This used to be the employee annex of Hongfa Industrial, a dormitory or an activity center or something. The interior structure should not be complicated. Changgu took the lead, pushing open the rusty iron door with his uninjured shoulder, his shotgun pointed warily toward the dark corridor. Dust and a musty smell rushed toward them. The corridor was littered with abandoned promotional boards and debris, the walls stained with dried dark splatters and deep scratches, as if left by some enormous claws, silently recounting the horrors that had once occurred here. "Check the first floor. Quickly. Find something to block the door." Li Ming's command was concise and powerful, and he, along with Xiao Dao and Chang Zi, quickly dispersed to check several rooms on the ground floor. Chen Mo and Chang Gu gently placed the stretcher carrying Old Sun down. Old Sun's breath was even weaker, his complexion as gray as old newspaper. Sister Zhao remained unconscious, her forehead drenched in cold sweat. The monkey groaned unconsciously in a high fever, his cheeks flushed. Aching gritted her teeth, using a small amount of clean water and cloth she had just found to clean the poo-splattered areas on her arm. The redness and blisters had already appeared, and the pain made her forehead sweat, but she bit her lip and remained silent. He hurried over to help, glanced at her, and his expression turned serious. "The corrosiveness is too strong. Do just a splash can. We need to use specialized burn ointment and antibiotics as soon as possible, or the infection will be fatal." His words weighed like a stone on everyone's hearts. They urgently needed medicine. Soon Xiao Dao and Changzi returned. "Minggu, the 2 rooms on the left are empty, and there's a small activity room on the right with plenty of tables and chairs that can block the door. There's a small storage room behind the staircase on the first floor. The door is iron and relatively intact. It can serve as a temporary shelter." "Good. Move the injured into the storage room first. The rest move stuff to block the entrance and the corridor on the first floor. Hurry," Li Ming ordered decisively. Everyone immediately sprang into action. Despair and the instinct to survive overwhelmed their physical exhaustion. Heavy wooden tables and chairs were dragged, producing a harsh grinding sound as they quickly piled up a crude barrier at the entrance and along the corridor leading inside. While it was impossible to completely block the abnormal entities, it at least provided some warning and psychological comfort. Chen Mo and Li Ming carefully lifted Old Sun's sister Zhao and the monkey into the narrow metal storage room. The space inside was small, filled with the smell of rust and dust, but it did indeed offer a sense of relative safety. After doing all this, everyone collapsed onto the cold floor, leaning against the walls or obstacles, gasping heavily. As the adrenaline faded, a deeper weariness and pain set in. Silence enveloped them, with only the sound of heavy breathing and the occasional distant, indistinct noises reminding them they were still in hell. "Why? Why is there a gun here?" Suddenly, Li Ming's voice shattered the silence. His gaze was sharp as he looked at Chang Gu, who was inspecting an old sawed-off shotgun leaning against the opposite wall. Everyone's eyes focused on him. Indeed, how could there be a shotgun in the backpack of the man who was killed by corrosive pus? This was extremely unusual in a country with strict gun control. Changgu didn't lift his head, rubbed a bit of grime off the shotgun, and sniffed it, then looked at the rough sod. "And this is a privately modified homemade firearm, quite old. It was well maintained, but that last shot was probably its final glory." He paused before coldly stating, "That man's backpack also contained a small box of shells, 12-gauge shotgun, rounds not many, just 7 or 8. Judging by their escape route, he probably hid in some security room or a hunting enthusiast's home. In this world, it was not surprising to find anything." This explanation is reasonable, but Li Ming's gaze did not waver. Rather, it became sharper. "Why did you save me earlier?" He referred to Chang Gu's crucial shot. Changgu finally raised his head, his expression unreadable, only the pain from his leg injury causing the corner of his mouth to twitch slightly. "Save you. Don't get too sentimental. That thing was coming for you, next would have been me. I just didn't want to die. His words remained coldly realistic, but to some extent it was a form of tacit acknowledgement, recognition that Li Ming was an important combat asset, not to be easily lost. Li Ming fell silent for a few seconds, no longer pressing for answers, merely nodding. A subtle survival-based acknowledgement rather than an emotional one briefly formed between the two strong-willed men. However, the rift within the team did not vanish, it was merely temporarily overshadowed by a greater crisis. Xiaozhou, hugging his knees, sat not far from the storage room, staring blankly at the ground. The horrific scenes of Sister Ling and Wang Lei's deaths, along with old son's near-death state, continuously flashed before his eyes. His body trembled slightly. Technology could solve many problems, but it could not resolve death and the omnipresent terror. Chen Mo observed his condition, feeling a heavy weight in his heart. He moved closer, patted Xiaozhou's shoulder, and whispered, "Hang in there, we need you. Old son still needs hope." Xiaozhou suddenly lifted his head, his eyes, red lips, trembling, ultimately just nodding heavily and burying his face in his knees. At that moment, the wife who had just lost her husband suddenly became agitated, pointing at the storage room with a sharp voice. "The medicine. What about the medicine you found? Give a little to my husband, please. There might still be hope for him." She seemed unable to accept the reality of her husband's sudden death, or rather unwilling to accept that the scant, potentially life-saving medicine would be used on someone else. He sighed wearily. "Sister, calm down. Your husband, his lower leg is gone. Even a deity would find it hard to save him. That pus is highly toxic. No, you just don't want to. You want to keep it for yourselves? You cold-blooded animals." The woman began to cry hysterically, attempting to rush toward the storage room. "Enough," Li Ming shouted in a low voice. His tone was not loud, but carried undeniable authority and suppressed anger. "Do you want to attract those things again?" His gaze swept over the woman, carrying a hint of warning and a barely noticeable pity. The woman was intimidated by him, covering her mouth, silently sobbing, collapsing to the ground. The brutal contradiction of resource allocation had just begun to surface, only to be forcefully suppressed by external pressure, but the seed had already been planted. Chen Mo took a deep breath, stepping between Li Ming and Changge, and whispered, "We can't stay here long. Old son's sister Zhao the monkey and the Qing can't wait. We must get to the clinic as soon as possible." Li Ming looked at him. "What are your thoughts?" After the successive crises, he began to place more importance on Chen Mo's opinion. "Xiaozhou," Chen Mo turned to the tech-savvy individual. "You know this area well. What's the quickest way to the clinic?" "The safest." He understood that there was no absolutely safe route. They could only choose the lesser of two evils. Xiaozhou forced himself to lift his head from the sorrow, and fear wiped his glasses and tried to recall from. "Go around to the back of this building. There's a narrow alley that is less wide than the main road, but it should help avoid those two we just saw. After going through the alley, turn right at the second intersection and walk about 100 meters. You'll see the community health station sign." But a look of fear appeared on his face. "That stretch of road is very close to the side entrance of that hospital. Extremely close." The word hospital made everyone's faces turn even grimmer. The members of Li Ming's team instinctively tightened their grips on their weapons, their faces reflecting fear and pain. They had lost two groups of companions searching for medicine in the clinic, not to mention the even more terrifying hospital. "Is there no other way?" Changge spat. "Do we have to go past that damned place?" "This is the closest route. Taking another path would at least take twice as long and would pass by two small supermarket squares. There will definitely be no shortage of zombies there," Xiaozhou said softly. Time, it was what they lacked the most. The condition of the injured was worsening by the minute. Chen Mo was silent for a moment before making a decision. "Then we take this route. Move quickly and try not to make any noise. The target is the clinic. As soon as we get the urgently needed medicine, we withdraw immediately, not approaching the hospital side entrance even a step." Li Ming stared at Chen Mo, his expression complex. He deeply understood the terror of hospitals, but looking at his dying brother and injured teammates, he nodded heavily. "All right, let's do it this way. Chang Xiao Dao, lead the way ahead and stay alert. Ding Zi, watch the back. He take care of the injured." The others prepared, ready to set off in 5 minutes. As the order was given, the team once again began to operate like a well-oiled machine, despite the severe wear on every component. Chen Mo walked to the door of the storage room, glancing at the ailing companions inside. Old son's chest barely showed any rise and fall, and Sister Zhao's face was frighteningly pale. Hope seemed bleak, but he could not give up. He instinctively reached for the internal phone in his pocket. The cold body seemed unresponsive. The military evacuation point. The stadium. Would that be true hope? Or another desperate trap? The clinic ahead, was it a transfer station to the next hope, or yet another grave to bury them? He tightened his grip on the fire axe in his hand, the cold and rough wooden handle providing a fleeting sense of reality. 5 minutes passed quickly. The group reassembled. Changzi and Xiao Dao cautiously moved the obstacles blocking the door, revealing the outside world, which remained dim, yet seemingly more dangerous. In the depths of the alley, the sound of the hunched one's shifting joints seemed to have weakened, but no one knew if it had recovered or moved elsewhere. The burning sound of the corruptor was no longer audible, whether it had extinguished or had completely turned to ash or something worse. Chen Mo took a deep breath of air filled with the stench of decay and death and stepped out first from the abandoned building that had briefly provided shelter. The target was the community health station. The cost was unknown. In this short journey, they had paid too high a price. Their colleague's sister Ling Wanglei. Who would be next? Perhaps in the end, Chen Mo would also die at some location. And not long after they left, deep in the corridor on the first floor in the activity room that was originally thought to be empty, a pair of murky, emotionless eyes slowly opened behind a massive, dust-covered filing cabinet. A faint rustling sound, as if many legs were crawling at once, echoed gently in the silent building, then fell back into silence. Danger had never been far away. Stepping out of the dilapidated building, Chen Mo looked back at the broken team behind him and the surrounding dark hallways from which came terrifying howls echoing from the shadows. His heart felt incredibly heavy. Not everyone can go. Chen Mo's voice shattered the suffocating silence as his gaze swept over the injured. The clinic's situation is unknown. Someone must stay to guard, and we need someone to assist us. Li Ming immediately agreed. Exactly. Old son and sister Zhao cannot move. The monkey has a high fever and can't walk far. His decision was decisive, carrying an undeniable authority. Old He, you stay behind and take care of them. He turned to the new survivor's wife, who was slumped on the ground, her eyes vacant. You stay too and help Old He. The woman suddenly looked up, her face stained with tears, her lips moving as if she wanted to protest, to follow the team to fetch the medicine that should have saved her husband, but in the end, she could only numbly nod. She had lost the strength to resist. Old He sighed, said nothing, and silently checked the few remaining medical supplies beside him, nodding slightly. Staying behind also meant risk. If anything abnormal occurred inside the building or outside, they would have almost no fighting capability. Aching, how is your hand? Chen Mo asked. Aching gritted her teeth, hastily wrapping the blisters and swelling on her arm with a relatively clean cloth strip. It's fine, I can walk and carry things. Her gaze was resolute. Among the team, only she and Old He had some medical knowledge, and she had to go. Changgu endured the pain in his leg, checked the remaining bullets in the shotgun, and handed the life-saving sawed-off shotgun and 7 or 8 cartridges to Old He. Keep this for self-defense, use it sparingly. If you hear anything unusual, either hide or fight back. His words were cold and realistic. Old He took the gun heavily and nodded. Let's go, Li Ming said, no longer delaying, waving his hand. Xiao Dao and Changzi as vanguards silently slipped out of the half-blocked door, vigilantly observing the outside alley. After the nails broke, Chen Mo, Li Ming, Changgu, Xiao Zhou, and Aching followed closely behind. Leaving the relatively enclosed, dilapidated building and being exposed once again to the open, albeit narrow, alley environment, the feeling of fear doubled instantly. The air seemed to thicken, filled with the scent of decay and unknown dangers. Following Xiao Zhou's guidance, the team moved quickly and quietly along the wall towards the depths of the alley. Every step they took crunched on broken stones and trashed, the subtle sounds echoing like thunder at that moment. Chen Mo's heart raced, gripping the fire axe tightly, his palms slick with sweat. His senses heightened to the extreme, catching any unusual movements. In the distance, the burning, corrupted one seemed to have fallen silent, and the struggling hunchback could no longer be heard. This did not bring reassurance, but rather increased unease. Where had they gone? Were they lurking in the shadows? The alley twisted ahead, the walls growing higher, casting deep shadows, as if something could leap out at any moment. As they moved forward, the smell in the air began to change. In addition to the inherent stench of decay, a stronger, indescribable, strange odor gradually mixed in, like the overwhelming scent of disinfectant trying to cover up something rotten, failing, and resulting in a nauseatingly sweet and metallic chemical scent. Xiao Zhou's face grew paler, his breathing became hurried, and he kept pushing up his glasses, his voice trembling. We're almost there. Turn right ahead. Just past. It is. Without him saying it, everyone could feel it. The sense of oppression, an invisible heavy fear, as if it originated from the depths of their souls, began to spread. It felt as if they were approaching some massive and evil nest, a boundary of a certain domain. Turning the second corner, the sight before them made everyone involuntarily stop, gasping in shock. To the right of the alley was a relatively open area fenced off by tall, spiked barbed wire. Behind the fence stood a colossal building complex, its main structure towering and eerie even in the dim light. Many windows were shattered, dark holes resembling the eye sockets of a skeleton. On the side of the building, a huge dark red X sign hung askew, half of it having fallen off as if it had been attacked. City General Hospital. or rather its side entrance. It was terrifyingly silent here, a dead silence, as if even the wind had been swallowed by that building. On the fence hung some indescribable, seemingly rotting and wind-dried fluff. The stains on the ground were a deep black color. The sign for the community health station they were heading to was just about 100 meters ahead next to a smaller alley. That small blue sign seemed to be light years away at that moment. This stretch of about 100 meters had no cover, completely exposed to the view of the hospital's side, if there was anything in those dark windows watching. Moreover, they had to walk close to the hospital's barbed wire fence. Gulp. Xiao Zhou swallowed hard, his calves shaking. Everyone in Li Ming's team, including Li Ming himself, looked extremely pale, their eyes filled with painful memories and deep-seated fears. Their lost companions had vanished deep within this building complex. Go. Hurry. Li Ming forced out the command through clenched teeth, his voice strained to the utmost. The team began to move again, their pace involuntarily quickening, almost tiptoeing, as each person lowered their body as much as possible, as if that would reduce the chance of being discovered. They approached the barbed wire fence. Thud. Suddenly, a dull, massive crashing sound came from the unfathomable darkness of the hospital's main building. It sounded as if something extremely heavy was crashing against the thick walls or iron doors. Everyone's bodies stiffened, halting their steps, their hearts nearly leaping out of their throats. The sound faded and silence returned. A few seconds later, just as they were still shaken, preparing to move forward again, a faint, intermittent wind-like wheezing sound drifted out from the shadows on the other side of the barbed wire. It was close. Then a twisted figure suddenly lunged at the inside of the barbed wire. It might have once been a person. Its body twisted at an unnatural angle, its neck nearly broken, with its head drooping behind, fingers mutated into sharp, curved bone spikes, mindlessly scratching at the barbed wire, producing a grating sound. It seemed unable to see those outside the fence, merely writhing and twitching instinctively. Had it run out from the hospital? Or was it thrown out after being transformed by something inside? No one wanted to know the answer. Changzi instinctively raised the welding stick bat, but was stopped by Li Ming's stern gaze. No sound. Do not attract attention. The team stiffly moved step by step, trying to distance themselves from the monster that was continuously scratching at the barbed wire. Just as they passed in front of it, that monster suddenly jerked, its drooping head up, its murky eyes seemingly rotating, fixing on their direction. Everyone's blood froze in an instant, but it merely clawed at the air in vain a few times before returning to its mindless twitching and wheezing. It seemed confined within the barbed wire, or its perception was already confused. Cold sweat soaked everyone's backs. They dared not linger, continuing forward. Every step felt like walking on the edge of a blade. The closer they got to the community health station's alley, the denser the shadows cast by the hospital building became, as if they possessed a tangible pressure suffocating. Help me. It was an extremely weak call, like a hallucination or a distorted cry floating out from a broken window far up high. A few members of Li Ming's team jolted, their faces drained of color. Xiao Dao even instinctively took half a step forward, only to be pulled back sharply by Changzi. Was that a familiar voice? A trap? Or was it a survivor still enduring hellish torment? No one dared to verify. The horror of the hospital had already surpassed these abnormalities outside. It was a terror of concept, a chasm that once entered one would never escape. Chen Mo forced himself not to listen or think, his gaze fixed firmly on the increasingly near blue sign. It was a guide, but also a torment. Hope was right before their eyes, but with each step closer it felt as if they were inching closer to the hell beside them. Suddenly, Qing covered her mouth, pointing to a spot on the ground beside the hospital building. There were some black large garbage bags piled up there. But one bag had burst, revealing not medical waste, but a highly decayed, grotesquely swollen human hand. The shape of the fingers was already off, as if transforming into some claw-like form. And the concrete ground around that garbage was noticeably darker than other places, and slightly undulating, as if something underneath was writhing, absorbing the leaking fluids. An extremely intense stench wafted from that direction. Run! Chen Mo shouted, pushing Qing, who was almost in a daze. The team unleashed their last ounce of strength, almost tumbling towards the alley marked community health station. Just as they all dashed into the alley, temporarily escaping the suffocating view of the hospital. Crash! Crash! A horrifying sound erupted from deep within the hospital, akin to countless glasses shattering simultaneously, mixed with the terrifying noise of metal cabinets collapsing. Immediately after, there was a brief, sharp, inhuman screech, then it abruptly stopped. Something was fiercely battling inside the hospital, or hunting. No one looked back. Everyone leaned against the cold, damp wall of the alley, gasping heavily, their faces filled with terror and exhaustion from surviving. A mere 100 meters seemed to drain all their strength and spirit. Chen Mo struggled to calm his racing heart and looked up ahead. The The sign for the community health station was just a few meters ahead in the alley, a blue, seemingly intact roll-up door, tightly shut, with some dried, splattered dark stains on it. The clinic they had arrived. But after the previous stretch bordering on the abyss, no one felt relieved. Behind that closed door awaited either life-saving medicine or another kind of despair. The costs seemed to have begun before they even arrived. The lingering shadow of the hospital and the terrifying sounds that emerged from it would become a new nightmare for everyone. Leaning against the cold, rough wall, the crowd's chests heaved violently like a bellows trying to expel the palpable sense of oppression from the hospital out of their lungs and minds. The echoes of shattering and screeching seemed to linger in their ears, resonating from deep within. Chen Mo forced himself to pull his gaze away from the ominous shadows of the hospital, directing it towards the narrower and darker alley before him and the blue roll-up door at its end. The sign of the community health station hung above its blue background, sullied by recent grime, the white cross symbol covered in a layer of dust. Fresh scratches and dents covered the roll-up door, particularly around the lock, where clear signs of violent prying remained, with the metallic sheen not yet fully oxidized, but the door seemed to be locked from the inside. The splattered stains on the door, not yet fully dark brown and still tinged with dark red, resembled an ominous totem recently painted under the dim light. "This is the place," Xiao Zhou's voice trembled uncontrollably. Li Ming's expression was instantly consumed by a whirlpool of complex emotions, pain, anger, and a faint hope that refused to be extinguished despite the relentless pressure of harsh reality. He stepped forward, his fingers almost spasming as they touched the edge of the roll-up door, where the metal slightly curled back, revealing a deep gouge. "These are our people. They left this behind when they came for the first time a few days ago." His voice was deep and hoarse, each word sounding as if scraped from sandpaper. "They couldn't get in. Or rather, they couldn't come out again." Chen Mo's heart tightened. A few days. It hadn't been long since the disaster broke out. The first team sent here had met their end. "Xiangzi Xiao Dao, try the door." Li Ming commanded, his voice regaining its cold hardness, while he and Dingzi stood alert, like vigilant hounds fixating on the alley entrance and the direction they had come from. Xiangzi and Xiao Dao stepped forward to check. The lock was clearly damaged, but something held it shut from the inside. "Put your backs into it," Brother Chong shouted despite the pain in his legs. Chen Mo handed the fire axe to a Qing for security and joined in. The four men grasped the bottom of the roll-up door, exerting their strength simultaneously. Creak, screech. The unsmooth metal emitted a sharp, piercing, and decidedly not-told friction sound as it struggled to lift, creating a gap just wide enough for one person to crawl through. A fresh and intense stench, a mix of not fully fermented rot, heavy blood, and pungent chemicals, suddenly surged out from inside the door, choking them to the brink of suffocation. "He'll go in first," Chen Mo said in a low voice, his tone slightly strained from holding his breath. He took the handgun Li Ming handed him, inhaling a deep breath of relatively clean air, turned on the flashlight. The beam was weak, but usable, lowered his body, and was the first to dive into the dim space filled with the scent of death. The beam of the flashlight acted like a probing tentacle delving into a grave, and the sight it illuminated caused Chen Mo's stomach to twist violently. Fresh chaos. Everything displayed signs of recent intense destruction and struggle. The plastic chairs in the waiting area were toppled askew with fresh breaks at the fracture points. The glass of the registration desk was shattered nearly completely, and the shards had not yet been covered by dust. Scattered documents lay on the ground, stuck to the floor by a dark viscous liquid that had not yet fully dried and hardened. Deep and chaotic scratch marks marred the walls, and the splattered bloodstains retained a horrifyingly rich color, with some clearly recent handprints dragged away, disappearing into the depths of the dark corridor. Chen Mo's gaze suddenly froze beside the registration desk. There lay several nearly new military backpacks stained with fresh blood and a combat shovel with a chipped edge smeared with a black-red substance, consistent with that used by Li Ming's team. The backpack had been violently torn open, personal items, packs of compressed biscuits, a water bottle, a notebook dated just a few days ago scattered everywhere with the sole exception of any medicine. And in the corner of the wall, leaning against a few corpses. The time of death clearly did not exceed a few days. The decay had already begun, but it was far from reaching an advanced stage. Swelling and livor mortis were clearly visible, and the faces, twisted in death, were perfectly frozen in the moment of extreme terror, every detail vividly apparent. One corpse's chest had been violently torn open, the wound a gruesome mess, with internal organs hollowed out and broken ribs jutted out starkly. Another corpse's neck had been twisted at an impossible angle, the skin and muscle torn apart by immense torque, its face frozen in a look of utter horror. The third corpse was curled up, its hands desperately clawing at its own throat, the flesh around its nails rolled and raw, the wounds bright red, its face bearing the unique bluish hue of suffocation, eyes bulging. These were the members of the team sent out by Li Ming a few days ago. What kind of rapid and terrifying destruction had they encountered here? The chill did not creep up slowly but rather stabbed into Chen Mo's spine like an icicle. The devastation and manner of death here were filled with a palpable violent and bizarre malevolence. "How's it inside?" Li Ming's suppressed urgency came from outside the door. "Come in, but be careful." Chen Mo's voice was unusually dry. One by one the others crawled in. When Li Ming, Xiao Dao, and Xiangzi saw the scene inside, especially the bodies of their companions wearing familiar clothes who had died so recently their breaths nearly stopped. Xiao Dao let out a sob that was forcibly stifled in his throat. Qiang's eyes were instantly bloodshot, his knuckles turning white from clenching his fists too tightly. Li Ming's body trembled imperceptibly. He stepped forward, his gaze burning as it swept over each familiar, yet distorted face, finally crouching in front of the team member who had suffocated to death. Under the flashlight's beam, he could see more clearly. The team member's nails were deeply embedded in his throat, filled with a nearly transparent, not yet fully dried, gelatinous viscous substance. Li Ming's fingers hovered in the air, shaking violently, but ultimately failed to descend. "They weren't killed." His voice escaped through clenched teeth filled with a chilling panic. "It's as if they were executed. In different ways. By different things. Just not long ago." This statement blew through everyone like a chilling wind. Chen Mo forced himself to divert his gaze, sweeping the flashlight towards the pharmacy inside. "Look for medicine. Hurry. Stay alert." The pharmacy door stood ajar, bearing a fresh large dent with edges still rough, as if something had violently crashed into it not long ago. Chen Mo cautiously kicked the door open. The pharmacy was like a whirlwind had swept through it. Shelves were overturned, various medicine packages were new yet trampled, and shattered colorful pills mixed with wet sticky residue, making it slippery underfoot. The smell was so potent it made them dizzy. The looting had clearly occurred very recently. "Hurry, see if there's anything intact." A Qing rushed in, her voice urgent as she began to search quickly through the debris. Xiaozhou also endured the discomfort, using the faint light to discern the labels on the medicine bottles. Chen Mo and Li Ming remained highly alert, gazing towards the corridor leading from the pharmacy to the internal examination room. That area was darker, eerily silent, yet permeated with a recently settled, hair-raising sense of crisis. The flashlight beam cautiously ventured into the corridor, illuminating fresh scratch marks and bloodstains on the walls. On a door marked disposal room, Chen Mo spotted a strikingly clear small blood handprint, the edges still appearing moist. The handprint was delicate, like that of a child, yet the force pressing against the door was astonishingly great, causing a small section of paint around it to chip off. And beneath the door's gap, several extremely thin, nearly transparent strands appearing to possess a slight life of their own were slowly, inch by inch, being pulled back through the door gap. Chen Mo's heart abruptly stopped. A chilling terror instantly swept through his entire being. Li Ming clearly saw it too. His face was pallid as paper in the dim light, his handgun immediately aimed at the door, his voice lowered to a whisper, yet trembling. "The second team, before they went missing yesterday, the radio was filled with static. And also, the sound of that slimy thing moving quickly across the ground. And the clear sound of sucking." His words were like the final piece of a puzzle fitting into the terrifying picture composed of fresh death, bizarre traces, and living like threads. Hope for medicine was within reach, yet fresh death and the unknown terrors lurking behind the door had already woven a web. The shadow of cost had never been so clear and imminent. The beam of the flashlight suddenly sprang away from the door of the disposal room as if startled, but the icy horror brought by the slender blood handprint and the writhing, retracting filaments had already been deeply etched into Chen Mo's mind. He could almost hear the sound of his blood rushing through his veins, echoing loudly in the dead silence of the clinic. Li Ming's gun was steadily aimed at that door, his knuckles turning white from the strain, yet he did not pull the trigger. The consequences of firing were unpredictable and could awaken deeper nightmares. He cautiously took a step back, signaling Chen Mo with his eyes, "Stay alert, but do not provoke." Chen Mo took a deep breath of the heavily medicated and foul air, forcing himself to divert most of his attention from that disturbingly unsettling door to the anxious searches of a Qing and Xiaozhou among the ruins of the pharmacy. "How's it going?" His voice was extremely low, as if afraid of disturbing something. "No good. Too many. All shattered. They're mixed together." A Qing's voice was laced with a sob and despair as she held up a flattened cardboard box on which the name of the antibiotic was vaguely printed, but the pills inside had long since broken apart, mixed with an unknown viscous liquid on the ground, making them utterly unusable. Xiaozhou's face was pale as he futilely dug through a pile of crushed medicine boxes and glass shards. "Disinfectant. The glucose injection bottle is broken. The bandages are also dirty. Found a little painkiller, and wait, this." He suddenly pulled out a half-deflated plastic bottle from a pile of debris, his eyes brightening. "It's an unopened saline solution. and there are a few sealed syringes. This seemed like a glimmer of hope, but it quickly dimmed again. The saline solution could clean wounds, but could not combat infections, nor could it save Old Sun's life. Is there anything else? Antibiotics, anti-inflammatory drugs, anesthetics, anything that can combat infection and high fever. Li Ming's voice squeezed out through clenched teeth. He did not dare to turn around completely, his peripheral vision fixed firmly on that door of the disposal room. Can't find anything. Either shattered, or maybe it was already scavenged before. Xiao Zhou's voice was filled with helplessness. Or could it be deeper inside? His gaze instinctively drifted towards the dark corridor leading deeper into the clinic. The atmosphere instantly grew heavier. The existing discoveries were but a drop in the bucket. Old Sun was on the brink of death. Sister Zhao was severely infected. The monkey had a high fever, and Qing had corrosive injuries on her arm. They had risked their lives to traverse the terrifying corridor of the hospital's side wing, entering this clinic thick with death and eerie atmosphere, yet their gains were so meager. Hope was like a balloon punctured by a needle quickly deflating. The shadow of despair once again loomed over everyone's hearts. What should we do? Xiao Dao's voice was dry, tinged with obvious fear, not only of the possible pursuers outside the door, but also of the unknown within the clinic, especially behind that door. Chang Ge leaned against an overturned medicine shelf, enduring the pain in his leg, his face dark enough to drip water. Damn it, what a waste of effort. Almost lost my life. His gaze swept over the fresh corpses of Li Ming's team, the meaning unspoken. Staying behind could very well lead to the same fate. Li Ming suddenly turned his head, his red eyes scanning the chaos of the pharmacy, ultimately resting on the dark corridor leading deeper inside. His chest heaved violently, the desire to save battling fiercely against the fear of the unknown dangers. Inside, his voice was hoarse. The pharmacy's supplies might not be much, but the doctor's office, the disposal room, even the wards. There must be more inside. They had come in a hurry the first time and couldn't have scavenged it all. He was referring to the first batch of team members, but everyone knew that the second batch might have gone in as well, and they never came out. Are you crazy, eh? Chang Ge shouted in a low voice, pointing at that door of the disposal room. Did you not see what's behind there? Those ghostly threads. How do you think your people died? Didn't you hear? Going in means certain death. Then what do you suggest we do? Li Ming glared at him, his emotions nearly spiraling out of control. Do you want to watch Old Sun die, the one who came with you? Watch Sister Zhao's body rot. Or do you want to see the monkey turn into a fool? Watch Qing's hand get ruined. Do we have any other choices? Take a longer route to the main hospital building. That's even more suicidal. At least dying outside is clearer. Chang Ge stood his ground. Dying in this haunted house, who knows how you died? Although their argument was suppressed in volume, it felt like an invisible whip striking at everyone's taut nerves. Xiao Zhou trembled. Qing bit her lip, looking at her swollen arm with despair in her eyes. Xiao Dao and Chang Zi looked at Li Ming, waiting for his command, although their faces were also marked with fear. Chen Mo's heart thudded heavily. He was the de facto coordinator, the key to connecting the two teams, balancing Li Ming's decisiveness with Chang Ge's realism. He understood Li Ming's urgency to save lives, which was his responsibility and obsession as a leader. He also recognized that Chang Ge's warnings were profoundly correct. The thing behind that door radiated an eeriness and ominousness far beyond any abnormal entities they had encountered before. His gaze swept over the chaos once more. Military backpacks, entrenching tools, fresh corpses of team members, blood, handprints on the door, writhing threads, the sucking sounds described by Li Ming. All these fragments pieced together a hazy yet extremely dangerous outline. Going in might yield life-saving medicine, but it could also trigger unknown and terrifying death. Not going in almost guaranteed the injuries would be fatal. The team's morale would completely collapse, and they would still have to face the problem of how to leave this area shrouded in the hospital shadow. This was a choice without good options. Every flicker of hope came with an unbearable price tag. Chen Mo's gaze finally fell on Li Ming's bloodshot eyes, intertwined with pain and resolution, then swept over Chang Ge's face, marked with reality and rejection. He slowly opened his mouth, his voice unusually calm, yet carrying an undeniable weight. We cannot split up. Either we go in together, search, quickly grab whatever we can, and retreat immediately without getting entangled. Or we give up right now, leave here immediately, and find another way. He tossed the choice back to the entire team, especially distributing the pressure of decision onto Li Ming and Chang Ge. At the same time, he drew a bottom line. No splitting up, they must advance and retreat together. Silence fell again. All eyes were fixed on Li Ming and Chang Ge. Deep within the clinic behind that door of the disposal room, a sound seemed to emerge, extremely faint, like a damp cloth scraping against the floor. The extremely faint sound of a slippery friction coming from behind the disposal room door burst forth in the dead silence, like ice water dropping into boiling oil, causing everyone's already tense nerves to nearly snap. Xiaozhou abruptly covered his mouth to prevent himself from crying out, his body trembling like a leaf in the autumn wind. Qing's face turned pale, instinctively gripping the fire axe that Chen Mo had given her, her knuckles turning white. Xiao Dao and Changzi instinctively raised their weapons, aiming at the door, their breaths heavy. Li Ming's gun remained perfectly still, his gaze sharp as an eagle, locking onto the crack of the door, as if he could pierce through the wooden boards and see the chilling truth behind. Changgu spat a mouthful of bloody saliva and cursed under his breath, yet he slightly raised the barrel of his sawed-off shotgun, aiming in that direction. The conflict was about to erupt. Chen Mo's heart raced wildly in his chest, but he forced himself to maintain absolute calm. He slowly raised his hand, making a resolute gesture for stop and silence. His gaze swept over Li Ming and Changgu, conveying the message with his eyes. Don't move, don't provoke it. Time seemed to freeze. Each second felt as long as a century. No further sounds came from behind the door. The faint friction ceased, as if it were merely a collective illusion, or perhaps something inside had temporarily stopped moving or was holding its breath to listen. An oppressive silence descended once again, heavier than any previous instance. A few minutes later, confirming that there were no further movements, Chen Mo finally exhaled a heavy breath. He looked at Li Ming and Changgu, lowering his voice, raspy, yet clear. Arguing is useless, and we can't get out. You saw the situation at the side entrance of the hospital. Those two monsters outside might still be lurking. We must make a decision. He paused, his gaze sweeping toward the direction of the injured, even though they were in the storage room outside, finally landing back on the chaos of the pharmacy. Abandon them, they are doomed. Going in could mean dying together, or perhaps finding a glimmer of hope. He laid bare the harsh reality. The crimson in Li Ming's eyes receded slightly, replaced by an almost obsessive determination. He glanced at Changgu, then at Chen Mo, ultimately fixing his gaze on the body of the team member who had suffocated to death. His jaw clenched tightly as he forced out a sound from deep within his throat. My people cannot die in vain. The medicine inside must be retrieved. This was a responsibility he could not evade as the leader and the only outlet for his inner torment. Changgu's face turned ashen. He scanned the surroundings. Fresh corpses, the eerie door, scarce supplies, and the looming threat outside. He ultimately glared fiercely at Li Ming, then looked at Chen Mo, spitting, damn it. I knew that teaming up with you guys would lead to no good. We can go in, but it's agreed that once we get what we need, we withdraw. No one should be a hero. If anything seems off, I'm the first to turn and run. His compromise was a calculation based on the cruel reality. Staying behind meant a slow death. Breaking out held unknown risks and lacked supplies, while going deeper, though terrifying, might be the only choice with a clear goal, the medicine. Chen Mo nodded. This was the fragile consensus they could reach at present. Xiaozhou. Chen Mo turned to the tech-savvy member. Do you remember the structure inside? Where are the doctor's office and the wards located? It seems like the doctor's duty room is next to the disposal room. Further in. Left turn at the end of the corridor. There should be the infusion room and 2 or 3 observation wards. The bathroom is on the right. The structure isn't complicated, but it's quite dark. Okay. Chen Mo took a deep breath. Li Ming, Changgu, the 3 of us will lead. Xiao Dao, Changzi, you cover the flanks and rear, especially watch that door. He pointed to the disposal room. Qing, stick close to us. You'll prioritize identifying and collecting the medicine. Xiaozhou, follow Qing and help carry things. Simple instructions were quickly issued. No one voiced any dissent. In such extreme circumstances, clear instructions and division of labor were the only reliance for survival. Chen Mo handed the gun back to Li Ming and gripped the fire axe tightly again. The cold touch brought a fleeting sense of illusory safety. He glanced at the ominous disposal room door and ultimately chose to explore the other side first, the doctor's duty room. The door was slightly ajar, showing no strange marks. Li Ming and Changgu positioned themselves on either side, guarding Chen Mo. The 3 formed a small triangular assault formation, cautiously approaching the duty room. Chen Mo gently nudged the ajar door open with the tip of his axe. The beam of the flashlight surged in first. The duty room was equally chaotic. The desk was overturned, papers scattered. But what caught their attention was a large splatter of dark brown blood on the wall, not yet fully dried, and a clear drag mark on the floor left by a heavy object extending behind the desk. A sweet metallic scent lingered in the air, stronger than outside. Chen Mo's heart tightened. He signaled Li Ming and Changgu to be alert while he slowly circled to the other side of the desk. The flashlight beam shone downward. A body in a white lab coat lay face up behind the desk. His eyes and mouth were wide open, frozen in a state of extreme terror, as if he had witnessed an incomprehensible horror before dying. His chest and abdomen had been completely ripped open, his organs gone, the edges of the wound highly irregular, as if torn apart by immense force rather than sliced by a blade. The blood had not completely coagulated. On his right side there lay an empty military first aid kit on the floor, identical to the ones used by the team outside. The buckle of the first aid kit had been violently torn open. Clearly a team member had escaped here, perhaps seeking help from a doctor or thinking it was safer here, only to encounter the same horrific fate, perhaps even drawing the doctor into it. Chen Mo felt his stomach churn. He forced himself to look away, quickly scanning the room. The medicine cabinet had been smashed open, empty inside, only some scattered pills and broken ampoules. There's nothing useful, Chen Mo said softly, his voice somewhat hoarse. Hope had once again faded. Exiting the duty room, the corridor ahead grew darker. The door marked disposal room stood like a silent, malicious gravestone in their path. There was no avoiding it. Chen Mo took a deep breath and exchanged a grave look with Li Ming and Chang Ge. The three formed their formation again, slowly approaching the door. The closer they got, the more the strange, sweet metallic smell mingled with a certain indescribable, mildly sour odor resembling enzyme. When they were 2 or 3 meters from the door, they noticed more details. In the gap at the bottom of the door, besides a few barely visible transparent threads, there were also some extremely fine gelatinous, semi-transparent traces of mucus extending slightly out from under the door. And on the wall beside the door there were several strange scratch marks. They did not look like claw marks or those made by a sharp object, but rather like traces of some corrosive slime that had flowed over. Li Ming's face turned exceptionally grim. He clearly associated it with the slippery, crawling sound heard before the second team went missing. Chen Mo raised his hand, signaling them to stop once more. He stared intently at the door, every muscle in his body tense. Should he take the risk to open it and see what was inside, or quietly bypass it and go straight to the deeper wards? Either choice entailed enormous risk. Just as he was weighing his options, click. A faint yet unmistakable sound of a metal latch opening came from behind the door, as if something had just opened a latch from inside. The clear click echoed like a death knell in each person's heart. The thing behind the door knows how to use a door lock. The chill brought by this thought far surpassed the fear of facing any mindless zombie. A cold, intelligent malice crawled up Chen Mo's spine, nearly freezing his blood. Everyone froze in place, their breaths almost halted. Li Ming's gun slightly lowered, aiming at the area beneath the door lock that might open. Chang Ge tightened his grip on the sawed-off shotgun, his finger hovering anxiously over the trigger. Xiao Dao and Chang Zi were on high alert, brandishing their welding rods, baseball bats, and machetes in front of them. A Qing tightly covered her mouth, preventing a scream from escaping. Xiao Zhou nearly cowered behind Chang Ge. Time ticked away second by second. The door did not open. After that click, the inside once again fell into silence, as if it were merely an accidental bump, or perhaps the thing inside was waiting for something. Chen Mo's forehead was slick with cold sweat. This indecisive waiting was more torturous to the nerves than facing the monster directly. He forced himself to analyze the situation calmly. The presence behind the door was clearly unusual, but it seemed to have no immediate intention to attack. Or was it assessing, waiting for a better opportunity? They could not remain in a stalemate any longer. With each passing second, the risks outside the abnormal entity, tracking them, the possibly existing horde, and the uncertainties inside were both increasing. He moved his feet extremely slowly, not retreating, but moving in the direction opposite the door, deeper into the corridor, while gesturing for everyone to follow. His gaze remained fixed on that door. Should there be any sign of movement, he would issue commands without hesitation. The team moved like a group of startled cats, tiptoeing, holding their breaths, pressing against the other wall, inching deeper into the corridor. As they passed that door, everyone felt as if a pair or countless invisible eyes were peering at them through the thin door panel, and the sweet, slightly acrid scent seemed to intensify. Finally, they safely passed through the door of the disposal room. Everyone breathed a secret sigh of relief, but the tension in their bodies showed no signs of easing. At the end of the corridor was a small fork. To the left was a double door with a sign saying infusion room, and the glass window on the door was covered from the inside, obscuring the view. To the right were several narrower passages leading to the observation room and restroom. Directly ahead, a community hospital area map was nailed to the wall, dusty, but barely discernible. At that moment, Xiao Zhou suddenly gasped, quietly pointing at the corner of the wall. Mo, go look. The flashlight beam focused over. On the ground in the corner lay several empty plastic wrappers emblazoned with the logo of a certain food company and the words compressed biscuits. The wrappers were new, consistent with those found in military backpacks produced just before the disaster struck. Nearby there were also a few crushed water bottles. It's our people. They rested here. Xiao Dao murmured, his voice tinged with a complex emotion at seeing traces of his companions. Li Ming crouched down, picking up a wrapper, his fingers rubbing the edge as his eyes darkened the second batch. They brought more supplies. Their plan was more thorough. His voice carried a hint of barely perceptible regret and pain. No matter how thorough the plan was, it seemed it could not change the outcome. Chen Mo's gaze shifted to the map and the ground, where he discovered more clues. On the wall below the map, there were several deep scratches that were not claw marks, as if something hard and rough had repeatedly rubbed against it. And in the corner near those wrappers, there was a small patch of flooring that was slightly darker than the surrounding area, as if it had been soaked in some liquid and then cleaned, but the traces had not been entirely removed. In the air, the scent of disinfectant seemed particularly strong here, trying to cover up something. Moreover, since entering the clinic, apart from the few corpses of teammates who died at the entrance and the doctors in the duty room, they had not seen any corpses of patients or medical staff that should have been here. This was abnormal. Extremely abnormal. At the initial outbreak of the apocalypse, especially in crowded places like hospitals and clinics, it was bound to be a disaster zone with an absolutely staggering number of zombies. They had prepared for a bloody fight when they broke in. But here, apart from signs of struggle and destruction, as well as a few fresh corpses of specific individuals, everything seemed too clean. The corpses. Where did the original corpses go? Chen Mo's voice was dry, voicing the enormous doubt in everyone's heart. This question made the already eerie environment even more bizarre. Chang'e glanced around with a grim expression. Damn it. They wouldn't have crawled away on their own, would they? Or were they? He couldn't finish his gaze, instinctively darting toward the disposal room door they had just passed. Li Ming stood up, his face pale. The first squad report said, when they broke in, there were many active infected here and intense gunfire occurred. In the last fragmented message before the second squad went missing, it mentioned them. We diverted them. Something was moving. Clues began to piece together. When the first squad broke in, there were still a large number of zombies here. They exchanged fire, and some team members possibly died at the entrance. Those few corpses, while some charged in the empty first aid kit in the duty room, but ultimately they were completely wiped out. By the time the second squad arrived, the infected here seemed to have decreased. Or were they diverted? They managed to delve deeper, even briefly resting here the compressed biscuit wrappers, but then encountered something far more terrifying: the crawling and sucking sounds on the radio, and eventually went missing. And the numerous patients and medical staff that originally existed here, who might have turned into zombies, vanished. Were they drawn away? Were they cleaned up? Or were they processed by something? Recalling the intelligent presence behind that door, the strange threads, the slime, the corrosion marks, and that clear metallic clicking sound, a chilling possibility surfaced in Chen Mo's mind. This clinic may have already been turned into a nest or hunting ground by some more advanced and terrifying anomaly. It cleaned or transformed the original low-level zombies, using them as materials or guards, and the Li Ming team members who later intruded became its new prey. So this place seemed unusually empty, yet simultaneously filled with fresh traces of danger and an unsettling aura. This deduction made Chen Mo's scalp tingle. If what they faced was not a group of mindless zombies, but a terrifying entity with a certain level of intelligence capable of setting traps and possibly conducting some horrific experiments or gathering, then their situation would be far more dangerous than anticipated. Let's go to the infusion room. Chen Mo suppressed the turmoil in his heart and made a decision. The patient ward might be more scattered, posing greater risks. The infusion room had a relatively open space, and if there were any stockpiles of medicine, they were more likely to be there. Moreover, that door was covered from the inside, appearing somewhat unusual. The team cautiously approached the double doors of the infusion room. Li Ming and Chang'e stood to the left and right, while Chen Mo tentatively pushed the door. The door was blocked by something from the inside, but not completely sealed, allowing for a gap to be pushed open. A stronger mixed scent of medicine and faint decay wafted out through the crack. Chen Mo gestured for Xiao Dao and Chang'e to help. The three of them pushed with all their might. Creak. The door was laboriously pushed open wider. The flashlight eagerly pierced into the room. What first caught their eyes were the overturned infusion stands, scattered empty medicine bottles, and large splatters of dark brown blood on the walls and floor, as if an extremely brutal slaughter had occurred here. Yet still there were no corpses. But in the center of the room, the scene was even more bizarre. Several hospital beds were roughly pushed together, covered with a thick layer of white resembling some kind of thick silk or slime, dried into a membranous shape, layered and forming a blurry, unsettling bulge. And around these cocoons, pieces of tattered blue and white striped patient uniforms lay scattered on the ground. In the infusion room, the mound formed by hospital beds and bizarre cocoon-like objects stood quietly in the center, resembling a profane altar emanating an indescribable malice and unease. The beam of the flashlight swept across the tattered scraps of patient uniforms, silently narrating the horrific fates that their former owners may have encountered. What the hell? What is this thing? Xiangzi muttered, his voice tinged with unmistakable terror. No one could answer. This incomprehensible phenomenon was far more chilling than facing a grotesque monster directly. Chen Mo forced himself to look away from the eerie cocoon pile and quickly scanned the entire infusion room. On one side of the room were the medication preparation counter and the medicine storage cabinet. The preparation counter was in disarray, but the several low cabinets nearby and the locked medicine refrigerators in the corner seemed to remain relatively intact despite clear signs of impact and forced entry on their doors. Watching Xiao Zhou check those cabinets. Hurry, the rest of you stay alert. Pay special attention to the doorway and that thing. Chen Mo suppressed the chill in his heart and decisively issued the order. No matter what had happened here, finding the medicine was the top priority. Aching and Xiao Zhou immediately moved forward, carefully avoiding the stains and debris on the ground as they began to inspect the cabinets. The lock is broken. Xiao Zhou pulled open a low cabinet door, revealing a disordered collection of infusion sets, gauze, and cotton swabs, but no medicines. Inside another low cabinet were some common medications for chronic diseases, which were of no use in the current emergency. Aching then focused on the small medicine refrigerator. The lock on the cabinet door was also damaged, and she pulled it open with force. The cold air had long dissipated, but the items inside were relatively organized. She quickly rummaged through, breathing rapidly. Found it. Aching suddenly let out a suppressed cheer, raising several boxes. There are a few boxes of cephalosporin and adrenaline. Wait, there's also a box of tetanus antitoxin. She pulled out several sealed plastic bottles and a few unopened bottles of 500 milliliters glucose and saline. These discoveries were like a flicker of flame in the darkness, instantly reigniting the nearly extinguished hope of the group. Chen Mo and Li Ming immediately moved closer. Aching quickly counted the medicines she had found. However, the light of hope soon dimmed again. Cephalosporin is an antibiotic, but its effectiveness is limited for the kind of open wounds and possible internal ruptures that Uncle Sun has, especially considering he has lost too much blood and is already on the brink of death. For Sister Zhao, severe infection and the monkey with a high fever, it might have some effect, but it is by no means a miracle drug, and the dosage is far from sufficient, only 2 boxes available. The tetanus antitoxin is useful, but it's not the key to an emergency. Adrenaline might keep Uncle Sun hanging on, but it won't change the fundamental situation. Glucose and saline can replenish fluids and clean wounds, but they cannot kill bacteria. There's no effective broad-spectrum antibiotic, no anesthetics, no surgical sutures, no adequate hemostatic powder or bandages. Aching's voice grew softer, filled with deep helplessness. These can only alleviate by a bit of time, but cannot truly heal. The slight uplift of hope was instantly shattered by the cruel reality. They had ventured into the tiger's den at the risk of their lives, only to receive a meager return, unable to fundamentally alter the fate of the injured heading towards death. A heavy sense of despair once again gripped everyone's throats. So, what should we do? Xiao Zhou's voice trembled with tears. Uncle Sun. Li Ming clenched the box of adrenaline tightly, his knuckles turning white, his eyes filled with struggle and unwillingness. Just go back like this. Watch the brothers die. Chang's face darkened as he glanced at the medicine in his hand, then at the door they had entered through, and the eerie cocoon pile in the center of the room, his intent to leave growing clearer. Just as the team fell into silence and a difficult decision, Chen Mo's gaze was drawn to a peculiar detail on the side wall of the refrigerator. The interior wall of the refrigerator was metallic, and under the beam of the flashlight he noticed what seemed to be some extremely fine, almost transparent scratches. These scratches were very shallow, hardly noticeable unless one looked closely. They appeared to follow a certain pattern, not like random scrapes. What made his heart skip a beat was that in the innermost part of the refrigerator near the corner, he saw a tiny point of almost the same color as the metal interior, an extremely small, transparent gel-like residue resembling a drop of nearly dried, shrinking mucus. A terrifying thought flashed through Chen Mo's mind like lightning. He abruptly raised his head, carefully observing the refrigerator again. The cabinet door had been damaged and the medicines inside seemed to have been disturbed, but the useful medicines they found were placed in positions that seemed too convenient and obvious. It was as if they had been deliberately arranged, positioned in the easiest spots to be discovered. And that eerie mound covered in mucus and cocoon threads in the center of the room, along with the tattered patient uniforms. Everything formed a chilling contrast with this seemingly meticulously arranged medicine refrigerator. This was not simply a search for leftover supplies. This was a trap, using the urgently needed medicines as bait, placed in a relatively conspicuous and enclosed refrigerator location, waiting for desperate prey to come searching for them. And the hunter might be lurking nearby, perhaps behind that cocoon pile. Or Chen Mo's blood ran cold as he suddenly turned to look in the direction of the infusion room's double doors. Almost simultaneously, sizzle. A faint yet clear sound like strong acid corroding metal came from the direction of the hallway outside the door. Following that, there was a slippery sound of something heavy dragging across the floor, rapidly approaching. Not good. Chen Mo shouted, "It's a trap. Grab the stuff and go." His warning came suddenly, but everyone was terrified by the eerie sounds rapidly closing in. Li Ming reacted quickly, sweeping the found medicines into an empty plastic bag. Chong raised his gun, aiming at the door. Bang! A loud crash, not a gunshot, but something heavy slammed against the double doors of the infusion room. The entire door shook violently, and debris from the window began to rain down. Through the suddenly clear glass window, they saw a hair-raising sight. A thick, semi-transparent, pale, tentacle-like appendage covered in mucus and web-like blood vessels slammed violently against the glass. The tip of the tentacle was not a sucker or a spike, but a massive, terrifying mouth filled with numerous inner teeth gnawing and corroding the reinforced glass. The glass instantly developed spiderweb-like cracks and was visibly being corroded thinner. And behind that terrifying mouth in the darkness, a vague, bloated, pale silhouette could be seen, supported by more similar tentacles, making a wet, slithering sound. It was it. The wet, slithering sound heard on the radio. It had created the corrosion marks on the door and the mucus at the team members' throats. It had cleaned up the bodies here and created that eerie cocoon pile. And it had set this deadly trap with the medicines. Go that way. Chen Mo pointed towards a small door at the other end of the infusion room, which usually led to a staff passage or other areas. Bang! Crash! The glass of the double doors was finally completely corroded and shattered. That terrifying tentacle mouth lunged into the room like a venomous snake, carrying a rich, sweet, corrosive odor, viciously biting towards the nearest Xiao Dao. In shock, Xiao Dao desperately swung the welding prong baseball bat at the tentacle. Clang! A muffled sound. The prong seemed to pierce the tentacle, releasing a bit of transparent viscous liquid. But the tentacle appeared to feel no pain, its assault unabated, the massive mouth suddenly opening wide, ready to swallow Xiao Dao's arm along with the weapon. Fuck you! Chong roared, firing his sawed-off shotgun at the side of the tentacle. Boom! The enormous sound was deafening in the enclosed space. The massive impact of a number 12 shotgun shell instantly turned the tentacle into a bloody mess, spraying transparent mucus and indescribable tissues everywhere. The tentacle recoiled in pain, but outside the door the bloated silhouette let out an even angrier shriek, like high-pressure air escaping. More shadows of tentacles swayed at the broken doorway. Go! Run! Li Ming shouted while continuously shooting at the doorway with his handgun to slow the monster's advance. Chen Mo kicked open the small door, revealing a narrow, dark logistics passage. This way. The team hurriedly rushed into the passage. Chong covered the rear, firing randomly at the doorway, without checking the results, then turned and ran. Behind them, the sound of corrosion crashing and inhuman shrieking grew louder. The terrifying anomaly was forcibly squeezing into the infusion room. They had obtained some medicine, but awakened the sleeping demon. The logistics passage was narrow and dark, filled with long-standing dust and a stale odor from the stagnant ventilation system. The team, still in shock, stumbled down the corridor, frantic as the sounds of corrosion impacts and inhuman shrieks from the infusion room echoed behind them, relentlessly pursuing. This way. There's light ahead. Xiao Zhou gasped, pointing towards the end of the passage where it seemed to connect to another area, faint natural light filtering in. Hope felt so near. If they could just dash out, perhaps they could temporarily escape that terrifying tentacled monster. Yet Chen Mo's heart sank. A trap. The anomalous creature, which possessed a certain level of intelligence, had set a trap with drugs. How could there only be one exit? Was this passage truly safe? His worries instantaneously became reality. Just as the team's front line, Xiao Dao, was about to burst out of the passage, a nearly invisible transparent thread, as fine as fishing line, quietly descended from the ventilation opening above, perfectly positioned at Xiao Dao's neck height. Xiao Dao was oblivious, maintaining his speed. Duck! Chen Mo's pupils constricted as he yelled hoarsely. Xiao Dao reflexively lunged forward and rolled. In that moment, he bent down. The razor-sharp, transparent thread nearly grazed his hair. The thread quivered slightly, emitting an almost inaudible hum. Xiao Dao broke into a cold sweat, scrambling out of the passage, turning back in horror to see the nearly invisible death line. If it weren't for Chen Mo, his head would have likely been severed from his body. Yet the crisis was not averted. Whoosh! A sharp sound of something cutting through the air suddenly rang out. A gray shadow shot out from above the passage exit from behind a ventilation duct grill, directly targeting the newly steadied Xiao Dao. It appeared to be a short arrow made of pale bone, with an incredibly sharp tip. Xiao Dao, exhausted from fleeing, couldn't fully evade it. Thud! The bone arrow accurately struck his thigh. It did not pierce through, but the arrowhead suddenly deployed barbs, sinking deeply into his muscle. Xiao Dao let out a cry of pain, staggering to the ground, trying to pull out the strange arrow, only to find that the barbs were firmly embedded in his flesh. Pulling it out would only cause greater tearing wounds. Sniper! Up there! Strong Brother roared, instantly raising his shotgun towards the ventilation opening, but it was already empty, just a dark, gaping hole. A new type of long-range attacking anomaly. Almost simultaneously in the logistics passage, the wet, slithering sounds and corrosive noises quickly approached. A woo! The tentacle, partially destroyed but still terrifying, suddenly burst from the passage, splattering transparent slime as it frantically lunged at Strong Brother and Chen Mo. The grotesque main body, the corruption nest, seemed to be struggling to squeeze through the narrow passage, producing suffocating sounds of compression and shrieks. With invisible threads and bone arrows sniping from the front and the corruption nest consuming from behind, the team was instantly cornered in this cramped internal storage area or small equipment room connected to the passage exit. Cover! Find cover! Li Ming shouted, grabbing the fallen Xiao Dao and dragging him behind an overturned iron equipment cabinet. Bullets accurately shot towards the direction of the bone arrow from the ventilation opening, but aside from a few sparks, there was no result. Chen Mo and Strong Brother desperately resisted the corruption nest's tentacle attacks, retreating while fighting. Each clash of the fire axe and shotgun was perilous. To the right. Something's coming. A Qing pressed against the wall, her voice trembling as she pointed to a dark corridor on the other side of the storage area. In the darkness, another sound emerged. Intense, spine-tingling tapping noises, as if many hard, small objects were rapidly striking the ground. Immediately, several shadows darted out from the corridor. They were not large, about the size of large dogs, but their forms were incredibly grotesque. They had no obvious heads, their entire bodies resembled oval shapes covered with a hard chitinous shell, growing at least a dozen pairs of sharp legs resembling insect appendages, which were producing the dense tapping sounds. At the front of their oval bodies, a massive, constantly opening and closing maw gaped, filled with layers of razor-like teeth. These appendage monsters were extremely fast, and their movement trajectories were erratic, quickly flanking from the sides. Fire! Block them! Li Ming shouted as he aimed at the first appendage monster and fired repeatedly. Bang! 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 The bullets struck their hard chitinous shells, mostly bouncing off, with only one or two lucky shots hitting weak joints, causing the creature to stumble and emit a sharp shriek, yet its speed did not diminish. Their defensive capabilities were extremely high. Another type. Anomalies, skilled in close combat with hard shells. A trap. This was a thorough death trap. The corruption nest and its tentacles served as the main offensive and control, while the bone arrow snipers hidden in the ventilation ducts provided long-range harassment and precision strikes, and these newly appeared appendage monsters were responsible for quick, close encirclement and tearing formations. There existed a terrifying, efficient synergy among them. The clinic was relatively clean, not because there were no zombies, but because it had become the exclusive hunting ground for these complementary cooperative anomalies. The original zombies had either been eliminated or driven away. They were waiting here for new, higher-quality prey to arrive. Li Ming's face turned as pale as paper. He now fully understood why his two well-trained, relatively well-equipped squads had been completely wiped out without sending back any substantial information. They were not facing a single monster, but rather a terrifying hunting team with clear divisions of labor and high efficiency in killing. We can't stop. We must push out. Only by pushing out can we have a slim chance of survival. Chen Mo roared, straining to cleave a tentacle that was gnawing towards him with the fire axe, his arm numb from the impact. Strong Brother, bombard that corridor exit. Delay those beetle monsters. Li Ming, find a way to open that fire door. He pointed to the only possible exit at the other end of the storage area. Strong Brother spat a mouthful of bloodied saliva and suddenly pulled the trigger at the corridor where the appendage monster was charging. Boom! The shotgun's spread temporarily halted the appendage monster's charge. A few at the front were hit, their shells shattering, juices splattering as they screeched in pain, but more surged up from behind. Li Ming, meanwhile, was firing his handgun at the approaching appendage monsters while attempting to kick open the heavy fire door. Bang! Bang! The door did not budge at all, clearly blocked completely from the outside. No good. Can't open it. Li Ming shouted, his tone tinged with despair. In the passage, another tentacle from the corruption nest squeezed out to join the attack. Strong Brother's shotgun emitted a click. The bullets were all spent. Damn it! Strong Brother cursed, only able to strike a tentacle that was attacking him with the gun's stock. Whoosh! Another bone arrow shot out from the ventilation opening, this time targeting Li Ming, who was desperately kicking the door. Li Ming reacted quickly, suddenly sidestepping as the bone arrow grazed his arm, deeply embedding itself in the metal door panel. The arrow's tail continued to tremble. Nail's face turned pale. He swung the pry bar, desperately protecting the injured Xiao Dao and the panicked Xiao Zhou and a Qing, but against the threats surging from all directions, it seemed utterly futile. An appendage monster suddenly broke through the firepower net, launching itself at the incapacitated Xiao Dao. Get away! Nail shouted, his eyes reddening as he smashed the pry bar against the creature's shell, only to feel his hand go numb from the impact. The creature paid no mind, its maw opening wide as it lunged towards Nail's calf. Thud! A horrifying sound of gnashing teeth echoed. Nail let out a piercing scream as a large chunk of flesh was torn from his calf by those razor-like teeth, exposing bone. He stumbled and fell to the ground. Nailed! Li Ming's eyes widened in fury as he turned his gun towards the appendage monster and emptied the magazine. Bang! 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 Most of the bullets bounced off, but one lucky shot hit inside the maw, causing the monster to retreat with a shriek. But Nail's leg was already ruined, blood pouring out as he lay on the ground, groaning in pain, losing the ability to fight. Casualties were occurring again. Ammunition was nearly exhausted. The escape route was completely sealed. Under the coordinated assault of multiple anomalies, the team struggled like insects caught in a spider's web, growing increasingly powerless. Despair, like the coldest tide, completely engulfed everyone. They received some useless medical supplies, yet awakened the slumbering hunting cluster, plunging into true desperation. Despair gripped everyone like a cold iron hoop, tightly constricting their throats. In the cluttered area, the dim light and polluted air were suffused with the stench of blood, gunpowder, medicine, and the sweet, rancid odor of the aberrations. The team was completely trapped in this confined space, surrounded by deadly threats. The tentacles of the corruption nest thrashed wildly at the mouth of the passage, corrosive slime dripping down and sizzling as it burned the ground. Within the ventilation ducts, the stalker that fired bone arrows was temporarily silent, but everyone knew it was on the move, searching for the next opportunity to strike. In the side corridor, more butchers, the terrifying arthropods with hard shells and fearsome mandibles, were making a relentless tap-tap sound like the countdown to death drawing closer. Their hard shells posed an absolute defense against the remaining light weaponry. A bone arrow with barbed hooks was embedded in Xiao Dao's thigh, blood soaking his pants, his face pale from blood loss and pain. Nail lay to one side, his lower leg a bloody mess with white bone faintly visible, having lost consciousness, his breathing weak. Qing and Xiao Zhou huddled behind the only cover, their faces etched with terror and despair. Chang Guest's shotgun had become a mere stick. He leaned on it, breathing heavily, his leg wound and fatigue nearly causing him to collapse. Li Ming's pistol had only one last bullet left, his gaze swept over the injured and fallen brothers, filled with endless pain and guilt. Chen Mo leaned against the cold wall, the blade of his fire axe smeared with thick, transparent fluid, his arm numb from repeated blocks. His mind raced, yet he could find no escape. The fire door was sealed, the way back blocked by the corruption nest, the flanks encircled by butchers, and overhead the stalker kept a vigilant watch. This was a deadlock. Were they really going to perish here like the previous two squads, becoming fresh fodder in the lair of these monsters? At that moment, Nail, who was fading in and out of consciousness from blood loss, suddenly emitted an extremely weak groan. His fingers twitched, involuntarily brushing against a hard object at his waist. It was a military-grade flashlight with a strobe function. This was one of the standard pieces of equipment for him, tasked with scouting and covering the rear. Li Ming's gaze was suddenly drawn to it. A forgotten detail burst into his mind. Light. Bright light. Light. They might fear bright light. This revelation struck like a match, igniting an endless darkness, however faint, instantly igniting everyone's will to survive. They fear light. Chang'e suddenly looked at the bright flashlight at Nail's waist, then at the butchers pouring out from the dark corridor. They seemed indeed more accustomed to shadowy environments, avoiding areas directly illuminated by light when charging. Try it. Chen Mo ordered without hesitation. All bright objects. Aim at the eyes of those beetle monsters, and that ventilation opening. Li Ming immediately picked up Nail's bright flashlight and pressed the strobe switch hard. A blinding high-frequency strobe of glaring white light erupted instantaneously like a miniature sun exploding in the dim space. The effect was immediate. The butchers rushing from the side corridor seemed to be scorched, emitting sharp, painful shrieks. Their front mandibles snapped shut suddenly, and dozens of limbs retreated in a panic, colliding and trampling each other, their formation in utter disarray. The bright light seemed to strongly interfere with or harm their compound eye structure if they had one, or their light-sensitive system. From within the ventilation duct, a sharp shriek and the sound of something retreating in confusion also echoed. The stalker was also affected. Even the tentacles of the corruption nest at the passage's entrance seemed to retract in disgust, the frequency of its corrosive slime being expelled diminished. It's effective. They truly fear light, especially this intense strobe. Now's our chance. Charge through the side corridor. Chen Mo seized this fleeting opportunity and shouted. The fire door was blocked, and the only escape route was to push back the butchers and break through in the direction they came from. Go! Li Ming pointed the strobe flashlight towards the densest area of butchers, flashing frantically to force a path. Chang'e roared with all his might, swinging the empty shotgun to smash a butcher that had been dazed by the bright light and was blocking their way. Xiao Dao gritted his teeth, dragging his injured leg, supported by Qing and Xiao Zhou with great effort. Chen Mo covered the rear, swinging the fire axe warily to deter any approaching tentacles and arthropods. The team unleashed their final potential and charged desperately down the side corridor. However, just as they were about to burst into the corridor, a main tentacle of the corruption nest seemed to adapt to the bright light interference, or rather it was enraged by the prey's escape. With astonishing speed and force, it suddenly whipped around Chen Mo's obstruction, striking like a massive whip toward Qing and Xiao Zhou, who were moving the slowest, assisting the injured. If it struck true, the two would be either dead or severely injured. In this critical moment, Nail, who had been lying in a pool of blood, his consciousness fading suddenly, surged with a force reminiscent of a second wind. He saw the deadly attack and the faint hope of survival for his teammates. He hesitated not for a moment. Moved, he used the last ounce of strength in his life to let out a heart-wrenching roar, leaping up from the ground like a moth to a flame, boldly charging toward the terrifying tentacle. Pooh! The sickening sound of bones cracking and flesh tearing filled the air. The tentacle's immense kinetic energy struck Nail's frail body without reservation. His chest collapsed instantly, a spray of blood mixed with internal organs bursting forth. Yet he successfully altered the trajectory of the tentacle with his weight and impact, causing it to graze Qing and Xiao Zhou's backs before crashing heavily into the nearby wall, sending debris flying. Nail's body was flung away like a rag doll, tumbling several times upon landing motionless afterward. His eyes widened, staring in the direction of his fleeing teammates, holding onto a last flicker of resolve and release. Nail! Li Ming let out a scream filled with excruciating pain, his eyes nearly bursting with grief. Yet he knew they couldn't stop. Nail's sacrifice had bought them their last chance. Go! Chen Mo's voice trembled with suppressed rage, pushing Qing and Xiao Zhou, who were stunned. The team finally burst into the side corridor. Li Ming wedged the strobe flashlight into a bracket at the entrance of the corridor, continuing to flash behind them, stalling the pursuers as much as possible. They ran desperately down the dark corridor, disregarding everything, the furious and unwilling shrieks of the aberrations echoing behind them, but they seemed not to pursue immediately. The bright light was more effective against them than they had anticipated. They didn't know how long they had run until their lungs burned like fire, and they could no longer hear any terrifying sounds behind them. They finally collapsed in what seemed to be the back-door garbage disposal area of a clinic, gasping violently, each face a mix of the disorientation of survival, the immense sorrow of lost companions, and deep exhaustion. For now, they were safe. In the silence, only the sound of heavy breathing and suppressed low sobs could be heard. Accounting. Sunlight filtered through the gap of the never-fully closed roller shutter, bringing a faint light and the cold reality. The losses were severe. Nail had sacrificed himself. Xiao Dao was severely injured, and the thigh blood loss had rendered him pale, and he urgently needed further treatment. Chang Guest's leg injury worsened, leaving him in a lethargic state. Everyone was utterly exhausted, their spirits battered. The harvest was minimal. Chen Mo placed the plastic bag containing the medicines on the ground, counted 2 boxes of cephalosporin 2-4 tablets, 2 vials of adrenaline, 1 vial of tetanus antitoxin, 2 bottles of 500 milliliters saline, 1 bottle of 500 milliliters glucose, a few disposable syringes, and some gauze and tape found in the cluttered area. For the injured before them, these would at most temporarily control Xiao Dao's infection and replenish a bit of fluid, but for Zhao Jiao's old son and the monkey's severe injuries and high fever, it was still merely a drop in the bucket. Their weaponry was nearly depleted. Li Ming had 1 pistol left with only 7 bullets remaining. Changge had 1 shotgun, but it was out of ammo. A sawed-off shotgun located with old heat bullet status unknown, estimated to have a maximum of 7 or 8 rounds. Xiao Dao a welding spike baseball bat lost. Changzi a machete dull. Chen Mo a fire axe blade chipped, covered in slime. Qing a fire axe previously given to her by Chen Mo. Xiao Zhou no weapon. Additionally, there was the bright strobe flashlight left by Nail with more than half the battery consumed, and perhaps a few knives, crowbars, and other melee weapons still on several people. The choice. Go to Old Zhong's shop, Xiao Zhou panted. There might be tools. I can try to fix the radio. Fix what? Changgu interrupted him brutally, his voice hoarse from fatigue and pain. In this state, how can we go? If we encounter those damned things again, how will we fight? Bite them with our teeth. I'd rather jump off a rooftop for a quick end. His words, though harsh, revealed a cruel reality. Given their current state and equipment, traversing that urban area to reach Old Zhong's shop was tantamount to suicide. Li Ming remained silent, his expression chillingly cold, his sadness and anger suppressed to the extreme. After a long pause, he raised his head, his eyes bloodshot, his voice hoarse, yet exceptionally firm. We cannot go to Old Zhong's shop. Not now. He glanced at the severely injured Xiao Dao and the nearly exhausted ammunition. We need weapons. A large quantity of weapons and ammunition. His gaze swept over the others, finally landing on Chen Mo. For streets away, there is a precinct. It's small, but it definitely has an armory. Even if it has been looted, there are bound to be leftover weapons, ammunition, and even riot shields and batons. The precinct. The police station. This proposal invigorated everyone, but then they fell into even greater anxiety. A police station. A place like that. Someone must have had their eyes on it during the apocalypse. It might be even more dangerous than the clinic. Aching said with a tremble in her voice, terrified of experiencing another ambush like before. Precisely because someone has had their eyes on it, it might be cleaned out instead. Chen Mo slowly spoke, understanding Li Ming's thoughts. Powerful aberrations or large hordes of zombies may have been drawn away or eliminated by early conflicts. The remaining dangers would likely stem from isolated zombies or other survivors. But compared to facing those monsters that fearlessly approached bullets, ordinary dangers might be manageable for us. He paused, continuing to analyze, both addressing the group and sorting out his own thoughts. Furthermore, the structure of a precinct is usually quite sturdy, easy to defend, and hard to attack. If we're lucky, we might even be able to take a brief rest inside, treat our wounds, and replenish our strength. After obtaining weapons, we can go to Old Zhong's shop. The success rate will be much higher. This is a choice made after weighing the risks. Going to the unknown police station certainly involves danger, but compared to heading directly to the farther, more unpredictable Old Zhong shop and potentially confronting the smiling nightmare and other aberrations that might still be tracking them in their current state, the former seems to be the only viable option. Changgu was silent for a moment before finally spitting out viciously. Damn it, then let's go to the police station. I'd rather die clutching a gun. The opinion was temporarily unified. Chen Mo took one last glance at the dark passageway deep within the clinic. Nail's body would forever remain there. They paid a bloody price, exchanging it for insignificant medicines and a path now fraught with thorns. But they were still alive. As long as they were alive, they had to move forward. Treat wounds, replenish fluids, and depart in 5 minutes. Chen Mo's voice regained calmness, carrying an undeniable resolve. Target the precinct. The brief 5-minute rest felt as long as a century. Everyone strained to suppress their trembling bodies and the shivers of their souls, swallowing dry compressed biscuits and sipping precious water. Aching used the saline solution and gauze she found, gritting her teeth to perform a simple cleaning and bandaging on the horrific wounds on her arm and the thigh of the dagger. The dagger was in pain, cold sweat beading on his forehead, yet he remained silent, his teeth clenched tightly. The sacrifice of Ding was like a heavy stone pressing down on everyone's hearts, especially Li Ming's. He silently sorted through the remaining 7 bullets for his handgun, his gaze chillingly cold, as if all emotions had drained away with the blood of his comrades, leaving only a cold obsession for revenge and survival. Chen Mo wiped the viscous substance off the fire axe against the wall, inspecting the damaged blade. The deterioration of his weapon reminded him of the harsh realities. The decision to head to the police station was correct, but they had to arrive quickly without any further complications along the way. Let's go. Chen Mo's voice was hoarse, but carried an undeniable firmness. He was the first to push open the half-closed back door, and the blinding sunlight and relatively open view provided a slight sense of reassurance, though a faint stench of decay still lingered in the air. Behind the clinic was a narrow back street littered with overflowing garbage bins and discarded junk, relatively quiet with no obvious signs of abnormal activity. However, this silence was even more unsettling. According to plan, we head east along the back street, cross 2 intersections, then turn north into Minxing Road. The police station is in the middle of that road. Xiaozhou forced himself to recall the route, his voice still trembling. The team moved again, their formation becoming even tighter and more vigilant. Li Ming and the slightly better-off Xiangzi scouted ahead, while Chen Mo and Changgu flanked the sides, and Aching and Xiaozhou supported the dagger in the center. Everyone gripped their broken weapons tightly, ears perked to catch any rustle of movement. The back street was only 100 meters long, yet it felt like a journey of 1,000 miles. Every open doorway, every pile of junk could conceal fatal dangers. Fortunately, aside from a few startled giant rats fleeing from the garbage piles, they did not encounter any real threats. However, just as they were about to exit the back street and turn into the first main road, Li Ming suddenly raised his fist in front, signaling to stop. He quickly sidled against the wall, carefully peering out. Chen Mo's heart immediately tightened. He signaled for the others to crouch down and conceal themselves, quietly moving to Li Ming's side. The scene on the main road made both of their hearts sink. The street was in disarray, abandoned vehicles crashed into one another, some still emitting black smoke. The ground was strewn with broken glass debris and dried black blood. Dozens of sluggish, ragged, ordinary zombies were wandering the street. The number wasn't particularly large, but for their exhausted team running low on ammunition and with injured members, it was still a massive threat. More importantly, crossing this street would lead directly to the first intersection they had planned. We can't go around. Li Ming whispered, his gaze sharply scanning the street. There are too many. If we get entangled, the noise will attract more. Chen Mo's brow furrowed. They certainly couldn't charge through. Retreat. But where could they retreat to? They could never go back to the clinic. Just as the two were at a loss, across the street behind a window on the second floor of a storefront, a shadow seemed to flicker. Chen Mo and Li Ming instantly went on high alert, instinctively pointing their guns and axe in that direction. But then the window was cautiously pushed open, a crack revealing a tense yet familiar face. Old He. Old He's face was a mix of surprise, anxiety, and fear as he desperately gestured toward them, first signaling danger, then pointing to a narrower, harder-to-detect alley entrance on the side of their building, waving his hand for them to come around from there. How did he end up here? Chen Mo and Li Ming exchanged glances, seeing a hint of excitement and confusion in each other's eyes. Although they didn't know why Old He and the others were on the second floor across the street, it was undoubtedly a timely help. Li Ming made a gesture indicating he understood. The two quickly retreated back into the back street. It's Old He. They're on the second floor across. They want us to go around through the side alley. Chen Mo quickly informed the others. The glimmer of hope flickered weakly once more. The team immediately changed direction, cautiously moving along the wall of the back street toward the alley entrance indicated by Old He. The alley was darker and more humid, filled with household garbage thrown out by residents, its smell unpleasant. But it did indeed allow them to avoid the zombies wandering on the main road. They held their breath, moving quickly and quietly. Soon they reached the other end of the alley, connecting to another relatively old residential area behind the main road. The back door of the storefront where Old He was located opened right in this area. The door was ajar, and Old He was anxiously waiting at the entrance, waving excitedly as soon as he saw them. Hurry in. The team streamed in. Old He quickly shut the door and barred it with an iron rod. This was a back kitchen piled with junk leading to the storefront in front. Only then did everyone truly breathe a sigh of relief, collapsing onto the ground, panting heavily. They were temporarily safe. Old He, how did you end up here? What about Old Sun's sisters Zhao and Monkey? Chen Mo bombarded him with questions, a sense of ominous premonition rising in his heart. The fact that they had left the relatively defensible storage room to come here indicated that something had gone wrong. Old He's face turned pale in an instant, his lips trembling, eyes filled with lingering fear. We were attacked. That new girl was eaten. He took a breath, his voice quaking with tears. Not long after you left. Over at the storage room. Behind that filing cabinet. There was something. Chen Mo's heart sank. He remembered the faint rustling sound he had heard in the activity room on the first floor when leaving that employee annex, but he hadn't paid it any mind. What kind of thing? Li Ming's voice was icy. I don't know. I couldn't see clearly. Old He shook his head in fear. I just heard something behind the cabinet. Like many feet crawling. It was very quiet. We were too scared at the time. That girl. She broke down and insisted on going out to find you, saying we abandoned her husband. Now she wants to kill her. Old He's voice was filled with helplessness. We couldn't stop her. She suddenly screamed and rushed out of the storage room. We tried to pull her back. But then, the filing cabinet suddenly toppled, and a shadow sprang out from behind. It was too fast, like a huge distorted arthropod, a spider, or a centipede. I couldn't see clearly. It just dragged her away, deep into the activity room. We only heard a short piercing scream. And then, there was only the sound of bones being gnawed. His description sent chills down everyone's spines. A hidden lurking arthropod anomaly. It had been patiently waiting for the moment when its prey was alone or let down their guard. We were terrified. We couldn't stay there any longer. So we dragged Old Sun's sister Zhao and Monkey and ran out desperately, wanting to find you but not knowing where you went. So we had to hide here first. This building seems to have been cleared before, so there isn't much danger. After Old He finished speaking, he leaned against the wall as if drained. Chen Mo was silent. Another death. The woman who had lost her husband and broken down mentally ultimately could not escape her fate. In the apocalypse, fragile mental states and reckless actions often lead to destruction faster than physical harm. He looked toward a certain room. Following Old He pushed open the tightly shut door. Old Sun was still unconscious, his breath weaker, as if it could extinguish at any moment. Sister Zhao also showed no signs of waking, her face pale. Monkey was unconscious, convulsing with a high fever. The remaining team had also suffered heavy losses and brought back new terrifying news that the building they once thought was safe had long been hiding a deadly hunter. The number of team members had decreased again, the condition of the injured was worsening, and the dangers of the world seemed to be everywhere, penetrating every gap. Li Ming checked on Old Sun and Sister Zhao's conditions, his expression increasingly grim. He looked at Chen Mo and shook his head. The meaning was clear. In their current state, it was impossible to continue a long trek to Old Zhong's store. The police station. We must go to the police station as soon as possible. Li Ming's voice was resolute. Chen Mo nodded heavily. He counted the now consolidated team and supplies. Personnel: Chen Mo, Li Mingchang, Gu Xiao Zhou, Dagger, seriously injured Xiangzi, A Qing, slightly injured, old, he, monkey fever infection, unconscious sister, Zhao, seriously injured, and unconscious, old son, near death, and unconscious. 11 people, 5 of whom had completely lost combat ability, and 2 were slightly injured. Supplies: medicines as mentioned earlier, briefly weapons: Li Ming's handgun 7 bullets, Chong, guess empty shotgun, sawed off, shotgun estimated 78 rounds at old, he's placed Qiang's machete, Chen Mo's fire axe, A Qing's fire axe, crowbars, etc. Food and water almost gone. The future looked bleak. Rest for 10 minutes. Old, he, see if there's anything useful left in this store, food, water, or something that can be used as a weapon. Chen Mo issued the command, his voice weary but firm. In 10 minutes we set off for the police station. That is our last chance. He walked to the window, carefully lifting a corner of the curtain to look in the direction of the police station. The distance of 4 streets seemed like a chasm at this moment. What they didn't know was that along the thorny and death-laden road leading to the police station, there were already more than one pair of eyes fixated on their battered team. The second floor of the street-side shop felt as oppressive as a tomb. Dust floated in the faint light, filtering through the curtains, the air mingling with the sense of blood, medicine, and despair. The brief moment of safety brought no solace. Instead, it served as a mirror reflecting the numerous scars on each person and the immense burdens weighing upon their hearts. Chen Mo sat against the wall, the fire axe within reach. Every part of his body ached, but the heavier burden was the fatigue weighing on his mind. He looked at the ragtag, battered group before him, feeling for the first time just how heavy the words "to live" truly were. Old, he cautiously fed water to the unconscious monkey, but his gaze kept darting toward Chen Mo and Li Ming. Finally, he couldn't help but speak, his voice dry and trembling slightly. Chen. Brother Chen, team, leaderly. What happened in the clinic? What about the nails? And the brothers who went in before? This question pierced through the fragile calm of the room like a needle. Everyone lifted their heads, their gazes converging. Xiaozhou suddenly lowered his head, his body starting to tremble again. A Qing paused, her bandaging momentarily frozen. Xiangzi tightened his grip on the machete. Li Ming abruptly stopped cleaning his gun, his knuckles turning white. Chen Mo took a deep breath, knowing he could not evade the situation. He briefly but candidly described the horrors within the clinic. The rotting nest that had set traps, the stalker that shot bone arrows, the butcher with its hard shell, and the chilling cooperation among them in their hunt. He mentioned the brave sacrifice of nails and the fresh corpses of Li Ming's team members. When we arrived, the first group of brothers were already gone. The second group is probably also. Chen Mo's voice was low, striving to remain objective, but the brutality of his words was enough to drain color from the listeners' faces. Old He's face turned pale in an instant, his lips trembling, eventually transforming into a weak sigh as he murmured, They're all gone. So many good young men. He looked at Li Ming, his eyes filled with shared sorrow. The core members of Li Ming's team were nearly wiped out in this clinic operation. After a moment of silence, a cold voice emerged. It was Changgu. Damn it. He spat, his eyes bloodshot from fatigue and pain, sweeping over the unconscious sister Zhao Monkey and the severely injured Xiao Dao, finally landing on Li Ming and Chen Mo. Was it worth it? The 2 words fell like ice on the ground. Everyone turned to him. For these few boxes of medicine that aren't even enough to fill the gaps in our teeth, we lost nails and nearly suffered total annihilation. Chang Guest's voice was laced with repressed anger and cold realism. And now, we're carrying 3 severely injured men who might not even survive heading to that damn police station. Did you not see what's happening outside? With just the few of us and this pile of scrap metal. His gaze was sharp as it fixed on Chen Mo, then swept over Li Ming. Team leader Li, I admire your loyalty to save your brothers. But don't forget you have very few brothers left. Chen Mo, you've only known them for a few days. Are you really willing to risk your life for your colleagues and them? And now you want us all to continue taking risks? His words were like a knife slicing through the bloody reality and exposing the most sensitive rift within the team. Chen Mo's and Li Ming's teams were essentially bound together by crisis, their trust fragile, and the massive casualties and bleak prospects were exacerbating this fracture. Xiaozhou abruptly raised his head, wanting to retort, but upon seeing Chang Guest's fierce gaze, he fearfully shrank back. A Qing bit her lip, lowering her head to continue bandaging. She couldn't rebut Chang Guest's words, her arm injury and recent experiences making her feel uneasy. Xiangzi remained silent, but his flickering gaze suggested some agreement. Li Ming suddenly raised his head, his red eyes fixed fiercely on Changgu, like an enraged lion. What do you mean? Give up on them. His hand pressed on the gun's grip, the atmosphere instantly tensing. What do I mean? Changgu glared back, without flinching, even patting his nearly useless shotgun. What I mean is stop engaging in losing trades. What needs to be cut off must be cut off. Otherwise everyone will die. If you want to be a hero, don't drag us down to the grave with you. Chen Mo, say something. The pressure suddenly fell entirely on Chen Mo. Chen Mo's struggle and choice. Chen Mo felt as though his heart was gripped by a cold hand. Chang Guest's words were harsh, yet they represented a cruel survival logic that might be more correct in the apocalypse. He and Sister Zhao Old Sun were merely colleagues, even lacking deep personal ties. Was it worth it to continue dragging the entire team toward obvious danger for them? Rationality told him that Chang Guest's doubts were not without reason. His gaze swept over the unconscious Sister Zhao, recalling her journey from weakness to gradual strength, over Monkey, still a somewhat impulsive youth, over Xiao Dao, and Xiangzi Li Ming's team members, who had fought fiercely, suffering heavy losses, finally resting on Li Ming, this man bearing immense pain, yet refusing to give up. He remembered their mutual support during their escape from the office building, the shared fear when facing the smiling nightmare, and the moments of fighting side by side in the clinic, entrusting their lives to one another. They were no longer just initial colleagues or unfamiliar survivors. They were comrades who had crawled out from the brink of hell together, their fates twisted together in blood and fire. To abandon any one of them felt like tearing away a part of himself. This was not just a matter of morality, but concerned whether this team could still be called a team. If they gave up on Sister Zhao and Monkey today, would they be able to give up on Xiao Dao tomorrow? And the day after on the injured Changgu, or even themselves? Once that line was crossed, trust would completely collapse, the team would disintegrate, and ultimately no one would survive. Chen Mo slowly stood up, his movement capturing everyone's attention. He walked between Changgu and Li Ming, separating their nearly clashing gazes. His voice was not loud, but exceptionally clear, carrying an undeniable firmness. It's not about worth. It's about whether it should be done. They are our companions, not calculable chips. If we abandon them today, tomorrow we will become accustomed to abandoning anyone, including you and me. We will go to the police station, not to be heroes, but to obtain weapons that can protect everyone, to ensure that those who still have hope can live on. If, he paused, his voice becoming heavier, if it truly comes to a point of no return, I will make the decision. But not now. He looked at everyone. We are a team now. Either we live together or we die together. Doubt and division are deadlier than the monsters outside. If, he paused again, his voice heavier, his gaze sweeping over Old Sun, if heaven truly wants to take someone away, it should be after we have done everything we cannot, because we chose to give up. As long as there is still a breath left, as long as we can still move, we will move together. The room fell into silence. Changgu stared at Chen Mo, seemingly searching for any hint of hypocrisy or wavering on his face, but all he saw was a calm and resolute steadiness. Eventually he huffed heavily, turned away, and said no more, tacitly agreeing. He knew that in this moment of division his chances of survival alone were equally bleak. Li Ming's tense body relaxed slightly, and the hand gripping his gun dropped. He looked at Chen Mo with a complex gaze filled with gratitude, a hint of unnoticeable recognition, but more still was profound pain. Qing and Xiao Zhou quietly exhaled, their eyes brightening with something different. Qiang's grip on his knife steadied further. Old, he silently nodded. The heavy consensus and forward movement. The tense atmosphere eased. Yet the air remained thick with pressure. This unwavering decision meant that the road ahead would be even more arduous. Chen Mo said no more, efficiently distributing tasks and resources. Medicines were used cautiously, prioritizing stabilizing Monkey and Sister Zhao's conditions, and even Old Sun received a bit of glucose water. Food and water were strictly rationed. They fashioned 2 makeshift stretchers from found tablecloths and steel pipes. Old, he confirmed the route through the small path. Depart in 10 minutes. Chen Mo's voice regained its usual calm, but it now carried an undeniable weight. Li Ming, Xiangzi, you'll lead the way. Changgu will cover the rear. Qing, be ready with the sawed-off shotgun and watch the flanks. Xiao Zhou, help with lighting and keep an eye on the back. This time the orders were executed much more smoothly. As the team lifted the stretchers again, preparing to leave this temporary sanctuary, Chen Mo took one last glance at this brief refuge. Then he took a deep breath of the air filled with dust and despair, gripping the fire axe tightly. Chen Mo did not realize that some of his latent potential was gradually emerging in this apocalyptic world. Leadership is not about issuing orders in favorable circumstances, but about bearing doubts and casualties in dire straits, while still being able to point out the most arduous path that may lead to light. His growth occurred quietly, accompanied by a heavy price. Meanwhile, the rifts and cohesion within the team subtly progressed under the shadow of death. Boom. The reinforced observation window of Isolation Chamber No. 3 finally succumbed to the terrifying impact of the raging mutant, shattering and forming a massive hole. The air, mixed with the stench of blood, chemical agents, and an indescribable odor of decay, gushed forth like a tangible entity. Open fire. Suppress it. Zhang Zhao roared, drawing his sidearm first and firing continuously at the writhing shadow within the hole. Bang! 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 The crisp gunfire sounded particularly jarring within the enclosed observation corridor. The soldiers of the security team just arriving at the doorway immediately raised their automatic weapons, unleashing a torrent of scorching bullets that rained down upon the mutant, splattering thick black-green liquid and shredded tissue. However, the effect was minimal. The bullets seemed unable to inflict fatal damage, only serving to enrage it further. A twisted, deformed limb with a gaping maw suddenly shot out from the hole, lightning-fast, wrapping around a nearby researcher. Oh! The horrifying scream abruptly ceased as the researcher was dragged towards the hole by immense force, half of his body devoured in midair by that terrifying maw. The bloody scene sent chills down everyone's spine. Retreat. Fall back to the second isolation door. Zhang Zhao commanded while shooting his face ashen. He knew that this laboratory had already been lost. Chen Wei was forcibly pulled back by Xiao Lin and a soldier, yet her gaze remained fixed on the monster that continued to struggle madly amidst the hail of bullets, its form subtly shifting and the corrosive blood that flowed incessantly from it. This blood was sizzling as it corroded the interior walls and floor of the isolation chamber. A chilling conclusion formed in her mind. Director Zhang, Chen Wei shouted over the deafening gunfire and alarms. Its blood contains strong corrosive properties and high viral load, but its genetic sequence indicates its infectivity is collapsing. This ultimate mutation is at the cost of its transmissibility. Zhang Zhao paused his shooting for a moment, instantly grasping the profound and terrifying implications of Chen Wei's words. While the monster itself may no longer possess efficient transmission capabilities, its presence, the blood and tissues it left behind, especially the bodies of those it killed who had not fully mutated, were the moving, continuous sources of high-concentration viral contamination. Massive bombardment, explosions and flames could indeed eliminate the monster, but they would not completely vaporize all viral particles, risking the spread of contamination to even farther areas, potentially breaking through the predetermined quarantine zone via rising air currents. Deploying ground troops for a cleanup. The soldiers would face two threats: the physical attacks from the monster itself and the pervasive environmental viral contamination caused by the monster's blood and decaying corpses. How long could full-body protective gear hold up in intense combat and complex urban environments? Once compromised, the consequences would be unimaginable. This was tantamount to sending soldiers into a massive mobile biological reactor to fight. Communications officer. Zhang Zhao shouted into the radio, his voice cutting through the chaos. Report to command immediately. Confirm the appearance of a non-infectious, yet extremely environmentally destructive and physically threatening mutant. Conventional military methods are ineffective and carry a high risk of contamination spread. Repeat, conventional military methods are ineffective. Request immediate execution of the meltdown final phase. The order was quickly communicated. Chen Wei, Xiao Lin, and the others were forced to retreat into a deeper safety zone. Heavy blast doors fell behind them, gradually isolating the sounds of gunfire explosions and the monster's roars from the laboratory area. Hours later, in the deepest command center of the base, Zhang Zhao stared at the final authorized directive on the screen, his face devoid of any expression. Chen Wei stood beside him, still in her protective suit, the mask fogged with condensation, her eyes tired and hollow. The directive was simple and absolute: one. Information blockade. 2 days later, activate the high-intensity wide-spectrum electromagnetic pulse generator covering the entire city, permanently crippling all wireless communications and unprotected electronic devices, cutting off the flow of information inside and out to prevent panic-inducing information and images of the anomalies from leaking. 2. Physical isolation. Army engineering units and heavy machinery have been deployed. Within 24 hours, destroy all highways, railways, bridges, and tunnels leading to the outside. Establish a permanent isolation wall over 30 meters high, integrated with high-voltage electric grids, dynamic sensors, and automated defense systems along the predetermined boundary. Any attempts to cross without warning will be met with lethal force. 3. Internal disposal. Abandon all peripheral outposts and isolation zones that cannot be evacuated in time. The base itself will initiate self-destruct procedures after completing data backups and evacuating core personnel, ensuring no pathogens or traces of research are left behind. They have completely abandoned this city. Xiao Lin's voice trembled. No, it's isolation. Zhang Zhao corrected, his tone as hard as iron. At the cost of a city, we seek the possibility of preventing disaster from spreading globally. This is the only choice. He glanced at Chen Wei. Dr. Chen, you have a little time left to transmit the most critical research data through the underground reinforced fiber optic cable. The discovery regarding the virus loss of infectivity is particularly important. Chen Wei numbly nodded. She walked to the console and began transmitting the data. The screen displayed those horrifying genetic sequences, mutation records, and the strange bloodstained patterns resembling ancient taboo symbols that the mutant had unconsciously drawn. This data may become the only reference for the outside world in the future, or perhaps it will bring deeper unrest. The transmission progress bar moved slowly. Outside the base, night deepened. The city's neon lights still flickered in parts, but certain areas had fallen into unnatural darkness and chaos. Most people still did not realize they had long been isolated by an invisible wall. The pendulum of fate had already pointed towards the end. When the electromagnetic pulse erupted 2 days later, all lights, screens, and signals would extinguish simultaneously. From then on, the city would be a hellish struggle and mutation. Outside the city would be silence, vigilance, and forgetfulness. In between stood that ever higher and thicker wall. And the flames of the base's self-destruction would become the final unseen funeral of this meltdown operation. Carrying a heavy stretcher, the team silently walked through the narrow alleys. Every step was exceptionally difficult, not only due to the fatigue of their bodies and the pain from their wounds, but also because of the mental pressure that felt almost tangible. Despair from being abandoned by the civilized world, confusion about the road ahead, and the sorrow of lost companions. Chen Mo walked at the rear of the team, the rough wooden handle of the fire axe slightly slick from the sweat of his palms. His gaze was sharp as a hawk, constantly scanning ahead, to the sides, and into the darkened windows. The silence in the alley was unsettling. Only their heavy footsteps, the friction of the stretcher, and the occasional unconscious groans of the injured echoed around them. Following the route indicated by they exited the alley and entered an old residential area built in the late 1980s to early 1990s. The buildings were not tall, the walls were mottled, and the greenery was chaotic and overgrown due to neglect. As soon as they entered the residential area, everyone immediately felt something unusual. It was too quiet. There were still faint sounds of indistinct roars or crashes coming from afar. But inside the residential area, especially on the main road they were walking, there was a deathly silence. No wandering zombies, nor any signs of living people. However, this silence was anything but peaceful. The air was thick with a more potent stench different from mere decay, an amalgamation of blood, excrement, and a burnt, charred odor that was nauseating. Scattered debris littered the street. Many residents' windows were shattered, and there were clear signs of struggle and fighting on some balconies. However, these signs seemed to be a day or two old, with most bloodstains having turned dark brown. Something feels off, Xiangzi whispered from the front, gripping his machete tightly, his eyes alertly scanning the surroundings. It's too clean. Li Ming nodded gravely. He was referring to how clean the area was of zombies. This main road was a necessary route connecting several exits of the residential area, and logically there shouldn't be a single zombie around. Chen Mo's heart began to race. His gaze swept past the street trees on either side, when suddenly his pupils constricted. On one of the taller locust trees, a vague shadow swayed gently in the breeze. Alert! Chen Mo called out sharply, raising his fire axe abruptly. Everyone instantly tensed, quickly huddling together to form a defensive formation while the stretcher was carefully placed against the wall. Chen Mo fixed his gaze on the swaying shadow. As they drew slightly closer, the outline of the shadow gradually became clear. It was a person. A woman hanging by a rough rope around her neck, suspended from a branch. She was completely naked, her body covered in intersecting bruises and wounds, clearly having suffered inhumane abuse while alive. Her hair hung down messily, obscuring part of her face, but those wide-open, deathly gray eyes, filled with utmost fear and pain, stared blankly through the gaps in her hair. Her tongue was slightly protruding, and her face was a shade of blue. She had likely died within the past day or two. The apocalypse had only just begun about a week ago. In the distance, among several other trees, similar horrifying hanging figures could be vaguely seen. Hiss! Xiao Zhou gasped, his face turning pale instantly, his stomach churning as if to vomit. Aching suddenly covered her mouth, her eyes filled with shock and fear, her body trembling slightly. Even Li Ming and Changgu, who had experienced life and death, had their faces turn extremely grim. This was definitely not the work of an anomaly. Anomalies kill for food or destruction, not with such obviously punitive, demonstrative, or even entertaining cruelty. This was done by humans. Damn it. These beasts. Changgu spat out this phrase through clenched teeth, his voice carrying a rare killing intent, not directed at monsters. Chen Mo forced himself to calm down, shifting his gaze away from the hanged woman to observe the surroundings more carefully. He noticed more details. In the middle of the street, there were large bloodstains that had been roughly cleaned with mops or rags, but the edges still retained spattered blood. Behind some windows, there seemed to be extremely faint movements, as if someone was hiding in the shadows watching, but they quickly disappeared. Scattered on the ground were empty cans and packaging, various brands, but seemingly collected intentionally. At a wall's base, he saw a zombie's body with a violently smashed skull. Beside it lay a makeshift spiked club covered in black blood, crudely made, yet seemingly powerful. This was clearly not standard equipment used by the military or police. All these details pointed to one conclusion: a group or several groups of survivors had taken over this area, employing brutal methods seemingly lacking discipline, but possessing some organizational capability for violence. They had cleared the zombies from this region and claimed it as their territory. Those who were hanged were likely rebels, intruders, or merely objects of their unleashed savagery. Is the police station still ahead? Chen Mo's voice was slightly hoarse as he asked Old He. Old He, already terrified out of his wits, trembled as he pointed deep into the residential area. Go through this area and turn right. It's just on that street. But here. His meaning was clear. This road was blocked, at least controlled by a group of extremely dangerous survivors. Take a detour, Li Ming said without hesitation, his hand resting on the gun's grip, his gaze icy. There's no need to complicate things. His primary goal was to acquire weapons to save the team members, not wanting to clash with any human forces, especially such clearly inhumane thugs. Take a detour. Chang Ge voiced a differing opinion, his eyes glinting as he looked at the hanged corpses. Where do we detour to? Who knows if other places are also occupied by other lunatics? This group seemed to be just a rabble relying on their ruthless hearts. The police station might have already been taken over by them, and they might have the guns we need. I'd rather fight with scum than encounter those unkillable monsters. His words echoed the sentiments of some. Compared to the unknown and terrifying anomalies, human opponents seemed somewhat easier to understand despite being equally dangerous. But there are a lot of them, Xiao Zhou said in fear, and they are too. He looked at the hanged woman and could not continue. Changge has a point. Xiangzi licked his cracked lips, a glint of ferocity flashing in his eyes. But we can't just barge in. Can we find a way to sneak past? Or talk? The last two words, he said, lacked confidence. Aching tightly clutched the sawed-off shotgun, her voice trembling. How do we negotiate? What is there to negotiate with people capable of such acts? The team was divided. Should they risk crossing this blood-soaked territory or take an unknown route that could be equally dangerous? Everyone's gaze once again focused on Chen Mo. His heart was also engaged in a fierce struggle. Reason told him that Li Ming's choice was the safest, avoiding known dangers. But Chang's words were also reasonable. Taking a detour meant more uncertainty. Time was running out, and the condition of the injured could not wait. He looked at the eerily silent street, at the hanging corpses, as if he could feel countless eyes watching from the darkness. The brutality of these survivors surpassed his imagination. Just a week into the apocalypse, the pace of humanity's degradation was astonishingly rapid. Dealing with them was akin to seeking skin from a tiger. Yet the weapons at the police station were their only clear hope. His gaze swept over the faintly breathing Sister Zhao, on the stretcher the unconscious monkey, and Little Knife, who looked pale from blood loss. Finally, he took a deep breath and made a difficult and risky decision. No detours. Chen Mo's voice was low but clear, but we want charge in either. He pointed to the buildings on either side of the street. We'll go through the buildings, avoiding the main road, moving through balconies, windows, or between corridors. Keep away from open spaces. Maintain absolute silence and vigilance. What if we get discovered? Xiao Zhou asked tremulously. Chen Mo paused for a moment, a glint of cold light flashing in his eyes. Then prepare yourselves. Either they die or we die. There is no third option. Chen Mo's decision was like a massive stone thrown into still water, stirring ripples within the team, yet no one opposed it. The harshness of reality had smoothed out excess emotions, leaving only an extreme focus on survival. Leaving the injured and weaker members behind was a reluctant choice, yet it was the optimal solution. They chose a first-floor room in a relatively independent two-story building, one where the unit door could still be closed as a temporary hiding spot. They barricaded the door with miscellaneous items from the inside, drew all the curtains, leaving Lao Hie-Qing, who had an injury on her arm but could still hold a gun, and Xiangzi, who needed to protect the injured, to keep watch. Xiangzi handed a machete to Chen Mo while he picked up a heavy steel pipe that he had found earlier. Stay absolutely silent. No matter what you hear, if it's not us returning, do not open the door. Chen Mo reiterated, his gaze sweeping over the unconscious Zhao, Jia the monkey, and the little Dao, who was mentally exhausted from pain, feeling a heavy weight on his heart. Li Mingchang, Chen Mo, and Xiao Zhou, who was in charge of navigation and technical support, formed a reconnaissance team. Li Ming's pistol had only 7 bullets left, a final trump card. Chang Ge leaned on an empty shotgun, his eyes fierce. Chen Mo held a fire axe and a machete. Xiao Zhou carried an empty backpack, hoping to find something useful, gripping a screwdriver tightly as a weapon. They silently slipped out of the unit door, merging into the shadows of the building like ghosts. Choosing to move through the building was the right decision, but it was also more suffocating. The corridor was filled with dust, the smell of mold, and a faint hint of blood. Many residents' doors stood wide open, revealing a scene of chaos, clearly having undergone a frenzied looting, with some areas showing signs of fierce struggle and dried blackened blood. The deeper they went, the more details they discovered that caused their hearts to race. At a staircase corner in one building, they saw a male corpse stripped of clothing, not killed by a zombie bite, but stabbed countless times from behind with a sharp weapon. The walls were splattered with blood, indicating he had been cornered and had endured a long period of torturous assassination. On a low overhead bridge connecting two buildings, they saw several desks haphazardly piled up to form a makeshift watchtower, scattered with empty bottles, leftover bones, and several exercise books obviously looted from nearby schools, their covers adorned with childish designs, yet filled with grotesque and vulgar sexual imagery drawn in crayon. Xiaozhou's face turned even paler at this sight. He lowered his head and dared not look again. Chen Mo's heart sank deeper. These individuals were not merely cruel. Their depravity and distortion had surpassed reason, as if the apocalypse had stripped away all the bonds of civilized society, completely unleashing the darkest beastly instincts and malice within human nature. They tried to make no sound, communicating through gestures, leaping from one window to another balcony, slipping from one corridor into another building. The entire process felt like traversing a minefield, their minds intensely strained. Occasionally, faint echoes of wild laughter, sounds of crashing objects, or a woman's piercing scream from deeper within the complex could be heard, only to vanish abruptly, leaving behind a chilling silence. The brief sounds all the more eerie. Finally, after carefully navigating for nearly half an hour, they arrived at a building near the edge of the complex. According to Lao He's instructions, the police station was just across the street. Xiaozhou cautiously poked his head out, peering through the shattered window. Mo, go. I see it. Right there. His voice was kept extremely low, tinged with tension and confirmation. Chen Mo and Li Ming also slowly approached the window. Across the street, a rectangular 3-story building stood, its blue police emblem still striking despite the layers of dust. The police station's surrounding wall was not high, the iron gate tightly closed, but they could see several police cars parked inside, one of which had even crashed into the wall, the door ajar. However, what drew their attention was not the police station itself, but the scene at its entrance. Outside the police station's courtyard, a makeshift barricade had been erected using roadblocks, abandoned cars, and clutter. Behind the barricade, they could faintly see several figures moving. In front of the barricade, a makeshift wooden pole had been erected upon which hung two highly decayed corpses of zombies pecked to pieces by crows. They swayed like two terrifying flags in the breeze, emitting a foul stench, clearly a savage warning and deterrent. What was even more unsettling was that on the roof of the main building of the police station, a figure seemed to shift, as if on watch. Damn it, they've indeed taken over the police station. Changgu cursed in a low voice, his tone filled with both expected anger and a hint of desire at the sight of weapons. The defenses don't seem too tight, and there don't seem to be many people. Li Ming observed calmly, but charging indefinitely won't work. Just as they were closely watching, trying to find a way to infiltrate or a change of guard pattern, a faint sound like stepping on broken glass came from the corridor behind them. The sound was faint, but in the extreme silence it was like thunder. The four of them froze instantly. Chen Mo reacted the quickest, spinning around as the fire axe instantly crossed in front of him. They saw a man dressed in a dirty tank top with greasy hair and as thin as a monkey, standing at the staircase entrance holding a plastic bag, utterly stunned at the sight of them. A half-smoked cigarette was still hanging from his mouth. Their eyes met. The thin monkey man was taken aback for a moment, then a flicker of panic crossed his eyes, quickly replaced by a fierce facade as he threw down the plastic bag, which contained a few empty cans, drew out a sharpened steel rod from his lower back, and seemed about to shout. He absolutely must not be allowed to cry out. Take action. Chen Mo growled lowly, the first to pounce forward with astonishing speed. The thin monkey was clearly no stranger to fighting. Seeing Chen Mo rush at him, he not only did not retreat, but instead grinned and lunged the stab. The angle was vicious and fierce. But having experienced life-and-death battles, Chen Mo's reflexes and strength were far beyond those of this street thug. He narrowly dodged the sharp steel rod, and the axe swung down hard against the thin monkey's wrist. With a clear crack, the sound of a bone breaking echoed. Oh! The thin monkey let out a short, pained howl, the steel rod slipping from his grasp and falling to the ground. Before his remaining cries for help could escape, Li Ming closed in like a leopard, delivering a heavy blow from the shotgun stock to his neck. The thin monkey's eyes bulged out, and his body went limp, about to collapse. Changgu quickly stepped forward, wrapping his strong arm around the thin monkey's neck, stifling his remaining groans and consciousness. Xiaozhou panically picked up the steel rod, nervously facing down the staircase. The entire process unfolded in a flash, clean and swift, making hardly any noise. The thin monkey was dragged to the corner like a lump of mud by Changgu, his eyes rolling back, nearly suffocating. Chen Mo quickly searched his body. Aside from a crumpled pack of cigarettes and a dirty lighter, there was nothing of value. It seemed he was just a minor character out to scavenge or slack off. What should we do? Xiao Zhou panted anxiously, asking, "Kill him." Li Ming's eyes were cold, clearly implying that was an option. This kind of scum was not worth lamenting over. Chen Mo looked at the thin monkey on the ground resembling a dead dog, then glanced towards the police station outside, thinking quickly. Killing him was the simplest solution. But perhaps keeping him could be more useful. He exchanged glances with Li Ming and Changgu. Changgu understood, slightly loosening his grip, allowing the thin monkey to regain some breath, yet still maintaining firm control over him. Chen Mo squatted down, picked up the sharpened steel rod, the cold tip gently resting against the thin monkey's throat, his voice lowered, yet carrying an undeniable intent to kill. "If you want to live, answer my questions. If you dare shout or lie, you will die immediately." The thin monkey coughed violently, his eyes filled with fear and pain, the intense agony on his wrist, and the choking sensation around his neck, leaving him utterly devoid of the will to resist, desperately nodding. "How many of you are there? What's the situation inside the police station? Where are the weapons?" Chen Mo's question struck at the core. The captured one's potential usefulness might offer them a glimmer of hope on the thorny path to weapons, but it also meant they had brought back an extremely unstable and dangerous factor. The cold, rough steel bar pressed against his throat, and the chilling sensation along with the icy, killing intent in Chen Mo's eyes utterly crushed the thin monkey man. He gasped for air like a fish out of water, too terrified to make much noise. The excruciating pain in his wrist and the pressure on his neck brought tears to his eyes, and his pants quickly grew damp, releasing a foul odor. I said, don't kill me. I will tell you." His voice was hoarse and broken, filled with the most primitive fear. "Who are you? How many?" Chen Mo's voice struggled to maintain its steadiness, but his palm holding the steel bar was slightly sweaty. He then moved the bar away from the man's neck, slowly stabbing it into the thin monkey man's belly. He was not an executioner, facing a living person and inflicting torture, and the threat of death made his stomach churn. We originally followed Long Gu. Just running an underground casino here, lending money." The thin monkey stammered, his eyes glazed with fear. "The apocalypse has come. Order has collapsed. Long Gu led us to occupy this place. Originally, there were over 20 brothers. Now there are probably only 15 or 16 that can move. A malignant tumor that existed even before the apocalypse, the collapse of order, had completely unleashed their evil. What about the people at the police station?" Li Ming crouched down, his gun still aimed at the thin monkey, but his finger rested on the trigger guard rather than the trigger itself. As a former soldier, he was more accustomed to fighting clear enemies, and executing a defenseless person at such close range also made him uncomfortable. "They are all dead. All dead." The thin monkey shivered in fear. At first, a few police officers resisted. They were shot dead by Long Gu and his men with hunting rifles and confiscated police handguns. The remaining ones, those who surrendered, were also not spared. Long Gu said, "To avoid trouble." A chill swept through everyone's hearts. The last barrier of the law was trampled in such a manner. Where are the weapons? Where are the police station's weapons? Chen Mo pressed, forcing himself to ignore the discomfort within. In the gun room at the far end of the second floor." The thin monkey quickly answered, but the lock is very solid. Long Gu and the others have tried prying it open several times without success. Now mainly Big Biao is guarding the door with 2 others. Usually the gunroom key is held by Long Gu himself. What weapons do the others use? Whatever they can get. Long Gu and a few core members have guns. About 5 or 6 handguns plus 2 hunting rifles. It seems there aren't many bullets left. The others just use machete, steel pipes, and their own makeshift weapons. The information was gradually becoming clearer. The enemy was not a monolith, and the failure to fully control the armory was a key weakness. "What about the people you captured? Where are they held?" Chen Mo's voice dropped as he had already sensed the answer. The thin monkey's gaze flickered, swallowing hard as he struggled to say, "The women, the pretty ones, are kept in a few rooms next to the original mediation room on the second floor. Long Gu and a few leaders are. And then. He couldn't finish, but the implication was clear. Those who are disobedient or cause trouble are dealt with, hung outside, to scare others." Despite being mentally prepared, this blatant, beastly behavior still made everyone present feel a wave of intense disgust and anger. Xiao Zhou abruptly turned his head, his gaze towards the thin monkey, changing. Even the experienced Changgu had a pale face, spitting angrily and cursing beast. Yet he instinctively avoided the option of immediately killing him. Li Ming's breath became heavier, his eyes burning with fury, yet his hand holding the gun remained steady. He knew the importance of the intelligence. The interrogation was over. The value had been extracted. Now the most difficult question was once again presented before them. How to deal with this captive? The killing intent filled the air, yet it was bound by an invisible psychological shackle from civilized society. Killing him was the simplest and also the safest option. eliminating harm for the people, forever ending future troubles. But the words "to kill" were too heavy for those who had only recently been ordinary citizens, government employees, or even members of the disciplinary forces. Killing zombies or monsters was for survival, allowing one to harden their heart. But to personally end the life of someone bound, defenseless, albeit deeply evil, yet still a human, that feeling was entirely different. That would etch an indelible mark on one's soul. Chen Mo's gaze swept over his teammates. Li Ming's eyes were filled with struggle. He finally shook his head slightly, not in opposition, but signaling Chen Mo to make the decision, as he found it difficult to issue the execution order. Although Chang Gu cursed fiercely if he were to immediately smash the thin monkey's head with the butt of his gun, he seemed momentarily stunned. Xiao Zhou's face showed fear and resistance. As for Chen Mo, he felt an enormous psychological barrier as well. He knew rationally what should be done, but his emotions and moral instincts screamed in resistance. However, there were some things he had to do. He could not spread this heavy burden. It had to be borne by him alone. He took a deep breath, suppressing the churn in his stomach and the slight tremor in his arms, making a decision that was a mix of rational calculation, risk assessment, and a lingering hesitation of humanity. Gag him, tie him up tightly, and take him back. Chen Mo's voice was somewhat hoarse, yet carried an undeniable resolve. Take him back. Chang Gu was taken aback, seemingly not expecting this answer. Chen Mo, this. We need a more detailed map and information on personnel routines. His mind may still hold valuable information. Chen Mo interrupted him, providing a reason that was both grand and persuasive, aimed at convincing his teammates and himself. Moreover, just because we can't act now doesn't mean we can't later. Taking him back, locking him up perhaps, will make it easier for us to make a decision. This statement was quite subtle, but the meaning was clear. Everyone's psychological burden was too heavy right now, and forced execution could create psychological scars for the team. Taking him back was both a buffer and a chance for this captive to have a reprieve, perhaps also giving themselves time to adapt to the process of having to kill when necessary. Li Ming looked deeply at Chen Mo, understanding his intent. This was not only about considering intelligence, but also about taking care of this newly formed, psychologically fragile team. He nodded, listened to Chen Mo. Chang Gu muttered a few words, but did not oppose further. Xiao Zhou seemed to breathe a sigh of relief. Thus the thin monkey was silenced and bound in a more brutal manner, dragged along like a sack of garbage by Chang Gu and Li Ming. The group returned silently and with mixed emotions. At the temporary stronghold, when Qing and Chang Zi saw this captive, they likewise went through a psychological process from shock and anger to helplessness. Chen Mo once again explained the reasons, emphasizing the potential subsequent value of the intelligence and the consideration of delaying disposal. A heavy and oppressive atmosphere permeated the team. No one cheered for obtaining the intelligence, nor did anyone immediately demand the execution of the captive. Everyone understood that this was a decision made out of necessity, filled with risks. And it was Chen Mo who made this decision and took the burden upon himself. He locked the captive in a small storage room next door, tightly bound to a water pipe, with Chang Zi assigned to guard. Returning to the main room, Chen Mo leaned against the wall, experiencing a deep-seated fatigue. It was not only due to physical exhaustion, but also because of the immense psychological pressure. He knew that he had avoided a seemingly simple choice today, yet it could harbor hidden dangers. But he also knew that he had protected the faint glimmer of humanity that the team had just begun to coalesce, not allowing it to shatter completely when facing the cruel choices within humanity for the first time. What about next time, when they would have to act? Chen Mo closed his eyes, burying his face in his palms. That future where bloodshed for the team would be necessary, that loneliness and heaviness of choice was already clearly pressing down on his shoulders. The air inside the makeshift outpost seemed frozen, thick, suffocating, and heavy with unspoken dread. In the corner, the emaciated man they called Monkey lay bound like a mummy, his mouth gagged, emitting muffled whimpers. Each faint twitch pierced the nerves of everyone present like a needle. It was not pity that stirred them, but a deeper, more unsettling tremor, fear of what must be done to him, and fear that their own moral boundaries might shatter under the weight of necessity. The meager rations, scant food and water, were divided among them, yet no one truly tasted anything. The wounded needed medicine. The group needed weapons. Hope lay just beyond, a nearby police station, but the path to it was blocked by a band of ruthless thugs and an agonizing moral dilemma. Brother Chang paced restlessly, the stock of his empty shotgun tapping the floor with dull, unconscious thuds. Thump, thump. His gaze lashed repeatedly toward the storage room, only to wrench itself away each time with visible effort. Damn it. He's a live bomb ticking in there. He finally snapped, his voice a low, guttural snarl, veins pulsing on his forehead. Just thinking about those people hanging outside, those women trapped inside the station, makes me want to. He cut himself off, motionless. His fists clenched until knuckles cracked, murderous intent coalescing into something almost tangible, yet held at bay by an invisible wall, the ingrained ethics of over 20 years in civilized society. Killing monsters was survival. Killing a bound, defenseless man, even a scum like him, felt utterly different. It felt like cold-blooded murder. He slammed his fist hard against the wall, the impact echoing dully. Li Ming sat slumped against the wall, methodically wiping his pistol, mechanical, precise, unwavering. 7 rounds remained. His face was icy calm, but deep within his eyes flickered a quiet, fierce struggle. As a former soldier, he understood the grim logic of extreme measures, yet understanding did not grant ease of execution. Executing a bound captive challenged certain lines he had sworn never to cross. Worse still, he feared such an act would inflict irreversible damage upon the team's already fragile psyche. Xiao Zhou huddled farthest from the storage room, knees drawn tight to his chest. A Qing sat beside the wounded, her gaze hollow and distant. Changzi stood guard at the door, alert yet deliberately averting his eyes from the storage room. Old, he sighed heavily again and again. Oppression. Absolute suffocating oppression. Murderous intent, raw fear, and paralyzing hesitation collided in the air, fermenting, thickening, yet finding no outlet. Chen Mo observed every face, every tremor, every silence, and his heart sank like lead. He had proposed bringing the captive back. He had made the call. Now the psychological toll of that decision was silently tearing the team apart. Someone had to decide. Someone had to break the deadlock. He knew, without doubt, that it could only be him. That thought coiled around his heart like a freezing serpent. His stomach cramped. His throat went dry. Instinctively, he gripped the fire axe beside him, feeling the chill of its wooden handle, clinging to it as if it might anchor him against the storm raging within. Fragments flooded his mind, his parents' gentle warnings, the quiet hum of his office, his comrades' brutal deaths, the woman dangling from the tree, and Monkey's twisted, terror-stricken face behind the storage room door. Kill him. Eliminate the threat. It's the only rational choice. Screamed reason. No, you cannot. Once your hands are stained, there is no return. What will you become? Cried conscience, raw with anguish. For the team. To survive. Responsibility pressed down, crushing absolute. Sweat traced a slow path down his temple. A wave of dizziness washed over him. The weight of moral restraint proved far heavier than imagined, nearly enough to break him. His gaze swept slowly across his teammates' tormented, conflicted faces. Then with a sharp inhale he rose, abruptly, decisively. Every eye locked onto him instantly. The air itself seemed to vanish. Chen Mo looked at no one. His eyes remained lowered, his voice hoarse, as if scraped raw by sandpaper, yet edged with unshakable resolve. No one need lift a hand. He paused, gathering strength, then continued, we cannot do it now. Not because we lack courage, but because we are not yet beasts like them. This hesitation proves we still bear the mark of humanity. He lifted his gaze, letting it pass over each face before settling on the storage room door, but keeping him alive carries too great a risk. We have no right to gamble with our lives. He made a decision no one anticipated. We'll bind him tightly to the pipe, seal his mouth completely. Then we prepare, immediately, for the assault on the police station. If we succeed, we'll decide his fate upon our return. If we fail, Chen Mo's voice dropped colder than winter stone, he either starves here, or is found by his own kind. And that then will no longer be our burden. This choice did not resolve the dilemma. It transformed its crushing weight into forward momentum. It spared every hand from bloodshed, now preserving the team's tenuous, trembling humanity. While confronting reality with chilling pragmatism, the captive's fate would be sealed not by conscience, but by the outcome of their mission. Li Ming froze for a heartbeat. Then a complex light flickered in his eyes. He understood Chen Mo's intent to shield the team's psyche while galvanizing action to its utmost. He nodded firm and solemn agreed. Brother Chong spat once hard. Damn it, lucky bastard. Yet his rigid shoulders eased slightly, the relief palpable. This path spared him the immediate agony of moral reckoning. Others, Xiao Zhou Qing, seemed to exhale a breath they'd held for hours. Fear lingered, yes, but the unbearable immediacy of ethical collapse had receded, if only for now. Once the decision settled, tension remained, but the suffocating paralysis dissolved. Purpose reemerged, sharp and urgent. Act. Survive. Chen Mo personally led Brother Chong and Li Ming into the storage room, dragged Monkey out, and secured him, face down, to a sturdy cast-iron pipe using thick plastic ties and electrical wire bindings so tight the cords bit into his flesh. His mouth was first stuffed with rag, then wrapped repeatedly with duct tape, ensuring absolute silence. Throughout, Monkey thrashed wildly, eyes wide with primal terror and desperate, pleading, his muffled cries never ceasing. Chen Mo's expression remained blank, his movements mechanical and forceful, deliberately avoiding eye contact. He felt his heart hammering violently, his arms trembling faintly, but suppressed it utterly. Perhaps you'll be dead when we return. Perhaps your comrades will find you. Perhaps, by then I'll be able to strike without hesitation. A frigid voice echoed deep within Chen Mo's mind. He buried it. Deep final absolute. With the captives secured, the team turned to final preparations. Weapons were checked. Roles assigned. The assault plan rehearsed, again and again. Yet in the frantic urgency of preparation, no one noticed during the violent struggle a tiny razor-sharp rust flake on the cast-iron pipe had quietly abraded the plastic tie around Monkey's wrist, leaving a hairline groove nearly invisible. Time passed slowly amidst the oppressive atmosphere of preparation. Inside the temporary base, everyone repeatedly checked their makeshift weapons, memorizing their assigned tasks, while a dead silence filled the air reminiscent of the calm before a storm. Chen Mo sat against the wall, eyes closed, attempting to temporarily block out the chaotic thoughts and moral burdens swirling in his mind. However, the knuckles of his tightly clasped hands turned pale, betraying the turmoil within. Suddenly, crack, snap. A faint yet distinctly abnormal sound came from the direction of the storage room. It was like the sound of plastic breaking, followed by suppressed, heavy breaths filled with ecstasy. Chen Mo's eyes snapped open. His heart skipped a beat. Not just him, Li Ming and Brother Chong almost simultaneously sprang to their feet, their sharp gazes piercing towards the door of the storage room. Not good. Brother Chong growled, the first to rush forward. Chen Mo's heart sank instantly to the bottom as a chilling fear and overwhelming guilt pierced through his insides like an ice pick. It was his fault. He hesitated. He failed to make a decisive move. He left this calamity behind. Bang! Brother Chong kicked open the door of the storage room. There was the thin monkey man, somehow freed from his restraints. The plastic ties on his wrists had snapped, and the tape on his mouth was half torn off. He struggled to rise from the ground like a heap of mud, his face a mix of sheer terror, twisted pain, and the ecstasy of impending escape. Seeing Brother Chong at the door, he let out a terrified shriek and scrambled towards the window, facing the interior of the community, which they had nailed shut with wooden boards. One of the wooden boards was already slightly loosened. Clearly, it was the result of his desperate kicking during his earlier struggle. Damn you! Trying to escape. Brother Chong cursed angrily as he dashed in to grab him. But the thin monkey's survival instincts flared, moving with incredible speed and slickness, narrowly avoiding Brother Chong's lunge and crashing his shoulder into the loosened board. Clang! The board was forcibly knocked open, creating a gap. Half his body immediately squeezed through. Stop him! Li Ming shouted sharply, drawing his gun to shoot. But the angle was too tight. Most of the thin monkey's body was already outside the window, making it easy to miss and waste precious bullets. All this happened in the blink of an eye. Chen Mo's mind went blank, leaving only one thought raging. It's my fault. I'll chase him. He let out a nearly astral growl, his eyes instantly bloodshot, as all hesitation and moral shackles were crushed by the primal fear of survival and overwhelming self-reproach. He burst forward like a bullet, shoving Brother Chong aside, not even pausing to go through the door, but diving straight through the shattered window gap. Outside was a ground about 3 meters high. Chen Mo landed heavily, rolling to absorb the impact, and sprang up without a moment's pause. Ahead, the thin monkey was already scrambling away for over 10 meters, stumbling and running wildly, while tearing the tape off his mouth with his bloodied hand, ready to scream for help. Help! The cry was only half formed. Chen Mo's speed reached an unprecedented peak, adrenaline coursing through him as everything around him seemed to move in slow motion. He could see the thin monkey's mouth widening, his face full of post-escape ecstasy and fear as he realized Chen Mo was pursuing him. He must not let him cry out. Chen Mo hurled the fire axe in his hand forward, not to injure, but to disrupt. The spinning axe whistled past the thin monkey's scalp, smashing against the wall ahead with a thud. The thin monkey ducked in fright, the remaining cries stuck in his throat. In that instant of hesitation, Chen Mo had already pounced on him like a leopard. Without any hesitation, without any technique, it was purely the most brutal street fighting method. He wrapped his arm around the thin monkey's neck while covering his mouth and nose with the other. With all his strength, he dragged him backward and slammed him to the ground. Ugh! Ugh! The thin monkey struggled desperately, his legs flailing, his elbows crashing violently into Chen Mo's ribs. Pain shot through him, but Chen Mo felt as if he were numb. His eyes were bloodshot, his mind consumed by a single frantic thought: shut up. Shut up. Shut up. He pressed down hard on the thin monkey's mouth, the veins on his arm bulging. The thin monkey's face turned purple from lack of oxygen and fear, his eyes bulging out. But that wasn't enough. Not enough. Just a little slack, and he could still scream. As long as it didn't kill him instantly, the struggle would attract attention. He needed a weapon. He needed to silence him completely. Chen Mo's gaze frantically swept around, locking onto the ground beside him. The sharpened steel rebar he had previously seized from the thin monkey. Just a few steps away. Dragging the wildly struggling thin monkey, he fought to reach the steel rebar, like dragging a fish out of water. The thin monkey seemed to sense his intention, struggling even more fiercely, his nails carving deep, bloody trails on Chen Mo's arm. Chen Mo pressed on, finally feeling the cold, rough steel grip tight. In that moment, it felt like seizing the reins of death. No time for thought. The thin monkey's struggles weakened, but the instinct to survive prompted him to unleash one last burst of strength to scream. Chen Mo suddenly flipped over, pressing the thin monkey down with all his weight. His left hand still clamped down on the monkey's mouth like an iron vice, nearly crushing his jawbone. The steel rebar in his right hand was raised high. His eyes met the thin monkey's, filled with sheer terror, pleading, and despair. That was the most naked plea of a dying person. Time seemed to freeze. Kill him. Now. A voice exploded in Chen Mo's mind. The arm fell. The first strike. Uffed. The sharp steel pierced into the thin monkey's side, penetrating the dirty tank top and burying itself in flesh. The initial sensation was a slight pause, as if piercing through some tough membrane, followed by an indescribable muffled resistance, and then a hollow, liberating feeling. Chen Mo's mind went blank. No sound, no image, only the clear physical sensation from his arm. He had pierced in. The thin monkey's body arched upward violently like an insect nailed to a board, his eyes instantly wide, with shock and indescribable agony and horror overwhelming him as a muffled, inhuman sound escaped from his mouth. The second strike. Chen Mo instinctively yanked out the steel rebar, warm, viscous liquid splattering onto his hands and face. He smelled a strong, iron-rich stench. He stabbed down again. This time, he didn't even aim, just wildly thrusting at the convulsing body beneath him. PFF. It felt like stabbing into a thick, cold, oily slab of dead pork with a blunt knife. The resistance was greater, requiring more force. Was it hitting bone? He didn't know. All he knew was to push harder. Again and again. Third strike, fourth strike, fifth strike. He lost count. His arm mechanically lifted and fell, lifted and fell. After the initial blankness, all kinds of sensory information surged into his nearly stagnant mind like a delayed tide. The resistance of the rebar piercing, whether smooth or sluggish, and the sticky sensation that made his teeth ache when pulled out. Warm, viscous liquid continued to splatter, soaking his hands and clothes. The sound of sharp objects breaking flesh, the subtle crack of bones being knocked or pierced, and the process of the body beneath him transitioning from violent convulsions to gradual weakness, ultimately ceasing all struggle. And his own heavy breathing like that of a bellows, along with the frantic beating of his heart. The thin monkey's once terrified and pleading eyes quickly lost all luster, becoming hollow and gray, staring blankly at the sky, as if silently accusing. Blood rapidly spread from beneath him, staining the ground, and forming an ever-expanding dark red viscous pool. The nauseating stench of blood mixed with the foul odor of the thin monkey's excrement, and a cold, indescribable scent of death that arose after life completely faded. During this process, Chen Mo felt as if part of his soul had detached from his body, floating in midair, coldly observing the blood-soaked figure below, madly stabbing like a beast. Morality. Chains. Humanity. In the face of survival, these things were as fragile as paper, easily torn to shreds. All his previous hesitation, all his struggles seemed so laughable and extravagant at this moment. Only surviving. Only the threat must be eliminated. This cold truth, with each stab of the steel rebar, etched deeply and bloodily into his very marrow. He didn't know how long it had been, perhaps only a few seconds, or perhaps a century. Chen Mo's movements slowed down, eventually coming to a stop. The thin monkey beneath him had long since ceased to move, his body riddled with wounds, a scene of utter devastation. Chen Mo released his grip on the monkey's mouth. That hand had become stiff and numb, covered in saliva and blood. He slumped down in the pool of blood, gasping heavily, staring at the gruesome corpse before him, at his own hands stained with blood and bits of flesh, and at the still dripping steel rebar. No vomiting, no screaming, no breaking down. Only immense, boundless emptiness and numbness. As if the madman from moments ago was not himself. And yet it seemed like that was the true self, stripped of all civilized pretense. The world became eerily quiet. The distant howls and sounds of wind seemed to vanish. He sat dazed for a few seconds, then, as if in a trance, he staggered to his feet. He glanced towards the police station, still silent, seemingly undisturbed. He bent down, grabbed one of the thin monkey's already stiff ankles, dragging him step by step unsteadily, making his way back. A long, gruesome, dark red blood trail was left on the ground. Through the broken window, he laboriously dragged the corpse back, tossing it onto the floor of the storage room. Then he walked out. Everyone in the base stood there silent as a grave. They had witnessed everything that transpired outside, saw Chen Mo's frenzied chase, his final fury, and now this. Blood-soaked, with vacant, numb eyes, as if he had just returned from hell. Brother Chong opened his mouth, but ultimately said nothing, silently handing over a relatively clean piece of cloth. Li Ming looked at Chen Mo, his expression exceedingly complex, filled with shock relief and a deep sense of reverence. He stepped forward, patting Chen Mo's shoulder, his movements heavy. Xiao Zhou A Qing Chong Zi, an old, he instinctively avoided Chen Mo's gaze, not daring to meet his eyes. The coldness and emptiness in them frightened them, but beneath that fear lay an indescribable sense of security and submission. He did the dirtiest, bloodiest, most boundary-breaking thing. For them, he alone bore this sin that could never be washed away, and the psychological weight. Chen Mo did not look at anyone. He quietly and meticulously wiped the blood from his hands and face again and again, as if trying to erase something, yet knowing it could never be completely removed. Then he raised his head, his gaze sweeping over the crowd, and gradually focus began to coalesce in his once vacant eyes, a cold, hard focus akin to rock. His voice was terrifyingly hoarse, yet carried an unprecedented, unquestionable authority. Prepare for action. No doubt, no hesitation. At this moment, Chen Mo's position as leader no longer stemmed from his calmness or wisdom, but from the bloody price and burdens he had paid for it. He truly bore the shattered team on his bloodstained shoulders. Chen Mo was not a reckless person. That statement of readiness was a reminder for others to prepare themselves. Glancing at the cold body on the ground, Chen Mo gently closed the storeroom door, isolating the gradually cooling corpse and the heavy scent of blood. Yet that aura seemed to have seeped into the walls, permeating every corner of the temporary stronghold, weighing heavily on everyone's hearts. Standing in the center of the room with his back to the others, Chen Mo's shoulders trembled slightly, his heavy breathing echoing eerily in the silence. He slowly raised his hands, stained with thick blood, staring blankly. His fingertips still trembled unconsciously. It was not fear, but a physiological weakness following an excessive outburst, along with some indescribable aftershock of having his soul forcibly torn away and roughly shoved back. He did not turn around, but could clearly sense the gazes behind him. Horror, fear, reverence, confusion, and even a hint of barely perceptible estrangement. He had just personally executed a bloody judgment, crushing the potential crisis along with a part of his own humanity in the most primal and violent manner. At this moment, in their eyes, he was perhaps no longer just the calm coordinator, but a terrifying existence stained with the blood of his own kind. He sensed this change, yet had no time to dwell on it. A few minutes of silence. Time seemed to have frozen. Finally, Chen Mo took a deep breath, the air tinged with the taste of rust and the coldness of death forcing down the turmoil in his chest. He turned around, his face devoid of expression, marked only by a pallor from excessive consumption and an almost inhuman calm. Those eyes, once flickering with the caution and occasional hesitance of a temporary bureaucrat, now resembled two bottomless cold pools, all emotions frozen deep within. Everyone come here. His voice was hoarse, yet exceptionally steady, carrying an undeniable commanding tone. No one hesitated. Li Ming was the first to step forward, his gaze complex as it swept over Chen Mo's bloodstained hands before finally settling firmly on his face. Chong Gu spat and walked over, his eyes fierce, yet no longer directly meeting Chen Mo's. Xiao Zhou A Qing and Chong Zi exchanged cautious glances and carefully gathered around, instinctively maintaining a slight distance. Old he nervously stayed by the injured, afraid to approach. Chen Mo crouched down, using the bloodstained tip of a metal rod to scratch on the dusty floor. We don't have much time. He got straight to the point, his tone as cold as if analyzing a disaster report rather than planning a life-or-death assault. The noise earlier may not have alarmed the police station, but we can't take that risk. We must act immediately. He drew a square in the dust. Police station. The intel from the stronghold indicates there are still about 15 or 16 of them. The leader, Long Gu, is in the director's office on the 3rd floor. His core subordinate, De Biao, is guarding the 2nd floor armory with 2 others, the door not fully breached. The rest are scattered in the 1st floor lounge at the entrance and on the rooftop lookout. He paused, scanning those who could act. Li Ming, Chong Gu, Chong Zi, Xiao Zhou A Qing, 6 people. Old he will stay behind. He began to calmly analyze each point like a cold blade slicing through the bloody reality. The enemy has the advantage with numbers nearly 3 times ours. They occupy the terrain and are familiar with the environment. They possess a few firearms, about 5 or 6 handguns, 2 shotguns with an unknown, but certainly limited amount of ammunition. They have makeshift fortifications. As for their weaknesses, they can be described as a rabble, undisciplined, likely drinking and having fun at night with low vigilance. The core target, the armory, is not fully secured, which is their lifeline. Their atrocities have lost them favor, and internally they may not be united. Chen Mo glanced at everyone before continuing. Our advantages include relatively accurate intel. Thanks to him, we have the element of surprise. Our target is clear and singular, the armory. He paused, his voice growing heavier. We have no retreat, and our will to survive far exceeds theirs. Moreover, we have just eliminated an internal threat. He mentioned this matter with no hint of fluctuation in his tone. As for disadvantages, we are at an absolute disadvantage in numbers and firepower. We lack means for breaching, there are injured needing protection limiting our actions, and his gaze swept across everyone as if it were a tangible force finally, settling on Xiao Zhou and Qing's pale faces. Some of us may not yet be prepared for close combat with living opponents where life and death are at stake. This is not a question of doubt, it is a reality we must face. This statement cut through the team's most vulnerable and fatal nerve points like a cold scalpel. Xiao Zhou trembled, suddenly lowering his head. Qing bit her lip tightly, her fingers digging into the wooden guard of the sawed-off shotgun. Even Changzi instinctively swallowed. Li Ming's eyes sharpened as he spoke. I can take responsibility for silently eliminating the sentries to open a path for you. He willingly took on the task that required firing, which was relatively clean and more in line with his skills and psychological positioning. Changgu grinned, revealing a fierce smile. I've been wanting to chop those bastards up. Count me in for the assault. His ferocity was more of an outlet for external aggression as well as a form of self-affirmation. Chen Mo nodded, not surprised by their reactions. He continued to sketch a simple assault route on the ground. The strategy is straightforward: feint to the east and strike to the west, quick battle, quick resolution. The core target is the second-floor armory. Li Ming, Chen Mo looked at this former soldier. You find a high point, prioritize silently resolving the rooftop sentries. If that fails, the gunfire will be the signal, and you must quickly eliminate the obvious sentries on the rooftop and at the entrance to create chaos and draw attention. Assault Team Michong Guchongzi. We will infiltrate through the weak spots on the side walls. After Li Ming's gunfire, we charge to the second floor, resolving or suppressing De Biao and his 2 men at the armory door with the fastest speed and strongest firepower. Qing, Chen Mo turned to her, his tone leaving no room for doubt. You will carry the shotgun following closely behind the assault team, but your task is to serve as the rear guard. Block the stairway, deterring or taking down any enemies trying to rush up from the first floor to provide support. You do not need to actively clear them out, but you must secure our rear. If anyone rushes up, there is no need for warning. He deliberately emphasized the last 4 words. Xiao Zhou, Chen Mo's tone softened slightly, but remained serious. You will follow behind the assault team, but your task is not combat. Once we control or suppress the armory door, you need to find a way to open it. Use your skills, tools, or even brute force. That is our only objective. Until the door opens, don't worry about anything else, even if the sky falls. The division of labor was clear. Each person assigned roles that maximized their characteristics and current psychological states. Remember, Chen Mo's voice dropped to an icy tone, each word striking the ground like tempered steel balls. This is not a righteous judgment. This is survival plunder. Speed is life, hesitation is death. In the face of resistance, strike at vital points: head, neck, chest, and abdomen. Do not give them any chance to react, call for help, or even make noise. Treat them, he added, his gaze sweeping across everyone who might face this moment, as moving, resisting, and extremely dangerous obstacles. Our goal is to eliminate obstacles, seize resources, and then survive. He did not ask if they could do it, but directly presupposed that it must be done, assigning the most brutal frontline killing tasks primarily to himself, Chang Gu, and Chang Zi, who appeared most capable of ruthless action. Li Ming's long-range support, Qing's defensive rearguard, and Xiao Zhou's technical work all helped to some extent to avoid the brutal close-quarters slaughter with the enemy, providing them a psychological buffer and adaptation period. He himself would once again grip that blood-stained metal rod, charging at the forefront. 10 minutes. Chen Mo stood up, casually wiping the blood off the metal rod onto his pant leg, his actions carrying a disquieting indifference. Check your weapons, adjust your states. He said no more, walking to the window, turning his back to the others, gazing out at the community shrouded in darkness and danger. His silhouette was upright, yet it seemed to bear a heavy burden, a profound sense of solitude spreading within. He laid out the plan, the responsibilities, and even the hope of survival. He bore the initial and heaviest blood debt for them. Now he needed to know if, when he first crashed into the enemy ranks, these teammates who had just experienced shock and fear could overcome their inner barriers, grasp their weapons, and for survival strike, smash, or pull the trigger that determined life or death. The 10 minutes of rest felt as fleeting as an illusion. No one could truly adjust their state. The lingering smell of blood and the corpses in the storeroom constantly reminded them of the perilous realm they were about to enter. Chen Mo roughly tied the bloodstained steel rod to his back with a cloth strip, gripping the fire axe tightly once more. The edge of the axe gleamed with a cold, hard light in the dim surroundings. Li Ming checked the last 7 rounds of his handgun, his gaze sharp as an eagle's. Chang Gu moved his injured leg, cursing under his breath as he tightened his grip on the empty shotgun. Chang Zi licked his cracked lips, the machete trembling slightly in his hand, yet he held it tightly. Qing's face was pale, her hands clutching the short sawn-off shotgun tightly, her knuckles turning white from the pressure. Xiao Zhou repeatedly checked the tools in his backpack. Crowbar, screwdriver, and even a small metal leg removed from discarded furniture. It was his hope for opening doors. Let's go. Chen Mo's voice was deep, lacking any unnecessary encouragement, like a cold command. He was the first to quietly slip out through the broken window, moving as gracefully as a nocturnal feline landing soundlessly. The others followed in order, with Li Ming bringing up the rear, carefully covering their traces. The night was heavy and the neighborhood was eerily silent, broken only by distant, indistinct howls and the sound of the wind. The air was thick with a faint stench of decay and an almost imperceptible scent of something burnt. Following the predetermined route, they moved swiftly and quietly in the shadows of the buildings, inching towards the rear side of the police station. Chen Mo was like the most vigilant hunter, each of his senses heightened to capture any sign of abnormality. Soon the dark silhouette of the three-story police station loomed before them. The surrounding wall was not high, but it was topped with barbed wire. Just as the thin monkey had said, there was a section that seemed to have collapsed due to the earlier chaos, with rubble piling up to create an easy climbing gap. As they were about to approach the wall, a suffocating yet unusually clear sound came from a window on the first floor of the police station, faintly lit by a candle. It was the sound of a woman crying and pleading, mixed with the coarse, vulgar laughter and gasping of men. "Damn it, little bitch. Dare to scratch me. Haha. Long Gu is bored. It's our turn to have some fun. Hold her down. Don't let her make a sound. Such tender skin. What a pity." The filthy words intertwined with the sound of fabric tearing and the sharp slaps against flesh alongside the heartbreaking, desperate whimpers. Everyone froze instantly in the shadows beneath the wall. Xiao Zhou and Qing's faces turned as white as paper, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. Chang Zi's breathing became heavy, flames of fury igniting in his eyes. Chang Gu cursed quietly and turned his head away. Even Li Ming's brow furrowed tightly, his grip on the gun tightening. Chen Mo's heart felt as though it were gripped by a cold hand. He knew this gang of scum was capable of the worst atrocities, but hearing the naked brutality with his own ears still filled him with a wave of intense nausea and anger. His first instinct was to ignore it. Task first. No distractions. However, his gaze suddenly fixated on the window nearby. There were two old double-barrel shotguns casually leaning against it. Clearly those inside had set them aside while committing their violence. Weapons. And they were long guns, more powerful than handguns. The plan instantly revised itself in Chen Mo's mind. Rescuing and seizing weapons could align their goals. He abruptly turned his head, scanning his teammates in the darkness, and issued orders in a whisper that was low yet clear. Change of plan. Chang Gu, Chang Zi, move quietly with me. Li Ming, stick to the original plan. Find a vantage point. Prepare to support. Qing, Xiaozhou, stay here to keep watch. No time to hesitate. No time to discuss morals. Opportunities slip away quickly. Chen Mo gestured akin to a specter and stealthily approached the window. Chang Gu and Chang Zi exchanged glances, the same fury and resolve flashing in their eyes, immediately following suit. The window was not fully shut, leaving a gap, clearly for ventilation. A strong smell of alcohol, sweat, and an indescribable stench wafted out from inside. Chen Mo peered through the gap. Inside, a small room of about 10 square meters was flickering with candlelight. Three men, clad only in their underpants and covered in tattoos, were pinning a naked young girl, bruised and tear-streaked, onto a filthy table, committing heinous acts. The girl's eyes were vacant, reduced to mechanical sobs and faint struggles. Empty bottles and leftover cans lay scattered around. The two shotguns leaned against the wall right below the window. A perfect opportunity, and a scene straight out of hell. Chen Mo signaled to Chang Gu and Chang Zi. He would handle the closest one, while Chang Gu and Chang Zi would deal with the other two. Be quick, be quiet. The two nodded heavily, their eyes reddened. Chen Mo gently pushed open the window, moving so slowly that not a single sound was made. He slipped inside as silently as an eel landing without a sound. The nearest man, facing away from the window, seemed to sense something and muttered, "Feels like there's a breeze." Just as he was about to turn around, Chen Mo moved. There were no shouts, no hesitation, only the most efficient killing. His left hand clamped down like an iron vice over the man's mouth and nose, while his right hand swung the axe blade with precision, ruthlessly slicing across the man's throat. Ugh. Huh. The man stiffened suddenly, his eyes bulging out as he managed only a few faint, blood-choked gasps before he slumped down. Meanwhile, Chang Gu and Chang Zi pounced in like ferocious tigers. Chang Gu smashed the empty shotgun stock hard against the back of the second man's head. The man fell to the ground without a sound, lifeless. Chang Zi then wrapped his arm around the neck of the third man from behind, while his other hand plunged the machete mercilessly into the man's chest. But the man's struggle was fierce as he approached death, and Chang Zi could not cover his mouth in time, allowing him to emit a short, muffled groan. Who? A vague voice of inquiry came from the next room. They were hurt. Not good. Chen Mo's eyes turned cold. At that moment, the man who had been stabbed by Chang Zi, still not dead, struggled to raise his hand, as if to claw at something, emitting terrifying hissing sounds from his throat. It was Chang Zi's first time killing someone with his own hands. Seeing the terror in the dying man's eyes and the blood on his hands, he froze, color draining from his face, instinctively wanting to loosen his grip. In that critical instant, Chen Mo moved like a flash of cold lightning, stepping forward decisively, the fire axe in his hand swinging down, without hesitation, producing a chilling sound as it severed through the air. Crack, a sound that made one's teeth ache. The axe blade embedded deeply into the man's skull, nearly cleaving his head in two. Red and white splattered all over Chang Zi's face. The man lay utterly still. Chang Zi stood frozen in place, the warm, sticky sensation on his face, and the horrific scene made his stomach churn violently, but he gritted his teeth, refusing to vomit, his eyes wide with shock and fear. Chen Mo withdrew the axe without sparing a glance at the horrific corpse, his gaze coldly sweeping over Chang Zi. Clear the obstacles, not a moment of hesitation allowed. Remember, his tone was eerily calm, as if he had merely swatted a fly. Even he was slightly surprised at the coldness and numbness within him. The second time killing someone with his own hands was even more smooth. This realization sent a chill through him, but it was quickly suppressed by the immediate crisis at hand. The footsteps and curses from next door grew louder. Lao San, Dog Dan, what the hell are you doing? Making such a racket over a woman. Chen Mo quickly picked up the two shotguns leaning against the wall, checked them, and found them filled with ammunition. He tossed one to Chang Gu and held onto the other. Chang Gu caught the gun, his eyes brightening, feeling a surge of confidence. Quick, barricade the door from the inside, Chen Mo urged. Chang Zi snapped to attention, hurriedly securing the door bolt. Almost simultaneously, the sound of banging on the door echoed. Damn, who's inside? Open the door. Chen Mo ignored the banging and quickly approached the girl curled up on the table, nearly fainting from fear. He wrapped her in a dirty coat he picked up from the floor, whispering, "If you want to live, don't make a sound and come with us." The girl looked at him in terror, taking in his blood-smeared body and cold gaze trembling all over, but her survival instinct made her bite her lip and nod. Li Ming, Chen Mo shouted into his radio. Almost the moment his voice fell, bang! A crisp gunshot rang out from the roof of the police station, followed by the sound of something heavy hitting the ground. Li Ming had made his move. He had successfully neutralized, or at least attacked, the rooftop sentry. The banging and shouting from below paused abruptly, clearly drawn away by the gunfire from the rooftop. Damn it! What's happening on the roof? Enemy attack. Quick, grab your weapons. Outside, chaotic shouts and footsteps rang out. Opportunity. Go! Chen Mo shouted, signaling Chang Zi to open the window they had just come through. However, just as they were about to flee this bloody room, A Qing and Xiao Zhou peered through the gap in the wall, out of worry, catching sight of the hellish scene inside. The three bodies in various states of demise, splattered blood and brain matter, and Chen Mo and Chang Zi covered in blood. Ugh! Xiao Zhou was the first, unable to hold back, bending over and violently vomiting, tears and snot streaming down his face. A Qing's face was as white as paper, her stomach churning violently, desperately covering her mouth to avoid throwing up right then and there, but her body trembled like a leaf in the wind. This was the true face of close-range slaughter, far more bloody and visually and spiritually shocking than imagined. Chen Mo's gaze swept over them, offering no comfort, only a cold prompt. If you don't want to die, keep up. Chang Zi, support her. He pointed to the girl who could barely walk. Chang Zi wiped the blood from his face, swallowing his discomfort, and helped the girl up. Chang Gu, armed with his newly acquired shotgun, cautiously pointed it forward. Chen Mo took the lead, holding another shotgun, and burst out of the room into the dark interior hallway of the police station. Behind them, the sound of banging on the door and shouts grew more intense, mixed with gunfire. But they had gained precious time and possessed greater firepower. In that moment, each member of the team was being fiercely tempered by blood and fire. Some were vomiting, some were trembling, but no one stopped. The interior corridor of the police station was dark and oppressive, filled with a mixture of dust, mildew, blood, and a faint aroma of smoke, alcohol, and sweat. The sounds of banging doors and shouting behind them, along with sporadic gunfire in the distance, likely from Li Ming eliminating other sentries or engaging enemies responding to the commotion, echoed like a death knell, urging them to move forward relentlessly. Chen Mo led the charge, tightly gripping the recently confiscated double-barreled shotgun. The cold metallic feel was unfamiliar and heavy, starkly different from the fire axe he was accustomed to. He strained to recall the gun-holding stances he had seen in films, his fingers resting on the trigger, his mind taut with tension. Chang Gu followed closely behind, also brandishing another shotgun, his fierce gaze scanning every dark doorway and corner ahead. Chang Zi supported a trembling girl who could scarcely walk, while his other hand tightly gripped a machete, remaining vigilant of their rear. A Qing's face was pale, Yet she remained committed to her duty, holding a sawed-off shotgun to cover their rear, the muzzle shifting slightly to point at any potential threats. Xiao Zhou closely followed behind Chang, Zi carrying a toolkit, breathing heavily. The staircase was just ahead. According to show house intel, the armory was at the innermost part of the second floor. Hurry! Chen Mo growled, quickening his pace. However, just as they were about to reach the staircase, crack! A sharp sound pierced the air. Chen Mo cursed inwardly as his foot accidentally stepped on an empty bottle left on the ground. The noise was particularly jarring in the silent corridor. Almost simultaneously, a rough voice boomed from above the staircase. Who? What's going on down there? Footsteps rapidly approached. A burly man in a floral shirt with his belt in hand appeared at the staircase corner, holding a handgun. The two sides instantly confronted one another. The burly man saw the unfamiliar figures below, fully armed and bloodied, especially the shotguns in their hands, and the girl they had rescued. His expression changed drastically, and without a second thought, he raised his gun to shoot. Damn it! Chen Mo's heart dropped, his survival instinct overriding everything. He raised the shotgun almost instinctively, barely having time to aim carefully, and pulled the trigger at the blurry figure above the staircase. Boom! The deafening blast exploded in the narrow corridor. The tremendous recoil slammed into Chen Mo's shoulder, numbing half his body, nearly causing him to lose grip on the stock. The shotgun had a wide spread, unleashing countless steel pellets in a fan-like spray. The burly man on the staircase let out a shrill scream as blood erupted from his chest, and his body propelled backward, crashing heavily onto the stairs, convulsing a few times before falling still. The immense gunshot left everyone's eardrums buzzing, and the smell of gunpowder quickly filled the air. Chen Mo was momentarily stunned by the loud noise and recoil. He hadn't anticipated such power from the weapon, nor the terrifying commotion it caused. But the crisis was not yet over. Enemy attack. Below. More shouts and chaotic footsteps erupted from the second floor. Clearly, this loud gunshot had completely exposed their position. Charge up. Quickly. Changgu reacted swiftly, shouting angrily as he rushed up with the shotgun. Chen Mo snapped back to reality, gritting his teeth to follow, ignoring the pain in his shoulder. As they rounded the corner of the staircase, they spotted two enemies rushing down the corridor from the second floor, one wielding a machete and the other, surprisingly, holding an old-fashioned handgun. Bang! The man with the handgun fired a shot in panic, the bullet striking the staircase railing and sparking a shower of sparks. Damn you! Changgu roared, almost firing directly at the enemy's gun barrel. Boom! Another deafening blast. The powerful shot instantly knocked the armed enemy backward, crashing into the wall lifeless. The other enemy with the machete was grazed by the flying pellets, terrified, and screamed, turning to flee. Aching! Chen Mo shouted urgently. Aching, stationed at the bottom of the staircase, heard the shout, gritted her teeth, raised her sawed-off shotgun, aimed at the fleeing figure, closed her eyes, and pulled the trigger with force. Boom! The sound of the sawed-off shotgun was even more explosive, and the recoil was greater. Aching was jolted and gasped in surprise, almost losing her balance as the muzzle jumped upward. Most of the pellets struck the ceiling and walls, peeling away large patches of paint. Yet a few fortunate pellets hit the man's leg. Oh! The man screamed as he fell to the ground, dropping his machete. Seeing this, Chang Zi set the girl down, eyes reddening as he rushed forward, raising the knife to strike at the back of the man's neck. The screams ceased abruptly. In a brief close-quarters fight, 3 enemies were swiftly eliminated. Yet the entire process shattered the night's tranquility with gunfire. Quick! To the armory! Chen Mo urged loudly, not bothering to check the aftermath. He knew more enemies were swarming in. They desperately ran along the corridor on the second floor. From the rooms on both sides came uncertain shouts and disturbances. Some doors swung open suddenly, revealing terrified or fierce faces, but the savage appearance of Chen Mo and Chang Gu pointing their shotguns temporarily scared them back. This rabble's nature of preying on the weak was fully exposed. It's right ahead. Xiao Zhou pointed at a noticeably sturdier iron door at the end of the corridor. Sure enough, 2 bodies in police uniforms lay sprawled at the entrance, their blood long dried and darkened. A particularly burly, brutish, bald man and a scruffy-haired kid were frantically trying to break the lock beside the iron door with a large hammer they had found. Hearing the commotion and gunfire behind them, they turned in shock. The burly man reacted swiftly, seeing Chen Mo and the others rushing in, especially the shotguns in their hands. He cursed, immediately giving up on the lock and reaching into his pocket. He had a gun too. Take him down! Changgu roared, raising his gun simultaneously with Chen Mo. Boom! Boom! The 2 thunderous gunshots nearly overlapped. Blood erupted from the burly man's chest as he looked down in disbelief, his massive frame crashing to the ground. The scruffy-haired kid next to him screamed in terror, raising his hands. Don't kill me. I surrender. The word surrender hadn't even left his lips. A cold glint flashed in Chen Mo's eyes, showing no hesitation as he swung the recently fired shotgun, still smoking like a club, striking the scruffy-haired kid viciously on the temple. Bang! A muffled thud silenced the kid's voice, his eyes rolling back as he crumpled to the ground lifeless. Cold, efficient, leaving no potential risks. Xiaozhou, the door. Chen Mo shouted, panting heavily, quickly breaking open the barrel, ejecting 2 hot shells, and receiving 2 fresh bullets from Chong Gu, a load, which he had previously picked up from the first room. Xiaozhou, suppressing the overwhelming stench of blood and the horror of the bodies in the corridor, rushed to the iron door. The lock was a traditional mechanical combination lock with a physical padlock which had been somewhat deformed by De Biao and the others' attempts to break it, but it remained sturdy. "I need time," Xiaozhou shouted anxiously, pulling out a crowbar and screwdriver to begin his attempts. Chong Gu, Chong Zi guard both ends of the corridor. Qing, keep an eye on the rear. Chen Mo ordered, holding his gun, warily staring at the tightly shut doors on both sides of the corridor, listening intently for any approaching footsteps. Outside, a cacophony of footsteps and shouts could be heard. The enemies were gathering, yet seemingly deterred by the earlier ferocity of the slaughter and the shotguns, might they dared not rush in recklessly. Time passed slowly, each second feeling like a year. Xiaozhou's forehead was drenched in sweat, his fingers trembling with anxiety, but he concentrated intently, using the tools to pry and manipulate the deformed locks. Click, creak. The grating sound of metal friction was incessant. Finally, got it. Xiaozhou breathed a sigh of relief. The physical padlock was successfully pried open. The combination lock had also been forcibly twisted open with brute strength and tools due to previous damage. Chen Mo kicked the heavy iron door open with a crash. Inside was a small room. Against the wall stood several green metal cabinets, 2 of which had been pried open, empty inside. But 2 cabinets remained intact. "Quick, check what's inside," Chen Mo urged. Xiaozhou and Chong Zi immediately rushed in, violently destroying the remaining cabinet locks with their crowbar and machete. The cabinet doors were pried open. The sight before them left everyone breathless. Though not as bountiful as they had imagined, it was still exhilarating. 2 well-maintained Type 95 automatic rifles. 4 black police-issued 9mm revolvers. Several fully loaded rifle magazines, and a few boxes of loose handgun ammunition. There were also some police batons and a few bulletproof vests. With these, they had the means to confront Long Guest gang directly. "Quick, grab them," Chen Mo growled, seizing the first automatic rifle. It felt heavy in his hands, a cold and reliable sense of power coursing through him. He quickly checked it, mimicking the actions to load the magazine and disengage the safety. Li Ming charged up from the staircase, his eyes lighting up with excitement at the sight of the weapons, immediately grabbing another automatic rifle. Chong Gu exclaimed with delight, grabbing a revolver and several magazines. Chong Zi also switched to a handgun, excitedly gesturing with it. Qing hesitated before the weapons, but ultimately picked up a handgun, her hands still trembling. Xiaozhou frantically stuffed bullet boxes into his backpack. Just as they armed themselves and hadn't yet savored the joy of their newfound weaponry. Clap, clap, clap. A slow and clear sound of applause suddenly emanated from the old speaker at the top of the corridor, echoing through the silent second floor. Then a mocking, sinister voice, as if a cat was toying with a mouse, came through the broadcast, clearly reaching everyone's ears. "Not bad, really not bad. Where did this dragon come from? Quite a skill, huh? You've killed so many of my men and even pried open my armory." The voice paused, its tone becoming even colder and more malicious. "However, the game is over. Do you really think that just grabbing a few sticks can let you walk out of my territory alive?" It was Long Gu. Everyone's movements froze instantly, the joy they had just gained doused by a bucket of ice water. They were still deep within the wolf's den. Chen Mo's heart sank, suddenly a wave of intense unease gripping him instantly. Long Guest's tone was too calm, as if their actions were completely within the opponent's expectations. At that moment, Long Guest's voice rang out again, laced with a chilling appreciation and unabashed pride. "Oh, by the way, I must thank you for helping me deal with a few disobedient wastes, saving me the trouble of doing it myself. That skinny monkey, is he acting pretty convincingly? Crying for mercy and then accidentally letting slip that we only have a handful of old, weak, sickly members left with just a few broken guns, not even able to open the pantry armory." This statement exploded like thunder in Chen Mo's mind. The skinny monkey. Was it intentional? All that intel was a trap. Long Gu seemed to sense their shock through the broadcast, his laughter growing even more rampant and cruel. "Didn't expect this, did you? Do you really think I've been idling around in the underworld all these years? Lying, deceiving, mixing truth with falsehood. I've played this game more than you've even eaten. I set the rules long ago. Anyone under me who gets caught by the heroes from outside should know what to do. You have to act submissive, spit out half-truths to lure you in. How's that? This bait, is it enticing? Don't you think it's been too damn smooth getting in here? Do you think my people are useless with weak defenses? Huh. That's because I deliberately pulled back the outer members, letting you clever little rats sneak in. Otherwise, how could I close the doors to beat the dog? How could I catch you scum hiding in the gutters, always plotting against me in one fell swoop? Chen Mo felt a bone-chilling coldness and immense guilt. He instantly understood all the oddities. Why did the skinny monkey break free so coincidentally? Why did the internal resistance at the police station appear somewhat loose, or even slow? Why did Longo only speak up after they got their weapons? All of this was a carefully laid, extremely vicious trap, using the lives of a few discarded pawns and meticulously woven false intel as bait to lure them deep into the core, then encircle and annihilate them. Initially, I thought I'd catch a few small fry to whet my appetite, but I didn't expect to actually attract a few tough characters who dared to take the bait, even raiding my armory. Well, that saved me a lot of effort. Long Guest's voice turned cold and filled with murderous intent, his vicious face palpable even through the broadcast. Everyone listen up. Don't just watch the show downstairs. Block all the front and back doors and every window. Not a single fly is allowed to escape. I want to see if these mad dogs with their new toys can still bark. The broadcast abruptly cut off. In its place was the sudden eruption of intense and chaotic sounds from both ends of the corridor. Heavy footsteps, fierce curses, the sound of metallic weapons dragging and scraping against the ground, and even several arrogant gunshots warning. Flashes of fire and beams of flashlight moved wildly like ghostly flames at the stairway, and the other end of the corridor, shadows flickering. A preliminary assessment concluded there were definitely no less than 30 people. Moreover, from the sound, many of them were pouring in from downstairs and other rooms, forming a solid encirclement. Damn it. We've fallen into the trap. That bastard tricked us. Chen Mo's face turned ashen, cursing angrily as he violently ejected the bullet chamber of his revolver and snapped it shut, the crisp sound echoing with rage and a barely perceptible fear. Li Ming's face also turned extremely grim, quickly aiming his gun at the swaying figure at the end of the corridor, growling, "The enemy outnumbers us 5-1. And they are well prepared. We are completely surrounded. This terrain is extremely unfavorable for us." Chen Mo felt as though a cold hand was gripping his heart tightly, nearly suffocating him. A massive sense of guilt and anger nearly drowned him. It was his judgment. It was his decision. He had led the team into this deadly trap. Every truth from the skinny monkey now became a poison blade stabbing into his and his teammates' hearts. What to do? Mo go. There are too many of them. Little Zhou's voice trembled with a hint of a cry, the sense of security from just acquiring weapons, evaporating, his body shaking like a sieve. A Qing's hand trembled so violently while holding the pistol that she could hardly grip it, her face as pale as paper. Changzi was also sweating profusely, clutching the machete and newly acquired pistol tightly. Despair. Utter despair. The recently gained firepower advantage seemed so pale and powerless in the face of overwhelming numbers and premeditated encirclement. They were like beasts trapped in a snare, baring their teeth, but firmly ensnared. Hold your ground. Use the doorway and cover. Conserve ammo. Aim and shoot. Chen Mo forced himself to break free from the immense shock, his voice hoarse and distorted from the intense suppression, yet carrying the last hint of unyielding ferocity. Li Ming, Chang, Gu, hold the left side. Changzi, Qing, guard the right side with me. Little Zhou, load the bullets. There was no other choice. Only a fight to the death. Perhaps they could rely on the sudden burst of automatic fire in the narrow terrain to hold out a few more minutes, hoping for a miracle. But the miracle did not arrive. Instead, Long Guest's cold and brutal voice echoed through the broadcast. Kill them. Get my guns back. Kill. Charge. The chaotic shouts and footsteps surged like a flood from the stairway and the other end of the corridor. Flashes of fire and beams of flashlight swung wildly, illuminating countless twisted and fierce faces wielding machetes and steel pipes, and even the barrels of several shotguns and pistols. Fire. Chen Mo's pupils contracted as he let out a hoarse roar, first pulling the trigger. Da-da-da-da. The hot shell casings joyfully bounced out, clattering against the walls and floor. The two enemies charging at the front trembled violently, as if electrocuted, blood bursting from their bodies, screaming as they fell back, knocking down those behind them. Boom. Boom. Chang Gu and Li Ming's shotguns nearly roared in unison, the massive sound and scattering steel pellets abruptly halting the crowd attempting to surge up the stairs, mingled with screams and curses. Bang, bang, bang. Changzi and Qing also fired their pistols at the enemies rushing from the other end. The power of the pistol bullets was limited but still deadly in the narrow corridor. An enemy charging with a machete had his chest burst open in a spray of blood, collapsing on the ground. The battle instantly escalated to a fever pitch. The narrow corridor became a meat grinder of death. Bullets whizzed and flew, striking the walls, sending countless fragments and dust flying. The smell of blood, gunpowder, screams, and gunfire mixed together, stimulating everyone's nerves. Chen Mo struggled to keep the gun steady, firing short bursts toward the area with more enemies. It was his first time using an automatic rifle, and the recoil was painful on his shoulder. His shooting accuracy wasn't high, but the concentrated fire effectively suppressed the enemies at the end of the corridor. Li Ming displayed the skills of a former professional soldier, and the 95-style rifle seemed to come alive in his hands, his precise short bursts continually taking down enemies attempting to show themselves. Changgu relied on the shotgun's devastating area damage to hold the stairway corner, a single shot scattering enemies in chaos. However, there were simply too many enemies. Moreover, they had guns too. Bang! Bang! Several pistol bullets shot from the other end of the corridor, striking the door frame of the armory, sparks flying, stray bullets whizzing past, forcing Chen Mo and Chang Zi to pull back. Flashlights! Shoot out their flashlights! Li Ming shouted loudly. Chen Mo understood and adjusted his aim, sweeping fire at the flickering light source at the other end of the corridor. Da-da-da! Several flashlights shattered in response, glass shards scattering, accompanied by the enemy's cries of pain. The light at the other end dimmed instantly, causing the enemy's attack to falter. But in that brief moment of respite, a piercing feminine scream rang out. It was the girl they had rescued. She had been huddled in the corner at the armory door in terror, trying to avoid stray bullets. However, a wave of shotgun steel pellets fired blindly from the staircase rained down on her position. The dense sound of steel pellets hitting flesh was agonizing. The girl's body jerked violently like a rag doll, her white coat quickly stained a glaring crimson, countless small blood holes blossoming on her body. She didn't even have a chance to make a second sound, her eyes wide with endless fear and confusion, collapsing weakly as blood quickly pooled beneath her. Instant death. Ching just happened to catch sight of this horrific scene, her stomach churning violently, nearly vomiting, her shooting action freezing. Little Zhou, hiding inside the door, saw this scene through a crack, his face as pale as paper, desperately covering his mouth, tears uncontrollably streaming from his eyes due to fear. Chen Mo's heart felt as though it had been violently twisted. The person they had risked their lives to save ultimately died before them in such a cruel manner. This was the apocalypse. Hope was as fragile as bubbles, while death was the eternal theme. Damn it! Changgu roared madly, unleashing shotgun shells down the stairs. The battle allowed no room for distraction. The enemy's attack intensified once more. Perhaps spurred on by the girl's death or by long-guessed death order, they charged up even more frantically. Bullets pelted against the cover they relied on for shelter, pinning them down so they could hardly lift their heads. Ammunition. We're running low on bullets. Changgu had emptied his shotgun, anxiously shouting as he hurriedly crouched down to load new shells into his gun. Li Ming's rifle magazine also quickly ran dry. He swapped it out swiftly, but the enemy's firepower points were too numerous, greatly diminishing their suppressive effect. Chen Mo felt the pressure increase sharply. The bullets for the automatic rifle were also depleting rapidly. Another magazine would soon be empty. At this rate, being overwhelmed was just a matter of time. In this critical moment, a sudden change occurred. The enemies attacking fiercely from the other end of the corridor and downstairs suddenly, without warning. Weakened. No, not weakened. It was as if they received some command, and they actually began to retreat. What's going on? Damn it. Don't retreat. We can take them out now. The enemy's curses were filled with confusion and anger. But the chaotic footsteps were indeed moving backward, the gunfire also receding. Longu has ordered a retreat. Quick retreat. There's something going on downstairs. Someone was vaguely shouting loudly, their voice urgent and tinged with panic. The gunfire quickly faded away, the enemies retreating like a tide, leaving behind the corridor littered with shell casings, splattered blood, a few twisted corpses, and the girl's body that had been turned into a sieve. The sudden silence felt even more eerie and unsettling. Chen Mo and the others exchanged glances, unable to believe the change before them. What happened? Why did they retreat? Chang Zi panted heavily, his face smeared with blood and sweat, asking in confusion. Li Ming cautiously peeked out to observe, his brow furrowed. It doesn't seem like a trap. They retreated in a hurry, as if something more important called them away suddenly. At that moment, boom, boom, da-da-da. From downstairs at the police station, or perhaps from the streets even farther away, suddenly came the sound of even more intense and denser gunfire. There were even faint sounds of explosions. That was not the kind of noise that could be made by small handguns or shotguns. That sounded like automatic weapons and possibly even explosives. And it sounded like the scale was far greater than the skirmish they had just faced here. A new unknown battle was erupting outside the police station. Who was firing against long-guessed men? Other survivor groups? The military? Or? All questions surged into Chen Mo's mind in an instant. They were temporarily safe, but had been drawn into the center of a larger, more unknown vortex. In the distance, in the shadow of a certain tall building, the figure in the tattered white dress remained quietly seated, her pitch-black eyes watching the renewed flames of battle in the direction of the police station, the strange smile at the corner of her mouth seemingly rising a bit more. Their gunfire had indeed attracted something terrifying from the darkness. The brief silence within the police station was shattered by the sounds of intense and large-scale gunfire in the distance. The gunshots fell like rain mixed with the roar of explosions, indicating that a battle far exceeding the previous conflict was erupting outside the police station. What's going on? Who is fighting with Long Guess men? Xiangzi gasped as he leaned against the wall, sliding down to the ground, his face smeared with a mixture of blood and sweat. Li Ming furrowed his brows, listening intently. It doesn't sound like an internal conflict among survivors. This firepower. There's automatic rifles, and it could even be light machine guns, along with explosives. Could it be the military? This speculation ignited a faint glimmer of hope in his eyes, but it was quickly overshadowed by greater doubts. If it was the military, why had they only appeared now? Moreover, the battle sounded exceptionally fierce, and the opponents seemed extraordinarily difficult to deal with. Chen Mo's heart began to race. The appearance of the military should have been a sign of hope, yet it was now filled with uncertainty. Were they the targets of rescue or merely residents of the contaminated zone to be cleared? However, before they could sort out their thoughts, another sound began to gradually swell, like background noise, swiftly becoming impossible to ignore. It was a deep, oppressive sound, as if countless people were dragging their feet forward, mixed with hoarse voices and the eerie sound of bones grinding. A tidal sound. The sound came from all directions, and it was getting closer. What is that sound? Xiao Zhou exclaimed in fear, raising his head, his voice trembling. Chen Mo suddenly lunged towards the shattered window in the corridor, looking out. Just one glance, and his blood nearly froze instantly. It turned out that the heavy firepower was not from the military, but rather a backup arranged by Long Ge. Those fire points were guarding various exits, just waiting for Chen Mo and the others to burst out of the building, only to be riddled with bullets. Chen Mo had no idea where Long Ge had procured light machine guns, bombs, and other contraband. But at this moment, it was utterly meaningless. However, this was not the most terrifying part. Under the moonlight, the streets, alleys, and ruins surrounding the community were swarming with countless zombies, like a black tide surging from the cracks of hell, converging towards the police station. The sheer number of them far exceeded any previous encounters. Though their movements weren't particularly fast, the overwhelming sense of pressure from their vast numbers was enough to drive anyone who saw them to the brink of mental collapse. At the forefront of this terrifying tide of corpses, several unusually prominent and grotesque figures seemed to lead the army like vanguard commanders. One figure, tall and clad in tattered firefighting gear with skin as cracked and dark red as molten lava, let out a deep roar and casually grabbed a blocking ordinary zombie, throwing it against the police station's wall like tossing garbage, producing a thunderous crash. That bloated, oozing corrosive pus with a gaping maw splitting its torso was like a moving biochemical fortress. Wherever it passed, the ground hissed and emitted white smoke. The contorted figure, moving with dislocated joints and as fast as a ghost, leapt and darted through the horde, emitting a piercing shriek. Moreover, Chen Mo even spotted the three nightmares that had escaped from the clinic's hell. That horrific tentacle nest with its tip split open and filled with inner fangs seemed to have shrunk somewhat, but remained terrifying. There was also the ambusher that could shoot bone arrows crouched by a window, and the armored slaughterers rapidly crawling through the horde. These uniquely terrifying aberrant beings were now subtly displaying a cooperative stance. They did not attack each other, but instead seemed to be herding and guiding the massive, ordinary horde. And behind this army of the dead, in a shadowy high ground, the smiling nightmare in a tattered white dress was quietly sitting, its pure black eyes looking down upon the entire battlefield, the curve of its torn smile seemingly wider. It did not issue commands, but its very existence functioned like an invisible field of terror, coordinating the actions of this undead legion. High intelligence. Terrifying coordinated combat capability. A chill shot straight from Chen Mo's feet to the top of his head. It's them. It was their gunfire, fierce and intense, along with the thick smell of blood that attracted all these horrifying entities that had been dormant or wandering throughout the city. And the smiling nightmare, this high IQ aberration that had been tracking them, seemed to have become some sort of catalyst or coordinator for these terrifying entities. Zombies. So many zombies. And those monsters. They're all here. Chen Mo's voice was hoarse from extreme shock. Upon hearing this, the others rushed to the window or sought a gap to look outside, immediately gasping in cold air, their faces as pale as paper. It's over. It's all over. Xiao Zhou collapsed to the ground, his eyes completely devoid of light. At that moment, piercing cries and gunfire from Long Guess subordinates came from downstairs at the police station. Monsters. Oh, don't come over. Shoot. Hurry, shoot. Help. Long Gu. Help. The gunfire became extremely chaotic and sparse, quickly drowned out by the tidal wave of screams and terrifying sounds of tearing and chewing. Through the window, Chen Mo witnessed a chilling scene. Long Gu's fierce subordinates, under the relentless assault of the endless tide of corpses and aberrant beings, were like small boats in a storm instantly swallowed. Their numbers diminished at a visibly alarming rate. That Long Gu who had been so arrogant before now had his roar turned into a terrified scream, eventually cutting off, not knowing which monster had claimed his life. The powerful gang of thugs crumbled under the true terror of the apocalypse. Run! We must leave immediately. Chen Mo turned sharply, his voice sharp with urgency, while they're still focused on those people downstairs. This is our only chance. But how to escape? Outside was a sea of corpses and blood. Ammunition. We're running low on ammo. Li Ming quickly checked, his face grim. There's only 1.5 magazines left for the rifle, and the pistol ammo is almost gone. The shotgun shells are nearly finished. We can't break through. Despair struck once more, just out of the wolf's den and into the tiger's mouth, and this time it was truly a dead end. Chen Mo's mind raced, his gaze sweeping over the blood-stained corridor and the terrifying sounds coming from downstairs. Search. Quickly. Search all the rooms. Especially Long Gu's room. He must have stock supplies. Find ammunition. Find medicine. Anything useful. Chen Mo decisively declared this was the only way to survive the peril. Hurry. While there are still decoys downstairs. The instinct to survive overwhelmed the fear. The group quickly scattered, violently kicking open the doors to various rooms on the second floor. Most rooms were empty or only contained some household rubbish and filthy items. Chen Mo had a clear target, heading straight for the station master's office on the third floor, Long Gu's lair. The door to the station master's office was slightly ajar. The inside was a mess filled with the stench of alcohol. Chen Mo kicked the door open and cautiously swept his gun around. He saw a small, thin man in a floral shirt trembling and cowering under the desk, looking at him with eyes full of terror. Don't kill me. Don't kill me. I don't know anything. I'm just a watchman. The man, upon seeing Chen Mo covered in blood and holding an automatic rifle, was scared out of his wits, continuously begging for mercy, his pants suddenly wet. Chen Mo's gaze turned cold as he stepped forward, pressing the gun barrel against the man's head, where a Long Gu's supplies hidden. Speak. Otherwise I'll shoot you right now. In the small storage room behind. There's a hidden compartment. The man, terrified and trembling incoherently, pointed to an inconspicuous small door in the corner of the room. Changgu immediately rushed over, smashing the lock on the small door. Inside there were indeed some supplies. A few boxes of compressed biscuits, several barrels of water, a few packs of cigarettes, several bottles of liquor, and 2 military ammunition boxes filled with 5.8mm rifle rounds, along with a first aid kit that looked relatively intact with a red cross on it. Found it! Changgu exclaimed in delight. Chen Mo's heart also jolted. There truly is a path of hope. He dragged the frightened man out from under the desk. You come with us. If you try any tricks, you'll be the first to feed the zombies. The man dared not resist, only nodding frantically. The others quickly gathered around. Li Ming and Xiangzi pounced on the ammunition box like it was a treasure, quickly loading bullets into the rifles and pistols. A Qing opened the first aid kit, and although it wasn't particularly abundant, it contained antibiotics, hemostatic powder, bandages, and even a few morphine shots and a small amount of saline. This was undoubtedly a lifesaver for the severely injured sister, Zhao Monkey, and Xiao Dao. Hurry, take all the supplies. Get ready to break out. Chen Mo ordered, pushing the terrified man to the front. You lead the way. Do you know if there are any other exits? There. There's a back door. Usually locked. Very few people use it. The key might be on Long Gu. The man trembled as he spoke. Long Gu had probably already turned into zombie droppings. Changgu, pry it open. Chen Mo said without hesitation. At that moment, the screams and sounds of chewing from downstairs gradually grew sparse. This meant that the decoys were about to be devoured. The attention of the tide of corpses and aberrant beings would soon shift upstairs. Hurry. Chen Mo urged repeatedly, his heart racing. They carried the supplies, escorting the captive rushing downstairs. They had to find a path to survival before the tide of corpses completely surrounded them. And on the distant high ground, the pure black eyes of the smiling nightmare seemed to shift slightly, staring at the exit of the police station building. That torn smile seemed to know everything. At the back door of the police station, the air was thick with a nauseating stench of blood and the peculiar rot of decaying corpses. The distant low growls of the horde and the terrifying sounds emitted by the anomalies served as a grim backdrop, constantly reminding them of their dire predicament. Changgu and Changzi were frantically using crowbars and machetes to break down the rusty metal back door, the screeching noise of twisted metal making their hearts race. Chen Mo, with his gun drawn vigilantly, watched the narrow, trash-laden alley outside, his heart pounding from the tension and the frantic running before. Li Ming was quickly loading bullets into an empty magazine beside him, his movements skilled, yet betraying a subtle tremor. Qing tightly clutched the precious medical kit, as if it were a lifeline. Xiaozhou helped Chang Zi and the others pry open the door, occasionally looking back in fear, terrified that the monsters inside the building would rush down. The captured subordinate of Long Gu, a small man who called himself Mouse, sat slumped against the wall, trembling like a leaf in the autumn wind, the smell of urine emanating from his pants mixing with the stench of blood, creating an unbearable odor. "Hurry up! Damn it! The door is rusted shut." Chang Gu cursed, panting as the crowbar left deep scratches on the metal. At that moment the Mouse seemed to want to prove his worth, or perhaps just to alleviate his overwhelming fear, as he looked up trembling and stammered to Chen Mo, "Brother, are you guys leaving soon?" Chen Mo's cold gaze swept over him, but he said nothing in response. "Boss, Long Gu, he captured quite a few people before." Mouse swallowed hard, his eyes flickering. "Not just for fun. There are some strong men and clean-looking women. All locked in the basement. They said they might be useful later, or used as leverage." Locked in the basement. This statement fell like a stone into still water, instantly provoking ripples in the weary and tense team. Everyone's movements instinctively paused for a moment. "How many people are locked in the basement?" Li Ming abruptly turned his head, his gaze sharp as a knife. The instinct of a soldier to protect civilians awakened almost instantly. About 10 or so. Both men and women." Mouse shrank back under Li Ming's piercing gaze. Where's the entrance? Li Ming pressed, his tone urgent. It's behind the stairs on the first floor. There's a hidden door, usually blocked by a cabinet." Mouse hurriedly replied. The atmosphere instantly became extraordinarily heavy and oppressive. To save or not to save? This seemingly simple question weighed 1,000 pounds at this moment. Outside was an endless horde, and terrifying anomalies. Every second spent there increased the danger of death. They were barely able to protect themselves, with limited ammunition and severely injured members needing urgent medical attention. The recently acquired supplies and a glimmer of hope for survival seemed to be on the verge of being crushed by this new burden. But those were over 10 living people. Like them, they were victims of this disaster, imprisoned and tormented by Long Gu. The apocalypse had only erupted a week ago. Although the moral standards and laws of civilized society had collapsed, they had not been completely erased from people's hearts. To see death and do nothing, especially knowing that survivors were trapped, remained a psychological chasm that was hard to cross for ordinary people just a week ago. The intense inner struggle was clearly etched on everyone's faces. Li Ming's expression was resolute, almost without hesitation. "We must save them. We are soldiers. We once were. Protecting the people is our duty. Moreover, there is strength in numbers. If we save them, they might help us break out." "Nonsense." Chang Gu was the first to vehemently oppose, stopping his efforts to pry open the door. He turned around, his face filled with rage and the grimace of realism. "Save? With what? We're about to become food for the zombies ourselves. Look outside. Listen to the noise. If we go back down to the basement and disturb something, we all die. For a dozen strangers, are we going to risk our own lives, and those of Lao's son and sister Zhao? Is it worth it? Don't forget how we got here." His words were cold and cruel, but they struck at the most realistic pain point: survival first. His opposition was not born from malice, but from a sense of responsibility to the team, especially to the comrades who had died before, and the cold survival logic formed after countless brushes with death. Qing, clutching the medical kit, trembled as she looked at Li Ming, then at Chang Gu, her eyes filled with conflict and pain. She sympathized with the trapped people, especially the women, and could imagine what they had gone through. But she was also afraid that rescuing them would lead to another dead end, afraid of seeing more people die before her eyes. She instinctively looked to Chen Mo, her gaze filled with a helpless plea, yet she did not know what to plead for. Xiaozhou's face was pale as he whispered, "But if we don't save them, they will definitely die trapped. Or be." He dared not continue, his body trembling slightly. His conscience could not accept doing nothing in the face of death, yet his courage was afraid of any additional risks. Changzi panted heavily, not immediately expressing his stance, but his gaze at the door that was about to be pried open was clear. He wanted to leave this damned place as soon as possible. Even the captured Mouse was secretly watching the reactions of the crowd, his small eyes flickering with complex emotions. Chen Mo felt unprecedented pressure. As the leader, he had to make a decision. Every decision concerned life and death. To save. Li Ming had a point, but Chang Gu's warning was equally real. The risks were immense. It was highly likely that attempting to save people would lead to the demise of the entire team. Furthermore, what was the condition of those who were imprisoned? Did they still have the ability to act? Could they become a burden instead? Not to save, Perhaps it would buy them a sliver of survival, but that moral guilt would forever be branded in the hearts of every team member, especially Li Ming, A Qing, and Xiao Zhou. The fragile trust and glimmer of humanity that the team had just begun to forge might completely shatter, turning them into a cold, beastly squad that only knew survival. Was this truly what they wanted? His gaze swept over the struggling faces of his teammates, over the darkness behind the police station that resembled the mouth of a giant beast listening to the approaching growls of the horde outside. Time ticked away second by second. Finally, Chen Mo took a deep breath, his voice becoming more hoarse from the difficult decision, yet carrying an undeniable resolve. We can't all go to save them. The risk is too great. But we can't not save them either. He looked at Li Ming, and Chang'e split up. Li Ming, you have the most experience if you take Chang'e and Mouse. He gestured at the captive. Let him lead the way to the basement to rescue the people. Act quickly. Regardless of whether you can rescue them, you must return here to regroup within 10 minutes. If the situation is off, retreat, immediately prioritize your own safety. Then he looked at Chang'e, A Qing, and Xiao Zhou. Chang'e, you are in charge of clearing the path. A Qing and Xiao Zhou, you will bring the medical kit and some ammunition, and follow me to escort this batch of supplies back to find Lao He and the others. Lao Sun's sister Zhao and Monkey urgently need these medicines. We must ensure their safety. This was a compromise plan, one filled with risks, yet attempting to balance morality and reality. It allowed Li Ming, who insisted on the rescue, to go, and provided him with helpers Chang'e and the guide. It also tasked Chang'e, who was concerned about the survival of the team, with an even more important mission: to escort the life-saving supplies and some personnel back to a relatively safe temporary base. It did not abandon those who were trapped, but neither did it stake everything on a gamble. Li Ming gave Chen Mo a deep look and nodded firmly. Understood. 10 minutes. Without any hesitation, he immediately signaled for Chang'e and the captive to follow. Chang'e was taken aback for a moment, seemingly wanting to argue, but upon seeing Chen Mo's undeniable gaze and glancing at the medical kit in A Qing's arms, he ultimately spat viciously. Damn it. 10 minutes. Time waits for no one. I won't come back to look for you. Yet he quickly cleared the last obstacle at the back door. Go. Chen Mo shouted to A Qing and Xiao Zhou. The back door was suddenly pushed open, revealing the narrow alley outside, temporarily empty, yet the distant growling seemed to be close at hand. The two teams at this moment went their separate ways. One team advanced towards deeper danger and a glimmer of humanity. The other team, burdened with heavy supplies and concern for their companions, rushed towards the unknown perils in the opposite direction. Chen Mo took one last look at Li Ming and their figures disappearing into the darkness behind the stairs, resolutely leading A Qing and Xiao Zhou into the shadows of the alley. Unbeknownst to them, on a higher floor of the police station, behind a shattered window, a pair of pitch-black eyes silently watched the divided team. The torn corners of its mouth curled into a deeper, more sinister arc. The air was thick with a putrid stench, almost palpable, mingling with the intense smell of blood from within the door, making one feel nauseous. In the distance, the low growls of the corpse tide and the sharp cries of the aberrant beings served as an unending background noise of hell, constantly reminding them of the dire straits they were in. Chen Mo held a Type 95 rifle, the first to dart out sideways, the muzzle swiftly sweeping across both ends of the alley. The alley was temporarily silent, with only the slow trickle of sewage along the wall and the rustling sound of a torn plastic bag blown by the wind. Yet this silence made one's heart feel even more uneasy. Hurry! Keep up! Chen Mo whispered, beckoning behind him. Chang'e gritted his teeth, enduring the pain of his injured leg, and followed closely with a powerful hunting rifle, cautiously glancing in another direction. A Qing tightly hugged a medical box marked with red letters, her other hand gripping a short-barreled shotgun, her face pale as she followed. Xiao Zhou was the last to emerge, tightly gripping a heavy steel pipe found at the police station, repeatedly glancing back in terror at the recently shut door, as if afraid the monster inside would break out. Which way do we go? Chang'e panted, looking at Chen Mo, his gaze sweeping across both ends of the alley. His hunting rifle had few bullets left, and every breath tugged at the wound on his leg. Chen Mo quickly scanned the surroundings. Fragments of the map in his memory and vague impressions pieced together in his mind. To the right, he decisively said, try to avoid the main street, use the alleys, and we should be able to circle back to the rear of our building. The risk lay in the complex alleys, where one could easily get lost or be caught like a turtle in a jar, but the number of corpses on the main street was something they could not contend with. Damn it, I knew this was going to be bad. Chang'e spat, but still moved first, his hunting rifle aimed at the right alley, limping forward to clear the way. His realism filled him with resentment towards this division of forces, yet he continued to fulfill his duty of leading the way. Chen Mo gestured for A Qing and Xiao Zhou to follow while he took the rear. He carried a heavy 5 8mm ammo box on his back with bags containing compressed biscuits and water slung over his shoulder, the weight of the Type 95 rifle pressing down on his arm, but he had to remain absolutely vigilant. Every corner, every open doorway, every piled-up trash heap could conceal a deadly threat. The alley was deeper and more winding than anticipated. On both sides were towering, stained and moldy old building walls blocking most of the light, making the alley exceptionally dark with the sewage-covered ground slick and difficult to navigate. In addition to the inherent smell of decay in the air, there was a faint, sweet, nauseating odor that made one feel like retching. Silence was the greatest torment. Only their suppressed breaths, the faint splashes of footsteps through the sewage, and the sounds of their equipment rubbing against each other were audible. The distant roars seemed to be blocked by high walls growing faint, which instead highlighted the deathly silence surrounding them. Ching was almost clutching the medical box with her life. It was the hope of their 3 seriously wounded companions, and a hard-won prize. Her arm trembled slightly from the tension and weight. Xiaozhou, overly anxious, occasionally knocked the steel pipe against the wall, producing a faint clang sound that startled him each time, bringing a fierce glare from Chang'e. "Damn it, keep it down. Do you want to attract those things?" Chang'e cursed in a low voice, cold sweat trickling down his forehead, not just from pain, but from intense tension. Chen Mo's heart raced. His gaze was like a radar, constantly scanning ahead, behind, and above. He always felt that eyes were lurking, but every time he suddenly looked up, he could only see those dark, shattered windows like countless indifferent eyes. Suddenly, Chang'e abruptly stopped and raised his fist, a gesture to halt. Everyone instantly froze, even their breathing nearly stopped. Chen Mo quickly pressed against the wall, aiming his rifle in the direction that Chang'e was watching. A fork in the road ahead, behind a pile of enormous, greasy black trash bins, came a subtle, unsettling rustling sound. Time seemed to freeze. Sweat trickled down Chen Mo's temples. Moments later, an enormous rat's fur, mostly fallen off, revealing pink, rotting skin, and murky white eyes, slowly crawled out from behind the trash bin. It showed no reaction to the living humans nearby, simply sniffing the ground, gnawing on some indistinguishable rotten object, before limping away behind another pile of trash. A false alarm. Everyone sighed in relief, but their backs were already drenched in cold sweat. "Damn," Chang'e muttered under his breath, easing the almost taut nerves. "Let's move." He had just taken a step. At that moment, a voice extremely weak and sounding like the gasping breath of someone on the verge of death came from a slightly ajar rusty iron door beside them. The sound was faint to the extreme, but in the dead silence of the alley, it was startlingly clear. The group froze again, all eyes instantly focusing on that door. Chang'e immediately aimed his hunting rifle at the door gap, his eyes fierce, silently saying to Chen Mo, "Don't bother. Move." Chen Mo's heart raced. His hesitation lasted only a moment. In that instant, bang! The slightly ajar iron door was suddenly slammed open from the inside. A figure stumbled out, crashing heavily onto the sewage-covered ground. It was a man, or rather what once was. His clothes had become tattered rags soaked in dark brown dried blood and disgusting slime. His body was so emaciated that bones were visible, his cheeks deeply sunken, and his eyes cloudy and devoid of spirit, filled with extreme pain and despair. There was a massive open wound on his abdomen, as if brutally sliced open by some sharp instrument, dark organs vaguely visible, yet strangely, there was not much blood flowing out. It seemed to have long since dried up. He was clearly on the brink of death. He lay in the sewage, his body convulsing violently, his murky eyes rotating unconsciously, seemingly sensing the presence of the living, and with great difficulty, he raised a hand toward Chen Mo, and the others, his lips moving, producing scarcely audible intermittent gasps. "Run. Quickly. Run. They are waiting above." Before he finished speaking, his raised hand fell weakly, his head tilted, the last vestige of life completely dissipating. Silence. The man's sudden appearance and death brought an unspeakable chill of fear. Chen Mo felt a cold shiver shoot up his spine. He instinctively raised his head to look up. Behind the windows of the high buildings on both sides, those broken, filthy panes, stood shadowy figures silently observing. They were vague, as if blended into the shadows, only the distorted silhouettes of human forms barely discernible. They stood motionless, silent, like sculptures that had been waiting for a long time. The only clear feature was the pairs of emotionless, cold eyes as deep as the abyss, gazing down greedily from above at the few people in the alley, like lambs awaiting slaughter. Not sluggish zombies. Aberrants. And in a group, they could actually ambush and wait. "Damn it." Chang'e's horrified roar shattered the silence, his voice cracking from sheer terror. "It's a trap. Charge. Forward. Don't look back." There was no time for thought, no time for fear. The instinct for survival erupted instantaneously. "Run." Chen Mo shouted hoarsely, grabbing Ching's arm nearly in a daze from fright, and yanked her forward. Xiao Zhou let out a short, sharp scream, scrambling to keep up. Almost simultaneously as they took off, a series of glass-shattering sounds came from above. The still shadows instantly sprang into action. Like phantoms, they leaped down from the high windows, their limbs contorting in various impossible positions as they clung to the walls, then descended at astonishing speeds, gliding down the vertical surfaces, accompanied by a spine-chilling scraping sound and hissing breaths. Their speed was beyond imagination. Bang, bang, bang. Changgu retreated frantically, firing at the nearest shadow. The thunderous roar of the hunting rifle echoed in the alley. Boom. An aberrant, entirely black and seemingly devoid of skin, covered in slippery mucus, was hit in midair, screaming as it fell to the ground, slime and black blood splattering everywhere. Yet it did not die, immediately twisting and trying to rise again. The gunfire was like a fuse igniting a barrel of explosives. Huh. Ugh. In an instant, the alley in front and behind, left and right, those closed doors, the depths of the trash heaps, even under the manhole covers, seemed to awaken an endless cacophony of screams and writhing sounds. The sound of rushing footsteps began to converge from all directions. Attracted by the gunshots and the scent of living humans, the horde of corpses was crazily surging toward this narrow back alley. With agile aberrants lying in ambush ahead, pursuers behind, and the surrounding corpses closing in, they had truly fallen into a dead end. This way. Chen Mo's eyes turned red as he saw a relatively spacious fork to the right ahead, seemingly leading to another path. He had no time to think and could only take a gamble. While firing 2 shots at a shadow quickly moving toward the side wall, the crisp sound of the Type 95 rifle echoed, forcing it to retreat. He dragged a Qing and charged desperately toward that fork. The 3 of them, Chong, Gu, Chen Mo, a Qing, ran for their lives. Xiao Zhou screamed and hurriedly followed. Changgu kept firing backward, the thunder of the hunting rifle deafening, momentarily pushing back the closest pursuers, but it also drew the attention of more monsters. He emptied the hunting rifle of bullets, suddenly drew the fire axe strapped to his back, and shouted, "Old Chun, cover me." Chen Mo immediately stopped, half kneeling and turning, firmly bracing the rifle stock against his shoulder, accurately targeting the numerous aberrants and the few zombies that had turned into the alley from the fork. Bang, bang, bang. The powerful stopping effect of the 5.8mm bullets temporarily stalled the momentum of the pursuers, black blood and shredded flesh splattering. A Qing collapsed to the ground, almost unable to move, only tightly clutching the medical box. Xiao Zhou swung the steel pipe futilely, trying to fend off a small aberrant that sprang from the shadows, only half a person tall with limbs as thin as scythes. "Get away!" Changgu roared, bringing the axe down onto the shoulder of that scythe-like monster, black blood spraying. The creature emitted a wailing sound like a crying infant. "Go! Get in there!" Chen Mo emptied a magazine, quickly reloading while pointing toward a small shop with a half-open rolling shutter at the fork. Changgu yanked a Qing up, and Xiao Zhou scrambled to follow, all 4 of them using their last bits of strength to rush toward the shop. Chen Mo was the last to retreat inside, straining to pull down the half-open rolling shutter. "Help!" Changgu and Xiao Zhou immediately assisted from inside, pulling down. The rolling shutter made a screeching, grating sound, slowly sliding down. Outside were the terrifying figures, surging in countless arms and claws flailing. The sounds of roaring, scratching, and crashing melded into one like a symphony of hell. Just as the door was about to close down to a narrow gap, a pale, swollen hand with nails sharp as daggers suddenly reached in, gripping the door frame tightly. Simultaneously, more hands and claws reached in through the gap, clawing wildly. "Get off!" Changgu shouted angrily, raising his foot to kick that ghostly hand hard. Crack! The chilling sound of bones breaking echoed. That hand twisted at an odd angle, yet it still did not let go. Instead, it pulled even harder. Xiao Zhou screamed in terror, futilely trying to smash those arms with the steel pipe. Chen Mo's gaze hardened as he drew the sharp steel rod from his waist, fiercely stabbing and hacking at the frantically writhing hands and claws. Puff! Puff! Black blood splattered, severed fingers and limbs fell to the ground. Outside, the screams grew even more frenzied. The gap was temporarily cleared. Pull! The 3 of them combined their strength, accompanied by the sickening sound of twisting metal. The rolling shutter finally crashed down with a loud bang, the internal latch sliding perfectly into place. In an instant, the massive noise was largely muffled, leaving only the frantic and dense sounds of scratching, crashing, and roaring outside, pounding against the rolling shutter, proving that death was close at hand. Inside, the shop was pitch black, where one could not see a finger in front of them. Thick dust and mildew pervaded the air, mixed with a faint, indescribable sweet and fishy smell. The 4 collapsed to the ground, leaning against the cold walls or shelves, gasping for breath, sweat rolling down their foreheads like streams, their hearts pounding wildly, nearly leaping out of their throats. The intertwining of relief from surviving and extreme fear left everyone temporarily unable to think. Chen Mo was the first to struggle to his feet, feeling his way to the door, straining to listen. The attacks outside were frenzied and chaotic without any organization. Medical box. Chen Mo panted, his voice hoarse and dry. Ching finally reacted, hurriedly checking the box in her arms. The edges of the box were smeared with some filthy black blood, but overall it was intact, the latch tightly secured. She nodded vigorously, her voice tinged with tears. It's fine. The box is fine. Chen Mo and Changge both let out long sighs of relief as if all their strength had drained away. Changge sat against the wall, painfully massaging his injured leg, cursing, Damn. I knew it would be like this. His hunting rifle lay discarded beside him, now just a heavy stick. Xiaozhou lay on the ground, his body shaking uncontrollably, his gaze hollow, murmuring something incoherently, clearly terrified out of his wits. Chen Mo forced himself to calm down. He glanced at his watch. It had only been 8 minutes since the division of forces. What about Li Ming and the others? How were they faring? Had they also encountered an attack? The 10-minute agreement. At that moment, the rolling shutter, which had been making a frantic noise as if it would be breached at any second, suddenly quieted down without warning. The suffocating sound of scratching, crashing, and roaring outside disappeared. It did not fade away gradually, but abruptly stopped. A deathly silence descended, sudden and all-encompassing. This extreme abnormal quiet was even more spine-chilling and deeply terrifying than the previous frenzied attacks. Did they leave? Xiaozhou asked tremulously, his voice carrying a hint of incredulous hope and greater terror. Changge's expression did not relax. Instead, it turned more serious and grim. He endured the intense pain, slowly standing up, tiptoeing to the edge of the rolling shutter, cautiously leaning close to a small crack in the door to peer outside. Chen Mo held his breath, gripping the Type 95 rifle tightly, his finger quietly disengaging the safety. Changge maintained his peering posture, and after a few seconds his body suddenly stiffened, as if he had seen something extremely terrifying. He slowly, very slowly recoiled, the last hint of color draining from his face, leaving behind an expression of nearly hopeless dread. His lips trembled as he looked at Chen Mo, his voice dry as if sandpaper rubbed together, barely audible. They haven't gone. They're all standing quietly outside, packed tightly, blocking the whole way. Motionless. Like they're waiting for us to come out. Outside the rolling shutter door, the suffocating silence was far more chilling than the previous frenzied crashes and roars. This was anything but a normal phenomenon. Zombies and lower-tier anomalies only follow their instincts, recklessly charging at their prey. They would never stop attacking, so uniformly, nor would they wait in silence. Changge's words fell like ice water onto Chen Mo's head. They haven't left. They're all standing outside quietly, not moving at all, as if waiting for us to go out. A chill raced up Chen Mo's spine. He tightened his grip on the Type 95 rifle, the cold metallic touch slightly grounding his wavering sanity. He signaled Changge to remain absolutely silent. Then cautiously, he moved slowly to the other side of the rolling shutter door, where there was a narrower crack. Holding his breath, he leaned closer to the gap. The sight outside made his blood run cold in an instant. The alley was densely packed with things. There were slow-moving, ragged, ordinary zombies standing in place with vacant expressions, their decaying faces slightly swaying, their murky eyes blankly staring ahead. But more alarming were the various chilling anomalies. Earlier, the skinned creature that had parts of its body blown off by a shotgun was now dragging its remaining form, quietly standing in the front, the unknown zombie, with stiff limbs and sharp claws perched silently against the wall like a spider. And many more bizarre entities, some tall and thin like bamboo, some crawling on the ground like hunting dogs, others covered in bone armor or grotesque growths. They were all motionless. There were no roars, no scratching, no attempts to break in. They were like an army given absolute orders, maintaining a chilling silence and discipline right before launching a full-scale attack. Countless lifeless eyes, either murky pitch black or shimmering with strange light, were all fixated on the small shop, staring at the flimsy rolling shutter door. This organized, purpose-driven silence was 100 times more terrifying than chaotic madness. Chen Mo slowly stepped back, feeling as if his heart was being gripped tightly by a cold claw, nearly unable to beat. He looked at Changge, and both their eyes were filled with the same horror and disbelief. Damn it, what the hell are these things up to? Changge cursed in a breathless voice, his tone betraying a tremor he was unaware of. Since the outbreak of the apocalypse, they had faced countless dangers, but this bizarre scene was something they had never encountered before. Ching tightly covered her mouth to prevent herself from screaming, tears streaming silently down her cheeks. Xiaozhou had completely broken down, curled up in a corner, shaking like a leaf, mumbling incoherently. It's over. It's all over. Chen Mo's mind raced. Why weren't they attacking? Were they waiting for something? A stronger leader? Or was their goal not just slaughter? The warning from the dying man echoed in his ears once more. They are waiting. Waiting. For what kind of order? From whom? His gaze involuntarily swept across the interior of the shop. With the faint light seeping through the door crack and wall crevices, he could make out that this was a small grocery store, shelves askew, items scattered everywhere covered in a thick layer of dust. The faint sweet and metallic odor in the air seemed to grow stronger. His gaze abruptly fixed at the deepest part of the shop, near the back wall. There seemed to be a small passage leading to the inner room or back door, currently blocked by a collapsed shelf and miscellaneous items. And in the shadows of that pile, he thought he saw something. A silhouette. A crouching, indistinct silhouette. Not large, even somewhat small. It quietly remained in the shadows as if it was just another pile of debris. But at that moment, every hair on Chen Mo's body stood on end. A fear more primal and colder than facing the horde outside suddenly seized him. It was a feeling of being targeted by a higher-level predator. He suddenly raised his rifle, the muzzle aimed directly at the shadowy outline, and growled, "Who is there?" Chang'e was startled by his reaction, immediately grabbing the fire axe and looking in the direction Chen Mo was aiming. Qing and Xiao Zhou also looked over in terror. The outline in the shadows moved. It stood up with excruciating slowness, a sense of disturbing rigidity accompanying its motion. Dim light outlined its shape, a small girl's figure. She was about the height of an adult's waist, wearing a dirty white dress stained with dark red splotches. Her hair was disheveled, covering much of her face. She tilted her head, slightly peering through the strands of hair, quietly looking at Chen Mo and the others. Then she raised a slender, equally stained little hand. Her movement was slow, even a bit clumsy, like a puppet being controlled by invisible strings. She did not attack, nor did she roar. She merely raised her hand, extending her index finger slowly and accurately pointing at Chen Mo. In that instant, Chen Mo understood everything. A trap. From the appearance of that dying man to the assault of the anomalies to this eerie stillness. It was all a trap. Their target had been Chen Mo from the very beginning. It was her. She had been following them. She might even be, in some way, orchestrating these lower-tier anomalies and the horde. She wasn't waiting for an attack order. She was waiting to receive. Just as Chen Mo realized this terrifying truth, bang! A sound of unimaginable magnitude suddenly erupted from outside the rolling shutter door. The entire rolling shutter door, along with its frame, vibrated violently, as if a heavy truck had crashed into it at full speed. The screech of twisted metal pierced their eardrums. The silence outside was completely shattered. Countless roars erupted simultaneously, more frenzied and violent than before. This time the attack was no longer chaotic scratching, but a concentrated, devastating blow. Bang! Crash! The second heavy blow followed immediately. The center of the rolling shutter door bulged inward dramatically, the screws securing the frame groaning under the strain, dust falling everywhere. It was that incredibly strong firefighter anomaly. Only it possessed such terrifying power. They weren't waiting. They were giving this grinning nightmare time. And now, receiving seemed to have encountered an obstacle. They lost patience. Or they received the command to attack. Damn it! I can't hold on. Chang'e shouted in despair, bracing his shoulder against the ever-deforming rolling shutter door, but it was a futile effort. Deep within the shop, that little girl in the white dress continued to silently point at the medical kit, her tilted posture unchanged, as if the chaos outside had nothing to do with her. Qing let out a desperate cry, clutching the medical kit tighter. Xiao Zhou was completely paralyzed, his eyes vacant. Chen Mo felt his vision going red. A dead end. A complete dead end. In front was a fierce assault breaking in, and behind lurked the eerie, inscrutable, grinning nightmare. He suddenly redirected his rifle, no longer aimed at the little girl, but at the collapsed shelves and debris blocking the back passage. Chang'e, Qing, come here. Clear that out. There might be a way out back there. He roared, simultaneously pulling the trigger. Bang, bang, bang. The Type 95 rifle spat fire, the bullets accurately striking the weak points of the debris, trying to blast open a passage. Wood shavings and plastic fragments flew everywhere. Chang'e instantly understood, abandoning the door, and rushed over, wildly chopping at the collapsed shelves and blockages with the fire axe. Qing also seemed to grasp at this last straw, putting down the medical kit, but still keeping it closed, desperately tugging at the debris. Crash! Crash! The distortion of the rolling shutter door grew worse, cracks starting to appear at the bulging sections. A huge, thick arm covered in burn scars and dark veins suddenly reached in through the crack, clawing wildly. The roars outside were deafening. Hurry! Faster! Chen Mo emptied a magazine, shouting as he reloaded, and continued shooting to clear the obstacles. Stray bullets ricocheted dangerously around the cramped shop, but he couldn't care less. Xiao Zhou remained slumped in place, staring blankly at the breaking rolling shutter door and that terrifying arm. At that moment, the grinning nightmare little girl who had remained motionless moved. She lowered her hand that was pointing at Chen Mo. She began to take slow, deliberate steps toward Chen Mo and the others who were frantically clearing the debris. Her steps were light, slow, even somewhat unsteady. But with every step it felt like she was stepping on their hearts. On her face obscured by hair something seemed to slowly curl into a smile. A curve. An increasingly large, clearer, and ear-splittingly eerie smile. Chen Mo felt that cold gaze locking onto him once more, not just locking, but with a kind of playful interest. He abruptly aimed his rifle at the advancing little girl. But in that moment his finger on the trigger froze. The trigger felt cold and heavy. Chen Mo's finger rested upon it. With just a minuscule application of force, he could unleash the searing bullet towards the advancing white figure, exuding endless malice. But he froze. Shoot. At this smiling nightmare which appeared capable of controlling the undead and aberrations, without it showing any direct intent to attack. Could this be the spark that ignites the quiet army outside? Its smile widened in the shadows, the torn corners of its mouth resembling a bottomless black hole. Its eyes hidden behind strands of hair, yet Chen Mo could feel the icy, playful gaze, as if relishing the final struggles of its prey. Mo. Brother Mo. A trembling voice filled with tears came from Ching, who clutched the medical box tightly, as if it were part of her body, watching the approaching white figure, despair almost engulfing her. Chen Mo, what the hell are you dawdling for? Brother Chang yelled frantically, hacking away at the debris blocking the passage, cold sweat instantly soaking his back. Shoot already. Just then, bang, the third heavy blow crashed down on the roll-up door. The bulging protrusion finally couldn't bear the weight, and with a sickening metallic tearing sound it burst open, a hole the size of a basin. The grotesque, enormous head of the firefighter aberration suddenly squeezed through the hole. It opened its massive mouth, letting out a deafening roar. Almost simultaneously, the motionless undead and aberrations outside seemed to receive the command for a full assault, shattering the silence as an onslaught of collisions, scratching and roaring surged forth like a tsunami. The entire roll-up door emitted a groan as if on the verge of complete collapse. Xiaozhou let out a deathly scream, rolling and crawling backward. The shadow of death enveloped them in an instant. Yet the smiling nightmare little girl seemed oblivious to the chaotic sounds of the door being broken behind her. She maintained that eerie, slow pace, advancing towards Chen Mo, her finger still pointed at him. Her smile seemed to deepen. There was no time left. A resolute glint flashed in Chen Mo's eyes. He abruptly turned the gun, no longer hesitating, aiming at the head of the firefighter aberration reaching through the breach, and pulled the trigger decisively. Bang, bang, bang. The crisp sound of the 95-style rifle echoed inside the small shop. 3 bullets accurately struck the creature's eye sockets and gaping mouth. Black blood and shattered bones exploded. Roar. The firefighter aberration let out a painful and furious howl, retracting its head violently, but more claws and arms reached through the hole, and cracks, thrashing wildly. Brother Chang, what's going on? Chen Mo shouted simultaneously, shifting the gun's aim back to the smiling nightmare, which had closed in to less than 5 meters. Almost there. Damn it. There's a small door behind. Brother Chang roared, cleaving through the last twisted metal shelf with his axe, revealing an old, decayed wooden door. A rusted padlock hung on the door. Ching, smash it open. Brother Chang shouted, turning around, positioning the firefighter axe in front of him, and bellowing, Old Chen. They'll hold them off. You take care of the girl. Ching's face turned pale, but she did not drop the medical box. Instead, she squeezed it tightly between her left arm and body, picking up a broken metal table leg from the ground, and frantically struck the padlock. Clang, clang, clang. Each impact made her body sway, yet she fiercely protected the box in her arms. The smiling nightmare's gaze seemed briefly attracted by the box in Ching's arms. A flicker of indescribable emotion passed through its pure black eyes, but it quickly refocused back on Chen Mo. It took another step forward. Chen Mo felt that icy chill once again attempting to invade his consciousness. He bit down hard on his tongue, the pain jolting him awake, the gun aimed steadfastly at its head. To shoot or not to shoot. Just then, crack. Ching finally smashed open the rusted padlock. It's open. The door is open. Ching screamed, using her body to shove the door open. Behind the door was a dark, narrow passage extending downward, a strong, musty smell and dampness rushing towards them. Go! Brother Chang roared, swinging the firefighter axe to fend off an agile aberration that had half its body sneaking through the breach in the roll-up door, even as another claw slashed across his arm, blood gushing out. Xiaozhou, get moving! Chen Mo yelled at the curled-up Xiaozhou, but Xiaozhou seemed paralyzed with fear, shaking his head desperately, unable to move on the ground. The smiling nightmare halted, standing not far from the entrance of the passage, tilting its head as it watched Chen Mo. That finger slowly raised again, firmly pointing at Chen Mo, then gestured at the ground beneath its feet. The meaning was crystal clear. You stay behind. Fuck you. Brother Chong roared, using his axe to fend off yet another monster shouting at Chen Mo. Take a Qing and go. They'll hold them back. Chen Mo's eyes turned red. Abandon his teammates. Escape alone. But looking at Brother Chong fighting valiantly at a Qing's pale, desperate face as she clutched the box tightly at that solitary path to survival. He had no choice. A Qing, you go first. Chen Mo shouted, simultaneously making a decision. He couldn't leave Xiao Zhou behind. He lunged toward the limp Xiao Zhou, trying to drag him up forcefully. The medical box was hope, and Xiao Zhou's skills could be the hope for the future. Just as he was distracted for that split second, the smiling nightmare moved. Quick as a ghost. Transforming into a white shadow, it bypassed Brother Chong's interception in an instant, lunging straight at Chen Mo. Chen Mo barely had time to see a face rapidly enlarging before his eyes paled and twisted into a horrific smile that tore back to the ears. He instinctively went to pull the trigger, but a cold, slender hand imbued with incredible strength suddenly grasped his gun-wielding wrist. Click! Bones creaked as the motion of pulling the trigger was forcibly halted. Another equally cold hand shot toward his neck with lightning speed. The touch of death descended instantly. Chen Mo. Brother Chong's eyes were about to burst, but he was ensnared by the multitude of monsters pouring in. A Qing stood at the entrance of the passage, letting out a desperate scream. She wanted to do something, but didn't know how. Just as the icy fingertips were about to touch Chen Mo's throat, bang! A gunshot rang out, coming from the street direction. Clear and familiar, the sound of the 95-style rifle, followed by more gunfire and a bellow. Chen Mo. Brother Chong. This way. Find a place to hold up. Was that Li Ming's voice? They came back. This sudden distraction caused the smiling nightmare to momentarily freeze in its actions. Its pure black eyes instantly turned towards the direction of the gunfire, the breach in the roll-up door, and that eerie smile retracted for the first time, revealing a hint of annoyance and cold fury at being disturbed. The grip on Chen Mo's wrist showed a momentary slack. Chen Mo seized this chance a fraction of a second. The instinct to survive unleashed a surge of power as he jerked backward, twisting the captured wrist with all his might. Rip! His sleeve was torn, leaving deep, bone-revealing gashes on his wrist, pain coursing through him, but he successfully broke free from the restraint. Ignoring the pain, he grabbed the back collar of the still-dazed Xiao Zhou with his other hand, using all his strength to toss him towards the entrance of the passage. A Qing. Catch him. A Qing instinctively reached out, and together with Xiao Zhou they tumbled into the darkness of the passage. Even as she fell, she still used her body to protect that medical box. Chen Mo himself stumbled backward, pushed by the reaction force. The smiling nightmare let out a shrill, inhuman screech, seemingly thoroughly enraged, lunging at Chen Mo again. Bang! 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 Outside the roll-up door, gunfire grew more intense, mixed with Brother Chong's roars, strangers' cries, and the howls of zombies. It seemed Li Ming and the others had not only returned, but had also brought others with them, engaging in fierce gunfire with the undead and aberrations outside. This greatly restrained the forces outside. Chen Mo. Hurry! Brother Chong seized the moment to chop away the obstacles in front of him with his axe, retreating towards the passage. He even casually picked up a bag that had fallen earlier, containing several bottles of water and compressed biscuits. Seeing that white figure lunging at him again, Chen Mo suddenly swung the empty rifle like a club, swinging it fiercely forward. The smiling nightmare agilely twisted its body to dodge in an inhuman manner, its claws reaching out again, this time seemingly targeting his bleeding wrist. Just at that critical moment, Brother Mo. Duck! A Qing's voice came from the passage. Chen Mo instinctively bent down. A shadow flew out from the passage with the sound of wind. Was that the heavy metal table leg? It hurtled straight towards the smiling nightmare's face. The smiling nightmare seemed caught off guard by this attack, or perhaps it simply looked down on such an assault. It merely tilted its head slightly, and the table leg brushed past its hair, crashing into the shelves behind. But this trivial distraction bought Chen Mo another half-second. Go! Brother Chong had already retreated to the passage's entrance, extending his bloody hand towards Chen Mo. Without hesitation, Chen Mo leaped backward. Brother Chong grabbed his arm, and together they tumbled into the dark passage. Close the door! Hurry, close the door! Brother Chong shouted in the darkness. A Qing and Xiao Zhou were inside, desperately trying to close the decayed wooden door. Outside, the smiling nightmare stood still, its pure black eyes fixed on the entrance of the passage. It did not immediately pursue, it merely stood quietly. Outside, the sounds of gunfire, roars, screams, and explosions, perhaps the last grenades or homemade bombs, were relentless, the battle sounding extremely brutal. The torn corners of its mouth slowly curled back into that eerily strange smile once more. Then it slowly turned around, the hem of its white dress sweeping across the ground, silently walking towards the breach in the roll-up door, seemingly to handle new, louder troubles. Bang! The wooden door was finally pushed shut by a Qing and Xiao Zhou secured with a seemingly flimsy bolt. The passage fell into absolute darkness, leaving only the intense heartbeats and breaths of the four. And the increasingly intense and chaotic sounds of gunfire explosions, roars, and the piercing cries of humans on the brink of death could be faintly heard from outside. Li Ming and the others were fighting hard out there. They had drawn away most of the firepower. Did they rescue anyone? But what had they encountered? How many lives had they sacrificed? Those fleeting cries hinted at the rapidly decreasing number of survivors. Chen Mo collapsed onto the cold damp ground, his wrist in excruciating pain, blood flowing freely. He groped around until he touched the medical box that a Qing still tightly clutched, its surface cold and hard, seemingly unharmed. This brought a flicker of faint consolation to his despondent heart. Old Sun's sister, Zhao Monkey. There is still hope. But this hope was earned by Li Ming and Chang along with those unknown survivors through blood and life. That eerie smiling nightmare, its target unambiguously pointed at him. It seemed to possess wisdom, understanding how to encircle, how to compel, how to make choices. It temporarily spared them simply because there were more noisy, more urgent prey to handle outside. This nightmare was far from over. They preserved the medicine, perhaps saving Xiao Zhou, but they might have forever lost their brave comrades. The road ahead was a stretch of unknown, emanating a musty odor of decay. In the darkness, only a Qing's low, suppressed sobs could be heard for the comrades outside, and for their survival. Xiao Zhou gasping violently in the aftermath of survival, yet shaken by the horrific scenes outside, Brother Chang's heavy breathing, and Chen Mo's own heartbeat pounding heavily within his chest. Every second the sounds outside pounded at their nerves, reminding them of the heavy price they had paid. Darkness. Thick, cold, and seemingly substantial darkness engulfed all light and sound, leaving only the heavy, oppressive breaths of the four people in the corridor and the frantic beating of their hearts. Outside the wooden door, the sounds of a brutal battle gradually diminished, not because it had ended, but due to distance and obstacles. Yet the sporadic gunfire, the abrupt cries of agony, and the unique, excited shrieks of abnormal entities continued to pierce their nerves like icy daggers. The cold metallic shell of the medical box pressed against a Qing's violently rising chest. She held it tightly, as if it were the only tangible anchor in the darkness. Xiao Zhou curled up beside her, his body trembling uncontrollably, his teeth chattering. Changge leaned against the damp wall, tearing a strip of cloth to tightly bind the wound on his arm, where the bone was deeply visible. A suppressed groan of pain squeezed through his clenched teeth. Chen Mo fumbled to press down on the bleeding wound on his wrist, the searing pain keeping him awake. Every sound from outside could mean a vibrant life slipping away. Li Ming. Xiangzi. What happened to them? Damn it. Chang Guess' raspy curse echoed in the darkness, filled with helplessness and anger. How many gunshots are still out there? Chen Mo listened intently, his heart sinking. The gunfire had become exceedingly sparse, almost inaudible. Replacing it was a heavy, dragging sound like something being pulled along with. The sickening sound of gnawing and tearing. Silence descended once more. But this silence was even more despairing than the previous confinement. It signified that resistance had likely come to an end. A Qing let out a suppressed, broken sob. Xiao Zhou buried his face deep into his knees, his shoulders shaking violently. Chen Mo closed his eyes, digging his nails deep into his palms. It was his decision to divide the forces. If he had been firmer at that time, refusing rescue and ordering a complete withdrawal, would the outcome have been different? But as soon as this thought arose, he extinguished it. There were no what-ifs. Every choice in the apocalypse came with blood and consequences. Li Ming's choice also stemmed from his beliefs and responsibilities. It was unclear how much time had passed, perhaps only a few minutes, or perhaps as long as half a century. The sounds of gnawing and dragging outside gradually faded away, eventually vanishing entirely. Only a deathly silence remained, as if the blood-stained alley outside had never witnessed any events. Yet the intense smell of blood pervaded through the gaps in the wooden door, seeping into the dark corridor, reminding them of the recent tragedy. We can't stay here. Chen Mo's voice was dry and hoarse, breaking the suffocating silence. It's not safe here. That thing, pointing to the smiling nightmare, might come back. Or other things could be attracted by the smell of blood. Changge panted. Where the hell do we go? This pitch-black place leads to who knows where. There must be light. Xiao Zhou lifted his head, his voice trembling with fear, but the instinct of a techie made him subconsciously think, "I'll see if there's anything usable." He began rummaging through his pockets. Chen Mo also recalled that there seemed to be a few disposable lighters among the supplies they took from the police station. With a click, a weak, flickering orange flame ignited in Xiao Zhou's hand. It was a disposable lighter with an advertisement printed on it. Though the light was faint, it instantly dispelled a small area of darkness, providing everyone with a glimmer of safety. By the light of the flame, they could see their surroundings clearly. They found themselves in a narrow, downward-sloping concrete passage, the walls covered in mold and traces of seepage, the ground damp and muddy, scattered with some discarded plastic bags and broken bricks. The air was murky, filled with a mixture of musty and bloody odors. The passage extended forward for less than 10 meters before turning right with no end in sight. "Let's go." Chen Mo struggled to stand up, suppressing the intense pain in his wrist and the feeling of dizziness. "Changgu, how are you?" "I won't die." Changgu gritted his teeth, using his uninjured arm to support himself against the wall to stand up. His face was pale, but his eyes remained fierce. "I still have to stay alive to settle the score with those bastards." He referred to the monsters outside, possibly including the smiling nightmare. Qing also stood up, clutching the medical box, while Xiao Zhou held the lighter aloft, the flickering flame illuminating their pale, yet resolute faces. Chen Mo picked up the rebar smeared with black blood, replacing his empty rifle, and walked to the front. Changgu endured the pain and raised the fire axe behind him. Qing and Xiao Zhou walked in the middle. They advanced slowly along the corridor, each step taken with utmost caution, trying not to make any noise. After the passage turned, a set of descending stairs appeared. At the bottom of the stairs seemed to be a slightly more spacious area where the outlines of some stacked debris could be vaguely seen. The further they descended, the stronger the smell of mold and decay became. Suddenly, Chen Mo, who was at the front, abruptly stopped and raised his hand. "Shoo!" Everyone immediately held their breath. A faint sound like fingernails scraping against the ground came from the dark space ahead. The hearts of everyone instantly raced. "There is something in there." Chen Mo gestured for Xiao Zhou to raise the lighter higher. The feeble light struggled to extend forward, barely illuminating a part of the small space at the bottom of the stairs. It appeared to be an old underground storage room cluttered with broken chairs and discarded cardboard boxes, all covered in thick dust and cobwebs. From behind a pile of tattered burlap sacks in the corner, the rustling sound emerged again, accompanied by a low, suppressed whimper. It wasn't the roar of a zombie, but rather a human voice, and it sounded like a child. Chen Mo and Changgu exchanged glances, both seeing the suspicion and vigilance in each other's eyes. A trap. Another trap. Yet that voice seemed filled with fear and helplessness, unlike a disguise. Chen Mo took a deep breath, tightened his grip on the rebar, gestured for the others to stay in place, and cautiously descended the last few steps, moving toward the corner. "Who is there?" he asked in a low voice, his heart racing to his throat. The whimpering ceased abruptly. Following that was a more intense sound, as if attempting to retreat, but finding no escape. Chen Mo carefully pushed aside the few tattered, moldy burlap sacks with the rebar. The light of the lighter illuminated the corner. A small, filthy figure curled up there, clad in ragged pants and a small jacket of indiscernible color with hair matted against its face. It looked like a boy around 10 years old. He hugged his knees tightly, trembling violently, his wide eyes filled with tears and boundless terror, staring fixedly at Chen Mo. It was a living child. Chen Mo was stunned. Changgu, Qing, and Xiao Zhou also descended the steps, and upon seeing this scene, their faces registered disbelief. In this hellish underground, there was actually a living child besides them. Don't eat me. Please." The boy, seeing more people come down, especially noticing Chang's bloody axe and fierce expression, was so frightened he almost fainted, his voice barely above a whisper, filled with sorrow. Qing's heart softened instantly. She instinctively wanted to step forward, but was stopped by Chen Mo's gaze. In the apocalypse, any abnormality required extreme caution. "Who are you? How did you end up here?" Chen Mo tried to keep his voice calm, but the blood on his wrist and the murderous aura surrounding him clearly did not ease the child's fears. The boy merely shook his head vigorously, tears streaming down his face, unable to utter a word. A fear had consumed his entire being. At that moment, the lighter in Xiao Zhou's hand became too hot from prolonged use, causing him to gasp, and the flame extinguished. Darkness descended once more. The boy let out a short scream. "Damn it!" Changgu cursed under his breath. Xiao Zhou fumbled to try to ignite the lighter again. In that brief moment when the light disappeared, Chen Mo's ears caught a faint hissing sound different from the boy's sobbing. From above, he suddenly looked up. Almost simultaneously, Xiao Zhou ignited the lighter once more. In the instant the fire reignited, Chen Mo saw a slender whip-like shadow darting down from the shadow of the ceiling with incredible speed, aiming directly at the boy. "Watch out!" Chen Mo barely had time to shout, instinctively raising the rebar to block. Crack! A crisp sound. The shadow slammed against the rebar, a tremendous force jolting through, causing Chen Mo's wrist wound to split open, blood gushing out, and the rebar nearly slipped from his grasp. The shadow missed its strike and swiftly retracted back into the darkness of the ceiling, leaving only a chilling, rustling sound of scales scraping. The boy was so frightened, he couldn't even scream, his eyes rolling back, nearly suffocating. "What the hell is that?" Changgu shouted angrily, raising the fire axe vigilantly towards the ceiling. Qing and Xiao Zhou were also terrified, huddling closely together. Chen Mo's heart raced as he fixed his gaze on the ceiling. That thing moved too quickly to see its full form. All they could perceive was what seemed to be something covered in dark scales like a tentacle or a tail. This underground was far more dangerous than they had imagined. The rustling noise moved quickly across the ceiling, seemingly searching for an opportunity to attack again. Get out of here. Hurry. Chen Mo growled, no longer hesitating as he yanked the paralyzed boy from the corner and pushed him toward Ching. Take him with you. Go. He pointed toward the other end of the storage room, where there seemed to be a narrower passageway entrance obscured by a pile of broken furniture. Changgu remained vigilant above, while quickly clearing away obstacles with his axe. Ching took the boy's cold, trembling hand, and Xiao Zhou held up the lighter as they hurried toward the new passage. Chen Mo brought up the rear, gripping the rebar tightly, his eyes fixed on the movements above. The rustling sound followed them, but it seemed wary of their weapons and the light, not daring to attack immediately. The new passage was even narrower and lower, requiring them to bend down to pass through. It was filled with a more unpleasant odor, a noxious mix of sewage and some chemical scent. Chen Mo had no idea where this passage led, but the threat behind them left them no choice but to push forward desperately. In the darkness, only the flickering light of the lighter, heavy breaths, the child's suppressed crying, and the rustling sound above them like a death omen persisted. Each step felt as if they were walking on the edge of an abyss. They had lost contact with the outside world, and any news of their teammates carrying their injuries and the unknown fear as they plunged deeper into the even darker depths of this city of death. Darkness engulfed everything, with only the chilling rustling sound above and the suppressed breaths of the four people. Ching tightly gripped the boy's cold hand and the medical kit, while Changgu cursed softly in the darkness, fumbling for his fire axe. Ahead, at the end of the passage, there seemed to be an extremely faint sound of metal scraping. There's a noise, he whispered, signaling for caution. Changgu immediately fell silent, holding the axe in front of him, his body tense. He harbored the deepest suspicion towards anything unknown. The sound rang out again, clearer this time, as if someone was cautiously handling something on the other side. Chen Mo slowly reached forward. At the end of the passage was a rusted iron gate. The sound was indeed coming from behind the door. He held his breath, leaning closer to the gap. Almost simultaneously, a barely audible, suppressed breathing sound came from behind the door, clearly indicating that the other party was also aware of their presence. A brief silence ensued. From behind the door, a hoarse, weary, yet exceptionally calm voice broke the silence, first carrying a clear sense of vigilance. State your identity. It was Li Ming's voice. No unnecessary words, he directly demanded identification of friend or foe. In this environment, this was the most rational response. Chen Mo. Chen Mo responded immediately, equally succinct. It seemed the tension behind the door eased slightly, but vigilance towards the surrounding environment did not diminish. How did you end up here? Li Ming's question was direct and quick, requiring immediate assessment of the situation. We were ambushed in the back alley and had to hide here. Chen Mo replied, also omitting details. What about you? What is the situation in the basement? After you shot to save us, what happened? Li Ming fell silent for a second, then spoke again, his voice heavy with exhaustion and the cold weight of reality. Some people were rescued. The cost was high. He did not express too much emotion, but the four words, "the cost was high," spoke volumes. The instinct of a soldier drove him to act, but he could only bear the bloody results. The mice are bait. Chang Guest's cold voice came from behind Chen Mo. He was not asking, he was stating a possibility he had long foreseen, with a hint of barely perceptible sarcasm in his tone. Li Ming responded with a curt syllable filled with suppressed anger and self-reproach for his misjudgment. That bastard is dead. He added, concluding that topic. The door is locked. Chen Mo pulled the conversation back to reality. It can't be opened from the inside. Together then, Li Ming said immediately. Survival was the priority. The past could not be changed. The two sides stopped talking and began to silently feel out the door lock structure. Changgu wedged the blade of his fire axe into the rusty lock beam, while Chen Mo braced it with a steel bar. Outside, the sound of forceful prying also came through. 1, 2, 3. Both sides exerted force simultaneously. Creak, bang. The lock head was forcefully broken. The iron gate was suddenly pulled open from the outside. Dim light fell from the high ventilation shaft, barely illuminating the space behind the door and the figures of Li Ming and Changgu. Both men were drenched in blood, their combat uniforms torn in multiple places, their faces smeared with a mixture of blood, sweat, and gunpowder. Li Ming's gaze was as sharp as ever, but deep within there was a hardness and weight forged by reality. Changgu panted heavily, his expression fierce, as if he had just crawled out of a sea of blood. Behind them, 5 figures huddled together. 3 men and 2 women in terrible condition, covered in injuries, their eyes hollow and numb, immersed in immense fear. The number was far fewer than expected. Li Ming's gaze quickly swept over Chen Mo and the others, landing on the injured Chen Mo and Chang Gu before finally resting on the medical kit in Qing's arms. His eyes flickered slightly before he looked away, turning to the unfamiliar boy, his brows slightly furrowed, but he quickly suppressed his questions. "Come in quickly, we can't stay here long." Li Ming stepped aside to clear the way, his tone urgent, his gaze constantly scanning the dark passage they had come from. "That thing may not be far away." Chen Mo and the others quickly entered the abandoned maintenance room. The space was cramped, filled with clutter. Chang Gu was the last to enter, his cold gaze sweeping over the 5 trembling survivors who clearly needed assistance. He barely snorted through his nose, saying nothing, but his positioning subconsciously placed him closer to Chen Mo and Qing, maintaining some distance from the new survivors. Just as Chang Gu tried to close the iron gate, thud, 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 a slow, clear footfall carrying a strange rhythm echoed from deep within the passage they had come from. The sound was unhurried, yet like a cold needle, it instantly pierced everyone's nerves. That thing. It was coming. It had never left. Perhaps it had always been watching from the darkness. Li Ming instantly raised his gun, the muzzle steadily aimed at the darkness from where the sound came, his eyes cold and without hesitation. Chang Gu almost simultaneously raised his gun, his finger tightly on the trigger, breathing heavily. Chang Gu cursed under his breath, gripping his fire axe, standing shoulder to shoulder with Chen Mo, forming a makeshift defensive posture, but his positioning clearly protected himself and the original team members more. Qing shielded the boy and the medical kit tightly behind her. Xiaozhou's face was pale. The 5 new survivors let out desperate whimpers, collapsing to the ground. Chen Mo felt his heart stop. He looked at Li Ming, who happened to be looking at him as well. In that brief moment of eye contact, both saw the resolve and heavy pressure in each other's eyes. The convergence did not bring safety, instead it might have attracted even more concentrated danger. Thud, thud, thud. The crisp, slow footfalls with an inhuman rhythm echoed in the silent underground corridor, each step precisely striking at the most vulnerable spots of everyone's hearts. It moved leisurely, as if strolling, yet carried a Catan mouse-like mockery and an absolute sense of control, continuously closing in from deep within the dark passage. The air froze. Li Ming held his Type 95 rifle, the muzzle unwaveringly aimed at the darkness from where the sound came, his gaze sharp as an eagle, all the instincts of a soldier activated to the utmost, but the fine cold sweat trickling from his temple exposed the immense pressure he was under. He had experienced life and death, but facing such an utterly unexplainable entity, any tactics and experience seemed pale and powerless. Chang Gu held his shotgun, his finger tightly on the trigger, his knuckles turning white from the effort, and his heavy breathing was particularly clear in the silence. He resembled a cornered beast, his gaze mixed with fear and fierce determination to fight to the death. Chang Gu stood beside Chen Mo, his fire axe held horizontally in front of him, his injured arm trembling slightly from exertion, but he gritted his teeth, fiercely scanning ahead and to the sides, as if any direction could bear an attack. His positioning was subtle, forming a defensive angle with Li Ming, while subtly shielding Chen Mo, Qing, and the medical kit further back. Pragmatism made him clear that any internal conflict now would be suicidal. They must unite against the outside, but subconsciously he prioritized protecting the own people he was more familiar with and who held the medicine. Chen Mo gripped the steel bar, tightly, sharp pain radiating from his injured wrist, but this pain made him more alert. He forced himself not to look at the 5 new survivors who were almost collapsed on the ground, letting out desperate whimpers, focusing all his attention on the impending threat. He could not panic first. If he panicked, the team would be even more chaotic. Qing tightly clutched the medical kit with one hand, while the other protected the unfamiliar boy who buried his face in her leg, trembling like a leaf in autumn. Xiaozhou futilely hid behind, everyone attempting to adopt a defensive posture with his bare hands, his face pale as paper. The footsteps grew closer and clearer. They could almost vaguely see a small, blurry white silhouette slowly emerging from the darkness at the end of the passage. Just when everyone thought that thing would directly appear at the passage's mouth facing their guns, the footsteps suddenly stopped. It halted at the intersection of the passage's shadow and the weak light of the maintenance room, right in a visual blind spot, revealing only a small corner of a dress and the hem, along with a pair of small, dirty feet. It stood still. This sudden stillness was more suffocating than the continuous approach. What did it want? Time passed second by second, each second felt like a century. The taut nerves were on the verge of snapping. Suddenly, among the 5 new survivors, a middle-aged man with a twisted arm seemed unable to bear the extreme psychological pressure any longer, letting out a scream of collapse and dashed from the ground towards the dark depths of the maintenance room, disregarding everything. "Don't move," Li Ming shouted low, but it was already too late. Almost at the moment the man took off, whoosh, a sound of something slicing through the air shrieked out from the shadows of the passage. That thing was almost indistinguishable, moving too fast. Only a blurry shadow was seen flashing by. Thud. A muffled sound. The running man's body suddenly froze, followed by a high-pitched scream that distorted into despair. His chest was instantly pierced by some sharp object from behind. A spray of blood erupted from his front. He staggered forward 2 more steps, then fell heavily to the ground, convulsing twice before falling silent. The entire process happened in the blink of an eye. Everyone was stunned by this sudden and precise assassination. It was the thing Chen Mo had encountered. It had been following Chen Mo. Moreover, it didn't need to reveal itself. It could eliminate what it deemed unruly prey with precision and cruelty unseen. The remaining 4 survivors were so frightened that they couldn't even whimper, completely collapsing, defecating, and urinating, a stench spreading. Li Ming's face was extremely grim, his jaw clenched tight. The people he rescued were being tortured in front of him in this way, yet he hadn't even seen the shadow of the enemy. Chang Ge's pupils contracted. He whispered, "Damn it. How can we fight this?" He instantly realized that in a heated confrontation, they had no chance of winning. Chen Mo's heart sank to the depths. It was telling them who the true ruler here was. In the shadows of the passage, that pair of small feet moved slightly. Then the chilling, slow footsteps echoed once more. Tap, tap, tap. It continued to advance. This time its target seemed very clear, directly at the entrance to the maintenance room. Everyone's heart raced again. Li Ming took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the turmoil of emotions, and shouted, "Prepare." His finger gently pre-pressed the trigger. He would not sit idly by. Brother Chang also gripped the axe tightly, muscles tensed. Chen Mo's gaze swept rapidly around his brain, working frantically. A heated fight was definitely a dead end. He had to think of a way. His eyes fell on a pile of covered debris in the corner of the maintenance room, then glanced at the high ventilation opening. The ventilation opening was small, though an adult would have difficulty squeezing through, but just as that white dress was about to completely exit the shadows, Brother Chang, "Light. Throw it towards the passage." Chen Mo suddenly yelled at Brother Chang. Brother Chang was stunned for a moment, then instantly understood. He quickly took the police flashlight strapped to Brother Chang's waist, found during their scavenging, and unhesitatingly turned it on a blinding white light, instantly slicing through the darkness. He didn't throw it deep into the passage, as that might provoke the entity, but instead aimed the beam at the wall above the entrance. The sudden strong light made everyone instinctively squint. At that moment of light distraction, Chen Mo simultaneously shouted at Li Ming and Changzi, "Don't shoot. Cover me." He didn't rush into the passage. Instead, he suddenly turned and lunged towards the pile of debris, ripping off the oilcloth. Underneath were several stacked, oil-stained metal barrels. It was unclear whether they were empty or contained some residue. He exerted all his strength and forcefully toppled the top barrel. Clang! The barrel crashed heavily to the ground, making a huge noise, rolling towards the entrance along the slightly sloped floor. This series of actions occurred within 2 or 3 seconds. At the entrance, that white figure seemed to be momentarily disrupted by the sudden bright light and noise, its steps slightly hesitating. Though Li Ming and Changzi didn't understand what Chen Mo intended to do, they instinctively adjusted their aim, not shooting at the white figure, but instead vigilantly pointing at potential threats on either side, providing deterrent cover. The rolling barrel crashed against the wall at the entrance, coming to a stop. In an instant, all actions froze. The strong flashlight was still shining the beam, striking the wall, the reflected light barely illuminating the entrance. The white figure was finally completely exposed to the light. A dirty dress, disheveled black hair, and a ghastly pale complexion. And beneath that hair, a face slowly raised. A face that was beyond description. Had its appearance changed somewhat? The position of the features was roughly intact, but the entire face seemed to have been pulled and torn by some force, the skin smooth and inhuman, presenting a ceramic-like texture. What was most chilling was its mouth, its corners torn upward in a way that completely defied physiological structure, extending close to the ears, forming a fixed, gigantic, and eerie smile. There were no teeth, no tongue, just a bottomless pitch-black void within that smile. And its eyes. There were no whites, no pupils, just 2 pools of pure ink-like blackness absorbing all light. It stood there, tilting its head, looking at the group in the maintenance room. That huge torn smile seemed to silently mock all their struggles. The light from the flashlight seemed to have no effect on it. It slowly raised that slender stained hand. Once again it precisely pointed at Chen Mo. This time its finger curled slightly. Accompanying this motion, a cold, viscous, malevolent mental pressure surged towards Chen Mo like a tide attempting to invade his consciousness once more. Chen Mo felt a sharp pain in his head, but he gritted his teeth, resisting this force. He knew that once he was controlled, it would all be over. Damn it! Brother Chang was startled back a step by this bizarre sight, instinctively cursing. Li Ming's gun was slightly lowered, his brows furrowed tightly. Directly firing. If it didn't die from the shot, the consequences would be unimaginable. And its speed. In this moment of extreme tension, crackle. A faint yet tooth-gritting sound of friction came from above everyone's heads. Everyone instinctively looked up. They saw the high ventilation opening barely big enough for one person slowly being pushed open from the outside. A similarly dirty face but clearly human peeked in, anxiously looking down and urgently calling out in a low voice, "People down there. Quick, come up from here. Hurry, that thing has found this place." Was that old He's voice? How did he get here? And found the ventilation opening? This sudden change instantly broke the deadlock in the underground standoff. The smiling nightmare seemed to stiffen for a moment, its pure black eyes instantly shifting towards the ventilation opening above, a clear anger emanating from being disturbed again. Opportunity. Li Ming, Brother Chong, suppress the passage. Don't let it interfere with above. Chen Mo yelled with all his might. Without any hesitation, Li Ming and Xiangzi's gun muzzles instantly raised again. Bang, bang, bang. Li Ming's Type 95 rifle fired precise short bursts towards the smiling nightmare. Strangely, the trajectory of the bullets seemed to deviate, or their kinetic energy greatly diminished, as if there were an invisible force field obstructing its front. Bang, bang. Sparks and concrete shards erupted from the ground, and their bodies forming a line of firepower obstruction. Damn, what is going on? It's not hitting. It's not dying. Seeing this, Qiang's shotgun roared, a flurry of steel pellets spraying out in a fan shape. Still unable to inflict fatal damage, but the massive sound and impact were enough to create a deterrent. Brother Chong then aimed the beam of the flashlight directly at the smiling nightmare's face. The cooperation of the three reached a remarkable tacit understanding in this moment of survival. The smiling nightmare let out a sharp, ear-piercing shriek, completely unlike a human voice, seemingly enraged by this sudden concentrated fire interference. Its figure eerily swayed as if about to vanish, but for some reason did not immediately retreat. The bullets hitting its body seemed to have no effect, only slightly stalling it. Quick, up! Chen Mo yelled at the top, pulling up a Qing and the boy Xiaozhou. Help! Xiaozhou rolled and crawled over, helping Chen Mo lift a Qing desperately, pushing her upwards. A Qing desperately handed the medical box up first, while old He at the ventilation opening, and another hand seemed to belong to another lightly injured person from the stronghold. Quickly catch it. Then the boy was also pushed up with effort. Xiangzi, take the people and go. Li Ming shouted while changing the magazine, firing continuously. Without a second thought, Xiangzi put away the empty shotgun, roughly grabbing the two nearest survivors who were nearly paralyzed with fear, and pushed them towards the ventilation opening. Old He and the others above were desperately pulling. Brother Chong, let's go. Chen Mo shouted at Brother Chong, who was still shining the flashlight. Brother Chong glanced at Li Ming, who was still shooting for cover, and then at Chen Mo. Gritting his teeth, he threw the flashlight onto the ground, the beam continuing to shine towards the passage, grabbing the last survivor woman's arm and nearly dragging her over, pushing with all his might. At the entrance, the smiling nightmare's shriek grew louder. It seemed to lose patience, beginning to ignore the threat of bullets, its form blurring as it prepared to charge in. Li Ming, Chen Mo shouted. Li Ming fired the last magazine, suddenly swinging the rifle back, drawing out his pistol, continuing to shoot, while quickly retreating to the ventilation opening. Up! He yelled at Chen Mo. Chen Mo hesitated no more, grabbed the hand reaching down above, and was pulled up with great effort. Li Ming was the last one. He emptied the pistol, smashing it against the entrance, leaping up. Xiangzi, and old He held tightly to his arms, forcibly pulling him up. Just as Li Ming's feet left the ground, a white shadow dashed like a ghost towards the ventilation opening. That pale hand shot up, its sharp nails nearly grazing the soles of Li Ming's shoes. It tilted its head, the torn dark smile, facing the ventilation opening, its pitch-black eyes filled with endless malice and coldness. Quick, block it! Old He shouted in panic. The people above hurriedly pulled the heavy ventilation cover back into place, even finding something heavy to press down on it. Thud, thud. Heavy impacts sounded from below, but that thick metal grate temporarily blocked the attack. Everyone collapsed on the ground on the other side of the ventilation opening, completely exhausted and panting heavily, as if they had just crawled back from the gates of hell. They were temporarily safe. Yet no one showed joy at having survived. Only endless fear, fatigue, and heaviness filled their faces. They had come out, but at the cost of blood, and had thoroughly enraged that incomprehensible entity. Chen Mo looked at the panting, pale-faced Li Ming, then at the equally disheveled and complexied Brother Chong. The road ahead seemed even darker than that underground corridor. Above the ventilation duct, Chen Mo and his companions lay sprawled on the ground, gasping for breath. There was no trace of relief on their faces, only a heavier sense of despair. Now that he thinks back, how long has it been since the disaster broke out? About a week or so. The dangers Chen Mo faced were countless, not just from the mindless wandering zombies, but also from the terrifying dark side of humanity, and the incomprehensible, unpredictable anomalies. In just a week of fleeing his colleagues, a Ling Wang Lei and several unfamiliar strangers continued to die. Even old son and sister Zhao, who had been fleeing alongside Chen Mo, were hanging by a thread. Is it really worth the risk for that elusive message and evacuation point? Chen Mo couldn't help but ask himself. He didn't know if he could make it to the evacuation point if he continued. Perhaps he would die along the way. Moreover, would that so-called evacuation point turn out to be a trap? And there was that smiling nightmare that had been stalking him. He didn't know how he had provoked it to pursue him relentlessly. Thinking of that anomaly resembling a little girl dressed in a dirty white dress, Chen Mo couldn't help but shiver. It not only possessed extremely high intelligence, but also seemed to have some unknown power capable of commanding those zombies with little consciousness. The more he thought about it, the more he felt the darkness and thorns ahead. However, he could not reveal his fear and confusion, as such emotions would spread like a virus through the team. Chen Mo took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. He turned his head, scanning the surroundings. Li Ming leaned against the wall, eyes closed, his face pale, his chest rising and falling erratically. The hand holding the empty rifle trembled involuntarily. This former soldier had clearly exhausted all his strength, and the psychological shock was perhaps more severe than the physical. Changzi sat beside him, head down, staring blankly at his battered hunting rifle, his eyes hollow, as if he had yet to recover from the previous bloody battles and strange encounters. Brother Chang cursed as he checked the new scratches on his arm. The wound was not deep, but grotesquely raw. He tied it tightly with a rag torn from his tattered clothing, gritting his teeth in pain, yet the fierceness in his eyes remained, only now tinged with unmistakable fatigue and lingering fear. Ching still tightly embraced the medical kit as if it were a part of her body, while her other hand unconsciously patted the back of the unfamiliar boy curled up beside her, who was still trembling. Her complexion was equally grim, her eyes filled with confusion and residual terror. Xiaozhou lay slumped a short distance away, his gaze vacant, mumbling to himself. He was anxiously weaving through the crowd, roughly checking everyone's condition, especially the 5 new survivors who had just been rescued from the basement looking like startled birds. Their conditions were dire. Varying degrees of injuries, malnutrition, and extreme psychological trauma had left 2 of them in a semi-comatose state. Chen Mo struggled to sit up, his voice hoarse. How could you? He heard his voice and quickly walked over, a mix of worry and relief on his face. Thank heavens you finally made it out. There was commotion. The gunfire and explosions from the police station were too intense. Later gunshots were heard in this alley, and there were also those monsters' cries. I was up there listening, my heart almost jumped out. Daozi said he saw something running on the roofs of the alley. I was worried you'd run into trouble, so I let him guard old son and the others, and I came down to see if there were any other routes to provide support. He pointed to an inconspicuous narrow staircase at the other end of the space. I came down from there. It's an abandoned small basement connected to the maintenance passage of this row of houses. I heard you pounding on the door and prying the lock below and followed the sound to that ventilation duct. Good heavens, if I had come a step later. He glanced at the ventilation duct, currently blocked by heavy objects where no movement seemed to be occurring, but the invisible sense of oppression still lingered. Chen Mo nodded, understanding in his heart. It was his quick decision and a bit of luck that saved them. But he had no time to reflect as a more pressing issue loomed ahead. What's the situation at the base? Old son's sister, Zhao Monkey. He asked, urgently glancing at the medical kit. He shook his head. Not good. Old son has been in a coma, his breath growing weaker. Sister Zhao occasionally wakes up, but her fever persists. Monkey is also in a daze. If we don't get more medicine, I'm afraid. He didn't finish his sentence, but everyone understood the implication. The atmosphere instantly grew heavier. The medicine they had fought so hard to retrieve was the only hope for the 3 lives upstairs. Chen Mo exhaled. He glanced at the people sitting or lying around, then looked at the 5 new survivors in poor condition. We can't stay here too long. That thing may not have actually left. We must return to the base immediately. Those who can move help each other, and those severely injured must be lifted up. He said in a deep voice, the tone low, but making everyone shiver. His gaze turned to Li Ming and Brother Chang. Li Ming opened his eyes, nodded, and struggled to stand up. That's right, this place is not suitable for prolonged stay. His voice regained some steadiness, but it carried a deep weariness. He began to instruct Changzi. Changzi helped lift the seriously injured up. Count the number of people and the losses. Brother Chang spat, enduring the pain as he stood up. Damn it, we lost everything on this trip. Though his words were harsh, they accurately expressed everyone's feelings. They had gone to the police station to replenish ammunition, but what was the result? Changzi began to take action. The results of the count soon emerged, only deepening their gloom. Personnel: Chen Mo's team, Chen Mo wrist injury, Brother Chang arm injury, leg injury, A Qing exhausted, Xiaozhou overwhelmed. For people +1 unfamiliar boy. Li Ming's team, Li Ming minor injury exhausted, Chang, Z minor injury exhausted, 2 people. New rescued survivors, 5 people, 2 in semi-coma, the rest injured, and extremely weak. Base survivors Old He Xiao Dao Thai injured by bone spurs, and 3 seriously injured Old Sun's sister Zhao Monkey. Total remaining 14 people, including the boy. Losses at least 7 people confirmed dead during the basement rescue operation, including the mouse, combined with losses from the police station battle and subsequent escape. The total casualties were staggering. Supplies rough count weapons and ammunition 2 Type 95 rifles Li Ming Chen Mo remaining bullets total less than 60 rounds about 2 magazines, and the firearms need to be checked after intense combat. 2 high-powered hunting rifles Brother Chong Z ammunition exhausted now just a burden. 1 short-barreled shotgun Ching only about 10 rounds left. 1 pistol ammunition exhausted. Close combat weapons fire axe Brother Chong rebar Chen Mo still intact, but machetes crowbars and others have been lost. Medical supplies 1 first aid kit intact. This is the only good news. Food and water half a box of compressed biscuits left, only half a barrel of water remaining. Most of the supplies they gathered at the police station, several boxes of biscuits, several barrels of water, cigarettes, and alcohol were lost during the subsequent escape. Others 1 high-intensity flashlight, more than half of the battery, consumed some personal items. The count results felt like a bucket of ice water extinguishing the faint warmth of having just escaped death. They had gone for ammunition but returned nearly empty-handed, suffered heavy personnel losses, and now had 6 more mouths to feed and water, 5 of whom urgently needed treatment and comfort. A breath of despair spread silently. One of the women among the new survivors couldn't help but cry out. Brother Chong's face turned an alarming shade as he looked at the 5 new survivors, especially the 2 semi-comatose ones needing to be carried. His lips moved, but he ultimately said nothing, only striking a nearby dusty pipe with a heavy fist producing a dull sound. He saw the enormous pressure of survival ahead. Li Ming silently stared at the count results, his brow furrowed. He had taken great risks to save these people, but how to keep them alive became a more severe issue. The sense of responsibility of a soldier from the old era prevented him from abandoning them, yet the cruelty of reality weighed on him like never before. He instinctively glanced at Chen Mo, seemingly wanting to see how this gradually becoming central coordinator would respond. Chen Mo felt a throbbing in his temples, the immense pressure making it hard to breathe. But he knew he couldn't fall. Let's head back first. He spoke again, his voice tired, yet carrying an undeniable determination. Old He lead the way. Li Ming Brother Chong well hold the rear. Chong Zi Ching helped carry the injured. There were no better options. The group silently began to move. The road back to the base was equally oppressive. They ascended the narrow staircase that Old He had come down, passing through a small basement filled with discarded furniture, finally crawling back into the corridor of the second-floor base through a hidden hatch blocked by a broken cabinet. Every slight sound made everyone's hearts race, fearing it would attract something. Especially when carrying the injured, the slow pace was even more torturous. Finally, the familiar door appeared before them. Old He knocked rhythmically, and a voice from inside confirmed it was Xiao Dao. The door was cautiously opened. The familiar smell of rotting wounds and stagnant air rushed at them. The base remained dim, candlelight flickering, illuminating 3 faint figures in the corner. Seeing Chen Mo and the others return, and with the medical kit in hand, the few survivors left behind burst forth with hope. But upon seeing their disheveled and injured appearances along with the unfamiliar new survivors in poor condition following behind, the light of hope was quickly replaced by concern and questions. Quick! Ching! Old He! Chen Mo couldn't afford to explain, immediately pointing at the medical kit. First give medicine to Old Sun's sister, Zhao, and Monkey. Hurry! Ching and Old He rushed to the medical kit, carefully opening it and starting to prepare the medicines. At that moment, everything else had to take a back seat. Chen Mo, Li Ming Brother Chong, and the others leaned against the wall or sat slumped on the ground, watching Old He and Ching busy themselves. Antibiotics were carefully injected, hemostatic powder sprinkled on cleaned wounds, and morphine used to alleviate the most intense pain. Every use of medication was extremely cautious, as everyone knew that each bit consumed meant 1 less for the many who needed it. After tending to the 3 seriously injured, Old He and Ching immediately went to check the wounds of the 5 new survivors, and Chen Mo and Brother Chong. Chen Mo endured the stinging pain from the disinfection, scanning the entire room. The room, once spacious, now felt exceptionally crowded and oppressive. 14 people were crammed in here. The air was foul. The moans of the injured, the suppressed cries of newcomers, and the heavy breathing of everyone intertwined. Food and water were in short supply. Ammunition was nearly exhausted. The number of injured had surged. Outside there lurked that eerie and terrifying smiling nightmare and other endless threats. The medical kit they had painstakingly brought back had temporarily saved a few lives, but could not solve the fundamental survival crisis. The trip to the police station not only failed to achieve its goal, but rather exacerbated their already precarious situation. A silent, suffocating despair enveloped everyone. Chen Mo leaned against the cold wall, closed his eyes, feeling an unprecedented fatigue and confusion. Time seemed to freeze in the makeshift room, or perhaps it flowed slowly with a torturous rhythm. The flickering candlelight cast distorted and magnified shadows on the mottled walls resembling lurking phantoms. The air was thick with a melange of increasingly pungent, since the metallic tang of blood, the acrid smell of disinfectant, the sickly sweet odor of rotting wounds, and the stench of sweat and excrement from the crowd of over 10 people crammed together. Every breath became a struggle, not just from physiological discomfort, but a psychological suffocation. Ching and Old, he did their utmost to tend to the wounded. The limited medical supplies were being used sparingly. Morphine temporarily relieved Old Sun and the gravely injured new survivor from their pain moans, plunging them into a deeper stupor, but it was merely a delay, not a cure. After receiving an injection of antibiotics, Sister Zhao's high fever seemed to slightly subside, but her consciousness remained fuzzy. The monkey's condition had improved a bit, yet it still lay weak. After cleaning the wound on Chen Mo's wrist with the last bit of saline solution, Qing applied hemostatic powder and bandaged it with a relatively clean strip of cloth. The stinging sensation persisted, but at least the bleeding had stopped. Brother Chang's arm scratches were treated similarly. Li Ming and Xiangzi mostly had abrasions and exhaustion. After a brief rest, they regained some strength, yet the heaviness in their brows did not lessen in the slightest. The 5 new survivors, after some basic treatment and a bit of water, had their emotions stabilized slightly, but the fear and numbness in their eyes remained. They huddled in a corner like frightened quails. The boy who had been rescued still closely followed, Qing silent, only using his large, terrified eyes to survey everything around him. Little Zhou lay in another corner, seemingly regaining some awareness, but his gaze remained hollow as he hugged his knees, his body trembling slightly. Brother Chang inspected the 2 shotguns that had nearly turned to scrap metal, cursing as he threw them into the corner, causing a loud clatter that startled everyone. He irritably ran his fingers through his hair, his gaze sweeping across the crowded room, lingering particularly long on the 5 new survivors, and the 3 severely injured, ultimately turning into a heavy and helpless sigh. He saw the dire predicament of resources more clearly than anyone else. Li Ming sat against the wall, repeatedly wiping down the empty 95-style rifle, his movements mechanical, yet focused, as if drawing some strength from the cold weapon. His gaze occasionally flitted over the people he had fought desperately to save, his expression complex, filled with responsibility and weight, perhaps even a hint of unnoticeable confusion. Rescue is a soldier's duty, but how to survive after saving them tests a person far more than charging into battle. Chen Mo swallowed the last small piece of compressed biscuit with a few sips of water. The dry crumbs scraped down his throat, bringing a negligible sense of fullness. He surveyed the entire room. Every weary, fearful, or numb face felt like a heavy stone pressing down on his heart. Food would last at most 1 more day under extremely frugal conditions. Water was down to just half a barrel, barely enough to sustain life. Ammunition was almost depleted, meaning they had lost the majority of their capacity for active defense and hunting. Medicine seemed to have been replenished, but the consumption rate was astonishing and resupply was impossible. And they had 14 mouths to feed, more than half of which were incapacitated or weakened. A dead end. A true dead end. Damn it. Brother Chang finally couldn't hold back his deep voice, breaking the suffocating silence. Staying here is just waiting to die? No one contradicted him. This was an obvious fact. Someone must go out to find food, find water. Li Ming put down the rifle, raised his head, and his eyes regained their usual decisiveness, though his voice carried fatigue. And we can't go far. This area has probably been scavenged countless times already, and it's too dangerous. He thought of that ever-present smiling face nightmare. Go out. With what? Brother Chang sneered, pointing at the fire stick in the corner. Running into a small horde of corpses would be enough for us to drink a pot of soup. Not to mention that damn thing. He was extremely resistant to venturing out again. But we can't just sit here and starve to death. Li Ming's tone became firm. We have to take risks. He'll take Xiangzi and try to look around the nearby buildings. Nearby. Brother Chang's voice rose a few notches. There's nothing nearby. We've already searched this broken building thoroughly. Going any further is just asking for death. The atmosphere between the two immediately became tense again. Although they had shared life and death together, their deeply ingrained styles of action and the immense pressure of the moment made their differences stand out once more. Chen Mo felt a headache coming on. He knew both of them had valid points. Not going out meant waiting to die, but venturing out could be faster death. Radio. A weak voice suddenly echoed from the corner. It was little Zhou. He raised his head, his face still pale, but a glimmer of focus unique to a techie returned to his eyes. Old Zhong's shop. Before we went to the police station, we originally intended to go to Old Zhong's repair shop to look for radio parts or equipment. To confirm the news from the stadium. His words reminded everyone. Their initial plan was not to confront the police station directly, but to obtain communication means and verify the authenticity of the evacuation point. Acquiring weapons from the police station was merely a spur-of-the-moment decision, resulting in such a heavy cost. What's the use of talking about this now? Brother Chang interrupted him irritably. Where's old Zhong's shop? It's several streets away. You have no idea what the situation is like out there. In our current state, can we make it? Not necessarily. We don't have to go there. Little Zhou seemed to shrink a bit from Brother Chang's shout, but still gathered his courage to continue speaking. His voice was small, yet much clearer. If we can find some basic electronic components, even the simplest radio parts, or devices that can receive weak signals, I might be able to see if I can pick up some outside signals. We don't necessarily have to go to the stadium, perhaps. Perhaps there are other frequencies broadcasting. His words were like a small stone thrown into dead water, stirring up a faint ripple. Radio. Information. This was another form of resource, perhaps even more important than food and water. Confirming the outside situation might help find another way to survive, or at least die with clarity. Chen Mo's eyes brightened slightly. He looked at little Zhou, this technician who had always been somewhat timid, who proposed a direction that, although perhaps not the best, seemed to be the only feasible option at present amidst despair. What parts do you need? Where is the most likely place to find them nearby? Chen Mo asked in a deep voice, his tone carrying encouragement. Little Zhou thought hard for a moment. The simplest. I need magnetic coils, capacitors, diodes, and antennas and headphones. These things. In old residential buildings, perhaps some old folks might have old radios or appliances that can be dismantled. Or, in this building we have only searched most of the rooms. There might be some locked or abandoned storage rooms, basements. Maybe we missed something. His suggestion provided a new perspective. Rather than risking a dangerous journey to the distant old Zhong shop, they could conduct one last detailed search within this relatively familiar building or in the adjacent structures with relatively controllable risks. The goal was no longer vast amounts of food and ammunition, which was obviously unrealistic, but specific, possibly existing electronic components. Li Ming frowned, seemingly weighing the risks and rewards. Searching for electronic components seemed less reliable than searching for food and water, but little Zhou's words indeed provided a glimmer of hope, and the scope of action could be controlled nearby. Brother Chang still wore a stern expression, but this time he did not immediately oppose. Searching the current building or adjacent buildings did indeed involve much less risk than venturing far, and the goal was clear. Although he didn't hold out much hope for this, it was certainly better than waiting idly or recklessly embarking on a long journey. Let's give it a try. Li Ming ultimately made up his mind, but we must be quick and absolutely cautious. Two people in a group looking out for each other. Focus on searching this building in places we haven't been to or searched thoroughly before, as well as the neighboring building with a similar structure if the passage is still relatively safe. He looked at Chen Mo, seemingly seeking a final opinion. Unbeknownst to him, Chen Mo had already become the de facto decision-maker and coordinator of this team. Chen Mo nodded. This seemed to be the only plan that could break the deadlock and bring a glimmer of action to the despairing group. Good. Let's do it this way. Chen Mo stood up, though his body was still fatigued. A spark of light rekindled in his eyes. Let's take some time to rest. We move out in an hour. Li Ming, Brother Chang, let's discuss the grouping and search areas. He looked at little Zhou. Little Zhou, make a list of the most urgently needed components. The more detailed, the better. Qing old, he leave this to you. Conserve all resources. The command was concise and clear. Everyone seemed to find a backbone, beginning to move silently. Despair still weighed heavily on everyone's hearts, but a faint spark named hope seemed to be reignited. Though this spark was so weak it felt as if it could be extinguished at any moment by the harsh winds of reality. Yet in this abyss of apocalypse, even a glimmer of light was enough to instill courage, urging one to struggle forward one more step. Chen Mo approached the window carefully, parting a small gap to look outside. The figures wandering the streets seemed to have increased. In the distance, unsettling, abnormal howls occasionally echoed. An hour of rest felt fleeting, like an illusion. For Chen Mo, this brief moment was hardly enough for his wounds to stop throbbing, let alone recover his strength. Yet he forced himself to swallow the last bland morsel of the tasteless compressed biscuit, moistening his cracked lips with the last drop of water from his canteen before standing up. The movement tugged at the injury on his wrist, causing him to involuntarily gasp. Qing looked over with concern, and he shook his head to signal that he was fine. Are you ready? Li Ming's voice was similarly hoarse, yet he had shouldered the nearly empty Type 95 rifle again. Though only a few bullets remained, the gun itself still offered a semblance of psychological security. Xiangzi stood beside him, wielding a heavy steel pipe found in their stronghold, replacing the now useless shotgun. Changgu also stood up, his expression still grim, but he gripped the fire axe once more. His leg injury made movement difficult, but the search might require breaching, and his strength and experience were still needed. Xiaozhou nervously handed over a crumpled piece of paper on which several rudimentary circuit diagrams were hastily drawn with burnt charcoal, along with a list of components: magnetic rod coils, variable capacitors, high-frequency diodes, piezoelectric ceramic pieces, which could serve as rudimentary headphones, and as long wires as possible. Try to find these. Old-style transistor radios, telephones, or even some toys might have them. Xiaozhou's voice was filled with uncertainty akin to looking for a needle in a haystack, especially in this apocalyptic world. Chen Mo took the note, glanced at it carefully, folded it neatly, and tucked it into his pocket. "We'll do our best," he stated without offering unrealistic guarantees. It was ultimately decided that Chen Mo, Li Ming, and Chang Ge would conduct the first search, while Xiangzi stayed behind with Dachuan and Qing to guard the stronghold against any potential surprises. The trio combined leadership and decision-making, Chen tactical vigilance, Li, and breaching strength, Chang Ge. Leaving the relatively safe room, they re-entered the dimly lit corridors filled with uncertainty, each step feeling particularly heavy. The corridors still reeked of a faint decay, as some of the corpses of zombies previously cleared away had been dragged off for disposal, but the dark stains that remained on the ground were still glaring. They did not choose to go downstairs, but followed the plan to explore the parts of this building they had not previously searched thoroughly. This old residential building had 6 stories. Their activities had mainly been on the 3rd and 4th floors, where they had cleared visible threats and obtained initial food and water. However, they had not forced their way into the locked doors leading to the top floor or basement. The first targets were the 5th and 6th floors. The stairwell was dark and damp, with large areas of peeling plaster exposing the gray bricks beneath. With each step upward, the sound of their footsteps echoed in the empty stairwell, tightening their hearts involuntarily. The layout of the corridor on the 5th floor was similar to that on the 4th, but even more dilapidated. Several doors were ajar, revealing rooms in disarray, clearly having been visited by other survivors or zombies long ago. An indescribable smell of mildew and dust hung in the air. They cautiously checked each open room, finding nothing but more chaos and debris. Most of the appliances were old televisions and fans smashed to pieces with wires brutally torn apart. Clearly someone had scavenged here before them, and their methods were crude, not aimed at finding precise components. Chang Ge spat impatiently. "Damn it, it's like it's been ravaged by locusts." Li Ming gestured for him to be quiet, keeping the gun's muzzle warily aimed at the closed doors. They tentatively knocked on several closed doors, receiving no response. The silence, almost terrifying. Chang Ge struck the door lock with the axe handle a few times, but no scratching sounds from zombies came from behind. "Maybe it's empty, or—" Li Ming lowered his voice. His unfinished words were clear in meaning. Chen Mo nodded. He signaled Chang Ge to try to pry open the sturdiest-looking security door. Chang Ge cursed under his breath and began to work the axe blade, scraping against the metal door frame, producing a harsh noise. Li Ming and Chen Mo stood guard at either end of the corridor. With a loud clang, the door lock was broken, and as the door swung inward, an indescribable air mingled with dust, and a sweet rotten smell rushed out, nearly suffocating them. Chen Mo covered his mouth and nose, shining his flashlight into the room. The living room was quite tidy, perhaps too tidy. The furniture was arranged neatly, covered in a thick layer of dust. But what drew their attention was the figure sitting on the sofa. An elderly man in neat loungewear, his hair meticulously combed, with hands folded on his knees, as if merely dozing. Yet his skin displayed a gray, waxy texture, eyes tightly shut, and the corners of his mouth bore traces of dried, blackened vomit. Beside him lay an empty medicine bottle. Suicide. Choosing to end it all after disaster struck. There were no signs of struggle in the room, nor any external damage. Only a heartbreaking, complete silence and despair remained. The 3 fell silent. The impatience on Chang Ge's face vanished, replaced by a complex weightiness. Li Ming silently lowered his gun. Chen Mo felt as if something had gripped his heart. This was not his first encounter with a corpse, but each time this active choice of cold death felt more chilling and sorrowful than being torn apart by zombies. This was a life that had been vibrant just a week ago, making its final decision in despair. They did not disturb the sleeping old man, quietly exiting the room and gently closing the door. This room had become a silent tombstone. The following few rooms varied in condition. One appeared to have been hastily abandoned, clothing scattered everywhere, with even a half bowl of noodles that had long since molded and sprouted fuzz on the dining table. Another seemed to have experienced a brutal struggle, with walls splattered in long-dried blood, furniture shattered, but no bodies were found. Either they had transformed into zombies and wandered out, or had been dragged away. Nothing was found. No food, no water, and certainly no radio components. Hope flickered like a weak candle flame swaying in the wind, threatening to extinguish. "Let's check the 6th floor, then head to the adjacent building." Chen Mo's voice was somewhat hoarse. The situation on the 6th floor was worse. The rooftop door lock was broken and the rain and wind had made the corridor even more damp with severe peeling walls. Most of the doors had been damaged. They only found some shattered electronic device remnants in a room that seemed to belong to a radio enthusiast with circuit boards and components strewn about completely ruined. Clearly, the scavengers were only interested in ready-to-house food and weapons, showing no interest in these useless items. The components Xiaozhou needed might have once existed here, but now only a mess remained. Chang Gu's patience was completely worn thin. Damn it. A pure waste of time. I told you this damn place has nothing. Li Ming's expression darkened further. The plan to search this building seemed to have failed. Chen Mo did not refute. His heart was sinking too. But he still insisted on walking to the end of the 6th-floor corridor, where there was a window with broken glass allowing a view of the neighboring building, which was almost identical in structure. The two buildings were less than 10 meters apart, separated by a narrow alley, but the first floor seemed connected by some low illegal rooftop. Perhaps they could attempt to cross. Let's try from there. Chen Mo pointed at the opposite building. It looks like it's more intact over there. Many of the windows on the opposite building were still intact, some even with curtains drawn, seemingly less damaged. Li Ming observed for a moment, nodding. There seems to be no signs of activity in the alley. We could find a way over from the rooftop or the 2nd floor. Chang Gu, though reluctant, understood this was the last option. They carefully returned to the stronghold on the 4th floor and briefly explained the situation. Leaving Xiangzi Dachuan and Qing to continue guarding, the three prepared to attempt crossing to the neighboring building. This time they took all the ropes they could find, mainly strips torn from bed sheets and curtains and tools. Climbing back up to the 6th floor, they entered the rooftop through the broken window. The rooftop was empty with only standing water and some debris. The wind was stronger, whipping their clothes. Cautiously they approached the edge of the rooftop and looked down. The alley was indeed deserted, littered only with garbage and debris. The rooftop door of the opposite building also appeared to be locked from the outside. Let's cross from the 2nd floor, Li Ming judged, looking for windows or places connected to balconies. They descended again to the 2nd floor. Fortunately, at one balcony, they found a window on the same level of the opposite building that was quite close, less than 2 meters away, and the window was open. Li Ming secured one end of the rope to the balcony railing, tying the other end around his waist. He'll go first to take a look. Taking a deep breath, he agilely climbed over the railing and, using the rope, swung over to the opposite window, carefully peeking inside before entering. After a while, he extended his hand out the window, signaling a safe gesture. Chen Mo and Chang Gu followed in succession. Due to his leg injury, Chang Gu moved somewhat awkwardly, but he made it without incident. Upon entering the neighboring building, a different atmosphere hit them. It was quiet here as well, but the smell of dust was heavier, suggesting few had been active here. The corridor was even dimmer. They still began searching from the end of the corridor. This time luck seemed slightly better. In the first open room, they found a small bottle of unopened mineral water and half a bag of damp biscuits. Though not much, it was enough to lift their spirits. The second room appeared to belong to a solitary elderly person. They discovered an old, dust-covered transistor radio in the bedroom. This, Chen Mo's eyes lit up as he carefully picked up the radio. Chang Gu, unable to contain himself, wanted to smash it open, but was stopped by Chen Mo. Let Xiaozhou take it apart. We shouldn't break any internal components. They carefully wrapped the radio. Though uncertain if it contained the specific components Xiaozhou needed, it was already a significant breakthrough. In the kitchen, they found several unopened packages of noodles and a small bucket of cooking oil. Though the food was limited, it was crucial. They continued their search. In a room that seemed like a child's room, they found some battery-operated toys. Chang Gu roughly dismantled them, discovering small motors and circuit boards. Though unsure of their usefulness, they took them along. Hope seemed to be regained little by little. However, the apocalypse never lacked surprises. Just as they pushed open yet another ajar door, a strong stench nearly knocked them out. Under the beam of the flashlight, two severely decomposed corpses lay on the living room floor, one an adult and the other a child, nestled together. They were covered with a blanket, surrounded by empty food wrappers and a few empty water bottles. There were no obvious external injuries. It seemed more like starvation or dehydration. The mother held onto the child tightly in her final moments. Another tragedy. It was hard to imagine what had transpired here. Was it a farewell and despair? Or? The three's mood grew heavy once more. They silently exited the sorrowful room. Ultimately, they completed the search of these relatively intact rooms on the 2nd floor. The haul was as follows: food, a small bottle of mineral water, half a bag of damp biscuits, several packages of noodles, a small bucket of oil. Potentially useful items: an old transistor radio, several motors and circuit boards taken from toys, a box of tools, screwdrivers, pliers, etc. A few dry batteries, charge unknown, an old medical kit which contained only some bandages and expired painkillers. Radio components uncertain. Hope rested on that radio. They did not risk exploring the higher or lower floors any further. The current gains were already enough to alleviate their immediate urgency and brought a glimmer of hope. The return journey was equally cautious. When they returned to the room with their hard-won supplies, they were met with the eager, yet anxious gazes of everyone. When the old radio was produced, Xiao Zhou nearly lunged forward, his eyes shining. With this it will be much easier. Although the model is old, the basic components should all be there. He eagerly began to inspect it. The food and water were carefully gathered by a Qing, planning their distribution. Chen Mo slumped on the ground, taking a small cup of water from a Qing and sipping slowly. The search had been successful, alleviating some pressure and bringing new hope. The radio. But watching Xiao Zhou carefully disassemble the radio, Chen Mo knew this was just the beginning. Even if Xiao Zhou could extract the needed parts from here, assembling a device capable of receiving distant signals, especially to confirm potentially encrypted or faint signals from military evacuation points, would be extremely challenging. The old clock shop, their original target, still loomed like a mountain across their path to survival. The search of the neighboring building also indicated that nearby resources were dwindling. They had gained a brief respite, but were far from escaping danger. The next step was to repair the radio, or must they take the risk to head to the old clock shop? This difficult decision lay once again before Chen Mo. The brief exhilaration brought by the harvest dissipated quickly, like ripples stirred by a stone thrown into stagnant water, fading into the oppressive atmosphere of the room. Xiao Zhou immediately immersed himself in the disassembly of the old radio. Tools were spread out on the ground as he carefully used a screwdriver to twist open the rusted screws, his fingers trembling slightly from tension and focus. Chen Mo, Li Ming, and others gathered around, holding their breaths, as if the small casing concealed the key to paradise. However, as the parts were extracted one by one, Xiao Zhou's frown deepened. "How is it going?" Chang'e couldn't help but urge, his tone tinged with barely perceptible impatience. Xiao Zhou picked up a rusted transformer and a few dull-colored capacitors, shaking his head. "The basic components are there. The magnetic rod coil is still usable, some resistors and capacitors are adequate." But he held up a crucial variable capacitor covered in green rust. "This one is broken, the corrosion is too severe. Most importantly, we lack the key transistor for the high-frequency amplification section and the specific diode model for stable detection. With these parts at most, we could assemble something very rudimentary, barely capable of picking up even the local strong signals." He held up a natural ore detector found in the radio kit. "This is even more unstable, completely reliant on luck to receive potentially extremely weak and encrypted military shortwave signals. Is almost impossible." The light of hope in everyone's eyes quickly dimmed. "Damn it, we went through so much trouble." Chang'e slammed the floor, dust rising. "I knew it. All this effort for nothing." Li Ming's expression also darkened, but he restrained himself from exploding, merely asking in a low voice, "Is there really no way? Can we replace it with other components?" Xiao Zhou shook his head helplessly. "The precision and stability requirements are too high. It can't be substituted. Unless..." He hesitated. "Unless we can find a more professional shortwave receiving module or a complete modern digital radio chip. But these, I'm afraid, can only be found in places like the old clock shop." The old clock shop. This name was brought up again like an insurmountable chasm blocking their way. The pressure of reality was far from over. In the following days, the room felt like a slowly deflating balloon. The food and water they scavenged dwindled visibly under the consumption of 14 mouths. That half box of water could only provide each person with a small cup per day, and cracked lips became the norm. The cured meat and dried goods were carefully portioned by a Qing, cut into very fine strips or crumbs mixed into a small amount of noodles or millet porridge, offering only a hint of salty flavor and oily taste, more of a psychological comfort. That half bag of damp biscuits was quickly consumed. Hunger and thirst tormented everyone's stomachs and nerves like a slow-burning flame. The condition of the wounded was also not optimistic. Old Sun remained unconscious, his breath faint. Sister Zhao was sometimes clear-headed, sometimes confused, her high fever not fully subsiding. The monkey was slightly better, but still weak. Among the 5 new survivors, 2 were seriously injured. Although they had received medication, their wounds healed slowly, and they suffered from low fevers, depleting precious antibiotics. Resources were dwindling while demands continued to rise. The feeling of watching their reserves run low with helplessness was more despairing than facing zombies. Discontent began to quietly grow. Chang'e's dissatisfaction became increasingly evident. He looked at the 5 new survivors who could hardly provide any labor, but constantly consumed medicine and food, his gaze growing colder. During a water distribution, when a Qing poured slightly more warm water for a feverish new survivor, Chang'e finally exploded. "Enough," he growled, his voice piercing the oppressive room. "Our own people are about to die of thirst. Why are we still taking care of these burdens?" "Li Ming, you said it yourself. What use are the people you saved?" Li Ming shot up his head, his eyes sharp. "What do you mean? Are we just supposed to watch them die? What else?" Chang-gu retorted without retreating, "What kind of world are we living in? Can kindness be eaten or drunk? If this continues, we will all die together. It would be better." "Better what?" Chen Mo interrupted Chang-gu, his voice low, but carrying an undeniable firmness. He slowly stood up, his gaze sweeping over Chang-gu, then over the others in the room, whose expressions varied. Those 5 new survivors huddled together in fear. Qing's eyes read Xiao Zhou at a loss, and Li Ming with a tense face. "Throw them out. Save on rations." Chen Mo's voice was cold. And then, who's next? The badly injured old son? Or the incapacitated sister Zhao? Chang-gu, today we can abandon them to live a few more days. Tomorrow we might kill each other over half a biscuit. Even if we survive like that, are we still human? His words landed like a hammer, striking at everyone's hearts. Chang-gu opened his mouth to retort, but found no words, ultimately spitting fiercely and turning away, though his momentum had clearly weakened. He knew Chen Mo was right, but the brutality of reality forced him to choose the coldest path. Li Ming looked at Chen Mo, his eyes filled with complexity. He appreciated Chen Mo for standing up to support his principle of saving lives, but he also bore the immense pressure of reality. Chen Mo took a deep breath, easing the pain in his wrist that had flared up again from excitement. "I know everyone is struggling. Food, water, and medicine are all dwindling. But we cannot let ourselves fall into chaos." He looked at Xiao Zhou. "Is there still a possibility for the radio to work with the existing materials? Even if we can only hear a bit of static, it's better than being completely deaf." Xiao Zhou hesitated for a moment and nodded. They'll try again, using the base of the ore machine and the better coils and capacitors taken from the radio to make a more sensitive one. Perhaps we can hear something." "Good." Chen Mo nodded. "Whatever support you need, just say it." He then looked at Li Ming and Chang-gu. "The search cannot stop. But the target must change. We have only searched the 2nd floor of the adjacent building. There might still be overlooked resources on the 3rd floor and in the basement. The focus should be on edible food, any containers to collect rainwater, medicine, and even weapons. Even a fire axe or a sturdy steel pipe would be better than nothing." His gaze finally landed on Li Ming. "Li Ming, you have rich experience, and Chang-gu is skilled at breaking in. Next time we search, you two lead the team, bringing 2 more people to expand the scope, but do not take risks by going too far. Our goal is to survive until the day we have a chance to go to the old clock shop." He finally stated that decision. Not to go immediately, but to prepare before going. The wounded need time to regain some strength. We also need to gather enough weapons and supplies to ensure we can make a round trip. Chen Mo's voice regained its calm, yet carried an undeniable determination. "Before that, we must hold on. Do everything possible to hold on." No one opposed anymore. Chang-gu acquiesced, though his expression remained grim. He knew this was the most rational arrangement at present. Li Ming also nodded, approving this relatively prudent plan. The temporary discord was suppressed, a consensus reached with difficulty to hold firm, to search, to accumulate strength, and to wait for the opportunity. Hope remained faint, the road ahead still dark. But at least before completely slipping into the abyss, they steadied their steps once more. Chen Mo walked to the window, gazing at the silent city outside. The lack of radio parts delayed the decision to go to the old clock shop, which meant longer waiting and greater uncertainty. He touched the rusted variable capacitor he had taken from the radio in his pocket. It felt like a cold stone, reminding him of the cruelty of reality and the fragility of hope. They still needed time, and time in this apocalypse was the most luxurious thing. Time crawled slowly amid hunger, thirst, and silent anxiety. The room felt like an isolated island, yet this island was slowly sinking. Every distribution of food and clean water felt like an interrogation of will. The compressed biscuits had long been consumed, and the strips of cured meat were becoming increasingly scarce. The little bit of noodles and millet needed to be boiled into a very thin porridge to be shared among everyone. Water had become the most precious liquid, with every drop meticulously measured. Xiao Zhou was almost working around the clock, tinkering with those parts. He utilized the base of the mining machine, combining coils and capacitors salvaged from an old radio and disassembled tiny magnets and enameled wire from several toy motors, trying to enhance the sensitivity just a little. In the end, he assembled a device that looked extremely rudimentary, even somewhat comical. A wooden base tangled with a mess of wires connected to an old pair of headphones. He put on the headphones and slowly turned the severely rusted and nearly jammed variable capacitor, his expression focused and tense. Zzz. Zzz. The headphones emitted a continuous, stable, yet irritating white noise of electrical current. Occasionally interspersed were some indistinguishable, distant crackling sounds resembling the aftermath of thunder or perhaps other unknowable interference. There were no human voices, no broadcasts, no hopeful signals. He tried for a long time, until the headphones pinched his ears painfully and the faint sound of current seemed about to be swallowed by despair. Only then did he dejectedly remove the headphones, slowly shaking his head at the expectant yet fearful gazes of the others. "No, The interference is too great. Or, there might be no signal at all. His voice carried a sense of defeat and deep exhaustion. The last glimmer of hope for acquiring information from the outside world was shattered. The air in the room seemed to freeze again, oppressive to the point of suffocation. Chang'e scoffed softly and turned his head away, but this time he said nothing further, his expression growing even gloomier. Reality repeatedly confirmed his pessimism. Li Ming patted Xiao Zhou on the shoulder, silently offering comfort. He knew the child had done his best. Chen silently observed everything. As the actual decision-maker, he bore the greatest pressure. Each rise and fall of hope tugged at his nerves. He looked at the dwindling supplies, at the gaunt faces of the injured, and at the unmistakable panic and numbness in the eyes of his team members. He walked to the corner, leaned against the wall, and slowly sat down, trying to calm the chaos in his mind. What should be the next step? Should they force their way to the old clock shop? In their current state, it would be akin to suicide. Should they continue to hold on? It would be like waiting to die. Just as his thoughts became a tangled mess, he felt a slight tug at the hem of his clothing. He looked down. It was the boy they had rescued from underground. The boy was still small and pale, but a few days in a relatively safe environment and a small amount of food and water had dulled the extreme fear in his eyes, giving him a bit more vitality. He looked up, his big eyes gazing at Chen, his lips quivering as if he wanted to say something but hesitated. What's wrong? Chen tried to keep his voice as gentle as possible. This child was the only bonus they had brought back from that operation, completely unrelated to them. The boy seemed encouraged by Chen's tone, softly and timidly speaking, his voice as faint as a mosquito's buzz. Uncle, are you looking for food? Chen felt a stir in his heart and nodded. Yes, we don't have much food left. The boy lowered his head, twisting the hem of his dirty shirt with his fingers, seemingly making a great decision. After a moment, he looked up again, his voice slightly louder. I know where there might be. This statement was like a stone thrown into a still lake, instantly capturing the attention of everyone nearby. Even Chang'e turned back abruptly. You know? Chen suppressed the excitement in his heart and asked as calmly as he could, where? How do you know? The boy seemed startled by so many gazes and shrank back a little, but still said intermittently, in the building next door. It's the one you guys went to before, next to the basement. There's a small storage room. I used to help Grandpa Wang move things. There are a lot of rice and oil, and pickles. Grandpa Wang. Could it be that elderly man who committed suicide alone at home? Next to the basement. Li Ming frowned. When we went to the second floor last time, we didn't notice an entrance to the basement, nor did we see any storage door. There is. The boy nodded affirmatively, gesturing with his hands. There's a small door behind the stairs. It's locked, usually blocked by a broom and a trash can. You can't see it. Chang'e suddenly stood up, his eyes shining. Kid, are you serious? How much is there? The boy flinched back from him, speaking softly. A lot of bags of rice, and whole boxes of oil. Are you sure you didn't get it wrong? Is there still some left? Chen pressed on, his heart racing uncontrollably. If what the boy said was true, it would be a huge turning point. There should still be some. The boy said uncertainly. Grandpa Wang said. That was what was left over from his little grocery store. After he stopped running the store, he just piled it there. He said it would last him a long, long time. Hope began to sprout again in an unexpected way. Li Ming, Chang'e. Chen immediately made a decision. Get ready, we're going back there again. Our target is clear, we'll head straight for that storage room. This time there was no need for much persuasion. The temptation of food overwhelmed the fear of danger. Li Ming, Chang'e, and the physically capable Chang Zi quickly prepared tools and several empty backpacks. The boy was asked to carefully recall and describe the specific location of that small door and the surrounding environment. Chen wanted to go himself, but his wrist injury wasn't healed, and someone needed to stay behind to guard the base. He solemnly said to the boy, "Thank you for the information you provided, it's very important. You can follow Uncle Li Ming and the others and help guide the way, okay?" The boy looked at Chen with trusting eyes and nodded vigorously. The team set out again, carrying the heavy hopes of everyone. The room temporarily returned to silence, but a new sense of anticipation diluted the previous despair. Aching and old, he continued to take care of the injured, while Xiao Zhou stubbornly tinkered with his makeshift radio, trying to catch any meaningful information from the noise. Chen sat back against the wall, waiting for news. Amidst the tension and anticipation, he couldn't help but recall the past due to the boy's words. Grandpa Wang's habit of storing supplies reminded him of his parents. They were just like that, fond of hoarding things at home, always saying with food in hand, there's no panic in heart. His home was in the old town. The old town. This name was like a key, instantly unlocking the emotional floodgates he had deliberately sealed for so long. The apocalypse had erupted too suddenly and chaotically. In a desperate struggle for survival, he had almost forced himself not to think of the past or his family. He disguised himself as a calm, even somewhat cold-blooded survivor, believing that only in this way could he survive and lead those around him to survive. But at this moment in the brief silence and waiting stirred by that familiar feeling towards home and storage, those memories and emotions that had been forcibly suppressed surged forth like a tide. His parents were ordinary and cautious people. When disaster struck, they must have been trying to save themselves. Would they also have hoarded food and water at home like Grandpa Wang? Were they still alive? And his best friend, Leisha, lived not far from his home. That guy who was always cheerful and strong, a virus researcher at the city CDC, had caught the flu and was resting in his apartment. What would the old town look like now? It was probably even more chaotic and terrifying than here. He chose to believe the ambiguous military evacuation point information on his phone, insisting on going to the old clock shop to confirm the radio signal. Deep down, wasn't he hiding a reason he dared not speak of? The evacuation point was at the stadium, and the old town just happened to be on the way to the stadium. He found himself a seemingly rational goal, but in reality, he was looking for a reason to tread that road to death. A reason that perhaps could allow him to stop by and take a look. Even though a cold voice deep inside told him it's been a week, it's too late. The old town was densely populated. It was likely a hellish scene. The chances of his parents and friends surviving were minuscule. Going back would more likely confront him with the most brutal sights, even resulting in a needless death. This tug-of-war between reason and emotion made him feel a suffocating pain in his heart. He tightly closed his eyes, his fingers unconsciously tightening, nails digging into his palm, trying to mask the inner torment with physical pain. As an important core member of the team, he could not expose these personal feelings. Any decision he made was related to the survival of the entire team. For relatives who might already be gone, putting these living people around him at risk. Was that fair? Was that rational? But could he really let go completely? Just as his mind was in turmoil, hurried, yet cautious footsteps echoed from the corridor outside. They're back. Chen's eyes snapped open, suppressing all the swirling emotions, instantly regaining a calm and vigilant expression. The door was pushed open and Li Ming, Chang Gu, and Chang Zi entered one after another, each face carrying an uncontrollable excitement and heaviness. Their backpacks looked bulging, and the boy was protected in the middle by Chang Zi, his face showing a hint of timid pride in completing a task. How did it go? Chen immediately asked as he stepped forward. We found it. Li Ming's voice was breathless but filled with exhilaration. That kid didn't get it wrong. There really was a hidden small door behind the stairs, locked tight, but we pried it open. Inside, it's a treasure trove. Chang Gu couldn't wait to drop his backpack and unzip it. Inside was a mound of white rice. Another bag contained several sealed buckets of cooking oil. Chang Zi's backpack contained vacuum-packed pickles, fermented tofu, and even several large bags of seaweed and shrimp skins. There's plenty more. We only took a portion. Enough for us to eat for a long time. Chang Gu exclaimed, his previous gloom completely lifted. This was undoubtedly fantastic news. The food crisis had been significantly alleviated. However, Li Ming's next words cast a shadow over this joy. But we found Grandpa Wang in the storage room. His voice grew somber. The elderly man who committed suicide on the 5th floor is not Grandpa Wang. We've confirmed that. The real Grandpa Wang was in the storage room. Had a sudden illness. Didn't manage to get out. Surrounded by several open food packaging bags. Everyone was stunned. So that was it. The elderly man on the 5th floor was not the Grandpa Wang Chen thought, but the real Grandpa Wang had also passed away. A complex emotion spread through the room. Feeling relieved about acquiring food, yet saddened and somewhat mournful for the fate of the old man. The boy seemed to understand, tears welling up in his big eyes as he began to sob softly. Ching hurried over to comfort him. Chen paused for a moment, patting Li Ming on the shoulder. No matter what, we survived. Thank you for Grandpa Wang's gift, and thank you. He glanced at the boy. The acquisition of supplies had temporarily resolved the greatest survival crisis. The team's emotions stabilized considerably, but Chen knew this was only temporary. His gaze turned back to the window. The radio was still ineffective. They still had to go to the old clock shop, and that road led not only to evacuation point information, but also to his long-buried concerns and possibly unbearable truths. The next step in their plans had to be prioritized. But before that, they needed to quickly recover their strength with this batch of supplies, especially the injured. And he needed time to organize his chaotic thoughts and make that final decision. The discovery in the warehouse felt like a long-awaited rain after a drought, temporarily extinguishing the most burning anxiety of survival within the room. The white rice, the clear cooking oil, and the savory side dishes were not merely sustenance. They served as a tonic, allowing the nearly frayed nerves to relax slightly. Aching and old, he immediately got busy. A small pot of relatively thick rice porridge was carefully simmered and even lavishly sprinkled with some torn seaweed and shrimp skins for added flavor. Everyone received a large bowl. Although it was far from a feast, the warm food, filled with the aroma of grains sliding down the esophagus and settling into the stomach, was enough to move one to tears. The oil was also carefully used to fry a small plate of pickled vegetables, and the sizzling sound along with the long-lost scent of oil became the most beautiful music in the world. The boy received a slightly larger portion, eating carefully with small bites, and color finally returned to his face. Aching gently stroked his head, he shyly smiled, and then lowered his head again. The injured were also receiving better care. With a relatively sufficient food supply, the antibiotics and painkillers seemed to be more effective. Old Sun's breathing seemed to stabilize a bit, and Sister Zhao's waking hours lengthened, although still weak, her gaze was no longer so vacant. The monkey and the two severely injured survivors had also seen a reduction in their fevers. The atmosphere was no longer as suffocatingly desperate as before. People began to engage in quiet conversations, although the topics still revolved around survival, there was a bit more vitality in their tones. Changgu, rarely without complaints, even took the initiative to help with moving and organizing supplies. He looked at the bags of rice and oil, his gaze as if looking at the most precious treasure, yet deep down that hint of vigilance had not faded. Eat sparingly, who knows how long this will last. He still reminded them from time to time, but it was no longer so harsh. Li Ming and Chang Zi carefully checked all the supplies they had brought back to ensure there was no contamination or damage. Li Ming even took Chang Zi to quietly visit the warehouse in the neighboring building again, confirming the quantity and safety of the remaining supplies, and reinforced the lock on that small door, designating it as the most important backup storage point. Xiao Zhou, after eating his fill, immersed himself once again in the dedicated study of the radio. Although the missing core components could not be compensated for, he attempted to optimize the reception capabilities of that rudimentary device using the newly found tools and a more stable power source, several well-charged dry batteries, hoping at least to filter out some noise more clearly. Chen Mo also received a bowl of hot porridge. He ate slowly, feeling the warmth and strength that food brought. After Aking's second cleaning and dressing of his wrist wound, it had improved significantly. With some recovery of his body, his mind could think more calmly. He looked at the temporarily stabilized people in the room, feeling slightly reassured. But he looked further. The food crisis had eased, but it was merely a delay, not a resolution. Ammunition remained scarce, and their defensive capabilities were fragile. The injured still needed time to recover. And the most fundamental goal, gaining information from the outside world to determine the next course of action, had yet to be achieved. Old Zhong's shop was like a nail that had to be pulled out, stuck on his decision board. And heavier than Old Zhong's shop, weighing on his heart, was the old district. After a full stomach with spirits slightly eased, the forcibly suppressed concerns surged back like a tide, clearer and sharper. The kind faces of his parents, the cheerful laughter of friends, the familiar sense of his old home. These fragments of memory flashed repeatedly in his mind, forming a cruel contrast with the silent city outside and the faint stench pervading the room. He knew that the hope of returning was bleak, almost foolish. Rationality told him that his parents and friends had likely encountered misfortune in the old district, as a densely populated area was undoubtedly hell on earth. To risk the entire team for a possibility that was almost non-existent was extremely irresponsible. But what if they, like old Wang, hoarded supplies for some reason and managed to survive? What if they were hiding in some corner waiting for rescue? This what if gnawed at his heart like a venomous snake, preventing him from finding true peace. He walked to the window, his gaze seemingly trying to penetrate the heavy obstacles, looking toward the direction of the old district. His fingers unconsciously rubbed against the rough paint on the window frame. His unusual silence caught Li Ming's attention. Li Ming walked over to him, offering a small cup of water. Resources were still tight, but at least it wasn't as harsh as before. What are you thinking about? Li Ming's voice was calm. After all they had been through, although there were still ideological differences between them, a mutual understanding based on shared experiences and recognition had gradually formed. Chen Mo paused for a moment, not directly answering the question about his parents. It was too personal and too heavy for discussion at that moment. He shifted the topic. The supply issue has temporarily eased, but the radio is still non-functional. We must go to Old Zhong's shop. Li Ming nodded, his gaze also turning to the window. I know. Once the condition of the injured stabilizes a bit more and we regain some strength, we need to formulate a detailed plan. Routes, equipment, contingency plans. We can't be as hasty as we were last time when we went to the police station. Chen Mo replied. This time, we need to be well prepared. We may lack heavy firepower, but close combat weapons must be ready. Ropes, tools, lighting. All must be taken into consideration. The most important thing is to be quick, have clear objectives, grab what we need, and withdraw immediately without entanglement. I agree, Li Ming acknowledged. We can have Xiao Zhou compile a more detailed list of required components. When we go, we should get straight to the point. I have a vague impression of that area, but we need a more precise map. A map? Chen Mo recalled that his phone had long run out of battery, and even if it had power, the base station was likely already down. Perhaps we can check downstairs for a newsstand or bookstore. Maybe we can find a city transit map, Chen Mo pondered. At that moment, the quiet boy cautiously approached again. He seemed to have a natural trust and closeness toward Chen Mo and Li Ming. He had heard the word map and quietly interjected, "Uncle. Old Wang. He used to run a convenience store. Often needed to restock. His home seems to have a map. An old one." Again, Old Wang. Chen Mo and Li Ming exchanged glances, both seeing surprise and a glimmer of hope in each other's eyes. This boy was truly their lucky star. At his home. Which room? Chen Mo immediately inquired. In the study. In the desk drawer. The boy struggled to recall. Old Wang's home, they had been there before. The elderly man, quietly sleeping on the sofa, was in the neighboring rooms. It was worth going back for the map. Okay, thank you. Chen Mo once again expressed his gratitude to the boy. Li Ming immediately took action. "I'll go with Changzi again. Get the map back as soon as possible." They set off again, swift and quiet. This time the objective was clear, and the process went smoothly. In less than 20 minutes, they returned holding a yellowed, folded city transit map. The map was quite old and some streets might have changed, but the overall layout would not have. They eagerly found their location on the map, and then pointed south, searching for the location of Old Jones repair shop. "It's right here." Xiao Zhou was sharp, pointing to an inconspicuous annotation, "Cultural Road Back Street." It's about 3 kilometers in a straight line from here, but actually walking there requires passing through several intersections and neighborhoods. 3 kilometers. In peacetime, it was merely a stroll. But in today's world, these 3 kilometers could be filled with zombies, aberrants, and other unknown dangers, practically a road to death. Everyone's mood grew heavy again. Chen Mo's finger slid across the map from their location to Cultural Road Back Street, and then, inevitably, it passed through the area marked as Old District, densely packed with streets and buildings. His finger paused slightly in that area for just a fraction of a second, almost imperceptibly. But Li Ming seemed to notice something. He looked at Chen Mo with a glance and did not ask further. The route needs careful planning, trying to avoid main roads and potentially congested areas. Li Ming refocused his attention on the map, beginning to mark possible paths and danger spots with a pen. The plan began to take shape. But this meant that the day of departure was also drawing closer. Chen Mo looked at the familiar area on the map, the difficult decision in his heart becoming increasingly clear. Should they simply head to Old Jones' shop, gather information, and directly plan to go to the evacuation point at the stadium? Or should they take a detour to enter the Old District to take a glance at that home that might have long ceased to exist? This choice hung over his heart like the sword of Damocles. As night fell again in the room, some slept temporarily due to being full, some groaned in pain from their injuries, while others tossed and turned in anticipation of the upcoming adventure. Chen Mo leaned against the wall, tightly clutching that yellowed map, his gaze seemingly penetrating through the wall, looking toward that direction swallowed by darkness known as home. This night was destined to be sleepless. The darkness before dawn is the deepest, yet no one in the room can find sleep. Not out of fear, but rather a sense of suppression and preparation before a great battle, mixed with worries about the future and bonds to the past silently fermenting in the heavy air. Xiao Zhou, by the candlelight, meticulously listed an extremely detailed inventory on the back of a scrap of paper, including core components like variable capacitors and high-frequency diodes previously mentioned, as well as spare parts he believed could significantly enhance radio performance, more sensitive detectors, ready-made shortwave magnetic antennas, and even the hope of finding a complete modern digital tuner module. Next to the list, he roughly sketched several possible internal structures of radios or communication devices, marking the key parts that needed disassembly. Li Ming and Chang Ge were intensely discussing over the yellowed, old map, nearly leaning their heads together. Chang Ge's finger crudely traced a line on the map. "This route is close." "What does being close matter?" Li Ming countered in a low voice. "Look here, the old department store, it used to be the busiest place. Now it must be filled with those things. Let's take a longer route via this back alley. It may have more turns, but it's more discreet." "An alley? What if we get stuck in there?" Chang Ge glared. "There's nowhere to run. Then we need to look at this route." Li Ming's brow furrowed. "It must be a path that allows for relatively quick passage with multiple options for retreat, while avoiding open areas as much as possible." He took out a nearly dried-out marker he found at Grandpa Wang's house and traced another potential path on the map, but soon shook his head in denial due to an unavoidable risk point. Changzi was silently sharpening a heavy steel pipe, grinding one end against the rough concrete floor to create a sharp slope. The grating sound seemed particularly jarring in the quiet room. Xiao Dao was helping to organize the ropes made from bed sheets and curtains, checking each knot for security. Qing and Old, he were carefully distributing the food. They cooked some rice, ground it into powder, mixed it with salt, and divided it into small packets. This was high-energy emergency rations. They also cut some pickles and fermented tofu into smaller pieces and wrapped them in oil paper. Water was the biggest problem. They searched through all containers and even dismantled the aluminum rainwater gutter next to the window, preparing to catch rainwater in case of an emergency. Every item was meticulously calculated to ensure that the expedition team would have enough energy, while also ensuring that the personnel left behind could hold out until their return, or longer. Chen Mo did not participate in the specific discussions and preparations. He sat in the corner with a map spread out before him, yet his gaze was not focused on the winding street lines. His fingers unconsciously rubbed over the location of the old city on the map, which had already darkened slightly from the heat of his fingertips. His heart was undergoing a silent war. The rational voice was cold and clear. You are a core member. Your responsibility is to lead the living to survive. The old city is a black hole of population, a death trap. To lead the entire team into extreme danger for a nebulous possibility is the greatest irresponsibility. Obtaining radio parts confirming the evacuation point information and then leading everyone to the sports center via the fastest and safest route. That is the only correct choice. Parents and friends, if they are still alive, they must understand and support your decision. If they are gone, you cannot let those who are alive be buried with them. Yet the emotional voice cried out like a blood-curdling wail, those are your parents. Your closest kin who raised you. Those are your best brothers. What if they are struggling in some corner waiting for rescue? Will you just pass by the edge of their world forever, missing out for the so-called greater good? You will regret it for a lifetime. Even if it's just to take a look to confirm the worst outcome, it is better than living forever in speculation and guilt. Don't you have a map? If planned well, perhaps it only requires a slight detour, spending an extra hour or two. The two voices clashed fiercely in his mind, tearing at his nerves. His face turned pale, his temples throbbing with pain. Mo. Ching's voice gently interrupted his internal struggle. She brought over a small cup of water and a small packet of fried rice noodles, saying, eat something. Your wrist isn't fully healed, yet next time you go out, be sure to be careful. Her eyes were filled with worry, not just about the action, but seemingly also sensing the turbulent waves beneath his calm exterior. Chen Mo took the items, forcing a smile. Thank you. I will. He watched Ching's busy figure, and each person in the room striving for survival, and the scales in his heart involuntarily tilted toward reason. He could not be so selfish. But at that moment his gaze swept over the quiet boy sitting next to Ching. The boy was focused on playing with a small bead extracted from a toy. It was he who pointed out the location of the warehouse and saved everyone. A child was still able to provide crucial help in dire straits. What about his own parents? They, being cautious and shrewd all their lives, might have also created some miracle. Once this thought arose, it could no longer be suppressed. He suddenly stood up, the motion somewhat abrupt, drawing the attention of everyone. He walked to the map, took a deep breath, and pointed to a planned route. One that slightly detoured but happened to pass along the edge of the old city. It was 2 streets away from his former home, not penetrating deeply into the core area, but already close enough to be on the way. Li Ming Changgu. His voice was somewhat hoarse, but exceptionally firm when planning the route. Consider this line. Here. The alleys are more complicated, but perhaps we can avoid some risks on the main roads. He did not mention the old city, nor did he mention his home. He simply made a suggestion from a tactical perspective. Li Ming looked at the location Chen Mo pointed out on the map, then raised his head to take a deep look at Chen Mo. His gaze was sharp, as if he could see through one's heart. He was silent for a few seconds, seemingly assessing the tactical pros and cons of this route change, as if weighing other factors. In the end he nodded without further questioning him. I have considered this line as well. It can indeed avoid the large intersection at People's Square by going in through Satellite Alley. Though the alley is narrow, it is interconnected, making it easier to disperse and retreat in case of trouble. It can serve as an alternative plan. Changgu leaned in to take a look and muttered, this route is much longer. But seeing that Li Ming and Chen Mo both agreed, he did not oppose further, only adding, then we need to prepare more time. What if something is lurking in the alley? That would be more troublesome. So we need to be fully prepared. Chen Mo emphasized, feeling slightly relieved by Li Ming's acceptance and Chang Guest's lack of strong opposition. At least he had secured a possibility for himself. A possibility that approached that place of obsession without significantly affecting the team's main goal. The decision was made in a roundabout way. In the time that followed, the pace of preparations evidently accelerated. The final route determined was the relatively balanced plan proposed by Li Ming, which had both concealment and accessibility, with one segment coinciding with Chen Mo's unintentional suggestion. Everyone was checking their gear. Chen Mo wrapped the sharpened rebar in a cloth strip around his hand to prevent slipping. Li Ming and Chang Zi repeatedly counted the few available rifle bullets, distributing them to the most reliable shooters, mainly Li Ming himself. Chang Gu tested the feel of the fire axe. They took all the rope's tools, signaling whistles, and the precious emergency rations and water. The personnel left behind were also clarified: A Qing old, He Xiao Zhou Xiao Dao, and all injured. Changzi originally wanted to go along, but was kept behind by Li Ming as the last line of defense for the stronghold. The departure time was set for the early morning of the next day, just as the sky was about to brighten. That was the time of day when zombie activity was relatively slow. When everything was ready, the night was deep. The candlelight flickered, and everyone forced themselves to rest, conserving energy. Chen Mo lay on the ground, yet felt no sleepiness. He stared at the ceiling, repeatedly simulating the route for tomorrow in his mind, deducing various situations and response plans he might encounter. But ultimately, all simulations would involuntarily veer toward that familiar street, that familiar apartment building. He knew he had sharpened the weapon in his hand and planned the action route, yet he still could not sharpen the blade hanging over his heart named choice. Tomorrow, every step will tread upon the dangerous tightrope of reason and emotion. At 4 a.m, the sky remained pitch black, yet a faint, almost illusory grayish-white began to appear on the eastern horizon. This is the coldest moment of the day, as well as the briefest time when the city sinks into its deepest sleep, if those wandering monsters also experience a lull in their activities. In the room, no one is asleep. The last departure meal has hastily concluded, consisting of stir-fried rice noodles with water, but the portion is slightly larger. No one spoke, only the faint sounds of gear being checked and the muffled breaths could be heard. Chen Mo tightened the cloth strips around his hands, feeling the cold touch of the steel bars. The injury on his wrist still throbbed mildly, but it was temporarily suppressed by adrenaline. Li Ming counted the bullets one last time, handing one fully loaded magazine to Chen Mo, while keeping one for himself. This was all their controllable firepower. Chang'e moved his legs a bit, wincing at the pain, but still gripped the fire axe firmly in his hand. A Qing quietly stuffed the emergency rations and small bottles of water into each person's backpack side pocket. Her movements were careful and gentle, her eyes betraying an undeniable worry. Old He patted Li Ming's shoulder, and everything was left unspoken. Xiaozhou hesitated, ultimately only saying, "We must find that specific model of diode." Xiao Dao and Chang Zi tightened their grips on their weapons, standing by the door ready to reinforce it as soon as they left. The boy curled up in the corner, his large eyes watching the three who were about to depart, filled with fear, yet bearing a hint of imperceptible reliance. Chen Mo's gaze swept across the entire room, glancing over each face that was either tense, haggard, or hopeful. He took a deep breath of the cold and murky air and said in a deep voice, "We are leaving. Hold this place down, wait for our return." There were no grandiose words, just the simplest farewell carrying the heaviest hopes. Li Ming gently opened the door, first listened for a moment, then made a signal. The three of them filed out, their figures quickly blending into the darkness of the corridor. The door was softly closed behind them, followed by the faint sound of the bolt sliding into place. The corridor was eerily silent, even colder than during the day. The beam of the flashlight carefully swept ahead, illuminating only a limited range, while the darkness further away seemed to stir with a life of its own. Each step was as light as a cat's, soundless upon landing, yet their heartbeats thundered in their ears. Following the plan, they did not take the stairs, but chose to traverse the rooftop, utilizing ropes to swing to the neighboring building from where their journey would commence. This was to minimize exposure to any unknown threats that might exist within their own building. The wind on the rooftop was especially biting, chilling them to the bone. Securing the rope, Li Ming still went first to scout, confirming safety before Chen Mo and Chang'e followed in turn. Their movements were slightly stiff due to tension and cold, but they proceeded without incident. On the second-floor corridor of the neighboring building, they had been here before, but it now felt even more foreign and dangerous. The map was deeply ingrained in Li Ming and Chen Mo's minds. They needed to pass through this corridor, descend the stairs at the other end, leave this building, and enter the truly perilous streets. The corridor was thick with dust and a faint, indistinguishable odor. Some doors stood ajar like dark mouths. The flashlight swept quickly past, not daring to linger too long on any one spot. Suddenly, Chang'e abruptly halted, raising his fist, a gesture to stop. Chen Mo and Li Ming froze in place, their hearts stopping. Not far ahead, behind a half-open door, came an extremely faint sound of rustling. It was not the mindless, dragging footsteps of a zombie, but something lighter, more deliberately concealed. The three of them pressed against the wall, holding their breaths. Li Ming slightly raised his gun, aiming at the door. Chang'e's axe was also positioned in front of him. Chen Mo gripped the steel bar tightly, his palms slick with cold sweat. The sound persisted, very soft, very slow. It was as if something was moving slowly across the floor behind the door, or chewing. Minutes passed, the sound neither increasing nor receding, just continuing, tormenting their nerves. They could not wait much longer. The dawn was nearing, and their time was limited. Li Ming glanced at Chen Mo, silently asking with his eyes. Chen Mo gritted his teeth, pointed at himself, then at the door, indicating he would go take a look. Li Ming hesitated for a moment, then nodded, keeping his gun aimed. Changgu was ready to swing at a moment's notice. Chen Mo pressed against the wall, moving extremely slowly towards the door. With each step closer, the rustling grew clearer. His heart thumped like a drum. Finally, he reached the edge of the door. The flashlight slowly probed inside. The light illuminated a corner of the living room. The floor was a complete mess. Amidst the chaos, a gigantic, filthy, mutated rat with murky red eyes was gnawing on a section of flesh that was already rotting and unrecognizable. The rustling sound was from it gnawing and its claws scraping against the bone. Seemingly sensing the light, the mutated rat suddenly lifted its head, its crimson eyes locking onto Chen Mo outside the door. It let out a sharp squeal, suddenly standing upright, revealing its bloodied sharp teeth, ready to pounce. But just as Chen Mo prepared to retreat, and Li Ming ready to fire, the rat seemed to sense an even greater threat, abruptly turning and darting into another hole deep in the living room, disappearing from sight. Only the mangled remains it had been eating and the nauseating stench lingered in the air. A false alarm. Chen Mo sighed in relief, his back already soaked with cold sweat. Li Ming and Changgu also approached, their faces paling at the sight within the room. The appearance of mutated creatures reminded them that threats were not solely from zombies. "Let's move," Li Ming said in a low voice. The three no longer lingered, quickening their pace as they crossed the remaining corridor, reaching the stairs at the other end. The stairwell was even darker, filled with uncertainty. They descended step by step, their nerves stretched to the limit. Finally, they arrived at the first floor. A damaged unit door stood ajar, leading out to the street. Through the crack in the door, a faint morning mist hung over the street, visibility low. Damaged vehicles were crookedly parked along the roadside, trash and debris scattered everywhere. It was deathly silent, with no visible signs of activity. But this silence was more unsettling than clamor. Li Ming signaled for the two to be on guard, stepping out of the unit door, first swiftly taking cover behind the wreckage of an abandoned car, scanning the surroundings cautiously. Changgu followed, second, hiding behind a dead tree. Chen Mo was the last to emerge, crouching in the shadow by the door. The three formed a simple triangular formation, temporarily safe. The next target on the map was to cross this street and enter the less dense old residential area across the way, beginning their circuitous advance through the network of alleys there. However, just as Li Ming was about to signal for them to move forward, Chen Mo's gaze was drawn to a shop across the street. It was a small stationery store. The rolling shutter was half open, covered in dried dark stains that splattered across it. What made Chen Mo's pupils constrict was that on the ground at the entrance of the store lay several familiar exercise books, their cartoon covers blurred by bloodstains. Those exercise books. He remembered his niece used to have similar ones. And more importantly, the location of this stationery store happened to be right on the edge of the detour he had planned. If he turned into a small alley from here and crossed two intersections, he could get closer to his home. A seemingly reasonable recon point not far off the main route suddenly appeared before him. Rationality told him not to go off course and to pass through quickly according to the planned route. But emotion screamed wildly, this is an opportunity. This is a chance. Just a quick look. It wouldn't take long. His palms were once again drenched in sweat. That blade hanging over his heart felt more real than ever, pressing against his throat. Li Ming seemed to sense his hesitation, following his gaze to the stationery store, and noticed the extremely conflicted expression on Chen Mo's face. Li Ming's gaze deepened, as if he understood something. Time seemed to freeze. The morning mist slowly flowed like cold spirits gliding across the silent street. Chen Mo's breathing grew heavy. He knew the moment of the first decision had arrived ahead of time. Should he continue with the established plan, or? He gritted his teeth suddenly. Chen Mo gritted his teeth, his voice low, yet resolute, pointing at the dilapidated stationery store across the street. That shop. There might be a map. A more detailed local map. Or a compass. We need more precise navigation. This reason felt abrupt and far-fetched, even somewhat ridiculous. Searching for more precise navigation tools than military maps in a small roadside stationery store. Li Ming's gaze instantly sharpened like a blade, fixated on Chen Mo's face. Changgu also turned his head, his face written with the question, "Are you kidding me?" The air seemed to solidify. The morning mist coldly enveloped the three of them. Chen Mo felt his cheeks burning, but he forced himself to meet Li Ming's gaze, refusing to back down. He could not reveal the true reason, as it would trigger uncontrollable consequences. He could only hide the turbulent waves in his heart with this flawed excuse. He was gambling, betting on Li Ming's understanding and the fragile trust built over this time. Seconds ticked by, each one feeling as long as a year. The eerie silence at the street corner felt like an invisible pressure urging them to make a decision. Finally, Li Ming's lips moved, though no sound came out. His eyes seemed to penetrate everything, ultimately choosing a reluctant compromise. He nodded slightly, almost imperceptibly, then quickly scanned both sides of the street, whispering, "Move fast. No more than 5 minutes. Chang'e, cover us." Chang'e muttered a particularly foul curse, but immediately raised his fire axe, vigilantly watching for threats that might appear at the other end of the street. He was extremely dissatisfied with Chen Mo's sudden and unreasonable decision, but since Li Ming had agreed, he could only comply. "Go!" Li Ming let out a low shout, darting out like a leopard, quickly crossing the street and pressing close to the side wall of the stationery store. Chen Mo followed closely, his heart racing, partly due to the danger of crossing the open space, and partly because of his selfish and risky decision. The roll-up door of the stationery store was half open, just enough for a person to bend down and enter. Inside was dim, filled with the musty smell of moldy paper dust and an indescribable stench of decay. Li Ming did not enter immediately. Instead, he carefully used the gun barrel to pry open the roll-up door wider, letting in more light, while listening intently for any sounds inside. Silence. Only their heavy breathing was heard. Li Ming made a gesture signaling Chen Mo to follow, and was the first to bend down and slip inside. Chen Mo followed closely. The store was cramped with shelves, askew, various stationery, books, and toys scattered across the floor, covered in a thick layer of dust. Bloodstains long turned dark splattered across the walls, and there was a dark stain on the ground whose original shape was unrecognizable. There were no maps or compasses to be found. At least nothing was visible amidst the chaos. Chen Mo's heart sank, but more than that, there was a twisted sense of relief. His excuse was proven false, yet his true objective had been achieved. He had entered the edge of the old district. "Damn it, what a useless map." Chang'e's voice came from outside, suppressed with strong dissatisfaction and urgency. "Hurry up. There's movement." From the distant street, vague sounds of sluggish footsteps seemed to emerge. Li Ming's sharp gaze swept across Chen Mo again, as if asking, "Are you satisfied now?" Yet he did not waste time questioning. Instead, he quickly scanned the shop. "Take a quick look and leave. Is there anything usable? Pens? Paper? Hurry." Chen Mo forced himself to divert his gaze, pretending to rummage through the debris. His flashlight beam swept past a collapsed shelf beneath, which lay some notebooks and folders. He randomly grabbed a few books and stuffed them into his backpack, then spotted a box of unopened pencils and several felt-tip pens, adding those as well. These were not entirely useless. His movements were mechanical, his thoughts already flying several streets away. Once out of here, turn right into that alley from his memories. "Let's go," Li Ming shouted in a low voice, clearly not intending to waste any more time. The footsteps outside seemed to be getting closer, and there was more than one. Chen Mo took one last glance at this shop, which had become his selfish excuse, bending down to slip out. Chang'e's face was ashen, glaring fiercely at Chen Mo, but saying nothing, just watching the direction from which the footsteps were coming with heightened vigilance. In the mist, several staggering figures appeared vaguely at the end of the street, moving towards them. "This way." Li Ming pointed unhesitatingly in the direction that deviated from the original planned route, the one Chen Mo secretly hoped for, a narrow alley to the right. The three of them dashed into the alley. The passage was narrow, barely allowing two people to walk side by side, the ground slick and littered with garbage and debris. Once they entered the alley, it felt as if they had stepped into a darker, more oppressive world, with the towering, old residential buildings on both sides covered in moss and stains, most windows shattered, resembling countless black holes watching the unwelcome guests. The staggering figures behind them seemed oblivious to their presence, and the sound of footsteps gradually faded away. They were temporarily safe. However, the atmosphere among the three had dropped to freezing point. Chang'e's anger was almost unmasked, panting heavily. Li Ming silently led the way ahead, his back radiating a cold, oppressive aura. Chen Mo knew he had just exploited his role as a leader and the trust of the team to carry out an extremely selfish risk. The cost was a disrupted plan, a deviated route, and the emergence of irreparable rifts within the team. But he could not regret it. With each step deeper into the alley, the memories became clearer. That familiar newsstand, the old locust tree where an old man always sat playing chess, that little supermarket at the corner. Everything overlapped with the images in his memory, but was veiled by a shadow of despair and death. The alley was not absolutely safe. They had to carefully navigate around a pile of old furniture blocking the road, and heard eerie scratching sounds and low growls coming from the adjacent building, forcing them to quicken their pace. At a junction, Li Ming stopped, comparing the map with the complex alleyways before him, frowning. According to the original plan, they should not be here. "What's the way forward?" Li Ming's voice was devoid of warmth. He asked about the route, but it struck at Chen Mo's heart. Chen Mo took a deep breath, pointing to the left at a narrower alley that seemed to lead into deeper residential areas. "This way. If we go through, we should be able to loop back to near the main route." This explanation still felt pale. Li Ming gave him a deep look, asked no more questions, simply put away the map, tightened his grip on the gun, and stepped first into that unknown deeper alley. With each step it felt as if he was getting closer to the world of the past and closer to the unknown dangers. Chen Mo knew that once the first step into the wrong path was taken, there was no turning back. He could only grip the steel bar in his hand, tightly, forcibly suppressing all guilt and unease, warily watching ahead and to the sides, concentrating all his attention on survival. He had returned to the old district in a way he had never imagined, and what awaited him ahead might be a sight more brutal than death. Li Ming led the way, Chen Mo in the middle, and Chang Gu bringing up the rear. The three of them moved quickly through the increasingly narrow and labyrinthine alleys of the old district in an oppressive silence. On either side there were old walls mottled and faded with damp moss, exuding a musty odor, while above them loomed a gray-white sky fragmented by various illegal constructions and hanging clotheslines. Behind each tightly shut or shattered window there might be hidden eyes watching, in every corner piled high with garbage. A sudden and lethal threat could erupt. Chen Mo's heartbeat maintained a rapid and disorderly rhythm. Part of it stemmed from the vigilance against the omnipresent dangers in the environment, while another part arose from the increasingly intense, almost suffocating mix of anticipation and fear within. With each familiar turn and each shot from his memories, most now dilapidated, even stained with dark brown splashes, his stomach involuntarily twitched. They were getting closer to home. The road he had run countless times, one he could navigate even with his eyes closed, now felt as long as crossing the threshold between life and death. Suddenly Li Ming halted abruptly, raising his fist. Chen Mo and Chang Gu immediately stopped, pressing their bodies against the wall. Shoo! Li Ming's voice was barely a whisper, almost just a breath. From the alley ahead, there came a slow, dragging sound of footsteps mixed with a strange wet cloth scraping against the ground. It was not one, it was a group. Chen Mo cautiously peered out, half his head exposed. On the other side of the junction, 7 or 8 figures were aimlessly shuffling by. They were tattered, their skin gray and lifeless, moving with rigid slowness, ordinary zombies. However, 2 of them appeared abnormal, with clearly broken bones and legs bent at unnatural angles. The bone shards even pierced through the flesh, leaving dark traces as they dragged along the ground. That dragging sound originated from them. This group of zombies seemed to lack a clear target, merely wandering instinctively. They couldn't force their way through. Gunfire would bring more trouble. Li Ming gestured for them to retreat and find another way. The 3 held their breath and slowly began to back away, attempting to retreat into a narrower side alley they had passed earlier without drawing attention. However, just as Chang Gu was about to step into the side alley, his injured leg accidentally kicked a discarded empty metal trash can lying on the ground. Clang! A piercing noise suddenly erupted in the silent alley. Damn it! Chang Gu muttered under his breath. Instantly, the group of zombies that had been aimlessly wandering stopped in unison, their murky eyes snapping toward the source of the sound. They emitted low, excited growls as they dragged their mutilated bodies, quickly accelerating toward the side alley. Run! Li Ming yelled, no longer caring about being stealthy. The 3 turned and sprinted into the side alley. This alley was narrower, the ground more uneven, littered with various discarded items. The hissing and dragging footsteps behind them quickly closed in, the distinct stench of decay pursuing them like a tangible force. To the left, Chen Mo suddenly pointed to a dilapidated, half-open iron door on the left. It seemed to be the back entrance of an old residential building. There was no other choice. Li Ming charged ahead, using his body to slam open the iron door. Beyond it lay an even darker corridor, a suffocating wave of dust and mildew hitting them. Quick, get in, he urged, aiming his gun at the pursuing zombies outside. Chen Mo and Chang Gu followed in, but Chang Gu struggled to close the iron door as the hinges were severely rusted, making it difficult to shut. The first 2 zombies that charged in were already reaching their hands inside, scratching frantically. Damn it! Chang Gu shouted, swinging the handle of his fire axe hard against those arms. The sound of cracking bones was sickening, yet the zombies felt no pain, continuing to push forward. Li Ming decisively fired his gun. Bang! Bang! The 2 sharp gunshots echoed deafeningly in the narrow corridor. The 2 zombies in the lead had their heads exploded in an instant, splattering gore as they collapsed to the ground. But the gunfire was like poking a hornet's nest. More zombies outside were drawn and swarming toward them. Deep inside the building, responding howls and chaotic footsteps could also be heard. Something had been startled. Hold the door! Li Ming shouted at Chang Gu while he turned his gun to keep a watchful eye on the dark depths of the corridor. Chen Mo immediately moved forward, using his body to brace against the iron door, pushing it back with Chang Gu with all their might. More zombie arms reached through the cracks, their growls almost in their ears. Creak! Bang! The iron door was finally forced shut by their combined effort, temporarily sealing off the zombies outside. But the door was rattling violently, evidently not able to hold for long. Meanwhile, the unsettling sounds of howling and footsteps were rapidly approaching from within the corridor. Upstairs. Li Ming decisively pointed to the stairs leading upward. Staying on the first floor was tantamount to waiting for death. The three of them, disregarding their heavy breathing, desperately ran up the stairs. The staircase was steep and dark, cluttered with debris, each step a struggle. Just as they reached the second floor landing, a twisting metal strain from the iron door below echoed, clearly about to give way. Meanwhile, from the direction of the third floor, distinct footsteps and howls were also heard coming down. They were trapped from both sides. Find a room. Hide in. Chen Mo yelled, his eyes scanning quickly across several doors on the second floor. One door looked particularly sturdy, an old anti-theft iron door. This one. Changgu swung his fire axe, smashing down hard on the door lock. Bang, bang, bang. The loud noise echoed in the corridor, jarring everyone's eardrums. The sounds of banging from below and the footsteps and howls from above grew closer. Bang. The door lock finally gave way. Changgu yanked the door open. The moment the door swung open, an even more intense and indescribable stench assaulted them. It was not just decay, it was mixed with a heavy smell of blood and rust. Chen Mo's flashlight instinctively swept inside. The living room was a wreck, as if it had undergone a brutal massacre. Furniture lay shattered, and the walls and floor were splattered with copious amounts of dark, dried blood. And in the center of the living room, the beam of light froze. There lay several highly decomposed, dismembered corpses. Judging by the clothing fragments, there were both men and women, young and old. They were evidently a family. The bodies had been torn apart, revealing just how frenzied the battle or massacre had been. A dull kitchen knife with a rolled edge lay nearby alongside a broken mop handle. What was most chilling was the wall, where something dark red, already dried up, had been used to scrawl a line of large characters. Everyone is dead. Everyone is dead. What? The handwriting was twisted and frenzied, filled with endless despair and resentment. Buzz. Chen Mo's brain felt as if it had been struck by a heavy hammer. Although this was not his home, nor were these his relatives, this hellish scene, this desperate farewell, was like a cruel mirror, instantly reflecting the most terrifying images deep within him. His parents, his friends, would they also undergo the same tragic fate? Had every family in the old district turned into this? His stomach churned violently, and he barely managed to hold onto the door frame to prevent himself from vomiting. Not because of the stench, but because of the icy collective despair that rushed at him like a wave. Damn, what terrible luck. Changgu was also taken aback by the scene, inside his face turning pale as he spat. Li Ming's expression was grim. He suddenly shoved Chen Mo and Changgu into the room, then quickly followed, straining to close the damaged anti-theft door and bracing his body against it. Almost as soon as the door was shut, the howls of zombies rushing up to the second floor platform and the chaotic sounds of banging echoed outside. Their target had temporarily been diverted to this nearer door. Bang, bang, bang. The anti-theft door was violently rattled, dust falling like rain. Inside, the three leaned against the door, breathing heavily. Outside was a frenzy of banging and growling, while inside was a hellish scene, filled with an almost suffocating stench. Chen Mo could not tear his gaze away from the line of dark red writing on the wall. Everyone is dead. Everyone is dead. These words were like a curse, echoing wildly in his mind. His hands began to tremble uncontrollably. A sense of despair, colder than death, washed over him like a tide. He didn't even dare to think about what if. The bloody reality before him seemed to foretell the most likely fate of all survivors in the old district. Bang, bang, bang. Bang, bang, bang. The security door trembled violently under the furious impacts from outside the hinges, emitting a painful groan, as if it would completely collapse at any moment. Dust and pieces of the wall fell down onto the heads and shoulders of the three men. Inside, the hellish scene and the thick, nauseating stench of blood threatened to drive them insane. Damn it. I can't hold on much longer. Changgu roared, pressing his shoulder firmly against the door, but each impact sent tremors through his entire body. Tiny bulges had already begun to appear on the door. Li Ming's face turned pale as he pointed his gun at the trembling door, breathing heavily. With very few bullets left and an unknown number of zombies outside, firing a gun could easily be a waste, or worse, it could penetrate the door and injure their own people. Chen Mo forced himself to tear his gaze away from the desperate, blood-soaked words on the wall, his mind racing under the extreme fear and pressure. We can't stay here. We must find another way out. His eyes quickly scanned the bloody living room. In addition to the security door they entered, there was another doorway leading to a room and a kitchen, but it was dark and concealed what lay beyond. The window. Yes, the window. He suddenly pointed towards the living room window. There was an old security net outside, but perhaps it could be breached. The window. Let's see if we can. Before he could finish his sentence, crack. A sound that made their scalps tingle didn't come from the front door, but from the ceiling above them. A piece of decayed plasterboard suddenly shattered, accompanied by falling dust and a small twisted shadow descended like a ghost. The creature moved with incredible speed. They could hardly discern its form, only seeing it drop silently to the ground, then transform into a swift black shadow pouncing towards Chang'e. What the hell is that thing? Chang'e barely had time to let out a horrified roar. In this life-and-death moment, he exhibited astonishing reflexes, opting not to fight back, but instead rolled backward clumsily, narrowly avoiding the deadly lunge. The small black shadow missed its strike, its thin twig-like claws skimming across the ground where Chang'e had just been, leaving several clear shallow marks on the concrete floor. It emitted a shrill, inhuman scream, pushing off with its limbs to catapult itself at an odd angle for another attack. Only then, under the flickering beam of the flashlight, did the three manage to make out the creature's outline. It resembled a child of about 4 or 5 years old, dressed in filthy clothing, its skin a lifeless gray, but its limbs were unnaturally elongated and twisted, with fingers and toes sharpened like talons. Its head tilted at an unnatural angle, its eyes were completely murky and milky white, without pupils, and its mouth was split wide to the roots of its ears, revealing rows of sharp teeth. What was most chilling was that its claws were smeared with a dark green viscous substance that resembled pus, emitting a stench more nauseating than that of ordinary zombies. Li Ming's pupils constricted. This was not the first time he had seen such dark green traces. At the police station on the way there, he had noticed a similar color on some corpses that were particularly mangled and even appeared unnaturally liquefied. At that time, he merely found it disgusting and did not think deeply about it. Now, seeing the same substance dripping from the claws of this eerie creature, a terrifying hypothesis struck him. This monster must carry some extremely potent toxin or corrosive substance. Be careful. Don't touch its slime. Li Ming shouted in warning, pulling the trigger without hesitation. He couldn't imagine the consequences of being clawed or bitten by that thing. Bang! The bullet whizzed out, striking the wall beside the spider-child zombie, sending sparks flying. It wasn't that Li Ming missed, but that the creature was too fast, its senses extraordinarily sharp, and it managed to evade just as he fired. The gunfire excited it further, and it let out an even more piercing shriek, ignoring Chang'e and instead darting towards Li Ming in a zigzag pattern at high speed. It moved so fast it was barely visible to the naked eye. Li Ming had no time to fire a second shot. He could only instinctively raise his rifle to block. Just at that critical moment. Get away! Chang'e roared, suddenly swinging a toppled wooden tea table and smashing it towards the shadow. The wooden table missed, shattering upon impact, but it did succeed in disrupting the spider child's attack trajectory. It agilely leaped aside, landing on the back of the sofa, its limbs tightly coiled, its milky eyes locked onto the three, emitting a threatening low hiss, while the dark green slime dripped from its jaws, corroding the sofa's surface with a faint sizzling sound. Outside, the zombie's battering reached its limit. Bang! The security door was finally smashed open. Countless snarling, ordinary zombies surged in like a flood, with the eerie spider child in front and the horde of corpses behind. The inner room. The window. Chen Mo's voice trembled with extreme fear, but he made the right choice. The three of them dashed towards the pitch-black inner room bedroom without hesitation. The spider-child zombie let out a shriek and leaped from the back of the sofa, diving straight at the last in line, Li Ming. Li Ming felt a gust of wind rushing behind him. In a life-or-death moment, he lunged forward, rolling into the bedroom in a panic while slamming the door shut behind him. Bang! The spider-child zombie crashed into the door, producing a dull thud and sharp scratching sounds. Meanwhile, the horde of corpses had already flooded the living room, beginning to batter against the bedroom door. The window. Chen Mo shone the flashlight at the bedroom window. Outside was not a street, but an extremely narrow, less than half a meter wide shaft. On the opposite side was another wall. But just below the window, tightly pressed against the outer wall of the building, there was a rusty makeshift iron ladder for maintenance workers leading down into the dark abyss. The only way out. Chen Mo smashed the glass of the window with a rebar. With a shatter, the glass broke. He paid no heed to the flying shards, leaned out, grabbed the cold iron ladder, and started to climb down. Chang'e followed, closely, flipping out. Li Ming took one last look at the door to the bedroom, which was shaking violently, as if it would be smashed open or clawed through at any moment, and with a clenched jaw, he too jumped out the window, grabbing the iron ladder. Just as his body left the window, the bedroom door was violently slammed open. Several rotting arms, and the spider-child zombie moving so fast, it was only a shadow streamed in. But they seemed unable or unwilling to leave the building's interior, merely crowding at the window, issuing unwilling roars and shrieks at the three, fleeing downwards. The spider-child zombie's milky eyes glinted with vengeful light in the darkness, the dark green slime on its claws particularly conspicuous. The three of them desperately climbed down the cold, slippery, and heavily rusted iron ladder. Above, the window was filled with the terrifying faces of zombies howling and the shrieks of the eerie spider child, while below loomed an unfathomable darkness thick with the stench of decay. They had temporarily escaped the bloody room and the deadly spider child, but had plunged into a deeper unknown peril. Although Chang'e was fortunate enough to remain uninjured, the extreme terror of brushing against the unknown horror, along with Li Ming's warning about the slime, had left a deep imprint on his mind. The old district welcomed Chen Mo in the most brutal and deadly way, while the dark green marks of corrosion had become a new substantial shadow in their hearts. The cold, rusty iron ladder scraped beneath their palms, emitting an unsettling creak. The three of them were anxious, yet dared not descend too quickly for fear of misstepping and falling into the endless darkness below. The horrific sounds from the upper window, a mix of ordinary zombies' growls, and the piercing shrieks of the spider children clung to them like a malignant parasite. With every level they descended, Chen Mo instinctively glanced at the corresponding window. Most windows were pitch black, some had shattered glass, remaining eerily silent. So silent that it was unsettling. Occasionally twisted, decaying faces would suddenly emerge from behind a few windows, their hollow eyes staring at the three unwelcome guests as withered arms futilely reached out, producing rasping sounds. The further down they went, the darker it became, and the stench of decay grew stronger. At the bottom of the shaft lay a thick accumulation of indistinguishable rotten matter and household garbage, nearly submerging the lowest rungs of the iron ladder. Finally, their feet landed on the sticky, slippery ground. The three immediately left the iron ladder, standing back to back, their flashlight beams rapidly sweeping the surroundings. This seemed to be a narrow gap at the very bottom between two buildings less than 2 meters wide, filled with repulsive debris, leaving almost no place to stand. The only direction was forward along this gap, but ahead was equally shrouded in darkness with no knowledge of where it led. Damn this cursed place. Chang'e muttered a curse, using the fire axe to push aside a rotting sofa cushion that blocked their way, causing a swarm of fat white maggots to surge forth, churning their stomachs. Hurry, those things above might find a way down, Li Ming said urgently, his gun aimed warily at the direction they had just descended, as well as the unknown darkness ahead. With no other choice, they trudged along the foul-smelling gap. Each step encountered soft and hard objects, producing a nauseating squelching sound. Each sound tightened their already frayed nerves. The gap was not straight. After a series of twists and turns, a faint glimmer of light appeared ahead, seemingly an exit. The three felt a surge of hope and quickened their pace. However, when they finally squeezed through this suffocating gap to the other side, the sight before them instantly froze the glimmer of hope they had just felt. This was not a path to freedom, but another alley slightly wider. Yet this alley was nearly blocked by things. Not just a few scattered figures, but dozens, even possibly hundreds of them, densely packed in the alley, staggering and swaying aimlessly. Most of them were ordinary zombies, but interspersed among them were smaller figures moving in more bizarre ways, crawling rapidly on all fours. Those terrifying spider children zombies. They darted like fleas between the legs of the corpses, even on the walls, making rustling sounds and piercing shrieks. The entire alley seemed like a writhing, foul-smelling living nest. Retreat. Quickly retreat. Li Ming's face turned pale, his voice wavering. But it was already too late. Several nearby zombies had already spotted them, their murky eyes locking onto them instantly, emitting excited hisses as they dragged their broken bodies toward them. What was even more terrifying was that several spider children zombies on the walls also immediately shifted their direction, their milky eyes shining in the darkness, as if they had discovered fresh prey, propelling themselves with fierce strength. The path back was equally narrow, leaving no time to react. Find a door. Find a place to hide. Chen Mo shouted, desperately scanning his surroundings. The alley was flanked by tall walls and old back doors, most of which were rusted shut or blocked. The only relatively intact door was a green iron one, but it was wrapped in thick iron chains and secured with a heavy lock. There was no time left. The horde and those terrifying spider children were surging toward them. Smash the lock. Chang'e roared, swinging the fire axe down at the heavy lock. Clang, clang. Sparks flew, but the lock was extraordinarily sturdy. A spider child zombie was the first to leap at him, targeting Chang'e, who was busy smashing the lock. Its speed was so fast that it left only a shadow. Li Ming had no time to shoot, swinging his rifle like a club. Bang! The gun barrel struck the creature, deflecting it, but it nimbly pushed off the wall and lunged again. On the other side, the forefront of the ordinary zombies had also rushed forward, their decaying arms reaching for Chen Mo. Chen Mo swung the rebar to block, and with a squelch it pierced a zombie's eye socket, black blood spraying everywhere. But more zombies swarmed in. It was over. They were completely surrounded. In this moment of despair, Chen Mo suddenly caught a glimpse out of the corner of his eye that beneath the green door a plank had rotted and warped due to years of neglect, creating a sizable gap with the ground. Underneath, under the door plank, Chen Mo shouted at Chang'e without a second thought. Chang'e also noticed. He abandoned smashing the lock, bent down fiercely using the axe blade to pry up the rotting door plank, letting out a shout as his muscles tensed. Crack! Crash! He forcefully pried off a large chunk of the door plank, revealing a hole just big enough for a person to crawl through. Get in. Hurry! Chang'e shouted while fending off the lunging spider-child zombies with the axe. Li Ming fired first. Bang! Bang! 2 shots hit the heads of the nearest ordinary zombies, temporarily clearing a momentary gap. Chen Mo, get in! Li Ming shouted. Chen Mo hesitated, not at all, tossing aside his cumbersome backpack. Only holding onto the rebar, he dove down, crawling headfirst into the dark dog hole. Behind him were Chang'e's frenzied shouts, Li Ming's sporadic gunfire, the zombies' growls, and the spider children's hair-raising shrieks. He crawled forward with all his might, the rough concrete scraping against his clothes and skin. The opening was small, making it exceedingly difficult for him to squeeze through. Finally, he made it inside. It was pitch dark, seemingly a space cluttered with junk. He immediately turned back, shouting at the opening, "Come in." At the entrance, Chang'e's massive frame was attempting to squeeze in, but faster than him was Li Ming. Li Ming seemed to expend his last ounce of strength, shoving Chang'e into the hole while smashing the empty rifle against the advancing horde, then lunged toward the opening himself. Just as Chang'e's half-body squeezed in, a spider-child zombie crawled up his leg, its mouth full of sticky, jagged teeth, lunging toward his calf. Get away! Chen Mo saw it clearly, his eyes nearly bursting with rage as he thrust the rebar out from the opening. Thud! The rebar pierced the spider-child's head with precision. Dark green slime and black blood exploded. The monster emitted a short, sharp shriek, convulsing as it fell away. Chang'e seized the opportunity to fully crawl and, panting heavily and shaken. Li Ming followed closely behind, nimbly squeezing in. Block the opening! Li Ming shouted hoarsely as soon as he entered. Chen Mo and Chang'e immediately scrambled to stuff several frayed burlap sacks and rotten wooden boards piled nearby into the dog hole, attempting to seal it shut. Outside the opening, countless frantic arms clawed, and the suffocating sound of growling filled the air. The entire iron door trembled violently. Fortunately, the opening was narrow, temporarily blocking most of it. Only a few errant arms could still reach in, scratching wildly. The 3 leaned against the piled obstacles, using their bodies to brace against it, gasping for breath, their bodies drenched in cold sweat and filth. The terror of surviving and the feeling of exhaustion washed over them. After several minutes, the sounds of banging and scratching outside seemed to gradually subside, perhaps having lost their target or searching for other entrances. The flashlight beam flickered back to life, giving the 3 a chance to survey the space they were in. This appeared to be a storage room or a small abandoned compartment on the first floor of an old residential building, very small, filled with various broken household items and jars, all covered in thick dust and cobwebs. The air was thick and murky, but at least they were temporarily safe. However, when the light swept across the corner, their breaths halted once more. In the corner lay several highly decomposed bodies, almost reduced to skeletons and tattered clothing. Their deaths were extremely tragic, with clear bite and tearing marks on the bones, some even exhibiting unnatural breaks in darkened areas. The walls were covered in dense scratches deeply embedded in the cement, revealing the desperate struggles of the deceased in their final moments. Amidst those scratches, besides the already dried and darkened bloodstains, there were also some splattered dark brown slime traces. Again, that type of mark. Chen Mo felt a chill rise up his spine. This small space was evidently not an absolute safe haven, but another desperate grave. Those who had hidden here before had ultimately failed to escape calamity. Just then, Li Ming, who had been straining to listen for sounds outside, suddenly made a silencing gesture, his expression becoming grave. Chen Mo and Chang'e immediately held their breath. Outside in the alley, the zombies' growls and commotion seemed to have completely stopped, not fading away gradually, but stopping abruptly and entirely without warning. A silence more chilling than the noise loomed over them, an absolute stillness. It was as if something had instilled fear in those frenzied, violent zombies, or perhaps made them submit. In this silence, an extremely faint yet clear scratching sound emanated from some direction in the alley. It was neither the dragging footsteps of zombies nor the quick crawling of spider children. Instead, it was a slower, heavier sound carrying a certain nauseating metallic friction quality, slowly approaching step by step towards the iron door where they were hiding. The hearts of the 3 were instantly gripped by an invisible, icy hand. The slow, heavy, metallic scraping sound echoed like the drumbeats of death striking against the silent alley and the hearts of the 3 individuals in the storage room. It grew closer, each scrape resembling a cold metal object dragging across the concrete floor, accompanied by the muffled sound of some exceedingly heavy object being moved. The 3 leaned against a pile of debris blocking the door, their breaths nearly halted. Sweat soaked their backs, and the oppressive sense of unknown terror almost suffocated them. The sound stopped outside the metal door. It was just within reach. An indescribable, chilling mental pressure seeped through the door. There was no impact, no scratching. The thing outside simply remained there, watching, or listening. Time froze. Eventually the sound echoed once more, slowly retreating, gradually fading into the silence, as if it had lost interest in the insects trapped in the jar. After what felt like an eternity, the three finally collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. What the hell was that thing just now? Brother Chang's voice was hoarse and broken, filled with the fear of surviving a disaster. Li Ming shook his head, his face pale. I don't know. But this place is far more sinister than we imagined. His gaze swept over the corpses in the corner and the deep inhuman claw marks on the wall, as well as the splattered dark brown viscous liquid his brow furrowed. We must leave. They cautiously enlarged the dog hole and crawled out of the storage room. The alley was desolate, littered with chaos, and fresh, deep scratches etched into the concrete floor alongside large, indistinct impressions resembling inhuman footprints. A chill ran up their spines again. They dared not linger and continued to navigate through the ruins with great difficulty. The sights ahead constantly assaulted their psychological defenses. The residential building with its violently broken and nailed windows, the supermarket emitting a foul odor from its breached entrance, the overturned bus covered in claw marks and dents, and that crude yet horrifying graffiti on the wall, depicting giant shadows enveloping fleeing figures. The old district silently displayed the unimaginable horrors it had endured. This was not only a nest for zombies, but also a hunting ground for various unknown entities with bizarre abilities. Chen Mo's heart sank deeper into the ice cellar. In such a hellish place, surviving a week. The hope was exceedingly slim. The what if that had kept him off track was being crushed bit by cruel reality. While taking a brief rest behind a relatively concealed broken wall, the atmosphere became incredibly oppressive. Brother Chang anxiously checked the axe blade, cursing under his breath. Damn it. This hellhole is nothing but a meat grinder. Why did we even bother going to Lao Zhong's store? Li Ming wiped his firearm, his expression grave as he studied the map, remaining silent. The path ahead was blocked by a tide of corpses. The rear was fraught with danger, and they seemed to have fallen into a deadlock. Chen Mo leaned against the broken wall, his gaze sweeping over the weary and despairing faces of his teammates, and then towards the once familiar street that now resembled a den of demons. The emotions, fears, guilt, and that flicker of unextinguished hope piled up inside him like boiling magma, finally breaking through the dam of rationality. He took a deep breath, his voice dry and hoarse, breaking the suffocating silence. Li Ming, Brother Chang. I'm sorry. The two looked up at him simultaneously. Chen Mo did not avoid their gazes despite the pain and struggle in his eyes. Going to Lao Zhong's store to confirm the signal is necessary, but I insist on taking this route for personal reasons. He paused for a moment, as if needing to gather strength to say what came next. My parents and my best friend, they live in the old district, just not too far from here. His voice began to tremble slightly. I know the hope is very small. It's been so long, and this place has become like this. They might have long. He choked up, clenching his fists tightly, his nails digging deep into his palms, forcing himself to continue. But I can't. I can't just pass by. I must know. I must see for myself, even if it's just to find a trace. He finally laid bare the deepest secrets and pains buried in his heart, feeling as if he was drained of strength, leaning against the wall, waiting for the judgment of his teammates. Brother Chang was stunned, then an incredulous anger surged across his face. Damn it. Chen Mo, you're doing this because of that, eh? Because of your possibly dead parents. You brought everyone into this hell. Do you know we almost didn't make it just now? You're gambling with everyone's lives. Faced with Brother Chang's furious roar, Chen Mo had no words to respond, simply closing his eyes wearily. Enough, Brother Chang. Li Ming suddenly spoke, his voice unusually calm. He put away the map, looking at Chen Mo with a complicated expression. So what you said about finding the map was just an excuse? Yes, Chen Mo admitted. Li Ming was silent for a few seconds before slowly saying, you know how dangerous and irrational this is. I know. I'm sorry. Chen Mo's voice was low. If you think we can't take any more risks, we can find a way to go back according to the original plan. He couldn't finish. The thought of abandoning his parents and friends felt like a knife slicing through his heart. Brother Chang was still angry, but seeing Chen Mo's almost broken appearance, the cursed words were swallowed back down, and he simply punched the adjacent broken wall hard. Li Ming's gaze swept across the hellish scenery around them, then glanced at the nearly meaningless old map in his hand, finally returning his gaze to Chen Mo. He recalled Chen Mo's behavior throughout the journey, the difficult decisions he made for the team, and remembered his fallen comrades. He understood the pain of losing someone important. Where exactly is your home? How far is it from here? Li Ming's voice remained calm, yet it made Chen Mo's eyes widen in surprise. In Pinganli Community Building 3, Unit 2, about. From our current position, we need to head northeast and cross 2 blocks. Chen Mo's voice carried a hint of disbelieving hope. Li Ming unfolded the map again, scrutinizing it closely, his brow furrowed. We need to cross at least 2 main roads or large community parks. The difficulty is immense. And even if we get there, you might. He didn't finish, but the meaning was clear. I know that we might find nothing, or the worst result. Chen Mo's voice carried a desperate persistence, but I must go. Otherwise, I will never find peace in my life. Li Ming closed the map, making a decision. He looked at Brother Chong. Brother Chong, what do you say? Brother Chong's expression changed, finally spitting, damn it. I really must be out of my mind to be with you guys, damn. Let's go. Let's see. Damn it, hurry up, and check it out, then find a way to go to Lao Zhong's store. Although he cursed, he ultimately chose to go together. Perhaps it was due to the bond forged through fighting side by side, or perhaps he understood that some obsessions could not be measured by pure logic. Chen Mo looked at the two, his eyes instantly reddening. He opened his mouth, but ultimately only uttered 2 words. Thank you. Stop the nonsense. Li Ming interrupted him, his expression serious. Change of target. Prioritize heading to Building 3 in Pinganli community to confirm the status of Chen Mo's family. Actions must be more cautious, speed must be quick, and we must not linger in battle. If the situation becomes untenable, we must retreat immediately. Understand? Understood. Chen Mo nodded heavily. Damn it, got it. Brother Chong shouldered the fire axe. The team's objective shifted at that moment. Alongside the rational path of survival, a path filled with uncertainty and immense risk branched out. The 3 stood up again, heading northeast, delving deeper into the core area of the old district. With each step, they became increasingly careful and alert. The surrounding scenes grew more and more tragic. Behind the broken windows, there was no longer emptiness. Sometimes quick-moving shadows would flash. The bodies at the street corners exhibited more bizarre death poses. At the walls of certain buildings displayed larger scale and more terrifying signs of destruction, as if they had been forcibly torn apart by immense strength. The air was no longer just filled with decay. Occasionally, an extremely faint, bizarre smell reminiscent of burnt circuits mixed with blood wafted through. Chen Mo's heart tightened, both eager to arrive quickly and fearful of the impending possibilities. As they used the wreck of an abandoned bus for cover, observing an intersection ahead, Chen Mo's gaze suddenly fixed on the 3rd-floor balcony of a residential building across the street. The glass of the balcony window was shattered and the railing was twisted. But what drew his attention was not these, but rather something hanging on the clothesline on the balcony. A blue children's smock with a blurred cartoon pattern standing out starkly against the backdrop of dust and death. And that little garment. He remembered that cheerful little girl from the neighbor's house who seemed to have a similar one. An extremely ominous premonition instantly seized him. The blue children's smock, adorned with vague cartoon patterns, hung on the broken balcony like a cold nail, piercing deeply into Chen Mo's gaze and heart. Fragments of memories of the neighbor's little girl's innocent smile clashed brutally with the lifeless, dilapidated, and ominous scene before him, causing a tumultuous churn in his stomach. Let's go. Li Ming's voice was low and tense. He too had seen that small piece of clothing, as well as the dark, splattered stains deeper on the balcony. He pulled Chen Mo back, signaling him not to look any further. The 3 of them moved again, their actions more cautious, almost like ghosts weaving through the ruins and shadows. But the closer they got to Pinganli community, the more the surrounding scenes challenged their limits of endurance. They bypassed a residential building, and the street view before them froze them in place, their breaths halted. In the center of the street, something was hanging from a twisted lamppost, suspended by a rough iron hook. It was a small, emaciated body, stripped of its skin and bloodied. Muscle tissue and blood vessels were exposed to the murky air, displaying an extremely horrifying shade of pink and dark red. The head hung low, its features unrecognizable, with only hollow eye sockets and a gaping mouth devoid of lips, staring down at the hellish street below. From the size and the length of the remaining hair, it seemed to be a child. Beneath the lamppost lay scattered small bones, completely gnawed clean, along with some torn, blood-stained, colorful fabric. Brother Chong suddenly turned around, retching against the wall, his face as pale as paper. Li Ming's hand gripped the gun tightly, his knuckles cracking from the strain, his cheek muscles twitching uncontrollably. Chen Mo stood frozen in place, as if struck by an invisible lightning bolt, feeling cold all over, his blood seemingly congealed. His gaze could not shift away from the horrifying hanging figure. The neighbor, that little girl. This was not an isolated incident. As far as the eye could see, this street seemed to have undergone a celebration from the abyss. Severed limbs and broken arms were everywhere, some carelessly discarded, others arranged in some incomprehensible, malicious manner. Several heads stacked on a broken mailbox, a headless corpse stuffed into a garbage bin, only its twisted legs protruding, intestines and entrails pulled out, tangled around the rearview mirrors of parked cars. Every corner was covered with layers of dried and blackened bloodstains and splattered viscera. The overwhelming stench of decay and blood was almost tangible, pressing down heavily on everyone's chest. There were no complete zombies here, nor many moving figures. Only a dead silence, a scene that had been thoroughly processed like a slaughterhouse. It was as if something had conducted an efficient and cruel cleaning and exhibition here. What the hell is this place? Brother Chong gasped, his voice laced with unmistakable fear and trembling. Hell. It really is hell. Li Ming took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down, but his voice also trembled slightly. Don't look. Let's go. Get off this street. He pulled Chen Mo, who had almost lost the ability to move, while Brother Chong also strained to suppress his discomfort, and the three of them stumbled across that nightmarish street, hiding into another relatively clean alley. The so-called cleanliness was merely the absence of as many gruesome remains. The scent of death still lingered everywhere. Chen Mo leaned against the wall, sliding down to the ground, his body trembling uncontrollably. The scene he had just witnessed had utterly destroyed his last psychological defenses. That balcony with the blue smock, that thing on the lamppost, replayed in his mind like a nightmare. Do we still have to go? Brother Chong looked at Chen Mo, who appeared disoriented, and asked in a hoarse voice, not daring to mention the words Pingonli again. Chen Mo raised his head, his gaze hollow and filled with immense pain and struggle. His rational mind screamed at him to flee, to never take another step forward. Yet a deeper, almost obsessive compulsion sustained his shattered spirit. Go. He squeezed out that word between his teeth, weak, yet extraordinarily firm. It's just ahead. I must know. Li Ming looked at Chen Mo and finally nodded heavily. Having come this far, there was no turning back. In the following path, the three of them seemed to walk through a nightmare. Each step sank into blood and flesh, and every glance could reveal a new horrifying scene. They even saw a corpse dressed in a security uniform forcibly smashed into the wall by some immense force, creating a distorted relief sculpture. The Pingonli community, they had finally arrived. This once familiar, lively old neighborhood now resembled a ghost domain. The garden was wilted, the swing stained with black blood, and the slide broken. The building stood silently, many windows shattered like dark hollow eyes. Building No. 3. Unit 2. The unit door stood ajar, exuding a thick, foul stench from within. Chen Mo stood at the unit door, his body rigid like a stone. His flashlight trembled as it illuminated the fallen male scattered at the entrance and a lone child's shoe. Li Ming patted his shoulder and cautiously entered with his gun drawn. Brother Chong took a deep breath and followed suit. Chen Mo took one last look at the silent world outside before stepping into the dark unit door. The corridor was even more unbearable. The smell of blood, decay, and a certain, indescribable, familiar odor of spoiled food mixed together. 1 step, 2 steps. Each step felt heavier than 1,000 pounds. 201, 202, his home 203. The door was slightly ajar. The door had clear scratch marks and impact dents. Chen Mo's hand trembled as it reached for the door. Li Ming and Brother Chong stood ready on either side, prepared for any danger. The door slowly pushed open. The beam of the flashlight pierced into the dark living room. The living room was a mess as well. Furniture was overturned and items lay scattered all over. Bloodstains splattered across the walls. Then, the beam of light froze beside the dining table. A figure sat with its back to the entrance at the dining table. From the silhouette and the gray hair, it appeared to be an elderly woman. She wore the deep purple sweater that Chen Mo's mother often wore, but at that moment it was stained with large patches of blackered, already dried blood. She seemed to be eating something. With her head lowered, her shoulders slightly shaking, a subtle sticky chewing sound emanated from her. On the dining table something seemed to be laid out. Chen Mo's heart nearly stopped beating. A cold chill surged through his entire body in an instant. He opened his mouth, but no sound came out. The flashlight trembled uncontrollably, slowly moving down to illuminate the dining table. On the table lay a partially devoured male corpse. The corpse was wearing the casual jacket Chen Mo's father usually wore at home, lying on its back, its features indistinguishable, the chest and abdomen torn open with entrails, and that elderly woman facing away from them was using a pale, swollen hand covered in blood to pull something dark red and still slightly wriggling out of the corpse's chest cavity, slowly shoving it into her mouth. The chewing sound emanated from here. Time seemed to freeze at that moment. Chen Mo's pupils dilated to the extreme, all sounds, lights, and thoughts instantly drifted far from him. The world turned into a blank slate, leaving only this sight before him, an image that surpassed the limits of his imagination, an absolute hellish scene. His flashlight fell to the ground with a thud. The light rolled away, finally illuminating the elderly woman, who seemed startled as she slowly and rigidly turned her head, revealing half of her face. That half of the face was covered in blood and flesh, with a hint of something indescribable at the corner of her mouth. But those eyes Chen Mo saw, those were his mother's eyes. Murky, silent, devoid of any luster, only the primal greed for flesh and blood. Yet they were also the eyes that had tenderly gazed at him countless times in his memories, his mother's eyes. A faint sound, almost like a satisfied belch from the depths of hell, escaped from that mouth, smeared with blood and flesh. The beam from the fallen flashlight on the ground resembled a mistake of a spotlight on stage, foolishly and cruelly freezing on the face that had turned towards it. The edges of the light blurred the bloodstains, yet it illuminated those eyes with remarkable precision. Chen Mo recognized those eyes. Countless times in that kitchen filled with the aroma of cooking oil, those eyes would turn back with a smile, asking, "Mo, you're back. Are you hungry?" Countless times after he stayed up late studying or working, those eyes would be filled with concern, gently placing a bowl of warm soup beside him, saying, "Don't overwork yourself." Countless times as he left home, those eyes would well up with reluctance, waving repeatedly from the balcony until his figure vanished around the corner. Those were his mother's eyes. At this moment, they were set in a face smeared with dark red flesh and congealed blood clots. The whites of the eyes were murky and yellowed, the pupils dilated, resembling two bottomless dead swamps. There was no human emotion, no tenderness, no concern, no joy in recognizing her only son, only a hollow instinctual greed, a fixation on the flesh before her, and a slight sluggish reaction to the disturbance of the light source. A trace of unidentifiable sticky remnants hung at the corner of her mouth, her jaw moving unconsciously and slowly, emitting a faint smack sound. Time was not frozen, but filled with an extremely viscous cold substance. Chen Mo felt his blood no longer flowed as liquid, but had turned into this ice shard, clogging his veins, freezing his heart, piercing his lungs, rendering him unable to breathe, think, or even feel the very essence of collapse. The world shattered and collapsed before his eyes, then was consumed by an absolute, incomprehensible void. All sounds disappeared. Li Ming's heavy breathing, Chang guess, suppressed gasps, even the frantic beating of his own heart vanished. Only a dead silence filled with a buzzing vacuum remained. He saw that pale, swollen hand filled with black and red filth beneath the nails, slowly reaching again towards the body on the dining table. The corpse wearing his father's usual brown jacket. Fingers sank into the shattered chest cavity, tearing something away. Ugh! A satisfying sound escaped from deep within the throat. A burp, a note on feeding from hell. This slight sound pierced into Chen Mo's frozen brain like a burning needle. Mom! A feeble, almost non-existent sound struggled out from his stiff vocal cords. Light as a sigh, like an illusion. But this sound, or perhaps the sudden burst of life emanating from him, startled that thing. Mother emitted a low, threatening growl from her throat, no longer a satisfied burp. It suddenly turned completely around, its decaying stiff joints making a light cracking sound. It dropped the food, in its hands, supporting itself on the dining table, struggling to stand up, its dead eyes locking onto the fresh, trembling flesh at the doorway. Its son. This action was filled with intent to attack. Damn it! Li Ming's low growl erupted like thunder, instantly shattering the thick silence. Almost simultaneously, two figures moved. Li Ming moved like lightning. He did not lunge at the zombie that had started to scream and try to stand, but fiercely grabbed the completely stiff Chen Mo, whose soul seemed to have been drained, and with all his might yanked him backward. Run! Li Ming's roar reverberated through the corridor, filled with an undeniable determination and a nearly brutal protective instinct. Chen Mo was like a tattered doll pulled off balance by this enormous force, falling backward. His eyes remained fixed on the dining room, on the creature rising dressed in his mother's sweater, on the blurred and disemboweled corpse of his father. His vision was pulled, shaken, and blurred. Meanwhile, Changgu also moved. He hesitated not at all. The fear and disgust on his face were replaced by an extreme, cold ruthlessness. He knew what Li Ming would do, and he also knew what he must do. This instinctive, tacit understanding born from extreme pressure transcended the slight barriers remaining between them. Just as Li Ming pulled Chen Mo away from the entrance, Changgu sidled past, his fire axe gripped tightly in hand, swinging it without hesitation and fiercely chopping at the head of the half-standing mother zombie. Thud! A chilling sound that sent shivers down the spine. It was the sound of the sharp axe blade splitting the skull and sinking into it. Not the explosive sound of gunfire, but more primal and bloody. The old body quivered violently, toppling backward, crashing into the dining chair with a loud noise. But it did not stop immediately. Its limbs continued to convulse, producing odd clucking sounds from its throat. Changgu's eyes held no pity, no hesitation, only a cold ruthlessness aimed at completely neutralizing the threat. He kicked the zombie in the chest, leveraging the force to violently pull out the axe, bringing more red and white filth with it. He didn't even look, swinging the axe again with all his strength, chopping down at the neck. Damn it! He cursed softly, not knowing if it was directed at this damned world or at the task he must undertake. One strike, two strikes. The horrifying sound of bones and tendons being severed echoed in the room. Finally, that body lay completely still. All this happened in an instant. There was no deafening gunfire, only the dull thud of the axe chopping flesh and Chang Guess' heavy breathing. Yet the smell of blood in the room intensified several-fold. Chen Mo was dragged forcefully by Li Ming retreating into the corridor. The terrifying chopping sound pounded against his eardrums, striking at his very soul. Another one. Li Ming shouted hoarsely to Chang Gu inside the room, while continuing to drag Chen Mo backward, his voice distorted by tension and effort. His other hand tightly gripped the rifle, but his finger rested on the guard, not pointing inside, but cautiously facing downward towards the stairs. With few bullets left, he could not afford to waste them on any target that posed no threat. Chang Gu certainly understood. Panting heavily, he turned around, his face splattered with filthy blood. He did not pause for a moment, approaching the dining table with the dripping fire axe. He looked at the corpse of his father, who had long been dead, but needed to ensure would not revive. His actions paused for half a second, seemingly with a fleeting hesitation, but it was immediately replaced by resolve. "Rest in peace," he said in a hoarse voice, more like a formulaic farewell. Then he raised the axe. "No, no." Chen Mo emitted a broken, nearly inaudible moan, weakly struggling against Li Ming's grip. But the axe still fell. The heavy chopping sound rang out again. One strike, ensuring complete silence. The consecutive actions and the strong smell of blood, along with the sounds they created, were still evident signals in the dead silence of the neighborhood and corridor. Ugh. Downstairs next door, the sounds of various inhuman screams and dragging footsteps began to grow stronger, quickly converging. They were alerted. "Run, run, run." Li Ming roared, no longer concealing his emotions. He almost lifted Chen Mo off the ground, desperately rushing towards the stairway. The muzzle of his rifle remained pointed towards the direction of potential threats, but cautiously, he did not fire. Chang Gu charged out from the room, filled with the intense smell of blood, his face pale, the axe blade still dripping thick liquid. He did not glance back at the scene behind him. He dashed to the stairs, passed by Li Ming and Chen Mo, and rushed down first. Downstairs. "Something is coming up." "Not much." Chang Guess' voice echoed in the stairwell, raspy from the aftermath of slaughter. Chen Mo's foot stumbled on the stairs, nearly causing him to fall. Li Ming held him tightly, half dragging, half carrying him as they rushed down. Chen Mo's head hung weakly, his blurred vision sweeping across the rapidly ascending stairs, the mottled walls, and Chang Guess' fierce stance as he faced a dark shadow charging from below, swinging the fire axe. The axe whistled as it cleaved into flesh and bone. "Cleared. Hurry." Chang Guess' low roar. Chen Mo felt like a leaf helplessly swept away in a raging whirlwind. His ears were filled with the screams of zombies, the terrifying sound of the axe chopping, Li Ming's heavy breathing, the frantic pounding of his own heart threatening to explode, and the nauseating chopping sound endlessly looping in his mind. Thud, crack, thud, crack. His mother's eyes as she turned to him. His father's familiar jacket. The split-open skull. The messy blood and flesh on the dining table. The dripping fire axe. These fragments of images swirled like the sharpest glass, frantically cutting through all that remained of his consciousness. They burst out of the building. The light outside stung Chen Mo's eyes painfully. "This way," Li Ming shouted, pulling Chen Mo towards the direction they had come from. Chang Gu covered the rear, the fire axe in his hand became an efficient tool dealing with the scattered figures lunging from the corridor and nearby shadows. His movements were fierce and precise, each strike aimed to incapacitate the target as quickly as possible. Li Ming's rifle occasionally made short bursts of fire, bang. The gunfire was minimal, only fired when Chang faced multiple targets or threats rapidly approaching from a distance. Each gunshot signified the waste of another precious bullet. Chen Mo's legs finally regained some strength, but it was not the strength to survive, it was a mechanical, instinctual urge to run. His soul seemed to remain in that living room 203, filled with the stench of blood and spoiled food shattered by the axe. He ran, stumbling with pain burning in his lungs. Tears finally surged forth, not in sobs, but as a silent, overwhelming torrent that blurred his vision, mingling with sweat and dust dripping onto the filthy ground. His mouth opened, yet no sound came forth, only rapid dying gasps. The horrifying scenes that had come along, the hanging corpses of children, stacked heads, bodies stuffed into trash bins, seemed to lose their power to terrify him. For the greatest terror had already taken root in his heart and would forever consume him. He even wished for zombies to pounce on him and end it all. But Li Ming and Chang did not give him that chance. They were like two precise, yet violent machines, one forged ahead using the few remaining bullets and calm judgment to clear the most troublesome obstacles, while the other provided cover, violently shredding approaching threats with a cold axe. Their cooperation stemmed not from intimacy, but from the barest survival needs and a ruthless assessment of the current situation. Protecting Chen Mo was to safeguard the crucial link and coordinator of this temporary team. Even the leader, This consensus allowed them to temporarily cast aside all differences and barriers, demonstrating a cruel efficiency born from their harsh environment. And Chen Mo was the broken core among them, yet he had to be brought back. They rushed through the nightmarish slaughter street, scarcely able to notice the horrific decorations. More howls surged from all directions. "Turn!" Chang shouted, rushing into a narrower alleyway. Li Ming followed, closely supporting Chen Mo. Chen Mo stumbled around the corner, his shoulder crashing against the wall, but he felt no pain. It was unclear how long they ran, but the howls behind them seemed to have receded. They temporarily hid in a small doorway that emitted a musty odor piled with discarded cardboard boxes. Li Ming forcefully shoved Chen Mo to the back, turned around, and aimed his rifle outward, his chest heaving violently, sweat pouring down as he quickly checked the magazine, his brow furrowed. Chang leaned against the opposite wall, nearly exhausted, the fire axe clattering to the ground to support his weight as he gasped for breath, sweat mingling with splattered blood dripping from his chin. The old injury in his leg clearly throbbed with intensified pain from the frantic running and fighting. His facial muscles twitched uncontrollably, yet he gritted his teeth and did not utter a sound. A temporary silence ensued. Only the terrifyingly heavy breaths of the three broke the stillness. Chen Mo slid down the wall to the ground, curling up. His body began to tremble uncontrollably, as if he had contracted malaria. His teeth chattered. The silent tears transformed into suppressed, intermittent sobs that squeezed out from the depths of his throat like the wails of a wounded beast. Li Ming glanced back at him, his eyes filled with an extreme complexity. In those eyes lay the exhaustion of survival, the pain of depleted ammunition, wariness of the surrounding environment, deep concern for Chen Mo's state, and a heaviness and pain that was hard to articulate. He opened his mouth as if to say something, but ultimately said nothing. He merely reached out, tightly squeezing Chen Mo's trembling shoulder. The force was strong, almost as if pressing on a bleeding wound, bearing a soldier's heavy, yet unspoken comfort. Then he quickly withdrew his hand, continuing to watch the outside vigilantly. Chang had also caught his breath. He glanced at the fire axe in his bloodied hands before looking at the curled-up Chen Mo. There was no reproach in his gaze, not even his usual distinctive coldness. Instead, it revealed a rare mix of weariness, helplessness, and a numbness from having completed a necessary evil. Silently, he fished a small bottle of water from the side pocket of his backpack. Resources were incredibly precious, especially clean water. Twisted off the cap, took a small sip himself to moisten his cracked lips, and then offered it to Chen Mo. "Hey!" Chang's voice was hoarse and terse. Chen Mo showed no reaction, still lost in immense despair, his body shaking violently. Chang hesitated while holding the water bottle, his brow furrowing with impatience, but ultimately, he roughly grabbed the back of Chen Mo's neck, almost ramming the bottle's mouth against his lips. "Drink some." His tone remained harsh, yet the action carried a strange, clumsy, but pragmatic concern unique to him. A few drops of cold water mixed with dust and tears flowed into Chen Mo's mouth. He choked and began to cough violently, but finally pulled a fragment of consciousness back from the brink of total collapse. He raised his head, his face a mixture of tears, mucus, and grime, his eyes shattered and dazed as he looked at Chang, then at Li Ming, who stood tense at the doorway. Li Ming did not turn his head, his voice low and decisive, containing an undeniable urgency, the calmest assessment of their current predicament. "We can't go to the old clock shop. Chen Mo's condition is not good, and the noise has attracted attention. The road might be blocked. We must withdraw to the base." "Damn it. This trip has been a total loss." Chang nodded grimly at the shadow swaying at the alley's mouth. "Agreed. If we don't retreat now, we'll end up paying the price here." His agreement was straightforward, based on a calculation of survival probability, with no hesitation. Back to the base. This decision was so right, so aligned with reality, so despairing. They paid an unimaginable psychological price, infiltrated the core of hell, witnessed the worst of humanity, and in the end, returned empty-handed, possibly inviting more dangers, relying on the most primitive cold weapons to escape back to that temporary refuge. Every hope came with a heavier cost, and this time the burden fell almost entirely on Chen Mo's solitary soul. Listening to their words, the confusion in Chen Mo's eyes was gradually replaced by an unfathomable pain and emptiness. He understood their meaning. Because of him, this mission had completely failed. Because of him, they had faced additional dangers. Because of him, Chang had used the axe. He suddenly lowered his head, gripping his hair tightly with both hands, his nails digging into his scalp, producing a painfully suppressed groan. Li Ming and Chang exchanged a glance. That glance carried no excessive communication, only a shared understanding of the current crisis and confirmation of the next course of action. There was no time for Chen Mo to slowly process this immense trauma. The apocalypse did not allow for it. "Can you walk?" Li Ming turned around, looking at Chen Mo, his tone as calm as possible, but laced with undeniable urgency. "We must move immediately. They are still gathering." Chen Mo did not respond, but but he released his grip on his hair and trembled, trying to prop himself up. Once, twice. He failed, his arms as limp as overcooked noodles. Chang spat and lifted him up, shouldering one of his arms. The motion was not gentle, but effective enough. Li Ming immediately took hold of the other side, slinging his rifle behind him and drawing out his combat knife to prepare for close threats. Go! Li Ming barked. The two of them supported the nearly collapsed Chen Mo as they once again charged into the deflated street. The road back was fraught with danger. The stench of blood and the previous commotion attracted more lurking threats. Their movements became exceedingly difficult. Li Ming and Chang silently coordinated, advancing in the most energy and resource-efficient manner. Axes swung, knives stabbed, and occasionally a miserly gunshot resolved distant threats with precision. They avoided large hordes of corpses, opting for more complex but relatively safe paths. Chen Mo was like a puppet being pulled along as the two men ran. His body moved, but his soul seemed to be left behind in that home filled with the stench of blood and spoiled food, lost in the suffocating sound of chopping. After that moment, his world was irrevocably changed. The faint flicker of hope that had once sustained him in searching for his parents was extinguished, not only snuffed out, but dragged him into an eternal cold abyss of darkness. With every step he took, it felt as if he was treading on shattered memories and icy despair. They moved further away from the safety of the residential area, yet that hellish landscape seemed to be imprinted in Chen Mo's mind, never to fade. On this desolate ruin, the sunset slowly sank below the distorted horizon, casting a blood-red light, stretching the three figures who supported each other as they staggered forward, long and thin, like three exhausted souls struggling in an endless hell. The base was still far away. Temporary safety required them to expend their last ounce of strength to reach it, and the road ahead, in Chen Mo's shattered eyes, was already shrouded in darkness. The cold gleam of the fire axe and the sound of its descent would become his new eternal nightmare. Li Ming and Chang Gu supported Chen Mo as they stumbled through the ruins and shadows. Chen Mo's weight pressed heavily on them. His breathing remained rapid and fragmented, and silent tears mingled with dirt, forming a muddy trickle down his chin. Yet within those hollow eyes there seemed to be a flicker of extremely faint focus. The roar from behind them had not faded, but instead grew clearer and more eerie due to their movement. It was not the deep, dragging howl of an adult zombie, but a sharp, mixed noise of nails scraping against walls and a rapid rustling sound pressing in from all directions. Damn it, it's those little bastards. Chang Gu gasped, listening intently, his face suddenly turning pale. The ghostly speed they had experienced in the apartment building and the terrifying memory of that dark green slime surged back, making his old leg injury feel even more painful. Li Ming abruptly stopped, leaning Chen Mo against the wall, quickly raising his gun to aim at an alley they had come from. His expression was grave, his eyes filled with the deepest trepidation. It's them. They're fast. Watch out for the slime. No sooner had he spoken than several small, twisted figures on all fours suddenly sprang out from the shadows of the alley. Their movement was extremely unnatural, their joints contorted in reverse, yet they were as fast as lightning, racing along the ground and walls. Their skin was deathly pale, wearing tattered children's clothing, their milky white eyes devoid of pupils, with mouths split to the roots of their ears, dripping dark green slime that emitted a nauseating stench which sizzled as it hit the stones. Most chillingly, not all of them were running on the ground. Two of them were actually climbing rapidly along the mottled walls with their exceptionally sharp, slime-covered claws, like true spiders, moving so fast that they left only blurred black shadows, attempting to leap over Li Ming's line of fire to pounce on Chen Mo and Chang Gu behind. Shit! Chang Gu exclaimed in horror, instinctively raising his fire axe in front of himself. Bang! Bang! Li Ming did not hesitate, decisively pulling the trigger. Two bullets whistled out, but only struck the wall beneath one of the wall-climbing spider children, scattering debris. They were moving too fast, and their trajectories were completely erratic, making it hard to aim. The disturbed spider children let out even more piercing shrieks, like nails scraping glass. The two on the wall suddenly changed direction, becoming two black shadows leaping down. The several on the ground also approached at high speed, zigzagging. The sound of Li Ming's rifle indicated an empty chamber. The magazine was empty. He cursed under his breath, reacting quickly as he rolled to the side, drawing his military knife, not daring to let those corrosive, slime-covered claws touch him. At that critical moment, Chen Mo, who had been leaning against the wall and seemed completely collapsed, suddenly straightened his body. That intensely dangerous aura, the familiar narrow alley environment of the old city, especially that iconic nightmare-inducing shriek, poured into his nearly stagnant veins like a bucket of ice water mixed with adrenaline. The images of his parents' tragic deaths clashed violently with the threats before him, tearing at his mind. Ultimately, the latter temporarily gained the upper hand in a cruel manner. The numb instinct for survival and some unknown force overwhelmed the boiling emotions. His gaze instantly turned cold and sharp, although tears still lingered at the corners of his eyes. They no longer held emptiness, but rather a determination forged through extreme pain, almost fierce. He understood their terror and knew he could not hesitate. Calmness and decisiveness were the keys to survival. To the right. Narrow alley. They have too many and can't spread out. Chen Mo's voice was hoarse to the point of almost tearing, yet it carried an undeniable urgency and precision belonging to a commander. There's an abandoned textile factory ahead. It has piles of fabric and cotton that can temporarily obstruct them. He did not look at Li Ming and Chang Gu's astonished expressions as he issued the command. He was already moving. He no longer needed support. Instead, he forcefully pushed Chang Gu aside, bent down to pick up the bloodied steel bar that had fallen to the ground during his earlier collapse. A spider child was leaping towards the back of Chang Gu's neck, who was moving a bit slower due to his leg injury, its claws dripping with dark green slime. Chen Mo flicked his wrist, and the steel bar did not clash Eden, but instead deftly redirected the spider child, like wielding a familiar long staff, skillfully knocking it off course and crashing it hard against the nearby wall. He knew he could not let them get close. Go! Chen Mo roared again, his gaze sweeping over the two, leading the charge into the narrow gap that could barely fit one person. Though his steps were still somewhat unsteady, his direction was clear, filled with the strength of survival. Chang Gu and Li Ming were both stunned by Chen Mo's sudden transformation. In the previous moment, he had been a burden on the verge of collapse, needing to be dragged. In the next, he became a calm and ruthless commander, issuing precise commands with a deep understanding of the terrifying monsters. But now was not the time for surprise. Follow him. Li Ming was the first to react, quickly switching to a new magazine, one bullet, less, shouting loudly. He realized that Chen Mo's familiarity with this area might be their only way out at that moment. Chang Gu spat out a mouthful of blood, enduring the leg pain, and closely followed Chen Mo. Now he would rather face 100 ordinary zombies than be entangled by these fast and poisonous little monsters. The three of them surged into the narrow alley. This greatly limited the simultaneous attack of the spider children, but they still relentlessly pursued their sharp claws, leaving deep scratches and hissing green slime on the walls. Chen Mo was extremely familiar with this place, navigating through twists and turns, quickly bursting out of the narrow alley, revealing a dilapidated factory yard filled with piles of abandoned moldy fabric and cotton. Get in. Use these things to block them. Their claws can easily get stuck. Chen Mo shouted, leading the charge towards a large, loosely stacked pile of cotton. Li Ming and Chang Gu immediately complied. Li Ming turned around, accurately firing his rifle to push back the first two spider children that charged out. Chang Gu struggled to push a heavy bundle of discarded fabric down to block the path. The spider children rushed into the material area, and indeed their speed was greatly affected. Their sharp claws sank deeply into the soft fibers, making it hard for them to exert force, while the dark green slime corroded the fabric, emitting a burnt odor, but could not completely break through the thick barrier for a short time. They emitted furious, piercing shrieks, frantically tearing at the obstacles before them. This way. Get through. There's a ventilation duct behind. Chen Mo did not pause, continuing to guide them. The three of them took advantage of this precious moment to wade through the mountain of abandoned fabrics, with the horrifying sounds of tearing and shrieking echoing behind them. Soon they reached the back wall of the factory, where a huge rusty ventilation duct grill hung askew. Chang Gu, pry it open. Chen Mo shouted while warily looking back. The spider children were still struggling, but two particularly agile ones were about to break free. Without a word, Chang Gu wedged the blade of the fire axe into the gap of the grill and pried it with all his might. Li Ming assisted at the side. Creak. The rusty hinges emitted a piercing groan as the grill was forcibly pried open. Li Ming, cover us. Quickly get in. Chen Mo ordered, but he did not enter first. Instead, he snatched the axe from Chang Gu's hands, positioning himself at the entrance to face the two spider children that had just broken free, shrieking as they charged. Li Ming was the first to crawl into the dark duct. Chang Gu followed suit immediately. Chen Mo watched the terrifying figures rushing towards him, a glint of extreme cold flashing in his eyes. He chose not to clash Eden, but instead swiftly picked up a pile of scattered oil-soaked cotton with the axe and hurled it at the two spider children. The cotton instantly enveloped them. Although it was quickly shredded, it further hindered their movement and vision. Hurry up and come in. Li Ming's voice came from the duct. Chen Mo no longer lingered, turned and squeezed into the ventilation duct. Forward. Don't stop. The duct has forks, follow me. Chen Mo shouted in the dark, narrow duct, his voice echoing against the metal walls. The three crawled through the completely dark, rusty-smelling duct. Behind them, the sharp shrieks of the spider children and the frenzied scratching against the duct grill followed closely, making their hearts race. Chen Mo's memory guided them through the darkness. Turn left, then right, up one slope. They crawled for a long time, the sounds behind them gradually fading. It seemed the spider children could not penetrate such a complex and narrow duct system, or they were temporarily stuck at the entrance. Finally, a faint light appeared ahead, another exit. Li Ming crawled out first, cautiously surveying the surroundings, then whispered, "Safe. Get out." Chang Ge and Chen Mo followed in turn. They found themselves in a secluded alley far from the terrifying old city area. The sunset light shone on their faces, giving a surreal sense of surviving a disaster. They had succeeded. Thanks to Chen Mo's calmness at a critical moment, his profound understanding of the terrain, and the cool judgment that erupted from despair, they had escaped. The three of them collapsed in the alley, their chests heaving like broken bellows. No one spoke. The sunlight illuminated Chen Mo's face. He closed his eyes as the images of his parents and those dead hollow eyes surged uncontrollably. The cold mask slipped away quietly, and the immense pain and sense of emptiness engulfed him anew. Yet he did not cry or tremble. He simply lay there quietly, feeling the aftershocks of his heart racing and the endless cold wasteland deep within his soul. He had survived. The cost was the eternal loss of something, and the road to survival seemed always paved with such cruel prices. Li Ming and Chang Ge looked at him, their expressions complex. They knew that something had changed the moment Chen Mo decided to lead and accurately deflected the first spider child. The barrier between them had melted away somewhat in the shared escape and absolute trust, and something more resilient centered around Chen Mo was beginning to form. But they all understood that the price Chen Mo paid was far too great. After resting for just a few seconds, Li Ming was the first to struggle to his feet, vigilantly looking at both ends of the alley. "We can't stay long." Direction of the base move. His voice was still hoarse, but had returned to its usual calm. Chang Ge also gritted his teeth and got up, picking up the fire axe from the ground. Chen Mo finally opened his eyes, the pain in them deeply buried, leaving only an extreme weariness and calm. He pushed himself up and picked up the steel bar stained with fresh and old blood. "Let's go," he said softly, his voice devoid of any fluctuation. The three exchanged glances burdened with fatigue, pain, and an ineffable heaviness, silently heading towards the direction of the base. Behind them, the old city loomed like a vast silent wound temporarily left behind, but the terrifying memories, the pain of loss, and the hissing sound of that dark green slime would forever follow them. The silence in the alley lasted only a brief moment. It was not that the outside world was truly quiet, but rather that the three had exhausted their spirits and bodies, desperately needing this moment of respite, filtering out the distant, still vaguely audible howls and the sound of the wind. Li Ming was the first to struggle to his feet, his movements somewhat sluggish due to fatigue, yet his grip on the gun remained steady. He scanned the ends of the alley with vigilance, his gaze sharp as an eagle. The setting sun cast a long shadow behind him, outlining his tense silhouette. "We can't linger." The noise was too great, it might attract other things. His voice was hoarse, yet carried an undeniable calmness, as if the desperate flight they had just experienced was merely a task on a schedule. But his peripheral vision never left Chen Mo, who was slumped on the ground. Chang Ge spat out a mouthful of blood, propping himself up with the fire axe, wincing at the pain in his injured leg. He bent down to pick up the axe, his gaze falling on Chen Mo with a complex expression. He wanted to say something like, "Can we still walk?" or "Thanks for earlier," but looking at Chen Mo's dazed expression, he felt that any words would be inappropriate, even frivolous. In the end, he simply gruffly remarked, "This damned place is truly infested with evil." Chen Mo seemed not to have heard their words. He remained seated on the ground, head lowered, staring at his hands, which were stained with dirt and dried blood. His fingers trembled slightly, uncontrollably. His parents' faces, the eyes of his mother turning towards him, his father's broken body, the milky white pupils of the spider child, the dark green slime, and the dull thud of the fire axe striking flesh and bone. These images wildly interwove and collided in his mind, nearly bursting his skull. A profound sense of emptiness and tearing anguish seized him. Part of him wanted to remain forever submerged in this abyss of despair, while another part coldly realized that stopping would mean death, not just his own death, but also the death of those who depended on him back at the base. He took a deep breath, the air carrying the taste of dust and blood stinging his lungs, yet also bringing a near self-mutilating clarity. He could not fall, at least not now. He pushed himself up with the steel bar slowly, and with great difficulty managing to stand. His movements were stiff, as if he were a marionette. He raised his eyes, his gaze sweeping over Li Ming and Chang Ge. That look made both men shiver internally. It was devoid of the earlier collapse and hollowness, as well as the sharpness and ruthlessness born from desperation during their flight. Instead, it was replaced by an unfathomable weariness and a tremendous pain that seemed to have been forcibly frozen. Like the deepest ocean calm on the surface, yet below lurked currents and ice cold enough to tear everything apart. "I'm fine." Chen Mo's voice was terrifyingly calm, devoid of any fluctuation, even slightly dry. "Let's go." He had no extra words, not even a glance back towards his home, merely clinching the steel bar and stepping forward. His steps were still somewhat unsteady yet incredibly resolute, heading in the direction of the base. Li Ming and Changgu exchanged a glance, seeing the same solemnity and a barely perceptible worry in each other's eyes. They silently followed, one to the left and one behind, naturally forming a makeshift protective formation, subtly shielding Chen Mo in the middle. No words were needed. After narrowly escaping death moments ago, a certain tacit understanding had been further engraved into their instincts. The return journey seemed to feel shorter due to the clarity of their objective, yet it was also more oppressive. The three exchanged almost no communication, each immersed in their own thoughts, vigilant of their surroundings, while digesting the terrifying experience they had just endured. The sun completely sank below the horizon, the last rays of twilight vanished, and the night quickly enveloped the ruined city. The temperature dropped, the wind carrying a chill. When they finally caught sight of the familiar outline of the old building that served as their temporary base, a complex emotion, mingling relief and heaviness, quietly emerged. Relief at the temporary safety, heaviness regarding the news they were bringing back, or rather the lack of news. The mission had failed, and they returned with a new, even more terrifying awareness of the threats. From the second-floor window of the base, Zhou clearly saw them, a blurred figure excitedly waving, and soon the faces of Lao He and Qing appeared at the window. The three quickened their pace, arriving at the entrance of the building. Inside, hurried footsteps could be heard. Zhou and Lao He had already come out to meet them. Mo Gu, Changgu, Team Li, why are you back so soon? Zhou's voice was filled with questions and a sense of relief, but as he caught sight of the trio's disheveled appearance, bloodied, and especially Chen Mo's face pale as paper, as if his soul had been drained, his surprise instantly transformed into shock and worry. Are you okay? What happened? Lao He was more direct, his gaze quickly swept over the three, checking for any obvious injuries, especially when he saw the splattered stains that were not dried dark red, but a bizarre green. His brows furrowed tightly. What is this? Are you injured? Not bitten, right? His tone was filled with concern along with a unique seriousness and alertness. It's fine, it's not our blood. Li Ming succinctly responded, being the first to ascend the stairs. Let's talk upstairs. Changgu grunted in agreement and followed him up. Chen Mo lagged behind, glancing at Zhou and Lao He, seemingly trying to muster a reassuring smile, but his facial muscles were so stiff that he couldn't control them. In the end, he simply nodded slightly, his voice deep. Let's go up first. His unusual silence and his lost demeanor heightened the unease in Zhou and Lao He's hearts. They dared not ask further and hurriedly made way. Inside the second-floor base, the atmosphere was equally tense. The injured still lay there. Sister Zhao and Lao Sun were unconscious, while the monkey seemed to be awake, but with a vacant expression, emitting faint groans. A small boy curled up in the corner. Upon seeing them return, his eyes brightened for a moment, but he quickly became frightened by their bloodied appearances and the terrifying atmosphere, lowering his head again. The other four survivors with lighter injuries looked at them nervously. Qing was replacing the damp towel on Sister Zhao's forehead. Upon seeing their condition, she was startled, nearly dropping the basin in her hands. How was it? The parts? Zhou eagerly whispered, his gaze sweeping over their nearly empty hands, his heart sinking. Li Ming shook his head, carefully leaning the nearly empty rifle against the wall, his voice weary. We didn't make it to the old clock shop. We ran into big trouble. Changgu collapsed onto a tattered mat, rubbing his aching leg, cursing. Damn this cursed place, it's filled with never-ending monsters. He didn't specify what it was, but the lingering fear in his expression said it all. All eyes turned to Chen Mo, as if he were the backbone. Chen Mo did not look at anyone. He walked straight to the corner where clean water was stored, picked up a broken cup, filled it halfway, his hand still showing a barely noticeable tremor, yet he steadily brought the water to his mouth, rinsed, and then slowly drank the rest. After doing all this, he turned around, facing the expectant yet worried gazes of the crowd. His face appeared even paler under the dim candlelight, yet his eyes had regained their focus, although deep down there lingered an unshakable coldness and fatigue. The mission has failed, he spoke, his voice disturbingly calm, almost cruel. We did not reach the old clock shop. A wave of oppressive silence spread through the room, disappointment and fear weighing heavily. Chen Mo paused, seemingly weighing his words, his gaze sweeping over the injured on the ground, then over Zhou, Lao He, and Qing, finally resting on Li Ming and Changgu. Along the way, we encountered a new type of infected entity. His voice remained steady, but each word was as cold and hard as ice shards. They are small, about the size of a child, moving on all fours, incredibly fast, able to easily traverse vertical surfaces. Their claws are coated with a dark green slime that is highly corrosive and potentially venomous. Extremely dangerous. He stated the most terrifying facts without embellishment. Concealing it would only bring greater disasters. A gasp was heard in the room. Xiao Zhou's face instantly turned pale as he recalled the previous horrifying experiences. Lao He's brows furrowed tighter. A chin covered her mouth. Even the unconscious monkey seemed to shift uneasily. We almost didn't make it back. Changgo added in a low voice, serving as a footnote to Chen Mo's words. Li Ming chimed in, his voice calmer, carrying the objectivity of a soldier. Chen Mo's familiarity with the terrain saved us. We obstructed them using the narrow passages and the debris in the abandoned factory, eventually escaping through the ventilation ducts. But we're not sure if they possess tracking abilities. The information was brief, yet the danger within was apparent to everyone. Now they were being hunted by another highly intelligent entity, and Li Ming was uncertain whether those monsters would track them like the one that resembled a little girl. The atmosphere inside the base had dropped to freezing point. The last hope for communication via radio had shattered, and outside not only were there endless hordes of corpses, but even more bizarre and terrifying new monsters had emerged. Despair surged like a tide. Just then Chen Mo spoke again. His gaze swept over the crowd, finally locking onto Xiao Zhou's face. We didn't retrieve the parts, and the radio cannot be assembled for the time being. He stated the facts, then slightly shifted his tone, a flicker of extremely faint, yet extraordinarily resilient light, igniting in his icy gaze. However, we have seen another possibility. Everyone turned to look at him. The emergence of those new infected entities signifies that changes are occurring deep within the old city that we do not understand. Dangerous, but it may also mean that something is attracting them, or perhaps creating them. Chen Mo's voice was slow, as if he was thinking while speaking. The route to the old clock shop has been blocked by them, but perhaps we need to consider another approach. He did not continue, but this brief statement seemed to cast a faint, almost illusory beam of light into the endless darkness. He did not provide answers, nor did he offer directions, but after stating the harsh reality, he did not drown in it. Instead, he tried to guide everyone to contemplate another possibility, though this possibility was equally fraught with unknowns and dangers. This was an instinct of leadership that Chen Mo himself was unaware of. Even amidst his own immense trauma, he still attempted to unite the team, offering a thread of not hope, but a direction, preventing the team from being entirely overwhelmed by despair. Xiao Zhou stared blankly at Chen Mo, gazing into his pale face, and those unfathomably deep, yet eerily calm eyes instinctively nodding. Lao He seemed contemplative. Li Ming looked at Chen Mo, his expression complex, yet he slightly nodded, acknowledging his approach. Chang'e snorted, but said nothing, not contradicting him. Chen Mo said no more. He felt an exhaustion that penetrated to the bone. Take turns keeping watch, double the standards. Li Ming, Chang'e, we need to talk, he said to the two, then walked to a relatively quiet corner, leaned against the wall, and slowly sat down, closing his eyes. He needed time. He needed time to lick the wounds that almost tore him apart, to digest the horror that could drive a person mad, and even more time to contemplate the next step on how to lead these people to survive in this utterly chaotic hell. The silence within the stronghold did not last long, soon shattered by the painful groans of the wounded and the faint, unending howls echoing from outside. The flickering candlelight illuminated the heavy expressions on everyone's faces, casting shadows that danced unpredictably. Chen Mo leaned against the wall, eyes closed, but no one thought he was asleep. His breathing was light, almost inaudible, yet the taut aura around him, like a string stretched to its limit, made those who approached him instinctively soften their movements. Li Ming and Brother Chang quickly tended to the stains on their bodies, primarily cleaning off the unsettling dark green splatters. Old He brought a small amount of alcohol and gauze, carefully checking them, and only relaxed slightly after confirming there were no wounds, though his brow remained furrowed. The nature of that green goo felt like a massive stone pressing down on his heart. Xiao Zhou squatted beside the radio parts, staring blankly, his fingers unconsciously fiddling with the cold components. The sense of despair from shattered hopes intertwined with the fear of the newly emerged monsters, making him appear particularly listless. Ah Qing tended to the wounded, but her gaze frequently darted in concern towards Chen Mo in the corner. She could sense that when Mo Gu returned this time, he seemed to have been drained of a layer of himself, as if he had been forcibly stuffed into something heavier and colder. Brother Chang could no longer contain himself, and whispered to Li Ming, "Damn it, if those little monsters come again, this broken place won't be able to hold them off at all." His gaze swept over the doors and windows, reinforced with various debris, clearly holding a grim view on the effectiveness of these defenses against such speed and strange attacks. Li Ming nodded gravely. He checked the remaining bullets in his rifle, the small number causing anxiety. Defending is not a solution. We must quickly figure out what exactly that is, and why they are concentrated in the old district. He paused and looked at Chen Mo. What he said might not be wrong, there may be a source there. But what is this source? Is it a more terrifying monster? Or is it something that exacerbates the mutations? Whatever it is, exploring it means unimaginable risks. At that moment, Chen Mo opened his eyes. The dead silence that had previously frozen his gaze was gone, replaced by an unfathomable weariness and a cold clarity that had settled within him. He slowly stood up, his movements still somewhat stiff, but he stepped steadily. He walked to the center of the room, the candlelight casting deep shadows on his face. Everyone instinctively looked at him, waiting for him to speak. In that moment, he did not even need to say anything. He had already become the absolute center of the entire space. Xiaozhou. Chen Mo's voice was still hoarse, but remarkably steady. Xiaozhou jolted, raising his head suddenly. Mo go. The radio, besides the parts from old Zhong's shop, are there any alternative solutions? Even if it can only receive short-range signals. Chen Mo asked, his gaze falling upon those components. Or is it possible to repair an old phone? I remember there might be some old houses in the old district that still hide corners that have not been scavenged. Perhaps there are old chargers, or even unopened old phones. His thoughts did not linger in despair, but began to expand, searching for any possible gap. Xiaozhou was taken aback for a moment, then began to think hard. The requirements for the parts are quite high, alternatives are difficult. But for the old phone, if we can find a charger of the same model, or one that just happens to have power, theoretically, if we can find a spot with a faint signal, maybe. But I need time to try. All right. Chen Mo interrupted him, not pressing him further. You take charge of this matter, try as much as possible. If you need any materials, let us know. He then looked at Li Ming and Brother Chong. Defending is indeed not a long-term solution. We need information. We need to know what the outside has become, especially deep within the old district. He paused, his gaze sweeping over everyone, his voice deep, yet clear. But we cannot rush in blindly like we did today. We need a plan, we need preparation, we need to understand our enemy better. His words were not passionate, nor did they carry any emotional fluctuation, but they were like a heavy cornerstone, firmly suppressing the panic and helplessness that permeated the air. He did not deny the danger, but acknowledged it, and began to think about how to face it. This was a far more powerful attitude than empty encouragement. Starting tomorrow, Chen Mo continued as if deploying a perfectly normal task. Li Ming, Brother Chong, we will take turns leading people, gradually clearing and scouting outwards from the stronghold as the center. The goal is not to go deep, but to ascertain the detailed situation within a radius of 500 meters, to map out the area, marking all potential threats, resource points, and possible escape routes. We need to thoroughly understand the situation right at our doorstep. He looked at Old He and Ah Qing. The condition of the wounded should be reported twice a day. We need to know which people can recover basic mobility the fastest. This meant that manpower for battle was crucial. Finally, his gaze fell on Xiaozhou and the little boy. Xiaozhou, think of anything homemade that can produce a loud noise or bright light. If necessary, we need to create chaos to divert them. A series of instructions were clear and calm, based on the current situation, looking towards the future. He did not mention his own pain, nor did he refer to that nightmarish home, as if those things had been forcibly locked away in the deepest corner of his heart, encased in thick ice, leaving only a rational mind that thought for survival. Li Ming looked deeply at Chen Mo and nodded. Understood. I will refine the scouting plan. He recognized this line of thinking as the most pragmatic and relatively controllable approach at present. Brother Chong clicked his tongue, but also nodded. Damn it, I knew we couldn't stay idle. Clearing the surroundings is fine, it saves us from restless nights. A new atmosphere, tense yet clear in purpose, began to spread within the stronghold. Despair still existed, but it was transformed into concrete tasks and short-term goals. People began to have things to do, directions to strive for, which in itself was like a remedy against nihilism, even if the effect was weak. After arranging all this, Chen Mo said nothing more, returning to the corner to sit down and close his eyes again, as if that moment of calm deployment had drained him of immense energy. No one disturbed him. Everyone silently began to act, contemplating what they could do according to his instructions. Xiaozhou began to handle those components, more seriously murmuring various technical terms to himself. Old He and Ah Qing quietly discussed the condition of the wounded. Li Ming took out a small notebook and a short pencil, sketching the reconnaissance area by candlelight. Brother Chong checked the edge of the fire axe, his gaze fierce, as if imagining splitting the heads of those monsters. Chen Mo sat quietly in the corner, as if asleep. But only he knew what kind of intense burning pain lay beneath the ice. The images of his parents gnawed at him constantly. He simply used all his strength to suppress the howling grief, temporarily sealing it with the boulder of responsibility and survival. He could not collapse. At least not now. The silent weight pressed not only upon his shoulders, but also upon his very soul. He chose to bear it until he was completely crushed at some point, or with this weight carved out a bloody path. Outside the window, the night was deep, and unknown threats lurked in the darkness. Within the stronghold, the candlelight flickered, and the fragile spark of human life endured with difficulty amidst despair. Chen Mo's command was like a stone thrown into still water, briefly stirring up ripples. The people in the stronghold, after experiencing extreme fear and despair, instinctively clung to this tangible, yet minute task, like a drowning person grasping at driftwood. For the next 2 days, a strange and tense atmosphere of busyness enveloped the small second-floor stronghold. Li Ming and Chang Gu took turns leading expeditions. They strictly adhered to the boundaries set by Chen Mo, never venturing even a step deeper into the old city. The cleaning work progressed slowly but steadily. They eliminated the scattered zombies lurking nearby in the most primitive and quiet manner, with fire axes, steel bars, and military knives, carefully dragging the bodies to distant hidden corners to dispose of them, avoiding decay and unnecessary attraction. Xiaozhou, accompanied by a small boy, tinkered away in a corner. They dismantled every scrap of discarded electronics and toys they could find, attempting to create a device that emitted strong light or loud noise. Progress was slow, with many failures, but the process itself seemed to be an effort against the void. Occasionally, a glimmer of focus would flash in the boy's eyes, allowing him to temporarily forget his fear. Old He and Qing tirelessly attended to the wounded. Miraculously, Sister Zhao's high fever subsided somewhat. Although still unconscious, her breathing had stabilized significantly. Old Sun remained on the brink of death, yet his life seemed to be held on by the precious medicine. The monkey's consciousness was becoming clearer, even managing to drink some liquid food. The 3 lightly injured individuals recovered the fastest, already able to assist Old He with some basic care and vigilance. The abundance of food and water provided the most solid foundation for this brief period of stability. Thanks to the warehouse information provided by the small boy, they no longer needed to worry about the most basic survival needs. 2 simple meals a day that were sufficient to fill their stomachs, along with clean water, allowed everyone's physical strength and even spirit to achieve a slight recovery. Even in the evening of the second day, when Li Ming's group unexpectedly scavenged a few unopened packs of compressed biscuits and several bottles of purified water from the back of a nearby locked grocery store, a low, suppressed cheer of genuine existence erupted in the stronghold. A false sense of security began to spread quietly, like tepid mist. People started to whisper, their conversations no longer solely filled with fear and despair, occasionally mixed with nostalgic memories of their mundane past lives or completely unrealistic fantasies about the future. Perhaps the army will really come. Surely this nightmare has to come to an end eventually. As Chang Gu cleaned the blood off his axe while dragging his injured leg, he hummed a tuneless melody, which quickly halted under Li Ming's icy gaze, but the momentary relaxation was genuine. Even Chen Mo seemed to have regained some composure. He remained taciturn, mostly leaning against the wall with closed eyes, yet he would eat on time, listen carefully to the reconnaissance reports from Li Ming and Chang Gu, and mark points on the crude map. His commands remained clear and calm, as if the soul-shattering tragedy had been sealed within the ruins of the old city. Only the most observant, like Li Ming, could occasionally catch a glimpse of Chen Mo's moments of daze, or the fleeting, almost blood-freezing pain that lingered deep within his seemingly calm gaze. There was also his unconscious motion of rubbing the steel bar, his knuckles turning white from excessive force. Li Ming said nothing. He simply arranged for longer night watch shifts and checked the doors and windows more frequently. On the morning of the 3rd day, it was his turn to lead a final cleanup of the surrounding area. The target was an old residential building on the east side that was relatively intact. Once completed, the directly threatening area for the stronghold would be essentially cleared. The group consisted of Li Ming, the significantly recovered Chang Zi, and a lightly injured member named Xiao Dao. The process was surprisingly smooth, encountering only 3 ordinary zombies trapped inside the building, which were quickly dealt with. Just as they were preparing to return, Chang Zi discovered a half-open basement entrance on the ground floor of one building. Li team, should we go down and take a look? Perhaps there's something down there. Chang Zi appeared somewhat excited. The lure of supplies was very tempting. Li Ming frowned, instinctively resisting the idea of entering an unknown enclosed space. Yet, thinking of the rapidly depleting medicine in the stronghold and the potential for other useful supplies, he hesitated for a moment. Stay alert. I'll go in first, you follow 5 steps behind, and be ready to retreat at any time. He issued the command, drew his military knife, and turned on the tactical flashlight attached to his rifle. Electricity was precious, but the risk was worth it at this moment. A heavy scent of mold and dust permeated the basement. As the flashlight beam swept across, it revealed a clutter of old furniture and miscellaneous items resembling an abandoned storage room. There seemed to be no danger. Chang Zi and Xiao Dao sighed in relief and began to search cautiously. Li Ming, however, remained tense, his sharp gaze scanning every corner. Suddenly, the beam of his flashlight froze on a pile of tattered bedding in the corner. Something seemed to move there. He immediately aimed his gun and called out, "Who's there? Come out." There was no response. Yet the pile of bedding shifted again, and then a very weak, sobbing voice belonging to a little girl rang out. "Scared? Daddy? Mommy?" Chang Zi and Xiao Dao abruptly halted, surprised, as they looked towards the corner. Li Ming's heart also jolted slightly. A survivor. A child. He softened his tone, but did not lower his gun. Don't be afraid. We are not bad people. Come out or we will take you away from here. As a corner of the bedding was slowly lifted, a dirty, tear-streaked little face emerged approximately